Chapter 121 Follow the monk away. It was dawn. Ashui opened her eyes, and saw the small jacket hanging on the head of the bed. She turned over and sat up, shouting loudly, "Mom!" Uncle Lao Nyo heard the sound and came in. He took the clothes and sat over, saying, "It's cold outside. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Where's my mother?" Ashui looked into the bed. "Mom is cooking?" Uncle Lao Nyo sighed, and he took out the words he had been thinking about all night to fool the child. "Do you still remember the stinky kid who stopped you that day? That was your eldest brother and his father. They came from a long way because your mother's mother died, and they took her back to attend the funeral." Ashui was stunned. She didn't understand. Your mother's mother died. She has to go back to attend the funeral. She will be away for a long time, and she will come back when you grow up. Uncle Lao Nyo continued. Ashui understood this sentence. She panicked, opened her mouth and cried, and rushed to find her mother without even putting on her clothes. In order to hold her down, Uncle Nyo was sweating profusely. The young one cried, and the old one cried too. He cried that his child had a miserable life, was born in a bad family, and lost his mother at a young age. Your mother is really cruel. If I die, how will you live? Uncle Nyo hugged Ashui and cried, "My poor child." Antu came and knocked on the door. She asked loudly, "Tonghua, why is Ashui crying so early in the morning?" Uncle Nyo ignored him. He walked around the room, holding the child who was about to cry to death, muttering, "Just leave. Live with me. Don't open your mouth, and we can have more food. Stop it. You've exhausted your father to death, and you'll have no home." Aunt Du leaned on the door and looked inside through the crack. She saw the figure of Lao Nyo. She was so angry that she pounded on the door. "You old man. Why are you pretending to be deaf at home? I thought something happened to you. What's going on?" The woman next door asked. "Who knows what's going on? The child is crying so hard that I'm worried." Aunt Du patted her chest and said, "Lao Nyo is inside. I guess the child fell. It's crying on the first day of the new year." The neighbor on the other side muttered irritably, "Whose child doesn't cry? Your child doesn't cry?" Aunt Du choked him and turned back to her home. Ashui cried so much that she fell asleep. Uncle Lao Nyo put her back on the bed. He got angry when he saw the clothes hanging at the head of the bed. He was worried that the child would wake up and cry again when he saw the clothes. So he hid them and locked them in a wooden box. In the Due mansion, a little maid pushed the door open with a basin of hot water. She whispered, "Aunt, it's time to get up. We have to go to pay New Year's greetings to the eldest lady." There was no sound in the bedroom. The little maid put down the basin and walked in. Seeing the mattress on the bed bulged, she called again, but there was still no response. She tiptoed over and looked out, and she screamed. Madame Wen ran away. The Due mansion was now bustling. In the main courtyard, the eldest wife asked with a gloomy face, "What happened?" Madame Wen felt uncomfortable after drinking Tusu wine last night, so she went to bed early and asked me not to disturb her. This morning, I brought hot water into the room and found that there was no one on the bed. There were clothes stuffed under the mattress, and it looked like someone was sleeping there," the little maid said tremblingly. The eldest wife looked at the other 4 concubines, who lived in the same courtyard with Madame Wen. These unpromising women all lowered their heads, indicating that they didn't know. The eldest wife looked at Due, who had asked, "What do you think, sir?" Due, who looked unlucky. It was really unlucky to make such a mess on the first day of the new year. He waved his hand and said, "Thank you, madam, for worrying about it. Search the mansion first. Then go to the gatehouse to ask if Madame Wen was in or out of the mansion last night." The eldest wife was worried that Wen Ling had an affair with someone and ran away. After all, she entered the mansion by seducing a man, so it was reasonable for her to run away with the man when she couldn't bear it anymore. Madame Wen and the servant in the mansion. Before he finished speaking, Captain Hu smashed the teacup in his hand, and he said angrily, "No need to look for her. She has no household registration and can't run far. Tell the gatehouse that if you see her coming back, take her directly to the main courtyard." He would rather Madame Wen be seduced by someone outside the mansion than by the servant in the mansion, which would be too embarrassing for him. The city gate was open to people in and out last night. The eldest wife reminded, "It's better if she ran away. No need to look for her." Captain Hu was about to say that there was no need to check, but the maid came in and said, "The gatekeeper said that Madame Wen didn't go out last night. We looked everywhere in the mansion, but there was no trace of Madame Wen." If she was not found in the mansion, she must have sneaked out. Last night was New Year's Eve, and the gatekeepers must have been lazy and drank and gambled. The eldest wife knew the loophole, but she didn't intend to pursue it. There were more concubines in the mansion than fish in the tank in the back kitchen. It wouldn't matter if one or two ran away. But she still asked, "Do you want me to send someone to ask about Madame Wen's ex-husband's family? I remember she has a sister and supervisor whose house." "Send someone to ask?" Captain Hu waved his hand. "Hold it for a few days in advance. She might come back in a few days. If she doesn't come back, send someone to ask after the Lantern Festival. And report the death by the way." He had lost interest in Sui Ling a long time ago. But Sui Ling was pretty, and he would occasionally go to admire her after playing outside. Now she couldn't stand the loneliness and ran away again. And he didn't feel sorry. Don't make a big deal out of it. Just give him a beating. Captain Hu advised that he thought he was being romantic for having an affair. But it would be a joke if he was cheated on. He couldn't let the matter out of the mansion. So he might as well report his death. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, Sui Wenin and his party walked into Human Pass, which was heavily guarded and strictly checked in and out. Tong Hua was worried that Sui Ling's body would be discovered, so she urged them to leave the pass as soon as possible. There was no snow in the desert, and the sun was bright. Others considered that they had to pay for food and accommodation in the city, so they might as well leave as soon as possible. Sui Wenin paid the 22-cent customs fee on their behalf as they wished, and he led 10 people, young and old, out of the gate of Human Pass. "Warrior, stay. Can we two go together?" A monk called to stop them. The others looked alert, and Sui Wenin nodded happily. He had met a bald monk when he was doing business, and he knew about this sect. He was not the kind of evil person who would kill people on the road. There were 2 more people on the road, and if they encountered a wolf pack, they could take care of each other. The Human Pass was left behind, and the 13 people stepped into the soft yellow sand. Tong Hua stroked the wooden arrow in her sleeve and thought, "What is the road ahead like? Where do we separate?" After walking for another 5 or 6 days, there will be a Gobi Desert. After crossing the Gobi Desert, you can see people. Sui Wenin replied, "I will take you across the Gobi Desert, and then we will part ways." Tong Hua stopped talking, traveling during the day and staying in the desert at night. Sui Wenin reminded that one person would be left to watch the night every time they went to bed. When the person was covered with yellow sand, he would wake him up, and he would continue to travel. When he was tired, he would fall to the ground and sleep again. Although the 2 monks traveled with Sui Wenin and his friends, they rarely talked, and the night watch would participate. However, no one believed them except Sui Wenin. Whenever the monks kept watch at night, they would leave someone to accompany them. Because of this, after leaving the desert, the 2 monks kept their distance from them. When they entered the Gobi Desert, the 2 groups followed, one in front and one behind. There were many strange rocks on the Gobi Desert. After walking 2 miles to the west, when they looked back, the entrance had disappeared. It was the first time for An Chun and Tong Hua to see this kind of landform. The huge strange rocks were like giants. When they walked among them, they took a detour or turned around a few more times. When they looked up, they could not tell the directions. Occasionally, when they woke up in the middle of the night, they saw countless huge monsters, with dark shadows pressing down, accompanied by the rustling sound of wind and sand, which could scare them to death. They were able to hold on for the first few days, but as time went on, the group couldn't help but doubt. Was the direction they were heading in the right direction? Were they heading west? Were they going the wrong way? Could they get out before the water ran out? Would they starve to death or die of thirst in this strange place? Whenever they decided on the direction to go, more than a dozen people would quarrel. Sui Wenin was deeply complained about, but later he stopped talking and followed his judgment. Those who were willing to follow could follow. "Did you lead us here on purpose? You just want to kill us?" Tong Hua cursed. "If I had this idea, why would I go around to cancel your slavery?" Sui Wenin was helpless. This sentence soothed everyone's uneasiness. At this point, they could only choose to follow Sui Wenin. Sui Huaiyuan held a child in one hand, and he looked at his mother worriedly, worried that she would not be able to hold on. At this time, he suddenly had an idea. Sui Wenin originally proposed that they go west, probably because he didn't want them to go back. With this Gobi Desert blocking the way, no one dared to come in again after leaving. During a break, Sui Huaiyuan asked 2 monks, "Where are you from?" "Dewezi. 4 years ago, We followed the Hu merchants to Human Pass. The monk looked at Sui Huichuan and said, "The Han Empire is strong. Why did you move out of the pass?" "My family was broken and my people died." Sui Huichuan did not hide it. The two monks lowered their eyes and recited a Buddhist verse. "You are with us because you can't get out of this Gobi desert?" Sui Huichuan asked. The monk nodded. Continuing to move forward, Sui Huichuan asked Sui Wenin about leaving the country. But Sui Wenin kept silent. "Will you come back in the future?" Sui Huichuan asked. Sui Wenin was not sure. "I don't plan to come back in the next few years." After that, there was no word, and the group hurried on in silence. After walking for an unknown number of days, the Gobi Desert came to an end. Seeing the exit in sight, Tong Hua quietly pulled out the warm wooden arrow from her sleeve. There was an indelible mark on one end of the wooden arrow. She quickly approached the man walking in front of her, and with a cry of surprise, she stabbed Sui Wenin in the back of the neck with all her strength. Sui Wenin turned around with a cry of surprise, and saw the wooden arrow poking down with his left eye. He leaned over to dodge, and the wooden arrow stabbed on the thick fabric without hurting the flesh. After failing to hit him, Tong Hua tried to hit him again, but Sui Wenin turned around and kicked him down. "I should have brought a kitchen knife." Tong Hua regretted that she wanted to leave the kitchen knife for Lan Yo and Ah Shui, and only took a sharpened wooden arrow before leaving. Aunt Chun stepped forward and snatched the wooden arrow from Tong Hua's hand, saying, "It's all over. Don't cause any more trouble. It's over." Tong Hua found it funny. She stretched out her fingers in a circle and asked with a big laugh, "It's over? You all think it's over? For the past 4 years, 4 whole years, we have lived worse than animals. My family is gone. My daughter is dead. My son lives like a cow. I am a girl from a good family, but I have become a prostitute who is ridden by thousands of men and slept with by tens of thousands of people. And I don't even know whose child it is when I give birth to a child. You told me it's over? You can get over it. But I can't." At the end, she shouted at the top of her lungs, and her mouth was filled with the smell of blood. Sui Xinlin's eyes changed. He looked at Sui Wenin, and the hatred in his eyes was no longer hidden. Aunt Wu, Tian Erseo, and Sui Hongxiao burst into tears. Tong Hua had lived a peaceful life for 2 or 3 years. They dared not think about the days they spent in the brothel. It has been 3 months since they left the brothel. Every time they woke up in the middle of the night, they still felt a man on top of them. They even felt disgusted and afraid when they saw a man. "Then what do you want to do?" Sui Wenin said. "What else can I do? I want you to die." Tong Hua stood up. "You deserve to die. Because of you, so many of us died. Do you think we should be grateful to you for abolishing slavery? What about the dead? Why are they dead? But you are still alive?" Sui Wenin took a deep breath and tried to defend himself. "My father deserves to die for corruption, and we 3 brothers and sisters deserve to be exiled. But your crimes were not determined by us, but by the court and the law. Since ancient times, there have been clans that share the blame, because when one person gets promoted, the whole clan benefits. When my father was alive, you had a lot of conveniences, wealth, power, and influence. You benefited from his influence, so you have to share his guilt." Sui Wenin looked at these people calmly and said, "I don't owe you anything. I have made up for what I can. No matter how much you resent and hate. You can hate the court and your ancestors. But why did you give birth to Sui Jiushan? Are you planning to be a rogue?" Sui Xinlin said. "What about your sisters? You deserve this? You should send them to be camp prostitutes." Sui Wenin choked up, like a pig bladder filled with water that was punctured. He instantly deflated and no longer had any momentum. "Sui Ling is dead," Tong Hua suddenly said. And seeing Sui Wenin's panic, she added, "I killed her. On New Year's Eve." Sui Wenin figured it out instantly. He screamed, tears rolling down his face. He escaped with the murderer who killed his sister, and freed her from slavery. "I'm going to kill you!" Sui Wenin went crazy. He raised his fist to hit Tong Hua, but was held down by others, and was beaten back. "Who do you want to kill?" Sui Xilin pulled out a wooden arrow. His face flushed. "Eager to try. I have wanted to kill you for a long time." Sui Wenin collapsed on the ground with a dead heart. No will to live. "Kill him. He should have died long ago." 2 monks came over. The tall monk recited a Buddhist verse, saying, "Evil fate. Fate comes and goes. Everything should have an end. Donor, please put down the butcher knife." The sea of suffering is endless. No one paid attention to him. And Chun stopped Sui Xinling and said, "Don't do anything too extreme. Leave a way out for yourself and him. You wanted to kill him on the way to exile. If you had killed him then, there would be no today. If he died on the way, Sui you would not be able to help outside. Tong Hua might have died during the abortion, and you would not have seen him today. If Sui Hui, Sui Yu, and Sui Ling were all sent to the brothel, Sui Wenin would not be able to escape slavery. Without him, we would never be free. If you want to explain it clearly, there is no way to explain it clearly. Let's take a step back and say goodbye and forget the past." Sui Xinling refused to put down the wooden arrow. "Xinling, you still have a child. And the child is still watching over you. Can you be sure that he will not be favored or resented by others in the future?" And Chun said again. Sui Xinling glanced at Tong Gur. He dropped the wooden arrow, picked up the child and strode away. And Chun grabbed Tong Hua and pulled her to follow. Seeing this, the others also left one after another. Sui Wenin picked up the wooden arrow that fell on the ground. But just as he raised it, it was taken away by the tall monk. The monk broke the arrow and said, "God is kind and merciful. Don't be confused." 2 days later, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping chased after them, and saw 3 figures walking away from afar. 2 were bald monks, and the other one was not clear. "Is it him?" she asked. "Looks like him." Zhao Shiping was not sure either. He shouted loudly, "Sui Wenin." The wind blew away the voice. But the person in the distance suddenly turned back, then turned around and continued to move forward. Chapter 122 Harnessing Camels. "Are you still chasing?" Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu looked back, then looked at the 3 figures in the distance, and said, "We come so far. Let's chase him a little further, at least to confirm if it's him, so that we don't make this trip in vain." The 2 camels raised their hooves and continued to move forward. The shadows on the desert became longer and longer. When the sun rose at noon, a dark shadow lay under the camel's hooves. Sui Yu was sweating from the heat. She took off her wolf skin and put it on the camel's hump, squinting at the 3 figures getting closer and closer. "Are your relatives here?" The tall monk turned around and said, "Do you want to say goodbye?" Sui Wenin paused, turned around, raised his hand to cover his forehead, and moved his eyes from Zhao Shiping to Sui Yu. He had some guesses in his mind. Maybe Sui Ling's body was found, or maybe Sui Yu guessed something. So he chased after him. "It's him," Zhao Shiping said. He recognized the scar on Sui Wenin's face. Sui Yu pulled the reins, and the camel slowed down. She looked around. There were only 3 people in front of her in the desert. No Sui clan members were seen. Maybe something happened on the road that separated them. But she didn't want to know. As long as she was sure that Sui Wenin was still alive, this trip would be a success. Sui Wenin waved his hand and turned to continue walking. The worldly affairs had nothing to do with him anymore. Sui Yu looked for a while. She pulled the reins, and the camel turned around. Zhao Shiping followed and walked back. The 2 groups of people were going in opposite directions. The distance between them was getting farther and farther. The sun was shifting, and the shadows were getting longer and longer. At sunset, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping returned to the Gobi Desert. The couple got off the camels, and the 2 camels went to the desert to look for dry grass under the yellow sand. Judging from the hay left on the road, they walked together before leaving the Gobi Desert. Zhao Shiping looked around and asked curiously, "What happened on the road? Why can't we see the others? Are they all dead? It shouldn't be the case. There's no blood on the ground. And we didn't encounter any carrion birds along the way. Maybe they went their separate ways," Sui Yu said, leaning against a huge rock. On the 8th day of the 1st lunar month, an old man who was out of town grazing sheep found Sui Ling's body. According to the old man, it was dug out by the sheep. He was so scared that he went to the city to report to the authorities. On the 10th day of the 1st lunar month, the news spread, and Uncle Neo went to the government to identify the body. After that, he went to find Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping. He wanted to identify the female corpse and declare to the public that Tong Hua was dead. But he didn't know if it was right. So he wanted to ask Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping for their opinions. But before they could figure it out, the housekeeper of the Dui mansion took the body away with the maid. And Sui Yu realized that it was Sui Ling who died. Captain who did not intend to pursue the matter. Sui Hui had no way to pursue the matter after she learned the news. "I was half a slave, and the master had the final say on whether to give her away or kill her. When Sui Hui found Sui Yu to inquire about Sui Wenen's whereabouts, Sui Yu guessed something. Uncle Niu said that Tong Huar left the city on New Year's Eve, and Sui Ling died outside the West City Gate. In addition, she had seen Tong Huar hanging outside the captain's mansion. So she speculated that Sui Ling was probably killed by Tong Hua. Zhao Shiping came over with 2 broken wooden arrows and said, "It seems that we were right. They really wanted to kill Sui Wenen. I found several traces, but no blood. They must have wanted to kill him, but failed." It was Zhao Shiping's idea to catch up. He used to hate corrupt officials and their families. But after meeting Sui Wenen on the battlefield, he knew that he made military achievements to save his people from slavery. He changed his mind about Sui Wenen, and even had some respect for him. He couldn't bear to see him die in the hands of a people who felt guilty, and tried their best to protect him. However, he was about to give up before he reached the Gobi Desert. At that time, Sui Yu insisted on going again. So the 2 of them turned back to Human Pass to replenish their dry food and water, and then rushed in carrying 2 bundles of hay. Sui Yu took out the water bag, and drank the water in small sips. She moistened her cracked lips with a mouthful of clear water, and swirled it in her mouth before swallowing it. She looked at the vast desert and said, "What is it like to cross the desert? I don't know about crossing the desert. I only know the situation on both sides of the desert." Zhao Shiping pointed to the north and said, "Do you believe that there is a river in the desert? Where there is a river, there are oases and mountains. Yiwu, Chaisher, Yanqi, and many other small countries live in places with rivers, bordering the desert. To the south, the closest to us is Lulan. Lulan used to be Ruiqiang. The small countries here are close to the snow-capped mountains. Similar to Dunhuang, the rivers formed by the snow water flow down. And where there is grass and land, there are people living." Sui Yu yearned for it. She handed over the water bag, looked at the desert under the sunset and said, "I want to go over and take a look too. The existing ancient countries are one less after another. Not to mention geological changes. Wars can easily cause the destruction of an ancient country. They are not as strong as our Han dynasty. What's so good about them?" Zhao Shiping said with pride. "I heard from the merchants that there is a plateau across the desert, and the great Yuezhi people live under the plateau. The soil there is fertile. There are precious medicinal herbs. There are foods that we don't have here. There are Fergana horses. And there are jewels." Sui Yu glanced at the man and asked, "Do you want to make a fortune?" Zhao Shiping heard the implication. He snorted coldly and sneered, "It's better to be an emperor. Why don't you want to be an emperor?" Sui Yu ignored him. Zhao Shiping did not mention it again. He packed up his water bag, untied a bag of fried rice, and sat over to eat with the 2 of them, saying, "We don't have much dry food left. We will go back tomorrow." Sui Yu had no objection. As night fell, Zhao Shiping spread hay in the leeward side of the boulder. He brought the camels, and the 2 camels lay down. He hugged Sui Yu and slept next to the camels. The wind blew at night, and the wind was full of sand. The camels blocked the way, and the yellow sand mixed in the wind fell down. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping didn't lose anything. When the sky was slightly bright, a thick layer of sand accumulated on the camels. The 2 camels woke up and took their hooves to get up. As soon as they moved, Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu woke up instantly. The couple skillfully lifted the wolf's skin and ran away. The camels shook their fur, and the sand flew. Sui Yu yawned. She pulled open her sleeves and rubbed her eyes with her wrists, and saw that a pile of sand under the camel had buried its hooves. She looked at the uneven mound not far away and said, "Such a strong wind. No wonder it can cut the mound into this. Maybe hundreds of years ago, this was a mountain, and the wind flattened the mountain and cut it into pieces. Over time, it formed the Gobi Desert." "Where is the soil?" Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu stamped her feet and said, "You turn over the sand. Maybe there is a thick layer of soil underneath." "I'm just full." Zhao Shiping carried her with one hand, and put her on the camel's back with a shoulder. "Here. It's cold in the morning. Put on the wolf's skin. We're going back." The hay spread on the sand was rolled up. The sand was shaken off and put on the camel's back, and then a bow and arrow were slung over. Zhao Shiping turned over and jumped on the camel's back. A whistle sounded, and the camels walked into the Gobi Desert. The 2 men and 2 camels soon disappeared. The brown wild sparrows that had built their nests in the mounds flew down after the hoofbeats disappeared, searching for fallen fried rice in the sand. 12 days later, 2 camels walked out from the other end of the Gobi Desert. One of the camels ran westwards, familiar with the route, and the other camel followed. There is a river in the west, Zhao Shiping said. I heard that this river is the river under the Great Wall. The stream winding through the desert has a gentle flow, probably related to the dry season. The water in the river is almost dry. Sui Yu crossed the river. She looked sideways to the west. Her vision was blocked. The end of the river seemed to be cut off by the protruding Gobi Desert. The river may be bypassed, or it may be changed into an underground river. She thought it was no wonder that the merchants did not choose to follow the river, probably because the detour was too far. There was a sudden sound of hooves in the east, and the camel drinking water raised its head. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping looked over there together. There was a lot of smoke and dust in the east, and it seemed that there were many people coming. It's already mid-February? A caravan is coming so soon? They must be the Han merchants who came last winter. Sui Yu muttered to herself. The camel herd that caused such a big commotion showed its shape, but there was no commercial goods on their backs, and they did not enter the Gobi Desert, but came westward. It's the camel harnessing people, Zhao Shiping said. The early-born camels probably give birth in February or March. If you find a wild camel herd at this time, the baby camels are just born, and the mother camels are rarely willing to abandon them. If you catch the baby camels, you can kidnap the mother camels. Are you here to harness camels too? The leading man asked loudly. Without waiting for Zhao Shiping to answer, another man looked at Sui Yu and said, It's you. Are you planning to harness camels and take them home to raise? Sui Yu recognized the man who sold camels in the East Market. She looked at Zhao Shiping and asked loudly, We just arrived today. Can we go with you? The camels they brought went to the river to drink water, while the men walked further away, carrying empty water bags to fill them with water. The man selling camels in the East Market walked towards Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping and said, My last name is Wan. You can just call me Lao Wan. You said you also want to go to lasso camels? You only brought 2 bows? No lassos? What about salt bricks and bean pods for bait? We didn't know we had to prepare these. This is our first time here. Zhao Shiping spoke. He looked at Sui Yu and said, Why don't we go back to Human Pass again and prepare everything? Sui Yu nodded. She said to Lao Wan, Then you go first. Okay. I told you to buy my little camel a long time ago. Why do you have to come here to suffer this? Lao Wan saw the camel brought by Sui Yu. He walked over to take a look and said, Is this what you bought? It's well raised. It's been 5 or 6 years. As he said that, he leaned over to look at the camel's belly. There was no milk. It looked like it had never given birth. Has the camel been in heat? Lao Wan asked. Zhao Shiping was unsure. He looked at Sui Yu, who was even less clear. Why don't I trade 2 camels with you? You can take the female camels of good age into the desert. If you encounter a male camel in heat, it will be like 2 virgins breaking into a bandit's den. If you can't escape, you too might die. Lao Wan wanted to use the female camels to lure a few male camels back. He patted his mount and said, I'll give you some of the news. Bean pods and salt bricks. You 2 can go with us. Sui Yu looked at Zhao Shiping, who nodded slightly and said, But you still have to give us some dry food. The dry food we brought may not be enough. You 2 are not here to trap camels. You are clearly here to die. Lao Wan muttered to himself. He went to discuss with someone. A dozen people each shared some dry food and put together a bag. He threw some dry food over and told them, If you encounter a male camel in heat, especially one with a deflated hump, run as far as you can. Camels will eat people. Sui Yu accepted the advice and thanked Lao Wan. After filling the water bag with water and waiting for the camels to drink enough water, the group crossed the stream and stepped into the desert to look for wild camels. Chapter 123 Desert Tracking. Unlike the wild camels Zhao Shiping saw drinking water by the river before, this time a group of people walked blindly in the desert, judging whether there were wild camels passing by recently based on hoof prints, camel feces, and traces of hay being gnawed in the desert. Sui Yu watched their movements carefully. These people came to the desert at least once a year, and their walking experience accumulated through years of exploration was exactly what she lacked. Have you ever walked empty-handed? She asked Lao Wan. Of course. There will always be a time when dry food and clean water will run out. And there will also be times when we are unlucky enough to encounter wolves. Wolves can get rid of them, but dry food and clean water cannot. Before that, we have to leave the desert. Either return empty-handed or replenish food and water before entering the desert. Lao Wan patted the sand on his hands and said, Don't think that we make money by selling camels. In fact, it is very hard. Suiyu nodded and said, when it comes to money, nothing is easy. I run a food store now. I am busy every day. I go out early and come back late. I go out before dawn and go back after dark. Making food is a hard job. Lao Wan agreed. Which street is the food store? What food do you sell? Someone else asked. In Minxiang. The Minxiang where merchants and travelers gather. Do you know it? Suiyu asked. I know. Of course I don't know. We took the camels back to train them and sold them to the caravans. A young man spoke up, driving his camel closer, looking at Suiyu and smiling. What kind of food do you make? Sister-in-law? We'll go and take care of your business someday. Zhao Shiping drove his camel between the two of them, frowned and looked over, and said, we sell soup noodles, flatbreads, and buns. Lao Wan narrowed his eyes and asked, I seem to have heard of this food shop. The husband of the lady in the food shop is a captain in the army? Is it you? Zhao Shiping nodded. It's me. Others looked over when they heard the voice. They exchanged glances, and their previous contemptuous attitude was restrained, and they no longer looked at Suiyu with sneaky eyes. Real people don't show their faces. Lao Wan smiled and bowed. He looked at Suiyu and bowed to her again. He became a captain's wife and still came out to do business. He is a smart and capable person. Suiyu glanced at Zhao Shiping. When the two fell behind, she said, when I open the shop, can you also sit by and watch? He was just provoking me. Zhao Shiping was a little angry. Okay. I'll stay away from them. Suiyu didn't see it. She touched her face and muttered. My face is wrinkled by the wind and sand. What's good about it? Zhao Shiping looked at her and thought. Where is the wrinkle? Anyway, he didn't see it. It was already afternoon when we entered the desert. We walked and stopped, and it felt like we hadn't walked far when it got dark. However, the camel harnessing people didn't stop just because it was dark. They sat on the camels' backs, ate dry food, and continued to walk in the direction they had decided, until the bright moon rose above their heads and the wind blew in the desert. The group began to look for a place to rest. It's dry this year, and there will be sandstorms in the desert again in spring. Lao Wan walked to the back of the sand dune and sat down, spreading the grass while saying, if we can't harness a camel this time, we won't have a chance this year. Suiyu took out the water bag to drink water. She looked at the desert under the moonlight and asked with her head tilted, are there camel groups in the desert on the other side of the Gobi Desert? Yes. Most people there use camels for transportation. Zhao Shiping spread the hay and called her to sleep over. He slept on the outside to block her. Suiyu leaned over to his ear and told him a number, and asked, is this money enough to buy 7 or 8 acres of wasteland? There are dense houses in Minxiang, and I may have to buy 4 large mansions to build an inn, let alone whether I have enough money. People may not be willing to sell. Suiyu had never seen a tall building since she came to this dynasty. Even the post station only had the corner tower with stairs. Moreover, there were few mature trees in Dunhuang. If she built an inn, she could not build it high, but could only build it big to accommodate as many people and camels as possible. So she chose the location in the wilderness where no one lived. The land price there was cheap and the land was wide. She could build any house she wanted after buying 7 or 8 acres of land. I'll ask you when I get back. Zhao Shiping pulled up the wolf's skin and covered it, saying, go to sleep quickly. Aren't you tired? At home, she was devoted to the business in the shop. She was still worried about the life and death of others after running around for nearly a month. She went into the desert to catch camels without waiting for a rest. Her body was running around, but her mind was still thinking about building an inn. Zhao Shiping secretly sighed. He was not much older than Suiyu, so why didn't he have the energy she did? By the way, she had been thinking about crossing the desert to Daweizi to seek wealth. The idea really came to her at any time. The sand fell on the wolf's skin, like water drops hitting the body. Disturbed by the sound, everyone couldn't sleep well, and dared not sleep well. Almost every hour, they had to get up to shake off the sand on the wolf's skin and observe the wind direction. If the wind direction changed, a group of people had to move to avoid being buried by the yellow sand. When it got light, the wind weakened. Lao Wan and his friends quickly packed up their things. The group divided into 6 directions to push away the yellow sand to find the traces of the camels. Suiyu pulled Zhao Shiping away, and the couple searched in the fine yellow sand. The wind blew last night. and any traces on the ground were blown away and buried. After searching for half an hour, the group walked farther and farther in their own directions. Swayu sat on the yellow sand and looked at the big pit dug in front of him. At the bottom of the pit was a small leaf grass, which looked dead. When it was twisted and broken, juice flowed out. And then it was judged that it was still alive. Maybe it was originally this ugly. Smelling the grass juice, 2 camels ran over. Swayu pinched the small leaf grass in half and divided it equally between her 2 camels. She patted her, but and stood up, sighing blankly. When will this be found? Can't you hold on? Still want to cross the desert and the plateau to make a fortune in Dewezi? Zhao Shiping was weird, afraid that she was still thinking about it. He took the opportunity to try to dispel that unreliable idea. Swayu suddenly lost her strength. She glanced at the man and said stubbornly, "Who said I can't hold on? I still have strength. I don't need you to look for me next time. Just watch." Zhao Shiping really just crossed his arms and watched. She was digging and turning in the yellow sand with her, but sticking out. He covered his mouth and nose and looked at her from a distance of 2 or 3 steps. And his eyes swept over her, as if they were real. Swayu was so angry that she grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at her. Zhao Shiping quickly stepped back, looked at the sand on the ground, and raised his eyebrows to tease her. Swayu choked, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bow hanging on the camel's hump. She ran over in 2 steps, holding the bow arm and chasing the dog thing. "Don't run." Zhao Shiping kept walking and said happily, "You want to beat me, but you won't let me run? Are you stupid or am I stupid?" The couple chased each other in the soft desert. People nearby heard the noise and looked over. They felt bad. What the hell did they do? They were all here to harness camels. They were suffering. But the other 2 were laughing. Zhao Shiping climbed up a sand dune, and Swayu followed closely behind him. She leaned on her bow arm and panted, saying, "I don't want to play anymore. I'm so tired." Looking down from a high place, the smooth arc makes people want to slide down. Zhao Shiping looked up. To the west was the desert. To the north was the snow-capped mountains. And to the south was the endless Gobi Desert. He turned sideways to the east and said, "Let's go back. If you want to raise camels, just buy them." Swayu knew that he was taking her into consideration. If he was afraid of hardship and fatigue, he would not have come to the desert alone to catch camels 2 years ago. She shook her head and said, "No. It would be a pity to leave now. Don't offend Lao Wan and others. They have to make money by catching camels to support their families. Put yourself in her shoes. When she was setting up a stall to do business, if Zhao Xiaomi was tired and gave up, even if she could understand, she would subconsciously stay away from such people." He agreed to it simply, but ran away when there was trouble. Who likes to deal with such people? Let's keep looking. We'll find it eventually. Swayu bent down and sat down. With a kick of her feet, she quickly slid down the sand dune. "Are you stupid? Your pants are worn out." Zhao Shiping shouted loudly. Swayu didn't hear it. The wind whistled past her ears. Her body flew into the air and fell. When she reached a smooth place, she collapsed on the yellow sand and enjoyed the excitement of sliding down from a height. "Are your pants torn?" Zhao Shiping was still worried about this. Swayu touched her, but with her backhand, and put her hand into the sand. She felt a hard round lump. She took it out, and saw that it was camel dung. It was dry, and it looked like it had been there for some time. "I found camel dung." She got up and shouted loudly, "Lao Wan, I found camel dung. It's dry. A herd of camels should have passed by 5 or 6 days ago." Hearing the noise, the person came running. Zhao Shiping also ran down the dune. He almost fell down. He couldn't stop at the bottom, and ran 2 more meters before stopping. Swayu pinched the camel dung, and showed it to him like a black pearl, with a smug look on her face. With a smile on her face, Zhao Shiping ran a few steps, and walked over. He bent down to check her pants. Fortunately, they were not worn out. "It's really a good thing for a fool." He patted her. "Don't touch me. Be careful of the impact." Swayu warned him. People who were nearby arrived, and Swayu handed over the camel dung and said, "Look, has it been 5 or 6 days? I found it here. This is the windward slope of the sand dune. It should have been 5 or 6 days ago that a camel defecated here. And then the wind blew, and the yellow sand buried the dung. Last night, the wind blew, and the yellow sand blew away, and this pile of camel dung was exposed. You know a lot. Lao Wan ran over. He looked at the camel dung and dug it up along the place where Sui Yu pointed. There was a whole pile of camel dung underneath, which was not blown by the wind and sand. Sand retains moisture, and camel dung buried in the sand dries more slowly than in the sun. This camel dung was left at least 7 days ago. The bearded man who arrived later broke open the camel dung and rubbed it. He handed it to Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping and said, "Look, have you found anything?" Sui Yu glanced at it again and again, shook his head and said, "I can't see it. This is the residue of branches. This camel must have eaten branches or roots in a day or two. There are trees near Yumen Pass in the east, and the fewer shrubs there are as we go west. So we don't need to look east. It's too cold to go north, and the newborn camels can't stand it, so they won't go north. Next, we will go southwest, taking care of both sides. We will definitely catch up with them if we chase them for a few more days. This is to teach them." Zhao Shiping bowed his hands to thank him and asked, "What's his name?" "My last name is Wan, and my name is Wan Qingshan. I'm his uncle." Wan Qingshan pointed at Lao Wan. "Uncle Wan," Zhao Shiping shouted. "Then let's go after him now. The longer we delay, the longer the distance will be." Seeing him say this, Wan Qingshan gave up the idea of persuading him to leave with Sui Yu. The group rode camels in the southwest direction, and they were busy traveling except sleeping. After walking for another 2 days, there were more camel dung left in the desert, which proved that the direction of pursuit was correct, and the group sped up. On the 5th day, there was more camel dung in the wind, and in the evening, there was suddenly a smell of blood in the wind. Following the smell of blood, they saw a female camel giving birth. Chapter 124 Hypocrisy. The camel herd discovered the people who were chasing them. The female camels were giving birth, and the other camels were extremely alert. The male camels came to drive them away, and the female camels continued to move forward with their calves. Wan Qingshan waved his hand, and the group led by him retreated quietly. The camels stayed where they were, and they looked at the male camels that were walking towards them with a wheezing sound. Sui Yu's eyes moved away from the male camel. She looked at the camel herd that was walking away. The female camels that had given birth walked and stopped, and neighed in pain from time to time. After reaching a sand dune, the camel herd stopped. 5 wild male camels walked to the herd of more than a dozen domesticated camels, and sniffed them one by one. The female camels, or male camels, that were not old enough were uneasy to step on their hooves, and took the initiative to avoid them. Only 7 female camels stayed where they were, raised their tails, and looked at the male camels, including the 2 camels that Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping rode. The crowd walked and retreated, and stopped only when they were a mile away from the camel herd. Wan Qingshan stared at the distance intently and whispered, "Wait one more night. When it's dawn, you call your camels away, and leave the 5 male camels here." Sui Yu retracted his gaze and said, "Will the female camel that gave birth be affected? It's probably born by dawn." Wan Qingshan looked over and said, "When you lead the male camel away, walk far away, and don't stay with Zhao Qianhu, so as not to be caught up by the male camel. When it's done, the female camel that gave birth will be given to you, and the baby will be given to you too." Sui Yu looked at Zhao Shiping and nodded in agreement. Next, everyone lay in the desert to recuperate, listening to the camels calling not far away and the smelly wind blowing. Half of the people kept watch, and the other half fell asleep. At midnight, 2 shifts took turns. Those who had slept for 2 or 3 hours woke up to keep watch, and the other group went to sleep. The clouds above the desert were thin, and the light of the stars and the moon dispelled the darkness of the night. The desert was covered with a bright light, and the scattered camels in the distance were vaguely visible. Sui Yu chewed the dry bean cake, and her cheeks were sore after chewing a bite of the cake. She rubbed her face and tried to soften the dry bean dregs with saliva. She sat up and looked not far away. The 7 female camels seemed to lie down, and the 5 male camels stood by, snorting from time to time, or rubbing around the female camels. "What's going on?" she asked in a low voice. The camel dealer not far away looked over and said nothing. Sui Yu chewed the bean dregs twice, and she realized belatedly that although camels were livestock, they were involved in estrus and mating, and they probably didn't want to talk about it with a woman, so as not to let Zhao Shiping misunderstand. At this time, the sound of young camels suddenly rang out in the dark night. 5 male camels looked in the direction of the sound. 2 male camels gave up courting and went west to the sand dunes to see the situation of the camel group. "Are they leaving?" Lao Wan stood up. looked at the sky, and said anxiously, "We have to wait for another hour or two, and then we can act at dawn. The female camels have just given birth and are exhausted. They should not leave." Suiyu whispered, "Why don't we retreat a little further? They will feel that the thread has weakened, and may stay for another hour or two." Wan Qingshan woke up at this time. He pinched his eyebrows, and said after waking up, "Wake up everyone and retreat half a mile." When people moved, several underage camels foraging in the desert followed them. 7 female camels stood up, and the 3 male camels, who were reluctant to leave, took the opportunity to ride on them. Suiyu was watching it, and the other camel dealers looked at her jokingly. They were quite surprised to see that she was not ashamed. Like a silly girl, Zhao Shiping pulled Suiyu away and muttered, "Keep your eyes open. We are outside." "Pretentious," Suiyu snorted. They retreated a little further, and it was the darkest time of the night, so they could not see the movements of the camels in the distance, and could only hear the sounds. Time became unbearable. Some people pretended to sleep, and some people hurried away. Zhao Shiping cursed, and he led Suiyu away, saying angrily, "You are really like a beast." Suiyu didn't say anything. If Zhao Shiping hadn't been with her, and there was a woman with no power, no influence, and no backing in the team, those people would probably have flirted with her. She sat on his back, looking at the crescent moon in the sky, thinking about how to avoid being coveted or verbally teased by fellow merchants, escorts, and men from other countries if she wanted to form a caravan or follow a foreign caravan. Apart from the fact that she was dressed as a man, the noise of the camels mating became louder and louder, and a few low panting sounds of men came in the wind. They were all experienced, and Suiyu knew it. Lao Wan scolded, and the panting stopped. Suiyu grabbed Zhao Shiping's clenched hand and said, "Just this once. I will never join any team with more men in the future." Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. Suiyu fell into deep thought. This was the first time she seriously considered forming a caravan. She had just mentioned that she wanted to go to the other side of the desert. She had the idea of taking action, but didn't have the motivation to go far. Tonight, she thought more and more, and suddenly had the idea of forming a women's caravan, or a caravan with more women. But this idea seemed to be more difficult to implement than forming a caravan. She had no relatives to help her, and no like-minded close friends. Where could she find so many women? Suiyu sighed tiredly. Zhao Shiping tilted his head and asked silently what was wrong. "It's okay. It's okay. I just think it's too difficult for women to walk in this world." Suiyu held his hand and twisted her knuckles over and over again. She looked up at the night sky and asked mysteriously, "Do you think there are people in the sky?" Zhao Shiping couldn't say for sure. On the night when he was resting on the battlefield, he looked at the sky and thought about it. At that time, he thought there was no one in the sky. If there were people, they should be gods. But why didn't gods care about the suffering on the earth? They didn't care about man-made disasters, but also natural disasters. "I don't think there are, but many people of the older generation said there were. And I don't know," he said. Amid the murmurs, the night sky turned blue, and the sky was about to dawn. Zhao Shiping and Suiyu went to a high place to see that the 2 male camels that returned to the camel herd last night had left the camel herd again, and the 5 male camels were fighting fiercely. Not every female camel can react quickly after receiving the scent left by a male camel. So these 5 male camels will fight with each other to prove their strength in order to compete for the favor of females and attract the attention of female camels. Wan Qingshan whistled, and the 9 camels that were kneeling and resting stood up and walked over. The camel dealer took off the noose hanging on their backs. "I'm going over there too. You can find a place to hide yourself." Zhao Shiping was not worried about Suiyu. She loved to show off, but she was clear-headed and would not do anything to hurt herself. He gave instructions and strode over. Suiyu saw Lao Wan pat him and handed Zhao Shiping a bundle of ropes. The 10 men walked away in different directions. 5 of them took ropes, and 5 of them took salt bricks and bean pods. Bean pods are made by frying beans and then cutting them into pieces, then mixing them with the residue of sesame oil and kneading them into balls. This smell is fragrant to begin with, and after being smoked over a fire, the fragrance becomes even more tempting. The wind carried the fragrance far away, and the wild camels behind the sand dunes, the immature camels who were watching the mating of male and female camels, and the female camels that had not yet gone into battle, all moved at the smell. When the whistle sounded, the owners of the domesticated camels whistled to call their camels. Sui Yu heard someone calling the camels names, and she looked at her 2 female camels, thinking about giving them names when she returned. After a night of tossing and turning last night, the female camels had not eaten or drunk anything, and had not rested. When the whistle sounded, and they smelled the tempting aroma of beans, they subconsciously wanted to eat. They all shook off the male camels and ran towards people. The male camel chased after her relentlessly. Sui Yu witnessed how terrifying the mad camel was. It foamed at the mouth, drooled, and its warm eyes were straight. With its huge body and rapid running speed, it was more terrifying than a mad dog. Lao Wan threw away the roasted beans and salt bricks. He took the rope thrown by Zhao Shiping. The 2 of them ran away with one end each. When the 2 female camels came to lick the salt bricks, the 2 rushed towards the mad male camel. Sui Yu stared nervously. She realized that the men who tried to trip the male camel were carrying bows and arrows. This was to shoot them to save their lives if they failed to trip the male camel. The rope was straightened, and the male camel ran at an unimpeded speed. A pile of meat hit the rope. The 2 people pulling the rope quickly relaxed their strength, but they were still knocked to the ground by the force of the camel. Pull! Lao Wan gritted his teeth and shouted. The 2 men who were kneeling in the sand quickly stood up and backed away. Zhao Shiping and Lao Wan were dragged by the camel, and had to struggle to trip the camel's legs. The male camel changed its route and ran towards Lao Wan. Lao Wan pulled a rope in a circle. A man who had seized the opportunity not far away threw the noose vigorously, and the noose fell accurately on the camel's neck. The camel turned its head to chew the rope, taking advantage of the fact that it had no time to take care of its hooves. Zhao Shiping and Lao Wan pulled the rope and ran towards it. The rope circled around the 4 hooves, and the 2 of them retreated with all their strength. The camel was restrained from top to bottom, and its 4 hooves were unstable. It fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust more than 1 person high. 5 wild male camels fell to the ground one after another, and a group of people rushed up, some with necks and some with hooves. The wild camel herd in the distance saw this, and hurriedly fled. The female camel that had just given birth last night looked at the cub that could not run yet, kept arching it with her head, and wailed at the running herd from time to time. Sui Yu slid down the sand dune. She picked up the salt bricks thrown on the ground, picked up the bag of bean pods and bean cakes, led her own camel, and approached the female camel that was reluctant to escape. 5 male camels were knocked down, and the men rode on camels to chase the wild camels with their calves. Zhao Shiping whistled at Sui Yu, and Sui Yu waved his hand, and he followed. Before approaching the female camel protecting her calves, it grunted and pawed its hooves, panting and threatening Sui Yu not to approach. Sui Yu threw the salt bricks, bean pods and bean cakes over, and stood far away, not approaching it. The first time she saw a newborn camel calf, Sui Yu found that it had no humps, not even one, and its back was flat. The domestic camel stretched its neck to ask Sui Yu for food. Sui Yu took out a piece of dry and hard bean cake from her pocket and handed it to her. She felt it was hard on her teeth when she ate it, but the camel chewed it 2 or 3 times, and it went into its stomach. Sui Yu gave it another piece and said to the female camel that twitched its nose, "Eat it quickly. It smells delicious. Come back with me. I won't kill you. You can use your labor to exchange for fodder, clean water and a shed, which is better than living in the wild." The female camel licked the salt brick. It was stunned for a moment, stretched out its tongue to lick a few more times, and then turned to look for the bean balls and bean cakes that fell in the yellow sand. After a night of giving birth, it was exhausted and could not escape even if it abandoned its cub. Suddenly, the 2 camels stopped eating and looked down the dune. Sui Yu turned her head and saw a male camel biting off the rope and standing up. It was running in this direction. Who tied the rope? Damn it! Sui Yu cursed in a low voice. She untied the rattan bough from the camel's reins, took out an arrow, quickly climbed up the dune, and slid down in another direction. The female camel with the cub took the opportunity to push the cub to run in another direction, walked 2 steps, and came back to take the salt brick. Chapter 125 Official Slaves. The domesticated female camel looked in the direction where Sui Yu ran away, and it took a few quick steps to pick up the bean pods that the camel with its calf had missed. The mad male camel ran straight to where it was. Sui Yu took a detour to the back of the camel, and she pulled the leather string to release the arrow. It had been too long since she shot an arrow, so her aim was very skewed, and one arrow shot into the sand dune. She took a long breath, suppressed the pounding heartbeat in her chest, and pulled out the second arrow to shoot 5 steps away. The wooden arrow and the iron arrow flew out repeatedly, and Swayu picked them up again. She stood there and practiced the feel quickly. The male camel that chased past rode on the back of the female camel, and Swayu quietly approached. She took a detour to the east and walked to the side in front of the 2 camels. She pulled out an iron arrow and put it on the bow and arrow, pulled the leather string, and aimed the arrow at the neck of the male camel. The sun's rays fell on the iron arrowhead, flashing a dazzling light. Swayu repeatedly adjusted the angle before releasing the leather string. She took a deep breath and puffed it into her chest, tightened her arms, and did not waver, aimed at the target, and shot the iron arrow out. The arrowhead did not penetrate the camel's flesh, and it screamed in pain, but it was reluctant to run away. Swayu put down the bow and arrow and shot it in the neck. Unless the camel has 2 lives, it can't escape. She walked away, climbed a sand dune, and stared at the 2 camels behind another sand dune from a distance. The blood flowed down and dyed the yellow sand red. The female camel. Yes, the female camel. Swayu watched in panic. The female camel that gave birth dragged the baby south. She gave up guarding the male camel that was still romantic under the peony flowers and turned to chase the other one big and one small. The baby camel walked slowly. Once it fell, it would take a lot of time to stand up again. No matter how hurried the female camel was, there was nothing she could do. She could only keep arching it with her head, smelling the blood in the wind and hearing the movements of hunters in the distance. It watched Swayu chasing after it. The male camel that was shot by an arrow fell to the ground. Swayu and the female camel with a baby turned their heads to look over. Swayu turned her head and walked forward. The female camel looked at her and suddenly stopped moving. The baby camel went to the mother camel's belly to suck milk, and the mother camel lowered its head to lick the salt brick. Swayu approached breathlessly. She took out 2 pieces of bean cakes to bribe the sensible camel and said, "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. You have also seen other domesticated camels. They follow people to eat and drink well, and they are reluctant to leave it all." The mother camel ate 2 pieces of bean cakes and stood still to feed the camel baby in her belly. Swayu stood aside and waited until the camel calf, covered in yellow sand, had eaten its fill. She took out another bean cake to tempt it to eat. She stretched out her hand every few steps and said, "Do you want to eat? Follow me." The mother camel moved her hooves, and the calf followed tremblingly behind her. Swayu led them back. After walking 2 or 3 feet, she broke off half a bean cake and threw it to it. After spending 2 bean cakes, she led the 2 camels, one big and one small, to another sand dune. The mother camel knelt down and rested. The camel calf curled up beside it, looking at Swayu with clear eyes. Swayu went to find the water bag and dry food left by the men, and observed the 4 male camels that fell to the ground from a distance. Their 4 hooves were knotted, and the ropes on their necks were entangled with the ropes on their hooves. She couldn't figure out how the camel bit through the ropes and escaped. To ensure that the 4 camels would not escape again, Swayu took away a water bag and a notched water bowl. The bowl was used to feed water to the camels. She poured half a bowl of water and placed it not far from the mother camel. Hearing the sound of water, the camel got up, walked over and drank all the water, then looked at Swayu again. Swayu poured it another half bowl, whistled at his own camel, and poured a bowl of water for the tired camel. After the 2 camels finished drinking the water, they fell to the ground to rest. Swayu climbed up a sand dune and looked into the distance. There was thick smoke in the west. It was the men driving the camels back. Camels are docile most of the time. The male camels with fierce tempers have been captured. As long as the other camels are cut off from their retreat, intimidated and given some sweet treats, they will give up resistance after being driven for a while. When the sun rose to the top of the head, the men arrived at the dune where Swayu was standing, returning with a full load. They all looked excited. But when they smelled the strong smell of blood, the excitement on their faces slowly subsided. "What happened?" Xiao Shiping asked. Swayu pointed at the dead camel lying on the ground and said, "Someone, come and identify who tied up this camel. It actually bit the rope off. If it weren't for my camel, I wouldn't have been able to escape." "Impossible." Wan Qingshan's first reaction was that it was impossible. "The people I brought with me are all experienced masters. It's impossible for them to fail in tying up the camel. You can see for yourself. I didn't touch anything else except shooting the camel to death." Sui Yu looked at the dozen people under the sand dune and said, I'm curious about who has bad intentions. Everyone left in a flash, leaving me with a crazy wild camel. Not that. Not that. Old One said. We have no grudges, so we wouldn't do that. Wan Xingshan went to check in person. The rope that tied the camel was indeed bitten off by the camel. There was a circle of abrasions on the camel's neck, but the knot was not broken. It can only be that there was a problem with the binding method, which allowed the camel's neck to move. It's not that I intentionally harmed people, but it's true that my method was problematic. Wan Xingshan admitted it frankly. He pointed to the camel group and said, I discussed with Captain Zhao on the way. In addition to the camel that gave birth, he can take another one. The male camel escaped because of my mistake in arrangement. So, the camel you shot dead is yours. And you can pick another camel. The camel was dead and difficult to move. Sui Yu didn't want it. She pointed to 2 young and strong wild camels in the camel group and said, I choose these 2 camels. You have more people, and it's convenient to move. The dead camel belongs to you. In this way, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping can share 5 camels. Wan Xingshan felt painful, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed. The dead camel's legs were removed. The head was chopped off, and the internal organs were thrown away. Wan Xingshan and his men carried the camel meat and tied it on the camel's back. Sui Yu walked over and picked up the intestines with a wooden arrow, and asked, You don't want these? Lao Wan waved his hand. There was nothing to put them in, so these internal organs had to be discarded. Sui Yu took an old piece of clothing to put the intestines and liver in. She handed these things to Zhao Shiping and whispered, It's not hot now, so it shouldn't stink when we return to Human Pass. Then we can cook them in a pot and take them home to eat. Zhao Shiping followed her wishes. The team was about to leave. He helped her sit on the camel and praised her. Your archery skills are good. Sui Yu felt a little guilty, as she had already lost her skills. The baby camel that was born last night was also carried on the camel's back. Sui Yu held her son, and the female camel followed her closely. Some people drove the camels in front and walked away. The rest of the people untied the ropes that tied the hooves, and both ropes were put on the necks of the male camels. One person held a rope and dragged the 4 camels south. The sun set and it got dark, but the people on the road kept on driving the camels to continue their night journey. After a night of rest, at dawn, Lao Wan took out some of the salt bricks and bean cakes he brought to feed the camels, and then gave a bag of water. Each camel licked 2 or 3 times, and continued to travel without being hungry. The little camel landed to drink milk, and Sui Yu dozed on the hump. On the road again, Sui Yu held the little camel and led the mother camel that had given birth, and she would take a nap from time to time. Zhao Shiping rode a camel and watched her to prevent her from falling. Lao Wan and Wan Xingshan whispered for a while, and the 2 of them pulled the reins to slow down. When Zhao Shiping's camel caught up, Lao Wan scratched his head and whispered, Captain Zhao, I'm sorry. Although nothing was explained, the 3 of them knew what he was apologizing for. Zhao Shiping kept a straight face and didn't say anything. I will control them well in the future. They are all people who deal with livestock. A bunch of low-class people. Captain Zhao, don't bother with them, Wan Xingshan said. I know these people. Don't show up in Sui Yu's shop in the future, Zhao Shiping said. Uncle Wan, thank you for your concern. If you can't control them well, I will find someone to help. Wan Xingshan nodded and bowed his hand to apologize. Sui Yu heard it, but she didn't open her eyes. After the uncle and nephew of the Wan family left, she pretended to continue dozing off. On the way to Exile, she knew that some men were worse than animals. When she arrived at the brothel, this cognition was further aggravated. It was her luck that Zhao Shiping had good character, but not everyone was like him. After this, face showed a good color. She was mentally prepared when she went to the street to set up a stall. In the past, Sui Yu protected her, and now Zhao Shiping protected her. Sui Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little sour and a little warm in her heart. After another day and night of trekking in the desert, the people and the camels were tired. They kept traveling half hungry and half full, and fed a little when they were about to go crazy with hunger. The resistance was blocked one after another, and the wild camels gradually got used to it. When they arrived at the stream running through the desert, people and camels all ran down to drink water. After drinking enough, they filled their water bags with water, and some people stared at the camels to find food. Sui Yu walked to the ditch to wash the camel intestines. A little camel came to lie down beside her. This little camel stayed in her arms for a day and 2 nights, and was very dependent on her. Captain Zhao, we are about to leave. Do you want to go together or rest for a while? Lao Wan came over and asked. Zhao Shiping got up to pick the camels and said, You go first. We will rest for a while. Okay. Lao Wan's purpose was this. Since they were not happy, it would be better for them to go their separate ways. 3 young and strong female camels were driven out of the camel herd, and Wan Qingshan and his group drove the remaining camels ahead. The 3 camels wheezed in the direction of the herd's departure. Zhao Shiping took out a handful of bean stalks to feed them, and said to Sui Yu, We should leave too. Sui Yu agreed. She soaked the blood-stained clothes in water and rubbed them twice. Then put the liver and intestines in her pocket, and continued on her way. The little camel lay on the big camel's back. Its mother might be used to it, and no longer stared at it. The female camel with a cub walked with the other 3 camels. After a day's journey, the city wall of Yumen Pass appeared in front of them. There were scattered villages outside the city. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping went there to stay overnight, and bought 2 bundles of bean stalks and a pot of radish for the 6 big camels. This was the first time that the 4 wild camels had eaten so well. The next day, Zhao Shiping bought a bag of radishes from the old farmer. With this bag of radishes hanging on them, the 4 wild camels no longer had any resistance and followed the 2 of them back to Dunhuang. When they left Dunhuang, it was not yet the Lantern Festival. When they returned, it was already the end of February. The city was very busy, with merchants and travelers coming and going, and the sound of hawking was endless. On the way home with their camels, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping were stopped by a caravan. They wanted to buy the camels brought back by the couple, but Sui Yu refused without hesitation. When they got home, Zhao Shiping found that the door was bolted from the inside. He knocked on the door and shouted, Xiaomi, come and open the door. The door opened, but it was a strange face who opened it. Zhao Shiping quickly stepped back. He looked around, and it was his home. Whose home is this? Sui Yu asked. The woman who opened the door said hesitantly, This is the home of Captain Zhao. Excuse me, are you the master and his wife? Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu looked at each other, and chose to go in first. After entering, they found that there were 3 more servants in the house. A woman and her 2 sons. Captain Chu sent someone to bring us here. The 3 of us, mother and son, are official slaves. We worked on the ranch before. We also asked the captain and his wife to keep us at home to serve. Mrs. Yin explained, pointing to her 2 sons, and said, after the spring, they can help the captain to take care of the crops in the fields. And I, a woman, can also work in the fields. Sui Yu suddenly had an idea and asked, Can we buy and sell slaves? Are there official slaves and private slaves? Mrs. Yin nodded and explained, The indentures of official slaves are in the government, and the indentures of private slaves belong to the master's family. Sui Yu was happy. If she planned to form a women's caravan, she could buy female slaves back, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 126. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang were doing business in a shop. They were too busy to handle the business, so they only sold buns and boiled eggs for Lao Tu to sell to the caravan. After opening for 1.5 months, they made 73 coins after deducting various expenses. The 2 of them split the profits in a 30-to-70 ratio. Zhao Xiaomi could get 50 coins. Her purse was full, and she was full of energy every day. When Mrs. Yin came to call for dinner, Zhao Xiaomi was kneading dough. The delivery business was cut off, and the business was quiet in the evening. Sui Liang was eager to go home after learning that Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping had returned. But the steamer had not been washed yet. He asked Mrs. Yin to come and clean it up, and ran out. Hey! Wait for me. Zhao Xiaomi looked at the noodles in the basin, and said with a smile, Mrs. Yin, please help me knead this basin of noodles later. And when you leave, gather the firewood in the stove. Mrs. Yin agreed without hesitation. But Zhao Xiaomi was worried, so she planned to come back after dinner. The 2 ran back one after the other. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping had just come out of the bathroom. Sui Yu's face was slightly red, and there was a lazy look between her eyebrows. Sister, you are finally back. Sui Liang approached, and he raised his head happily and said, You won't go far away in the future, right? Sui Yu didn't answer. She looked at Zhao Shiping, compared her hand on Sui Liang's head, and said, Why do I feel that Liang Gur has grown taller? Or is it my illusion that I haven't seen him for too long? He has grown a little taller. He is 9 years old. In another 5 or 6 months, he will be 10 years old. It is the time for him to grow taller. Zhao Shiping motioned Sui Liang to come over. He compared it, and found that the child was as tall as his ribs, and still had a lot of growth. Third brother. Third sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaomi jumped in. You are finally back. If you don't come back, I will report to the authorities. After leaving Yumen Pass, no one will come to you even if you report to the authorities. Sui Yu smiled and said, Come and eat quickly. The food will get cold. While they were eating, Yin Po's 2 sons carried pig food and hay to the backyard to feed the livestock. Sui Yu looked outside and said, Tell me about Yin Po and her 3 sons. Did Captain Chu leave any words when he sent them over? They came on the 28th of the first lunar month. Captain Chu sent someone to bring them here. He said that 3 official slaves would be given to you. Other 1,000 households also have official slaves. Zhao Xiaomi had asked about it. She continued, In addition to official slaves, 1,000 households can also raise private slaves. Up to 30 people. How much is a private slave? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Xiaomi shook her head. She didn't know. Do you think Liang Gur and I could have redeemed them with money? Sui Yu turned her head and asked. Zhao Shiping swallowed the food in his mouth and asked, Are you official slaves or private slaves? Official slaves. Sui Yu thought about it. And the 2 people who were feeding the livestock came over. She stopped them and asked, Can official slaves be redeemed? If you pay to redeem your slave status, how much money will it cost? Gon shook his head. I haven't heard of it. You can redeem your life by buying a 30-level title. But you can redeem your slave status. Sui Yu realized it. And she shrugged at Zhao Shiping. The control of slave status is really strict. Lenient in and strict out. Sister, did you catch a camel? Sui Liang asked. Sui Yu nodded. The excuse for going out last month was to catch a camel. After all, few people knew that she had a relationship with Sui Wenin. And she didn't need to publicize it. After dinner, Sui Liang and Zhao Xiaomi went to the backyard to see the camels. After several glances, they found a little camel hiding in the corner. It had fluffy hair and no hump, and looked like a calf. Zhao Xiaomi counted them, and found that there were 9 camels in the pen, including the little camel. She wondered, Why do you keep so many camels? I want to go to the shop to take a look. Xiaomi, are you going? Sui Yu shouted from the front yard. Go! Zhao Xiaomi ran away. The 2 sisters met Yin Pozi halfway. Sui Yu didn't need her to follow and said, Go back and eat. There is rice left in the pot. Yin Pozi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The hostess was a kind person, and she and her 2 sons could live a better life. Zhao Xiaomi said that the business was too good, and complained that she was too busy. Third sister-in-law. If you didn't go out, we would make a lot more money this month. Why don't you let Yin Pozi and Gonda and Gon Air come to the shop to help? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Xiaomi smiled bitterly and whispered, How much does it cost to call someone to help? And I'm young. I'm afraid I can't do it. Due to Sui Yu's background, Zhao Xiaomi thought that the official slaves were all powerful families before their family fell into disgrace. She was just an ordinary farm girl. For her, calling slaves and maids was the life of a lady from an official family. She was timid and lacked confidence. She was polite when she ordered Yin Pozi to do things. Not as comfortable as Sui Liang. Sui Yu recalled carefully. She seemed to have the impression that slaves were expensive to buy, and they were the master's family for generations after they were bought. They were provided with food and accommodation, and did not need to pay wages or monthly wages. She suddenly thought of Sui Hui. When Sui Hui entered the mansion of Hu Jianjian, her situation was probably similar to Yin Pozi. The shop was cleaned, and the firewood pile was neatly arranged. Sui Yu and Zhao Xiaomi walked around and left without touching anything. Are you back? The old bald man came out with a bowl of rice and said, You went to catch camels? What took you so long? I didn't find a herd of wild camels when I first entered the desert. I stayed in Yumen Pass for a few days, and was about to come back. We met a team that went to catch camels. So we followed them, and went on another trip. Sui Yu explained. We had a late meal today. A caravan left at noon. My wife and I swept the floor and washed the mattress. We were busy until sunset before we came back. I was thinking of cooking 2 bowls of millet and buying some buns. But your shop is closed again. The old bald man picked up a piece of soup cake with a chopstick and stuffed it into his mouth, and asked vaguely, Will you open the shop tomorrow? Will you sell braised soup cakes? Swayu nodded. How many camels did you catch? The man opposite the shop came out and asked. 5. 4 big and 1 small. Swayu said. Oh, it's not a small amount. It's more profitable than opening a shop. Swayu smiled and said. You guys are busy. I'll go back first. Okay. Go back. Come early tomorrow morning. The old bald man said, pointing at Zhao Xiaomi and admonishing. Girl, don't forget the braised eggs. I won't forget, Zhao Xiaomi said loudly. On the way back, she whispered to Swayu the money she had earned in the past month. She said a little embarrassedly. Third sister-in-law. I'll pay for the rent for these 2 months. Swayu understood what she meant as soon as she heard it. Zhao Xiaomi was not only a helper she hired, but also her sister-in-law. So there was no need to be too serious. She didn't want any profit. So she was more generous. If you and Liang Gur didn't open a shop, the rent for these 2 months would still be paid. You two can save the money you earn, and I'll pay for the rent. No, Zhao Xiaomi insisted. Then you and Liang Gur pay the rent together. You pay 70%, and he pays 30%. Give me the rent tomorrow. Swayu patted her shoulder. When she got home, before she knocked on the door, Gonda heard the footsteps and came to open the door, saying, the master went out and hasn't come back yet. Swayu nodded. She walked into the yard and asked, where do you 3 sleep? The younger and gone heir sleep in the gatehouse to keep watch. And my mother sleeps in the ear room next to the back house. The back house is a house built by the wall between the courtyard wall and the porch. 3 steps deep and 10 steps long. Zhao Shiping used it to store livestock food. As for the ear room next to it, it was small and dark, and it was next to the road. If someone coughed while walking, they could hear it clearly from inside. Swayu remembered that the cat official liked to play inside, so she didn't lock the door. It was estimated that Yin Posey would move in when she saw him. Swayu pointed to a wing room and said, let your mother move in tomorrow. As for you and Gone Air, live in the back room. You don't have to guard the door. You two can take care of the pigs, sheep, camels and chickens. The back room is behind the backyard. There is a door leading to the livestock shed. It should be used by the previous owner to house servants. Swayu's family is small, so it has been vacant since moving in. Only the cat official would go there to catch mice. As soon as I thought of the cat official came back over the wall with a meow. When it saw Swayu, it meowed even louder, and ran towards her quickly with a mixed voice. Swayu squatted down and picked up the cat and shook it, saying, it has grown fat and become heavier. It's the beginning of spring again. Didn't you go out to find a wife? It doesn't go home every day. It only comes back at mealtime. Xiao Xiaomi complained. It only lets Sui Liang hold it. It breathes impatiently when I touch it a few times. Sui Yu laughed. She patted the cat official's butt, not judging the cat and the person. Let's go. Go back to the house and sleep. She walked to the corridor and asked, the eggs haven't been braised yet. Right. Grandma Yin will help me with the braising. Xiao Xiaomi laughed. With a servant, she didn't have to do any housework. Sui Yu turned to the kitchen to take a look. Grandma Yin was peeling eggs. She sat over to help peel. Madam, you go back to the house and rest. I can do this, Grandma Yin said. Just call me Sui Yu. What about madam? I get goosebumps when I hear it. There's no need to call yourself a slave or a little one. It's quite harsh. Sui Yu smiled. We don't have so many rules in our family. And there are no mean people. You three mothers just need to be obedient, hardworking, and have a sense of work at home. Don't talk about family matters outside, let alone play any tricks. And we won't beat or scold you, Grandma Yin said. What crime did you commit to be enlisted as a slave? Sui Yu asked. My old man went to the mountains to be a bandit, and he ran away, leaving me and my 2 children in prison, Yin Posey calmly said. But my lady, Sui Yu, Boss Sui, you don't have to be afraid. Gonda and Gone Air came here when they were in their teens. They were official slaves for 7 or 8 years and have become honest people. They are not like their father. Sui Yu nodded. And she asked again, why are some female prisoners directly locked up in the brothel? But some are not. Some male prisoners went to build the Great Wall, while others were raised to feed livestock. It depends on the severity of the crime. Those who go to build the Great Wall are prisoners and have to serve. Maybe they also saw where there was a shortage of people. When we came here, the ranch was short of people. So they sent us there. There were prisoners of war in the same batch. And the prisoners of war went to build the Great Wall. Mrs. Yin knew everything. Sui Yu was relieved. When she heard the door open, she took a basin and scooped out a basin of water. Back? Where did you go? She asked. Captain Chu heard that I was back and sent someone to call me over. Zhao Shiping strode over, entered the house and closed the door. He continued, the captain informed me that I will go to the parade ground to train soldiers from tomorrow. If the shop is too busy, you can take the family of 3 over. Training soldiers? Sui Yu picked up the cloth to wipe her face, and took a can of camel oil from the table and rubbed it, asking, is there going to be a war again? No. It's ordinary training. The garrison guarding the city, the cavalry patrolling outside the city, and the soldiers with errands all need training. Zhao Shiping glanced at her and said, apply less. It will stick to your lips when you kiss. Sui Yu glanced at him and muttered, why don't you just not kiss me? Since you are going out to train the troops, then help me find out how much it costs to buy 7 or 8 acres of wasteland. She instructed. Find out more about the price of buying a private slave? Zhao Shiping paused and asked, what do you want to buy a private slave for? Aren't the 3 at home enough for you to use? Sui Yu shook her head and said, I have other great uses. Just help me find out. Forget it. I'll find out myself. People who do business have the most information. Chapter 127 The Duty of 1,000 Households. After being away for a month and a half, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping never had a good and peaceful sleep. They laid down on the bed and fell asleep without saying a word last night. If it weren't for Mrs. Yin knocking on the door in the morning, the couple would probably sleep until dawn. Breakfast is ready. A basket of pancakes, half a pot of millet porridge, and a plate of chopped salted duck eggs and pickled radish. Sui Yu sat down and took a bowl to drink the porridge. The soup was thick and the millet was soft. Mrs. Yin must be good at cooking and has a good control of the heat. Where did the salted duck eggs come from? Zhao Shiping asked. Mrs. Sun sent it. 2 families in the military settlement have ducks that have started laying eggs. When she collected the eggs, she bought 20 eggs and sent them to us. Zhao Xiaomi looked at Sui Yu and said, I guess she was afraid that we would not need her anymore. So she said 20 eggs. I gave her money but she refused. So I didn't force her. Sister-in-law, do you think what I did is appropriate? If not, you can give her the money next time she sends eggs. Sui Yu nodded and said, forget it. She wanted to send it, so we should accept it. I also think that she feels relieved after we accepted the eggs. Zhao Xiaomi was a little proud. Am I right? Yes. Sui Yu smiled. They ate and talked. Zhao Shiping had already eaten 5 cakes and a bowl of porridge. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, I'll go first. When you leave, let Gonda take you there. Where is my 3rd brother going? Zhao Xiaomi was puzzled. Let's go to the training ground, Sui Yu said. It was still dark, and the room was still lit by oil lamps. When I walked out of the gate, there were not many people walking on the road. Zhao Shiping passed by the house of Captain Gu next door, and saw that the door was open. He asked loudly, is Captain Gu leaving? The Captain Gu, who was over 40 years old, walked out of the gatehouse. He was also tall, had a round face, and was a little fat. He looked kind. I heard that you came back last night. I guessed that you would go to the parade ground to train this morning. Captain Gu smiled and patted Zhao Shiping on the shoulder and said, being promoted to a captain is not as free and easy as being a captain of 10 men. You have to report to the captain or the captain before leaving the city. Zhao Shiping nodded and said, last night, the captain called me over and scolded me. This time I learned a lesson. When they walked to the entrance of the alley, they met 2 more captains. The 4 of them strode to the parade ground together, passing by the government office. The 4 met Captain Hu. After greeting each other with a bow, Captain Hu looked at Zhao Shiping and said, since the captain has already informed you, I will not nag you anymore. You must report to me if you leave the city for more than 3 days. Zhao Shiping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The news spread really fast. He went to the captain's house after dark last night and spent the night. His colleagues and superiors all knew about it. He bowed his hands in response. When they arrived at the parade ground, Captain Hu assigned a team of soldiers to Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping was not familiar with the training on the parade ground. He asked Captain Gu for advice and took a team of 50 garrison soldiers to run around the parade ground. It was the middle of winter in March, and the cold was still there. The mornings and evenings in the northwest were particularly cold, but Zhao Shiping ran 5 laps around the parade ground, and his innermost single clothes were already soaked with sweat. At this time, the sky was bright, and the soldiers took out their martial arts sticks to fight. Zhao Shiping had never learned these moves, so he stood aside with his hands behind his back and watched. Captain Zhao, can I practice with you? Captain Yang came over with a martial arts stick in one hand. Captain Gu came over after hearing the voice. He was curious about how Zhao Shiping would respond. This guy had a simple background. When he was a captain of 10 men, he mostly dug in the fields. He had no formal training, but his military exploits were real. The other 7 captains also came over, intending to test Zhao Shiping's bottom line. They encouraged him, Captain Zhao, give Captain Yang a warning. He usually relies on being younger than us, and often shows off his fancy kung fu to tease people. Zhao Shiping shook his head. He took the martial arts stick and said, "You are teasing me. When you were experienced in hundreds of battles, I was still fishing in the water at home. Saying that you are just showing off your fancy kung fu is just being modest." He shook the martial arts stick to feel it, and said to Captain Yang, "I have never learned proper hand and foot kung fu. Let's have a fight. If I lose, brothers and uncles, please don't laugh at me, and give me more guidance in the future." Captain Yang took a stance and said, "Don't say any more nonsense. You start first." Zhao Shiping grabbed the martial arts stick and chopped it down. One move failed, so he swept it back and swept it horizontally. The 2 martial arts sticks hit each other, and the shock made his palm numb. Seeing the soldiers practicing martial arts not far away, he changed his moves in a somewhat unfamiliar way, which was not good enough in front of Captain Yang, who knocked the martial arts stick in his hand away. The martial arts stick fell to the ground, and Captain Yang held the martial arts stick horizontally and pressed it against Zhao Shiping's chest. "Captain Zhao, compete with Captain Yang in archery." Captain Chu walked in from outside the training ground, half instructing and half teaching. "You can't stop training in archery, and you can't neglect your hand and foot skills. You should pay more attention to it in the future, and don't let me see your mediocre skills again." Zhao Shiping felt a little embarrassed, and he bowed his hand in response. Captain Chu's attendant brought 2 bows and arrows. Zhao Shiping and Captain Yang each held one. The target was already fixed. The 2 stepped back 10 steps and pulled the leather string. "Captain Yang, you first," Zhao Shiping said. Captain Yang didn't say anything. He aimed at the target and shot the arrow quickly. Zhao Shiping followed closely. The 2 arrows hit the target one after another. The arrowheads were inserted into the target. The distance was not far apart. The 2 were evenly matched. Captain Yang then looked at Zhao Shiping and suggested, "Switch to a moving target." Zhao Shiping readily agreed. He drew an arrow and pulled the leather string again to shoot it. After testing the feel, he judged the wind direction and wind force. 5 war slaves came over with targets. They were numb to such orders. They ran in the designated range with targets in their hands. The arrows brushed past their shoulders and flew down, or fell on the target. The sound of the arrows breaking through the air, and the creaking sound of the arrows inserted into the target made people tense. After shooting 5 arrows, there was a hint of blood in the air. Captain Yang accidentally shot a slave. The slave pulled out the feather arrow from his arm, and bent down to pick up the arrow that fell on the ground. "Okay." Captain Gu came over and patted Zhao Shiping, saying, 4 arrows hit the target, and 1 arrow flew down. The accuracy is not bad. Zhao Shiping glanced in the direction where the slave left and said, "It's just a little accurate in archery." Captain Yang threw down the rattan bow, said nothing, and turned away. Zhao Shiping then realized that Captain Chu and Captain, who had left without knowing when. He picked up the rattan bow and put it aside, picked up the martial arts stick, and went to practice moves with the soldiers. "Can you read?" Captain Gu asked. Zhao Shiping was surprised and said, "Does it count if I only know my own name?" "Captain Gu, I heard you speak well, and I thought you could read and write." He was a little unconvinced and asked, "Really illiterate?" "I can't read, but my wife can read." Zhao Shiping thought about it and said, "You think I speak well? Probably because I learned it from her. I didn't learn it on purpose, but I was influenced by her." Zhao Shiping was suddenly delighted. He carefully tasted what he said before, and it seemed that he was quite good, and he could also compliment people in a roundabout way. How could he understand these things before he got married? According to his mother, the words coming out of his mouth were harder than the mallet for beating clothes. The fiery red sun broke through the clouds. and the soldiers on the parade ground dispersed. Captain Gu and his men were about to leave, and Zhao Shiping chased them and asked, "What else do we have to do next? There is no war, and the martial arts training on weekdays is not intense. Only morning and evening training." Captain Gu responded, saying, "I will send my servant to call you when you come in the afternoon." Zhao Shiping thanked him, but he did not leave with him. He returned to the parade ground, picked up the martial arts stick, recalled the moves he had memorized in the morning, and trained alone on the parade ground. The sun rose higher and higher, and the coldness in the wind suddenly decreased. Zhao Shiping undressed and took off his inner jacket. He took the martial arts stick to find the old soldier who managed the bows and crossbows, and received a bow and a barrel of wooden arrows. He left the parade ground and walked east to practice archery in the wild. And he could also shoot some birds and rabbits by the way. In the west of the city, Yin Posey led a camel carrying a basket of wet clothes back. No one was at home, and the livestock were taken out to eat grass. She hung the clothes of the master's family, locked the door in a hurry, and went to the shop to help. It was after breakfast and not yet noon, and there was no one else in the shop except Sui Yu and her brother and Zhao Xiaomi, who were making dumplings. "Madam, is there anything I can do?" Mrs. Yin came in and asked. "The house is ready. What should I cook for lunch?" She was still used to calling Sui Yu madam. She had been a slave for too long, and the slave nature had been integrated into her bones and blood. She didn't dare to call the master's name. "No lunch is made at home. We eat in the shop." Sui Yu pointed to the pickled cabbage jar in the corner and said, "It has just been delivered. Take out a bowl of pickled cabbage and rinse it twice. Then put it in the dustpan to drain the water." "Hey." Mrs. Yin did it immediately. Only 4 bowls of noodles were delivered last night. After wrapping the dough, Zhao Xiaomi moved over to continue making flatbreads. Sui Yu freed up her hands to beat the egg fry stuffing, planning to add a few more flatbreads with pickled cabbage and egg stuffing for lunch. When the sun was slanting towards the roof, Zhao Shiping came over with a skinny rabbit. He went into the yard to take a look and went straight into the shop. "Sweating so much? Go wash your face," Sui Yu said. "I'm hungry. Cook me a bowl of flatbread." Zhao Shiping went out again. Sui Yu scooped 2 braised eggs and a bowl of braised dishes for him and put them on the table, saying, "You eat first. There are still steaming buns in the pot." I asked around. 8 acres of wasteland cost about 1,500 coins, and private slaves cost 2,000 coins each. Zhao Shiping first talked about her commission. "But the land cannot be bought in your name, and the land cannot be listed under your name. Do you think it should be listed under Sui Liang's name?" The steamer was emitting thick smoke, and the white mist enveloped Sui Yu, covering her expression, but could not cover the clear voice. "Why list it under Liang's name? It must be bought in your name. I will live with you for a lifetime." "Not with him. This is the hard work of our husband and wife." Zhao Shiping didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. He took a bite of the egg complacently to cover the corners of his mouth that were curled up. "I'll go collect my salary in a few days and give it to you. If you don't have enough money to build a house, use this 1,000 yuan, the man said. Sui Yu handed him 2 freshly cooked buns, sat down, turned her eyes, and said delicately, "Thank you, Captain Zhao." Zhao Shiping couldn't bear it and almost choked to death on the egg. Chapter 128 Master Qian Hu. A group of Hu merchants walked in, and Zhao Xiaomi shouted into the house, "Third sister-in-law. Guests are coming." Sui Yu came out and said, "There are steamed buns, soup, noodles, and flatbreads. Guests, please go inside. You decide whether to sit in the yard or in the house. Move out 2 tables, and we will sit in the yard to bask in the sun," the Hu merchant walking in front said. Hearing him say the word table, Sui Yu immediately realized that this was an old customer. She and Zhao Shiping lifted the table legs and moved the table out, and asked casually, "Are you coming from the west?" "From Chang'an." "Didn't the boss recognize me?" The Hu people with deep eyebrows pointed into the shop and said, "We came here last summer. There was an old man at that time. You asked us about the war in the west." Sui Yu had no impression. She smiled apologetically and said, "There are too many customers. I got it mixed up. How about this? I will give you an extra plate of braised eggs to thank you for taking care of the business. First, 2 baskets of buns, and a bowl of braised soup noodles for each person." The hungry people were impatient and ordered first, saying, "Whatever you have. Hurry up." Zhao Shiping brought 2 baskets of buns and put them on the table. The lid of the steamer was opened, and these people grabbed them directly. Sui Yu went to boil water and cook noodles, saying, "Eat your own food. There are not many people here now, so we don't need your help." Zhao Shiping sat down and ate the noodles in a few mouthfuls, drank 2 mouthfuls of soup, and then stacked several bowls together in a basin. Turned around and sent out the bowls of braised soup noodles. "Still soup and soup? Any new food?" A Hu merchant asked. Sui Yu remembered that last year, a Hu merchant said that Tang Shui was not hungry when he left, so he asked her to make some dry food. She thought for a moment and said, "You can come back next year and order dishes and meals. This year, we don't have enough staff, and the place is too small to set up a stall." Just then, Mrs. Yin came in with a skinned rabbit. Hu Shang saw it and said, "Use this brine to cook 2 bowls of meat for us. You can decide the price." Sui Yu didn't say anything. She asked Mrs. Yin to chop the meat into pieces. She used noodle soup to boil the rabbit meat, boiled it to remove the blood foam, and then stewed it with brine. Another customer came, and Sui Yu asked them to wait for a cup of tea. "I'll go out for a while." Zhao Shiping said hello and left. After an incense stick, he brought Gonda and gone air with a pottery pot and a stove to add another fire to the shop. Sui Yu looked at him, and he explained, "In the future, I will go out hunting when I have nothing to do, which is a good opportunity to practice archery. I will bring the birds, and rabbits I hunt back to stew. If someone wants to buy, I will sell them. If no one wants to buy, I will keep them for ourselves." Sui Yu was a little confused. He was not a person who liked to practice archery in the past. He would spend time in the shop when he had nothing to do. But now the business is busy. She didn't ask more questions. Just then, the table eating rabbit meat was calling for the bill. She wiped her hands and walked over quickly, saying, "We just added a new pottery pot. If you want to eat braised meat tomorrow, come over. You can also bring the meat by yourself. I will charge you for firewood. If you say so, we will come again tomorrow." Hu Shang burped and asked, "How much?" "The steamed buns are 180 coins. The braised soup noodles are 340 coins. And the rabbit has 2 caddies of meat. You can just give 10 coins, which is a total of 15 coins and 20 coins. Sui Yu calculated the bill for them and said, "The main reason is that the meat is too expensive. If you buy it but can't sell it, you will lose a lot. If you bring the meat, I will only charge 80 coins for firewood per caddy of meat." Hu Shang gave her 2 strings of money from his bag and said, "Keep an account. We'll come back tomorrow." Sui Yu called Yin Posey to collect the dishes and chopsticks. She turned and went into the house and said to Zhao Shiping, "In the afternoon, go ask the land sellers and set a date. We'll buy the land first, before going to the land god." Zhao Shiping first determined the location of the wasteland. The inn used a lot of water, so it had to be close to the river. The terrain was preferably flat, so that it would be convenient to transport soil when building a house. It also had to be far away from the fields to prevent the camels and mules brought by the merchants from breaking free and eating the crops, or smelling the stench when accumulating fertilizer on the land. After determining the approximate location, Zhao Shiping went to the land god to discuss it. The land god took 2 soldiers who measured the land with him. 8 acres of wasteland were measured that afternoon. After marking it, the land god told Zhao Shiping to register and pay the money after thinking it over. At this time, the sunset had come out. Zhao Shiping ran home quickly. As soon as he ran into the alley, he saw the servants of Gu Qianhu's family knocking on his door. "No need to knock. I'm back." Zhao Shiping opened his mouth and said to Gonda, who opened the door, "You 2 go to the shop to help." Gu Qianhu came out and said, "You are busy every day. Is the business in the shop good?" Zhao Shiping nodded and said, "When the salary is paid, I will invite you to the shop for dinner. Your own shop also pays for meals?" Gu Qianhu thought it was funny. Zhao Shiping scratched the tip of his nose and said, "It's just pouring money from the left hand to the right hand to make people happy." Gu Qianhu felt jealous. After all, they are a young couple, so clingy. The 2 went together and returned together. When Zhao Shiping got home, Sui Yu had not returned yet, and there was no one at home. He took a look around and found that the water tank was full. There were bean stalks in the camel pen and the sheep pen, and the pigs were sleeping in the grass nest. It was obvious that they were not hungry. Suddenly there was nothing to do, and he was still a little uncomfortable. He picked up the eggs from the chicken coop and went to the kitchen to boil water for bathing. Just as the water boiled, there was a voice outside the wall. It was Suiyu and the others who came back. Zhao Shiping went to open the door. I thought you weren't back yet. Suiyu entered the house. She pounded her shoulders and muttered, I'm busy every day. I go out before dawn and come back after dark. My home has become a place to spend the night. I can't wait to open the shop. Come out hunting with me, Zhao Shiping said. Not opening the shop anymore? Xiao Xiaomi paused and asked anxiously, why don't you do such a profitable business? Don't listen to your third brother's nonsense. His words don't count. Suiyu walked under the eaves, hugged the man's shoulders like a female tyrant, and said, he can't be our master. You two should quickly fetch water to wash, and go back to your rooms to sleep. Buying land, building houses and doing in business. This matter is only Suiyu and Zhao Shiping in their hearts. Even Sui Liang doesn't know. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang each took their own wooden basins to scoop hot water. Zhao Shiping carried a large basin to the bathroom. Suiyu followed in and asked, are you taking a bath? You don't want to take a bath? She understood now. He didn't want it because he was tired last night, and he wanted it again today after resting. Zhao Shiping went to fetch hot water, and the air became humid and hot. He took off his clothes first and quickly wiped them clean. Seeing that Suiyu was still taking off her socks slowly, he strode over and hugged her directly. The 8 acres of land has been settled. I will go to pay the money and register tomorrow. Is this the time to talk business? Suiyu stepped on his foot and whispered, go back to the house. It's cold here. It won't be cold in a while. The man kissed the corner of her mouth and moved down. The belly band she wore today was the one she wore when she was exiled. It was made of silk cloth. It had been washed over and over again in the past 4 years, and was as thin as it could be. The bright red material faded, leaving only a light layer of pink. It changed color when it was touched by water, and the pink color deepened. There were 2 places that revealed a deep red color. Suiyu lowered her eyes, and saw the tip of the licking tongue in the dark. Her cheeks flushed and her body quickly heated up. Now she really couldn't feel the cold. The sound of the chair being dragged was heard, and the man hugged the woman and sat on it. The two faced each other. He held the hot fingertips and kissed them, saying, call me. What to call? Zhao Shiping? He held her fingertips and reached in. Suiyu bit her lip. She struggled to leave, but the man couldn't do what she wanted. He leaned in and muttered twice, asking her how she felt. Suiyu called him shameless. She leaned over and bit him, gritting her teeth and saying, stinky bastard. No. Zhao Shiping still didn't let go of her fingers. Shiping? Husband. No. No. Suiyu fell backwards and suddenly fell down. She was so scared that she quickly supported herself with her hands, feeling the soft tip of the tongue sweeping past. She trembled and cursed, you pervert. Pull me up and sit up. Zhao Shiping didn't listen. Suiyu was tired in that. And later she sobbed softly, tears running across her upper eyelids and flowing into the roots of her hair. Finally sitting up, Suiyu pinched him with one hand in hatred, and smeared his neck with the ash on her hand. Shout again. He coaxed her to speak. It would be strange if Suiyu could shout. But in the end, she still did what this dogman wanted. Husband. Captain Zhao. Captain Master. The man was satisfied. The water in the basin was cold. Zhao Shiping went to the kitchen wrapped in a single layer of clothes, and found that there was still a pot of hot water in the pottery pot. He scooped it all over, and the two of them had a good bath. Back in bed, Suiyu regained her strength. She pinched his skin and asked, where did you learn these things? I figured it out by myself. Zhao Shiping was quite proud. He did what he thought at the time. There was no need to learn such things. Does your waist still hurt? He asked with a smile, sitting upside down, besides the hands supporting the ground. The waist is the most tired. Suiyu snorted and whispered, you might as well break my waist. After that, she cursed again, you are addicted to power. You get excited when you are called adults. I really misjudged you. You are a frivolous thing. Zhao Shiping covered his face with his hands, embarrassed to admit it, but still said stubbornly, I am only frivolous to you. I don't feel this way about others. If you feel this way, you are dead. No. No. Zhao Shiping hugged her and said, go to sleep. It's late at night. Suiyu was upset and kicked him again. Zhao Shiping chuckled. It was really refreshing. The next day, after the morning training, Zhao Shiping came back and dug out 2 wooden boxes from the ground. There were 150 strings of copper coins for 1,500 coins. He carried them to the government office with a shoulder pole and received a land deed with his name on it after paying the money. Coming out of the government office, he saw a few familiar-looking soldiers collecting their salaries. He went over with his load on his shoulders and took away a salary of 1,000 coins. The 2 wooden boxes were half full again. Captain Zhao, you didn't come to collect your food last month or this month. Come and collect it later. The grain officer chased him out and said, Isn't there a shortage of food at home? You forgot about such an important matter. I just came back 2 days ago, so I can't take care of it. Zhao Shiping explained. I'll go back and come back later. Okay. The soldiers get 2 shur of grain per month, and the 1,000 households get 4 shur of grain per month. Zhao Shiping carried the basket and the jar and ran 2 trips to carry the 4 shur of grain back. Grinding millet and wheat husks were the jobs of Gonda and Gone Air, so he didn't have to worry about it. When he was free, Zhao Shiping went to help in the shop. Gonda and Gone Air were good at rough work, but they were a bit clumsy at greeting customers. He drove them back and told them to carry manure to fertilize the land when they had nothing to do, and come back to eat when it was time for dinner. Didn't you say you were going to hunt and practice archery? Sui Yu asked. I'll go tomorrow. I'm here to help you today. Zhao Shiping glanced at her arm and said, I'll pull the noodles, and you sit and light the fire. Chapter 129 Chatterbox. After buying the land, Sui Yu took the time to go and see it twice. She took a wooden board as big as the bottom of a basin and drew a rough outline of the distribution shape of the 8 acres of land. The 8 acres of land is 1 mile away from the river. In order to facilitate water, the door should be open to the west. But considering the dry and cold northwest wind in winter, she made a mark on the wooden board. And the main door faced south, facing the city. Busy in the shop during the day, and went home at night to light a lamp and paint the layout map. The wooden boards were scrapped one after another, and Sui Yu was still dissatisfied. That night, she woke up from a dream. Recalling the scene in the dream, she suddenly remembered the inn. She changed and painted just to accommodate more people. And building a house according to the layout of the school could achieve her goal. If you can't build a high building, just turn the building down. Change the first, second and third floors into 1, 2 and 3, and set up corridors on the east and west sides to serve as stairs for people to walk. Sui Yu couldn't sleep, so she sat up and put on her clothes. Zhao Shiping was startled by her movement. He looked out and asked, Is it almost dawn? I don't know. I can't sleep. I have something to do. You continue to sleep. Sui Yu put on her shoes and got out of bed. She held up the oil lamp and opened the door to go out. Zhao Shiping was puzzled. He yawned and just sat up when he heard the voice of Yin Posey. Seeing someone outside, he lay down again. After a while, Sui Yu came into the room with the oil lamp. You continue to sleep. If you are afraid of the light, turn around. Sui Yu picked up the wooden board against the wall. Zhao Shiping saw this and didn't understand it. He didn't understand this matter and couldn't help. He pulled up the mattress to cover his eyes and told him to continue to sleep. The oil lamp was dim. Sui Yu leaned over the table, holding a wooden ruler she made with one hand and a piece of charcoal with the other. She marked the dimensions first, and then calculated that the area from north to south was 30 zhang. The house plus the small courtyard would take up about 6 steps, or about 2 zhang. 30 zhang from north to south could be used to build a 15-entry courtyard. Sui Yu calculated again, and then calculated the money in her hand. After deducting the 1,500 coins for buying the land, she still had more than 2,700 coins, 270 taels, left, mainly because of the war last year. And the business was not very good for nearly half a year. Even if Zhao Shiping's salary was added, it was not enough to build 15 houses. Not to mention the warehouse for merchants to store goods and the livestock pen for camels. Sui Yu buried her head in drawing the plan first, planning to build 3 houses with the remaining money in her hand, and build houses while making money. The wick burned black. The night outside slowly faded. The rooster in the backyard crowed, and there were also roosters crowing in the distance. Sui Yu heard Yin Posey open the door and come out to cook. She rubbed her neck and looked at the layout that had been formed on the wooden board, feeling quite accomplished. You haven't slept yet? Zhao Shiping woke up, got out of bed with his clothes on, and said, It's going to be busy with spring planting. And I can't find anyone to build a house. What are you doing in such a hurry? You can paint during the day. You'll be clearer at night. Sui held up a wooden board for him to see, and said, the townhouse on the east is a warehouse for merchants to store goods, and the small courtyard on the west is the western kitchen for guests to eat. It's close to the river and convenient for getting water. The middle is the guest room, with 15 courtyards. The front 10 for people to live in, and the back 10 for people to live in. The fifth courtyard is for livestock. What do you think? Zhao Shiping looked at the scattered words, looked at them a few more times to remember them in his mind, pointed to the location of the warehouse, and said, the warehouse is built outside the guest room, and you have to arrange reliable people to guard it and patrol it day and night, which is a bit troublesome. If something happens, we will have to pay for it. It is better to convert the warehouse into a livestock pen, change the 15 courtyard into an 8 courtyard, widen the courtyard, and add another row of rooms inside. The merchants' goods can be piled in the courtyard where they live, and they can guard their own goods. Sui marked the map, added an extra stroke in the middle of the left and right corridors, disconnected in the middle. The front 4 entrances shared 2 sets of corridors. The back 4 entrances shared 2 sets. No. Since it is for safety considerations. Then, there will be a door in each courtyard, and only the guests staying have the key. Okay. It's settled. I'll just copy it again when I'm free. Sui put down the wooden board, and only the charcoal was left. She threw it on the table, stood up and stretched. She stepped on the chair and lay on the man's back. Sleep a little longer? Zhao Shiping asked. No. It's dawn. Sui jumped down and said, it's late. You should put on your clothes and go out to eat. Don't forget the morning training. Blowing out the oil lamp, Sui opened the door and went out first. She didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and she was in good spirits. Breakfast was served on the table, and Yin Posey and her 2 sons ate in the kitchen. After the host family went out, she went to collect the bowls and chopsticks, and scooped the leftovers for Gonda and Gon Air to eat. Eat more. You can't eat such thick porridge when you are at the ranch, Mrs. Yin muttered. After dinner, you go to the fields to work. Take the pigs, sheep and camels out. Don't be lazy. Gonda and Gon Air nodded. They wouldn't be lazy without their mother's instructions. Since they came to the Zhao family, they have never been hungry. They can eat meat from time to time. The host family doesn't beat or scold them. They treat them as human beings. If they are lazy and cunning on such a good day, they will be courting death. As soon as the food store opened, people living nearby came over. 3 or 5 people sat around a table to discuss this year's spring plowing. Sui scooped the dough and kneaded the dough. She was busy preparing the dough for making soup cakes and flatbreads. Zhao Xiaomi was kneading and rolling the dough at the other end, preparing to make dumplings. Nansher, is breakfast ready? 7 or 8 big men came in. Sui smiled and looked over, saying, it's you guys. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Where did you go to make a fortune? I went to the south last year and came back in winter. The group sat down, looked around, and commented, your food shop is well maintained. You have added a few stoves. It seems that business is booming. Sui smiled and said, I don't make more money than you. If you are willing to take me to trade one day, that would be called making big money. The merchants laughed and didn't take it seriously. The women who followed the caravan were not serious. The dough was rolled out, and the pottery pot of braised meat was boiling. Sui opened it and took a look. It was a piece of pork and half a rabbit left over from yesterday's sale. She signaled Sui Liang to remove the firewood from the stove and cook the meat until it was hot. Uncle Ernie, do you want wide noodles or thin noodles at your table? Sui asked the first table of guests. Wide noodles. Wide noodles are chewy. All 5 bowls are wide noodles. Sui asked again. Yes. 5 bowls of wide noodles. 1 bowl with braised meat. Uncle Ernie couldn't stand the smell of braised meat. Reluctantly added meat, muttering, after eating this bowl, I won't come for the next few days. Sui smiled and said, cutting noodles with her hands. She turned her head and said, what are you doing with the money? Didn't you just collect the rent the day before yesterday? I can't collect some rent and fill my mouth with it. Uncle Ernie smiled and shook his head. Wide noodles are 2-finger wide noodles. Before putting them into the pot, Sui pulled the noodles, stretched them out and widened them, and threw them into the boiling water to cook. She took the plate to pick up the braised meat, cut the braised meat with 1 cut, and cut the 1-finger-thick meat into 2 horizontal and vertical cuts. And the dense aroma quickly burst out. The merchants at another table turned their heads to look over. And Shenwu asked, "Nansher, how much is a bowl of braised pork soup noodles?" "1 penny. Suiyu replied. The wide noodles were cooked. And she quickly scooped a bowl, added a spoonful of noodle soup and a spoonful of brine, a spoonful of braised vegetables and a braised egg, and finally spread the braised meat on the top of the bowl, and then poured a small half-spoonful of braised meat sauce. The bowl was full, and Suiyu gestured to them to look, explaining, "The meat is expensive. If you don't want braised meat, a bowl of braised soup noodles is 12 cents. The 8 big men looked at each other and said in unison, "8 bowls of braised pork soup noodles." Suiyu praised, "People who travel on the business road are still rich. Wide noodles or thin noodles?" "Wide noodles. Come back for thin noodles tomorrow morning." Suiyu sent the other 4 bowls of braised soup noodles to the table and continued to busy cutting noodles. After the 2 tables of guests left, Suiyu poured out the water in the pot, brought the stuffing that In Posey had cut last night, and fried it directly in oil. This is the last bit of radish that has not been rotten. Winter radish is gone. So fresh shepherd's purse, leeks and bitter herbs have been added. In the middle of the morning, sister-in-law Lame brought 2 baskets of clean shepherd's purse and leeks, saying, "The work in the field is getting busy. I will bring it in the morning from now on. Do you need dried vegetables this year? Like last year. Do you need more?" "Yes. I don't mind less dried vegetables. I will take as many as you can. If you can't handle it, you can find a few people to help," Suiyu said. Sister-in-law Lame smiled and said, "My sister and my mother are helping me. And there is also a mother-in-law who is busy at home. So I can handle it. It's still convenient to have relatives to help." Suiyu looked at Zhao Xiaomi and said, "Thanks to my sister-in-law's help. Otherwise I can't handle it." This was the first time she felt the power of the clan. In ancient times, employment relationships were not as reliable as kinship relationships. Thinking of her and that was about to start construction, she was a little worried about who would take care of it. Suiyu thought of Suihu, a very reliable person. But unfortunately he was gone, buried in the grassland between the foothills. Sui Liang saw that she stopped pinching the dumplings. He shook his hand and asked, "Sister, are you sleepy?" "No." Suiyu came back to her senses, pinched the edge of the dumplings in her hand, and twisted another piece of dough to wrap the stuffing. Looking at Sui Liang, who was working hard, she thought that this was a little helper left for her by Suihu and her aunt. "Are the buns steamed?" A woman carrying a shovel leaned in. "It's steaming in the pot. It should be ready in another cup of tea," Zhao Xiaomi said. "Auntie, how many buns do you want? The ones being steamed are stuffed with lard and radish. No matter what the filling is. I want 2 baskets. You keep them for me. I'll come back to get them and deliver them to the fields." The woman spoke very quickly, and it was obvious that the farm work in the fields was really busy. She walked a few steps and turned back, asking, "Can't you deliver it? Can you deliver it to the fields?" Zhao Xiaomi looked at Suiyu, who waved his hand and said, "It's too far. I won't deliver it." "Then forget it." The woman walked away quickly. In less than a cup of tea, she came back with a basket with a lid, threw down 180 copper coins, and took away 2 baskets of buns. Zhao Xiaomi quickly put 2 more baskets of shepherd's purse and egg-stuffed buns in the pot and steamed them. She came out and said, "Third sister-in-law, it's busy farming season. I guess a lot of people will buy buns in the next month." Suiyu nodded and said, "Steam 4 baskets of buns before closing tonight. They can be sold tomorrow morning after heating. There are also flatbreads, which can also be steamed and sold. I thought about it and steamed some noodles without soup, which would be convenient for sending to the fields. Unfortunately, there were no radishes, so I could use dried radishes and shepherd's purse. Adding some eggs would also be fine." It happened that Mrs. Yin came over after finishing her chores at home. Suiyu asked her to wash her hands and make dumplings. She went into the room where dried vegetables were stored and took half a basin of dried radish and soaked it in hot water. The steamed buns were steamed one by one and sold one by one. The steamed dumplings were also sold. The sun rose to the top of the head. It was time for dinner. But the shop became idle, and no one came. Suiyu washed the iron pot and boiled the water at the bottom of the pot. She scooped a spoonful of lard and poured it into the pot. The lard melted, and she fried the eggs first, then poured the soaked and wrung dried radish into it. The pot was fried with a fragrant aroma. She shook the long thin noodles and threw them into the pot. Scooped 3 spoonfuls of braised meat soup and poured them on. And then covered the pot with a lid to simmer. Boss Sui, is the meal ready? Zhao Shiping strode in, with a bunch of birds and 3 field mice. Today's harvest is not small. Sui Yu leaned against the wall and asked, has spring planting started? Yes. The government is distributing grain for planting. I will go to get it after dinner. Zhao Shiping threw the field mouse and the bird on the ground and asked, what is lunch? Steamed noodles. Or fried noodles are also fine. Sui Yu entered the house. Opened the lid of the pot. Turned the noodles and the vegetables at the bottom. Sprinkled some tender shepherd's purse and finely chopped green onions. And said, it's time to eat. Don't be busy. The brown-red soup was poured on the noodles to dye them. Obviously not much oil was used. But the noodles looked oily. The tender green shepherd's purse and the brown eggs made the pot of noodles look very appetizing. Sui Yu picked up a lump of egg shatters and said, in the future, throw the eggs and shepherd's purse in together. If you put them in the pot too early, the color will not look good. It's good enough. Zhao Shiping swallowed the noodles in his mouth and said, it tastes better than radish rice. If you like it, eat more. We'll add this dish to the store in the future. Come over when you're hungry. Sui Yu said, keep those birds for me. I'll invite a few people to dinner tomorrow. Zhao Shiping looked at her face and added, pay money. Sui Yu smiled and nodded, saying, okay. I'll wait for the adults to take care of the business. Chapter 130. The takeaway team is taking shape. In the evening, the shop welcomed another wave of business. People who came back from the fields took a detour. Many of them came in with their families and ordered a basket of steamed buns or flatbreads. They sat or stood to fill their stomachs and took another basket with them when they left. Gonda and Gone Air also came back in the night. They swallowed 2 steamed buns in a hurry and were busy cleaning the table and washing the dishes. Boss Sui, I ordered a basket of steamed noodles. The errand boy will come to pick it up tomorrow. I like to eat strong flavors. Remember to add more broth. An old man with his trouser legs rolled up to his knees came over and said while wiping his mouth. Sui Yu subconsciously wanted to call Sui Liang to get him a wooden sign. When she came to her senses, she understood and said, is there a runner coming to get it? I thought he was going to deliver it to you. You're not going to deliver it to the field. And a worker happened to come to ask. So I agreed. The old man stretched out his 2 palms and said, 10 cents. If the work in the field was not too tiring to walk, I wouldn't spend this money. I'm 15 cents. My home is far away. An old ant said. But he's reliable. Let's discuss that he will go to the field with us tomorrow morning and deliver the steamed noodles and braised eggs at noon. Sui Yu really understood now. She remembered what shopkeeper Long said last year or the year before. She hadn't heard from him for a long time. She had forgotten about his delivery business with shopkeeper Ollie. Who's shopkeeper? She asked. The guy from the oil shop was the first one to carry lamp oil and other sundries around the village. We all know him, said the old lady. Sui Yu looked at the old man who was about to leave the door and shouted, Uncle, remember to remind the errand boy. When he comes over, mention it. I'm afraid I'll forget your heavy taste. Okay. Third sister-in-law. The buns are sold out. Zhao Xiaomi poked her head out and said, the newly fermented noodles haven't risen yet. If someone comes to buy buns again, just tell them they're sold out. Sui Yu walked over and added, please help the errand boy on Nanshui Street promote it. Those who don't buy it and don't want to make a second trip can pay the errand boy over there to pick it up at home. This steamed noodle tastes good. A sister-in-law holding her child passed by and praised, saying, it would be better if there were bean sprouts. I don't like dried radish. After she reminded her, Sui Yu remembered that there were still bean sprouts for steamed noodles. She gave the child half a braised egg and said, next time you come, there will be bean sprouts. The customers in the shop had all left, and it was dark outside. But some people still came in to ask if there were any buns. Sui Yu found a clean place to sit down. The sequelae of staying up late last night came. It was not even time to go to bed. But she was exhausted. She did not need to greet the diners. So she let herself be absent-minded. Ian Posey was sweeping the yard outside. Gonda and Gone Air were squatting by the water tank washing dishes. And Zhao Xiaomi was outside the door promoting errand boys, not forgetting to attract business for her family. Sui Liang followed Zhao Shiping in. Zhao Shiping saw her dozing off on the table. So he walked over and squatted, saying, "Lie down. I'll take you home first." Sui Yu dozed for a while, and became energetic again. She refused. "It's okay. Let's go back together later. We still have to make and steam buns later. And we have to wait for a long time. Sister, you go back first. We will stay here and leave after we are done." Sui Liang spoke. Zhao Shiping didn't bother to talk to Sui Yu. He put his arms behind his back, firmly hugged her legs, and carried her on his back. Sui Yu sighed a few times, and could only hug his neck and let him carry her out. "You guys go ahead. I'll come back later," Zhao Shiping said. When he walked out of the shop door, he bumped into Zhao Xiaomi, who was about to enter the house. She saw the two of them clearly and whistled playfully. Sui Yu laughed a few times and said, "I'm lazy for once. I'll slip away tonight. Let's go. Let's go. We have a lot of people, and it won't affect anything if you're missing." Zhao Xiaomi waved his hand. Zhao Shiping sent Sui Yu back, and when she washed up and went to bed, he locked the door and the front door and went to the food shop to watch. When he arrived, Zhao Xiaomi was kneading dough. He asked her to stir-fry the stuffing while he kneaded the dough. Gon looked at him helplessly and went out to find work. They couldn't be idle while the master was busy. Mrs. Yin did the same. She went out for a walk, sent her two sons to fetch water, and took a sorghum brush to clean the water tank from inside to outside. The dough was kneaded and the stuffing was fried. Sui Liang ran out and shouted, "Grandma Yin, come in to make dumplings." "Hey, I'll be right there," Mrs. Yin responded, and she washed her hands carefully to avoid being disliked by the master. When the night was quiet and everyone who had worked all day fell asleep, Zhao Shiping and his party locked the shop and went home. At this time, there was not even a ghost on the road. It's not good to keep doing this every day. I'm busy as soon as I open my eyes, and I don't go home until dark. I make money, but I don't have time to spend it. Zhao Xiaomi beat her arms. She kneaded dough during the day and made dumplings in her dreams at night. Her arms were thick from fatigue. She walked a few steps quickly to catch up with Zhao Shiping and negotiated with him. "Third brother, talk to my third sister-in-law. Why don't you hire 2 assistants? In the food business, you earn money through hard work. If you hire 2 assistants, you will be paid, and the way of doing things will be learned by others, helping in the shop from time to time." Zhao Shiping also knows a little about business. He patted his sister on the shoulder and said, "If you are tired, let Inpa come to take over for a day, and you can go out for a walk or sleep at home. So it will always be like this." Zhao Xiaomi was in pain. She felt like farming again. She thought that there were still many acres of land that had not been planted. She was digging in the fields day after day, doing the same work every day, and felt that there was no hope for life. When Inpa heard this, she thought to herself, "What's wrong with such a life?" Even if she didn't get paid, she felt that there was hope for life. Zhao Shiping thought for a moment and said, "Your sister-in-law will decide what to do. That's why I asked you to talk to her. She has her own ideas. If you are tired, just take a rest." Zhao Shiping was impatient and said, "Why don't you go back and live for a while?" Zhao Xiaomi didn't say anything. She didn't say she wanted to go back. After that, there was no more talk. She walked into the door quietly. The black pig in the backyard began to grunt when she heard the sound. Gonda carried 2 buckets of swill to cook pig food. Gon Air followed Zhao Shiping to the kitchen and said, "Sir, Xiao He met a boar in the field today. It is estimated that it will give birth to piglets by the end of this year." "Oh, you finally got it." Gon Air saw that he had nothing to say, so he turned around and went to the back room. In the backyard, Zhao Xiaomi pulled Sui Liang and told him, "Don't tell your sister what I said tonight." Sui Liang pretended to be deaf and pretended not to hear. "Hey, don't you feel tired?" Zhao Xiaomi asked. Sui Liang shook his head. "What kind of tiredness is this?" "Don't tell my third sister-in-law," Zhao Xiaomi begged. Sui Liang was silent again. "Okay, I don't care whether you say it or not. Anyway, I didn't say anything excessive." Zhao Xiaomi turned and left. Sui Liang snorted like her, raised his head high, and went back to the front yard. Sui Yu knew about this the next morning. Zhao Shiping didn't even mention Sui Liang's complaint. When Sui Yu found some free time, he found Zhao Xiaomi and said, "I forgot. From now on, you can take a day off every 5 days. Sleep, or make new clothes, and go out for a walk." Zhao Xiaomi glared at Sui Liang. Seeing that he was still smiling, she didn't bother to teach him a lesson. She explained anxiously, "Don't think too much, third sister-in-law. I just mentioned it casually. I just thought about it last night, and said it casually." Sui Yu hugged her and said with a smile, "Why are you panicking? I don't blame you. It's true that I neglected it. You are different from me, Liang Gur, and In Po's mother and son. You can't bear it as much as us. Working for me is probably the hardest and most tiring day in your life in the past 16.5 years. Zhao Xiaomi felt a little guilty again. She rubbed her fingertips helplessly and said, "I don't think it's hard. It's quite interesting." "That's good. From now on, you can take a day off every 5 days. Sui Yu said again. Zhao Xiaomi looked at Sui Liang and whispered, "Third sister-in-law, you and Liang Gur should take a break." "Okay." Sui Yu agreed. And she blinked and said, "At the end of the year, we will probably be able to relax a little." Zhao Xiaomi didn't hear the hidden meaning, thinking that during the Chinese New Year, she would definitely have some free time. "Boss, 2 baskets of steamed noodles." A man dressed as a waiter ran in quickly, holding a wooden barrel in his hand. Sui Yu responded, and she and Zhao Xiaomi got up to work. "Today, we bought bean sprouts, and the dried radish was replaced. The stove was burning vigorously, and the water vapor was burned dry. Pour oil into the pot. Smash a few garlic cloves and throw them in for seasoning. And then pour half a pot of bean sprouts. After stir-frying, put the noodles in. Pour the marinade on it. Mix well. Sprinkle salt for seasoning." Sui Yu picked up the noodles and put them in the newly bought 4-layer steamer. "Spread it flat on the pot and steam it. You have an iron pot here. It is indeed more fragrant than the dishes fried in the pottery pot. No wonder the shops next door can't take your business away," the waiter said. Sui Yu smiled. "Iron is too rare now. Otherwise she wants to make another iron pot." Another errand boy came in and asked, "Is this the Sui family shop?" Before the owner could speak, the first guy showed up and said, "You're right, brother. How many orders did you take?" 3 orders. 1 basket of steamed dumplings, half a basket of buns, and another basket of steamed noodles. Add an extra spoonful of marinade to the steamed noodles. Uncle Wu said he told me last night." Sui Yu nodded. Zhao Xiaomi came over and took the buns and said, "Where should I put them? We can't take our steamers out." I know. The guy handed over the wooden barrel. Zhao Xiaomi took a look and saw that there was a sieve in the barrel, and hot white smoke was coming out. She picked up the 3 sieves and saw a wooden frame standing in the water. Sui Yu looked over and said, "Great. You're quite good at thinking." The waiter chuckled and said, "Put the buns on the bottom layer, the steamed dumplings on the second layer, and the steamed noodles on the top." 15 buns were stacked together, put on a sieve, and then a basket of steamed dumplings. The steamed noodles were cooked. So Sui Yu helped to put them on the sieve and handed them over, saying, "Buns are 45 cents. Steamed dumplings are 40 cents. And steamed noodles are 60 cents. A total of 145 cents. The clerk handed over the copper coins that had been counted long ago. He took the wooden barrel, closed the lid, and walked out steadily. Another clerk came forward and opened the lid of the barrel. The mist floated, and the sieve was soaked with a layer of water drops. Sui Yu spread the steamed noodles on it. The clerk quickly put a wooden rack in and stacked another sieve. As soon as the second clerk left, another came to get 2 baskets of buns. He came in with a shoulder pull. Next, Zhao Xiaomi looked at the door expectantly to see which other clerks would come in. She said to Sui Yu again, "Third sister-in-law, I suddenly feel that it seems to be quite interesting in the shop. I can meet a lot of people." Sui Yu also felt that listening to the merchants talking about the mountains, telling anecdotes on the road, or the farmers talking about farming, and the old ladies and sisters laughing and talking about the gossip of the neighbors, was comparable to sitting in the theater and listening to opera. At noon, Zhao Shiping led 6 captains over. Sui Yu gave him face and went to entertain them with a smile. "This is the seat I reserved for you. Please take a seat." The 6 captains stared at Zhao Shiping with interest. Captain Gu asked, "Captain Zhao, do you know what food is delicious in this shop? Order some dishes. All the food is delicious." Zhao Shiping smiled like a rotten persimmon. He took the braised egg handed by Sui Liang and said, "Everyone take a seat first. I will help the shop owner." The people sitting there laughed and signaled him to help. The braised bird was chopped into several pieces and served on a plate. Zhao Shiping did it himself. Sui Yu was busy pulling and cooking noodles. Someone was watching from the side. She lowered her eyes and didn't look at the man. Zhao Shiping was also a little embarrassed. He brought a basket of steamed dumplings to the table and said, "Eat first. There will be braised pork soup noodles later. Only my wife can make this delicious. Aren't you the store owner now?" Gu Qianhu joked. Sui Yu looked up and couldn't stop laughing. Chapter 131. Let's get started. 7 people. A basket of steamed dumplings. 7 bowls of braised pork soup noodles. A plate of steamed noodles and 2 plates of buns, as well as braised bird meat and cut braised eggs. The dishes and bowls filled up half of the table. And the feast looked good. The last bowl of braised pork soup noodles was served. And Sui Yu walked over and said, "The food is simple. Don't be disgusted by the brothers and uncles. It's still okay to fill your stomach. If Shiping hunts something good in the future, let him invite you to come over for dinner. It smells good," Gu Qianhu said seriously. "I live next door to your house. You may not know me yet." Sui Yu smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. I know you now. And you can come more often if you eat well. You guys can eat. I won't bother you." "Have you eaten?" Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu nodded. And she walked behind the stove to continue cooking noodles. Zhao Shiping retracted his gaze and said, "I shot these birds yesterday and saved them for today. You can try them." The 6 people were waiting for him to say this. The aroma of the braised meat was really tempting. The bird meat seemed to have been fried, with crispy skin and tender meat, without any meaty smell. The braised meat on the noodle soup was the same. And the pork tasted fishy. Mrs. Sui's tea and rice cooking skills are amazing. But the shop is hidden very deep. If you hadn't brought us here, we really wouldn't have found this place," Captain Gu said. Zhao Shiping smiled and said, "The shop has been open for more than 2 years. Almost 3 years. That's a long time." After that, there was no conversation. The 7 people buried their heads in eating and drinking. In the middle of the meal, Sui Liang turned around and saw that the steamed noodles on the plate were empty. So he brought another plate over. 2 baskets of steamed noodles. The errand boy who came yesterday came back with a bucket. He greeted Sui Yu familiarly and said, "It's the same order from yesterday." The 2 families were not satisfied with the meal, so they placed another order today. Zhao Xiaomi took the wooden bucket and asked, "How much is the errand fee for 1 order?" The 2 families' lands are next to each other. "I only need to run 1 trip. And the fee is low. 12 cents per order." "That's not bad." Zhao Xiaomi handed over the bucket, took the money string, and said, "Please help us get more orders." The errand boy said hey, and walked out of the door quickly with the smell of rice. Gu Qianhu and others noticed it, and made a plan in their hearts. Isn't this equivalent to each family hiring a servant to deliver meals together? If they want to eat this food in the future, they can also send servants to buy it, and send it back. After the meal, Zhao Shiping walked over to pay the bill. And Sui Yu hesitated and reached out to take it. "You 2 are still so clear about what you 2 eat?" Captain Jiang, who was following behind, came over and said to Sui Yu, "The boss's cooking tastes good. We will come over more often to show our support in the future." Sui Yu seemed to have figured out Zhao Shiping's intention at this time. He paid for the meal in front of his colleagues. If these people come over in the future, they will definitely feel embarrassed not to pay. "Send a servant to inform me before you come. If there are good things, I will leave 2 plates for you," she said. Captain Gu and the others nodded. Seeing that there were more guests outside the door, they did not stay any longer and stepped out of the door. Zhao Shiping went out to see them off. After a few words of greeting, he stood by the roadside and watched them go away, then turned and walked into the yard. When Zhao Xiaomi saw him coming in, he shouted in a strange voice, "Captain Zhao, why are you here again? Are you full?" Zhao Shiping ignored her. He walked into the steaming shop and asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Sui Yu shook her head. "If you don't go hunting, go to the fields." Zhao Shiping stared at her inquiringly. Seeing her glare of shame and anger, he laughed and went out. In the evening, he brought Gonda and Gone Air back from the fields. At this time, there were many people in the shop. The master and the servant stood outside the door and patted the dust off their bodies. After entering the door, they washed their hands and faces and went into the crowd to help collect the dishes. It was dark again before they closed the shop and left. They were afraid of waking up the sleeping people, so they walked home quietly without saying much. "Grandma Yin, Boil an extra pot of water tonight, Zhao Shiping said as soon as he entered the door. Sui Yu clenched her hands, turned her feet, took the oil lamp, and went to the livestock pen to see the camel calf. 9 camels were kneeling in the sand pit and sleeping. The furry little camel was particularly conspicuous. Sui Yu called it, and it happily ran to the door of the pen. Did you recognize me? Sui Yu spoke to it through the door. The black-skinned pig eating next door snorted twice, which meant it also recognized it. Sui Yu called Gonair and said, Go to the kitchen and grab 2 handfuls of salt. See if there are any fresh vegetables. Bring me 2 handfuls too. Gonair ran to the front yard. But it was Zhao Shiping who came over. He was holding 2 bowls. 1 bowl of bean sprouts, and 1 bowl of salt water. The water is ready, he reminded. Sui Yu ignored him. She took the 2 bowls, opened the door and walked in. The silly little camel rubbed against her, tripping her so that she couldn't walk straight. Here, give me a meal. Sui Yu held 2 bowls and passed them to the camel with its calf, saying, I didn't lie to you. Come home with us, and you will enjoy life. You won't have to travel day and night for food and water, and you won't be disturbed by wolves. The mother camel with a baby licked the salt water, and then ate some bean sprouts. With the reins tied, it ate much slower and looked very docile. The other 7 camels did not move. They had already eaten their fill. There were still some weeds left in the trough, so they had everything to eat. The salt water was gone, and the bean sprouts were all eaten. Sui Yu stroked the baby camel, and then she walked out with the empty bowl. Zhao Shiping held up the oil lamp to light her, and chatted with her and the pigs for a few more words before returning to the front yard. After several delays, Zhao Shiping's fire burned more and more. He pulled Sui Yu to the bathroom, and then went back to bed and hugged her waist for another time. At noon, Sui Yu's shy appearance was really adorable, which made Zhao Shiping eager for a long time. And he was in a particularly good mood in the evening. Sui Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Flames were scurrying under her skin. White light was flashing in front of her eyes, and her mind was in a state of chaos. However, the man behind her was still moving vigorously. The hoarse panting sound was like thunder in her ears. The surging waves swept over her body again. She buried her head in the pillow and sobbed softly. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. The man went out to fetch water. Sui Yu stretched out her soft fingers to pull up the mattress. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Footsteps came. She moved her eyelids and pretended to sleep when someone came in. Are you asleep? Zhao Shiping didn't believe it. He wet the cloth and lifted the mattress to wipe it, looking at the chaotic scene under the halo. His hands moved slower and slower. Sui Yu kicked him and said in a nasal tone, I'm tired. Don't come. The mattress was lifted down and Zhao Shiping left the bed. Sui Yu slowed down, put on the mattress, opened the box to get shorts, and put on her clothes before the man got into bed. Why don't you ask me about the meal money? Zhao Shiping spoke up. What meal money? It's from the cash box. Sui Yu yawned and muttered. How's the work in the field? Do you want us to close the shop for a few days to help? Zhao Shiping opened the door to pour water, and the wooden basin was placed against the wall. He stepped onto the bed in 2 or 3 steps, laid down and said, No need for you. This year, Sui Liang's 20 acres of land is planted with hemp. This is easy to take care of. If the land is well plowed, there is no need to knock the soil. The seeds can be sown in 2 or 3 days. Today's meal money is not from the cash box. Guess what? There was no response. Zhao Shiping looked down and found that the person in his arms was already asleep. It's the money I saved from selling a rabbit while hunting, he whispered. Go to sleep. You are tired too. He stretched out his hand to smooth the long hair on his lips, leaned over to kiss him, and hugged the beauty to sleep contentedly. The busy days passed quickly. The spring planting was over, and the days entered the end of April. The weather was warm now, and people no longer hunched their hands and necks when walking on the road. Even the elderly and children wore fewer clothes. The busy farmers were free now, and had time to cook, so they ate out less often. In addition, most of the caravans that traveled east and west had already entered and left the border, and the number of merchants staying in the border town decreased. Sui Yu's business declined, and she was no longer as busy as before. In the middle of the morning and afternoon, Sui Yu would take time to go out. She made an appointment with Zhao Qianhu to discuss building a house. First dig the foundation, and save the soil from the excavation, which is just right for building walls. If there is not enough soil, dig along the river channel, which is just right for widening the river channel, Zhao Shiping said. Not only soil, but also grass, reed leaves, wheat straw, and red willow branches, which can be mixed in the mud to make the earth wall more stable. Sui Yu nodded. In the houses of the military settlements before, including the one he lives in now, you can see grass heads, branches or wheat straw. Tomorrow I will go to Uncle Nyo and Qin Das Hun and ask them to call 10 people from the settlements for me, and call 30 or 40 people from the 1,000 military households under my command. Once we have all the people, we will start the work as soon as possible. Zhao Shiping had an idea and added, we built the military settlements and civilian houses in Dunhuang by ourselves. We have experience. You have drawn the pictures, and we have everything ready. We can build it quickly. Sui Yu nodded again and said, neither of us has enough time to supervise the work. Why not spend money to hire Uncle Nyo? He is thick-skinned and old. He dares to urge the work and can convince people. Zhao Shiping smiled and said, okay, I'll go there tomorrow to see if he comes. If you're worried about not being able to take care of the child, tell him to leave Shui in the shop and we'll take care of him. Sui Yu walked back and whispered, I was planning to ask my eldest or second brother to come over to supervise. My second sister-in-law had the idea of asking my second brother to make money before. They can't do it. They're okay at farming, but they're not as good as me at dealing with people. They can't control the soldiers who have been on the battlefield as supervisors, and they'll probably be used as errand boys. Zhao Shiping refused. I think so too. If there are other ways to make money in the future, we'll call my eldest and second brothers. Sui Yu said, let's talk about it later. Zhao Shiping raised his hand and put it on her shoulder. He looked back at the wasteland that was rustling in the wind. Life was really getting better and better. The next day, Zhao Shiping brought 2.5 rabbits back to the military village. He first went to Uncle Lanyo's house. The door was not locked. He heard voices in the yard, so he shouted and pushed the door open. Uncle Nyo was washing Shui's hair. He was not able to use one hand, and Shui's hand was too small. The father and daughter struggled for a while, and the water in the basin was almost spilled. Oh, you brought meat with you. Are you announcing good news? What good news? Zhao Shiping put half of the rabbit meat into the kitchen, and came out and said, can I help you? It's almost done. Just rinse it. Don't move. The water will get on your clothes. Uncle Nyo held Shui down and asked, you haven't received any good news from your wife yet? You are more anxious than my parents. Zhao Shiping was annoyed. You should be anxious. You are in your 20s. And Sui Yu is not young either. How many years have you two been married? Almost 4 years. Zhao Shiping calculated. And time passed really quickly. In another 6 months, Shui will be 3 years old. Uncle Nyo wiped the child's hair with a cloth and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhao Shiping told him about the house building. You are idle anyway. Why don't you be a supervisor for me? I will pay you 5 cents a day. Uncle Nyo looked at Shui and agreed without hesitation. He wanted to save more money for Shui. Let me make it clear first. I will only be a supervisor. I will not do heavy work, so as not to tire me out. I want to live more than 10 years. Uncle Nyo made a statement first. Zhao Shiping did not expect him to do heavy work. Take the child with you first. If you think it is inconvenient to take him there, you can send him to the shop. Also, help me find some capable people. They will pay 4 cents a day, including 2 meals. Those who are willing to work hard can go there. Okay, no problem. After things were settled here, Zhao Shiping took the other half of the rabbit meat to find Qin Das Hun. Afterwards, Zhao Shiping called the 3 centurions, who often appeared in front of him, and asked them to find him a dozen soldiers with experience in building houses. On the 2nd day of May, Zhao Shiping gathered 42 strong soldiers. They each took a shovel, a shoulder pole, and a bamboo basket bought by Sui Yu to dig the foundation in the wasteland. In Posey also returned from the food store. She was responsible for preparing 2 meals a day for the builders at home. Gonda and Gon Air would come back to pick up the food near noon. Chapter 132 Flirting. 42 soldiers. The daily wages are 160 coins, plus Uncle Nyo's supervisory fee, and 2 meals a day. Sui Yu has to pay at least 175 coins a day. As the weather warms up, her food shop can only make a profit of 50 coins a day, counting the remaining money in her hand. Even if she doesn't spend money on less and hay, She can only support it for a month at most. On the first day of work, Sui Yu waited for all the customers in the shop to leave, and she hurried out. Boss Sui, where are you going? The woman squatting outside the door picking vegetables greeted her. Go to the west. Are your radishes ready to eat? Sui Yu walked without stopping, and when the woman said she would give her a few radishes, she said loudly, Xiaomi is in the shop. Call her out to get them. After saying that, the person turned out of the alley and disappeared. After walking for a stick of incense, the wasteland where construction had begun came into view. Thick smoke billowed out from there, and the strong wind blew, spreading the dust and smoke like dense locusts covering the sky. Uncle Neo led Shui to a distance and caught a glimpse of Sui Yu's figure from the corner of his eye. He asked, Why are you here? I couldn't sit still in the shop, so I came to take a look. Buying land and building a house. It costs a lot of money. Uncle Neo was shocked. You are really brave. Sui Yu smiled and sighed. Who said it wasn't? All the money I saved in the past few years has been put into this. Hearing this, Uncle Neo knew that Zhao Shiping's salary was only a little higher this year. In previous years, he was the same as him, with an annual salary of 600 coins. From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, at most, he could save 200 to 300 coins. In the end, it was Sui Yu who could make money. She made money by cooking. Zhao Shiping is also digging, Uncle Neo said. Sui Yu nodded. She covered her mouth and nose, and walked quickly into the smoke and dust. She had come here with Zhao Shiping to draw the lines and mark the dimensions. The width of the foundation, the depth and length of the yard, were all measured. She had to go and see if these people started the construction according to her planned layout. Sui Yu's figure disappeared, and Shui spoke boldly. She pointed and said, Sister-in-law? You still remember her? We met last year. Uncle Neo nodded. You call her sister-in-law. You go back with her later. She will make delicious food. Shui smiled, neither saying yes nor no. After about a cup of tea, Sui Yu came over covered in dust. She coughed a few times and said, Uncle Neo, you have to work harder these days. Hurry up. It's really hard to get paid. Otherwise I wouldn't urge you. I guess we have to stop working for a while, at the end of the month. Otherwise we can only owe you wages on credit. Uncle Neo pushed Shui over and said, You should pay on time this month. I will talk to people at the end of the month. Maybe someone is willing to let you owe 1 or 2 months of wages on credit. It's only 2 or 3 months that people are idle. After August, we will be busy with autumn harvest again. Sui Yu thanked him again. She squatted down and looked at Shui, and asked softly with a pinched throat, Shui, can you go back with your sister-in-law? Your sister-in-law will cook meat and eggs for you, and your brother will play with you. Shui happily stretched out his hand and took her hand. This child. Uncle Neo laughed. Then I'll take her back. Sui Yu stood up and said, If she cries, I'll bring her back to you. Okay. Sui Yu led Shui back. The child was very bold. She was worried that Shui would cry and make a scene halfway through the journey. But she didn't expect that Shui would be so focused on the delicious meat and eggs that she completely forgot that she had a father. With more children, time is wasted just watching a bird, picking a flower, or sitting on a rock and chatting. It was noon when they entered the shop. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang were busy sweating. Sui Yu pulled Shui in, scooped a braised egg into her bowl, and said, Just sit here. Don't run out. Shui's eyes were already fixed on the braised egg, and she didn't care to listen to what she said. Sui Yu tied an apron and took over the cooking of noodles, saying, Brother Liang, Xiaomi, you two should pay more attention to Shui. Keep an eye on her, and don't run out. Where did you bring this little girl back? Is it yours and Zhao Qianhu's child? A diner asked. And he compared them repeatedly and said, No. She doesn't look like you two. A relative's child. A hired helper. Sui Yu handed the braised soup cake to the waiting diner, and said hurriedly when he looked up. Shui swung his legs and ate the braised egg with relish in his hands. You and Captain Zhao haven't had a child yet? An old woman took the opportunity to ask. Sui Yu shook her head and said, That child knows how to enjoy life. He probably thinks my family is poor and doesn't want to come. This is a novel thing to say. People who heard it couldn't help laughing after smacking their lips. Your family is still poor? The old bald man and his old wife walked in one after another. He chose a place near the door and sat down, saying, I know that others don't know. But I do. Your family is not poor. I don't think it's poor either. Uncle and aunt. What are you going to eat? Suiyu smiled and said helplessly. That child is definitely greedy, and thinks we are not rich enough. Give me a plate of steamed dumplings. And your aunt can have braised soup cakes. The old bald uncle first stuffed the meal money to Sui Liang and suggested, It's hot. You should think about eating something cooler. I've been sitting here for a while, and I'm sweating. Suiyu took it to heart and said, Just make do with it for a few days. If it gets hotter, I'll serve cold soup noodles. The old lady took out a piece of rag to wipe her mouth, got up to pay the bill, and said casually, I know a doctor who can check a woman's belly. Do you want to ask him to take a look? Suiyu waved her hand and said, Thank you, old lady. But I'm fine. I don't plan to have a child in the next 2 years. The business in the food store is too busy, and the inn has just started construction. It would be bad to get pregnant at this time. Suiyu is very satisfied with her current situation and doesn't want any changes. Everyone just chatted a few more words. Seeing that Suiyu didn't seem to be worried about having a child, these diners didn't mention it and forgot about it after leaving the store. The busiest time was over, and there were only 2 or 3 diners left in the shop. Suiyu went out to wash her face, went into the house to wash the pot and prepared to cook egg and vegetable soup noodles, which they would eat every day. They smelled the smell of the brine, no matter how fragrant it was. There would be times when they felt sick of it. Sui Liang poked Suiyu, and he quietly pointed in the direction where Shui was sitting. The little girl leaned against the wall and wiped her tears silently. Hey, what's wrong? Suiyu handed the spatula to Xiao Xiaomi. She took off her apron and walked over, and asked softly, Why is Shui crying? Do you miss your father? I'll take you there later. Shui shook her head. She sniffed and choked. Shui misses mom. This egg. My mom can also cook. Or she was too young, and her memory was wrong. When Tong Hua was working in the shop, she would bring back 1 or 2 unsold brine eggs every 3 or 5 days, and Uncle Lanyo would save them, so Shui could eat a brine egg almost every morning. No one spoke in the shop for a while. Suiyu took her out to wash her hands and face, and said, Do you want some candy? Sister-in-law asked Liang Gur to take you to buy maltose. When the candy was mentioned, Shui stopped crying immediately. She nodded heavily, tears still hanging in her eyes, and her mouth was already grinning. Sui Liang grabbed a handful of copper coins and led Shui out. Will Tong Hua come back in the future? Zhao Xiaomi asked in a low voice. Suiyu shook her head. Probably not. Shui may forget almost everything in 2 years. I don't even remember what I was like when I was 2 or 3 years old. Zhao Xiaomi sighed and said, Uncle Lanyo raised this little girl very well. Her face is chubby. Suiyu nodded. She also felt that Shui would not remember Tong Hua when she grew up. After the egg and vegetable noodles were cooked, Sui Liang came back holding Shui. After putting her down, he took a deep breath and said, She is really fat. I am so tired. He handed out 2 pieces of maltose and said, 2 sisters, eat quickly. This is for you. Whenever he bought candy, Sui Liang always remembered to buy 1 piece for Suiyu. After eating the candy, the mouth was sweet, and after drinking the noodle soup, the mouth was salty. This strange taste made the 4 of them smack their lips. After eating, Shui wanted to sleep. Suiyu borrowed a mattress from Lao Tu's house next door, wrapped the child, and put him on the table to sleep. She, Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang kneaded and rolled the dough around another table to prepare for dinner. When Shui woke up, she lay there in a daze for a while. When she came to her senses, she also wanted to help make flatbreads. Suiyu gave her a piece of dough and let her make it. When it was getting dark, Uncle Nyo came to pick us up. He was covered in dust and dirt, as if he had just crawled out of Ash Den. I'll go there tomorrow to get some clothes, and come back tonight to take a bath in the river before coming back. Uncle Lanyo pushed away the child who ran towards him, and he took Shui's hand and said, Suiyu. Shui, have you eaten? Yes. 3 steamed dumplings, a bowl of steamed eggs, and a small piece of raw radish. Suiyu sent him out, and did not forget to tell Shui, Don't go to eat ashes with your father tomorrow morning. Come early. I will save the biggest boiled egg for you. Shui nodded heavily and said crisply, Sister-in-law, wait for me. Wait for you. Wait for you. Suiyu waved at her and told her, Uncle Lanyo, You should cover your face with a scarf tomorrow to cover the ashes. Hey, I have two. This is the plan. At the end of the alley, Uncle Nyo met Zhao Shiping, who asked casually, "You came back so late too. Well, how much did you dig today? Have you dug out the foundation of the Western kitchen?" "It's dug out. I'm keeping a close eye on it. No one is lazy. We can dig the livestock pen tomorrow." Zhao Shiping was satisfied. The speed was not slow. He nodded and said, "Tomorrow I will bring today's wages to pay them." Well, wages cannot be delayed. Most of those who are willing to do heavy and dirty work are short of money. As they talked, the two did not stop. Zhao Shiping passed Uncle Nyo and went straight to the shop. Sui saw people and said, "There are still some egg and vegetable soup noodles left from lunch. Do you want some? I'll heat them up for you." "Okay, I'll eat what you left." Zhao Shiping responded happily, but his words were annoying. "It seems that Boss Sui is really short of money. He can't even bear to give me a bowl of braised soup noodles." Sui glared at him, waved a spoon and scolded him fiercely. "Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll miss this soup again? You missed it for half a year last year. Today I especially saved a bowl for you. And you're disgusted again? Don't mind. Don't mind. I'll pour it out. I'll eat whatever you give me." Zhao Shiping came in with a smile. Sui glanced at him again and ordered, "Take the water out of the pot and pour it out. And add a plate of steamed dumplings for you." Zhao Shiping did it immediately. "Pour the leftovers into the pot." Zhao Xiaomi leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Are you really not going to cook braised noodles for my third brother? Don't listen to his nonsense. He just likes to eat this." "Yes, I like to eat leftovers," Zhao Shiping replied. Sui wanted to knock this bastard on the head. So she cracked 2 eggs into it. And when the poached eggs were cooked, she changed to a big bowl to serve the noodles. When the spoon was inserted into the pottery pot of braised eggs, Zhao Shiping took a big step over and said hurriedly, "No braised soup. I ate too much dust today. My mouth is dry. I want to eat something light." Sui stood up and snorted. Zhao Xiaomi found that she was the clown, snorted heavily and ran away. Gonda and Gone Air also came in. They had obviously bathed in the river, and their clothes were dust-free. As soon as they entered the door, they rushed to the water tank to wash the dishes. In the end, all the guests left, and the 5 unsold buns and half a bowl of steamed dumplings, as well as the stewed dishes that sank to the bottom, were all taken care of by Gonda and Gone Air. The 2 brothers had already eaten the meal set by Ian Posey in the evening, and now they had another meal, looking like they were not full. On the way back, Zhao Shiping explained, "The foundation of the Western kitchen has been dug, and the livestock pen will be dug tomorrow. This may take 2 days. It will probably take 3 or 4 days to dig the foundation of the guest room. First dig 2 in and out, and then start mixing mud and grass to tamp the soil. The speed is quite fast. It's worth hiring 40 or 50 people." Sui had hope. She turned her head and asked, "By the beginning of June, will the Western kitchen and the livestock pen be almost built?" "It should be possible." "Okay. I'll hurry up and make money, and try to build the 2 goose houses before autumn comes." Sui encouraged himself. "What?" Zhao Xiaomi didn't understand. "What are you busy with?" When they got home, Sui told him everything about opening the inn, and told him, "It's okay for you 2 to know about this. Don't let it slip. If people in Minxiang know that we are stealing their business, they will probably chase us away." Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang nodded repeatedly. Zhao Xiaomi admired, "Third sister-in-law. I underestimated you after all. You are a person who can do great things." Sui Liang nodded desperately. "Your head is about to fall off." Zhao Shiping caught his chin and said, "Get some water to take a bath. Go to bed early." He also said to Zhao Xiaomi, "You too." Chapter 133 Cold Noodles. The rooster crowed 3 times. The sky turned blue, and the chimneys in the military settlement were like stars before dawn, which could be counted sporadically. The wooden door creaked, and Uncle Neo led Ah Shui out of the door, turned around to lock the door, and led the child out of the alley. Dawn and dusk are the times when people are at their lowest. Ah Shui looked at the drowsy road and asked with a hum, "Dad, when will my mother come back?" "When you grow up, she will come back," Uncle Neo answered skillfully. "The bad little sheep said that my mother ran away with someone and didn't want me anymore." The bad little sheep in her mouth was the son of the neighbor on the right. He liked to provoke Ah Shui when he saw her, and he would make her cry every time. That bad boy knows his mother's eggs. Don't pay attention to him. Uncle Neo raised his voice and comforted. Can I still lie to you? You are a fool if you believe him. I am not a fool. Ashui was not convinced. Uncle Neo snorted and laughed. I'm not a fool. Ashui emphasized. Uncle Neo still pretended not to believe it. He threw away her hand and walked quickly in front, causing Ashui to run behind him, laughing and trying to catch him. After leaving the military village, Ashui was tired of running. Uncle Neo slowed down, squatted down and said, I'll carry the little fool. Ashui walked around him stubbornly and continued to walk. Uncle Neo laughed, and he followed slowly behind, waiting until Ashui could no longer walk. Then he squatted down again. Ashui lay on him obediently, and she reached out and held Uncle Neo's ear, muttering, Ashui is not a little fool. Well, you are not. Ashui shook her legs. She tilted her head to look at the high wall, and slowly wanted to sleep again, listening to the steady breathing behind him. Uncle Neo turned around and bypassed the market where vendors were setting up stalls. He took a long way through the alleys, and walked into the smoke-filled shop with Ashui on his back just before daybreak. The 2 baskets of buns on the steamer were already steaming hot. Sui Yu and Zhao Xiaomi worked together to take down the steamer. When the steamer was taken off, the mist in the pot rushed out and filled half of the room. He lifted 2 more baskets of buns and put them on the steamer. Sui Yu wiped the flour on her hands and walked out through the mist. She saw Uncle Neo carrying Ashui into the room where dried vegetables were stored. Ashui is still asleep? She walked over and asked in a low voice. He fell asleep on the way. He was awake when he left with me. Uncle Neo shook out the mattress and put it on Ashui. He walked out with his patched clothes and closed the door. I was in a hurry to leave this morning and didn't have time to cook porridge. He looked at Sui Yu and said. Sui Yu laughed, and she went over to get him 2 buns, saying, Is that enough? Yes, that's enough. Uncle Neo smiled with his toothless mouth and said, Ashui is not noisy, and she doesn't cry when she wakes up. You just need to pay more attention to her, and don't worry too much about her. She doesn't run outside much, and she can play with a chicken feather for a long time. Sui Yu nodded and said, I gave her a piece of dough yesterday afternoon, and she needed it for a long time. She is not a noisy child. Yes, she is not a child who makes trouble. Uncle Neo laughed and said, Then I'll leave her with you. I'll go over and keep an eye on her, and come to pick her up in the evening. Sui Yu sent him out, and happened to see a boy carrying a bowl. She smiled and asked, Are you alone? Your parents didn't come? No. Sister Yu, you cooked me a bowl of braised noodles. Okay. Come in. The braised dishes were just cooked, and the radish was still a little hard. Sui Yu scooped 2 more pieces of tofu for the child and said, Bring your own bowl for 11 cents. Is breakfast ready? Bring me a plate of steamed buns. Another guest came in. Zhao Xiaomi handed him a plate of steamed buns and took back 15 copper coins and threw them into the money box. For baskets of steamed buns were sold out in the morning, and a total of 37 bowls of flatbreads and noodles were sold. At this time, the sun had risen and the heat on the earth was getting longer. The soldiers dispersed in the parade ground. The soldiers who had finished training were all sweaty, and the 10,000 households were no exception. When the 1,000 households saw Zhao Shiping put down his martial arts stick and was about to leave, he was surprised and said, Are you not going to practice today? No. Come early in the evening and practice for a while more. Zhao Shiping pulled open his clothes and shook them. His chest and back were wet, sticky and uncomfortable. Go to your shop for dinner? I didn't eat anything this morning. Captain Jiang strode over. Zhao Shiping waved his hand and said, Just go. I won't go. I have other things to do. Captain Jiang looked at Captain Gu and asked, Are you going? Captain Gu was interested, and the 2 went together. Zhao Shiping went back home. Mrs. Yin opened the door for him. Seeing a few big chickens flying to the front yard, she chased them back to the livestock pen. She turned back to the front yard and saw Zhao Shiping walking out in a hurry. She followed him and closed the door, and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking millet rice. Zhao Shiping carried 18 strings of money to the place where the house was built. He carried a large string of money to inspect the foundation that was completed yesterday, and then went to see the earth trench that was being dug. 40 or so people dug a foundation in a cup of tea. The speed was really not slow. When the sun rose to the middle of the sky, Gonda and Gon Air put down their tools and walked back. In less than half an hour, they came back with 2 loads of food. People who do heavy work consume a lot of energy and eat a lot. Mrs. Een cooked camel oil, radish and vegetable rice. The millet rice was mixed with radish, bean sprouts, vegetable leaves, and the oil residue from refining camel oil. Although it was not delicious, it was oily enough to resist hunger, for large buckets of rice fell to the ground, and the diggers put down their shovels and took bowls and chopsticks to serve the rice. Taking advantage of this free time, Zhao Shiping distributed yesterday's wages. From now on, we will pay the wages of the previous day when we have dinner. Zhao Shiping gave them a reassurance and said, I will pay the wages on time. And you should work hard for me. Don't worry, sir. We won't be lazy or play tricks. Yes, sir. You don't have to watch every day. Come back in 10 days or half a month, and then you will see that the wall has been built for you. Zhao Shiping looked at the 2 people who were talking and said, Okay, I believe you this time, and I will let Uncle Nyo pay you wages in the future. I will come again in half a month. Okay. I will definitely let you see the wall when the time comes. Zhao Shiping looked at Uncle Nyo and said, You will go to Sui Yu to get the money in the future. Really not coming? Uncle Nyo asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. His family was short of money, so he planned to go for a walk far away, or go to the fields to hunt more wild animals and sell them for money. After leaving here, Zhao Shiping went to the shop to have lunch, and in the afternoon, he went out with a bow, an arrow on his back, and the largest camel. Sui Yu had some free time here and started to think about making cold noodles. It only takes 2 rinses to turn hot noodles into cold noodles, which is easy. The difficult part is the toppings. How to make it taste good. And how to make it taste good. She has to make a taste that only she can make, and other food shops or food stalls can't learn it. As for the side dishes, bean sprouts are a must, as well as shredded cucumbers and pickled radish strips. After deciding on these 3, Sui Yu asked sister-in-law Lame to help her collect more pickled radishes and cucumbers when she came to deliver the dishes. Did the pepper tree I gave you 2 years ago produce peppers? Sister-in-law Lame asked. Sui Yu nodded and said, It bloomed this year, but I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know if it has produced peppers. Then when the pepper tree has grown roots, you can move a seedling for me. The one in my house was broken by a cow, and I don't think it will survive. Sister-in-law Lame instructed. Okay. If the seedlings grow, I'll dig 1 or 2 for you. Sui Yu agreed. In the afternoon, Sui Yu went back. The pepper tree was planted in the yard where Xiao Xiaomi lived. Most of the pale white flowers had withered, and clusters of fine fruits grew where the flowers had originally bloomed. It was not yet time to eat them. Sui Yu went to the street to buy a handful of leeks and garlic. Seeing that there were still garlics for sale in this season, she went to ask the price and bought a handful and held it in her hand. Then she went to Hushang's shop to ask about peppercorns. She learned that the clinic sold them. She went to the clinic to inquire about the price. The price was not cheap. If peppercorns were used to fry oil, the price of cold noodles would increase by several coins. After leaving the clinic, Sui Yu stood on the side of the road kicking the stones at her feet. After hesitating for a long time, she turned around and went back to the clinic. Where do you feel uncomfortable? The old doctor let go of his hand that was feeling the pulse and said, From the pulse? You are not sick. Sui Yu did not move his hand and said, Take my pulse again to see if I have a cold body. The old doctor ignored her and said, The liver fire is very strong. Don't think too much and don't take medicine. After that, he called another patient who was waiting to come forward. Sui Yu walked out with a handful of garlic in her hand. She knew what was going on. Since there was no problem with her body, she was completely relieved. Back at the shop, Sui Yu started making toppings. She washed and cleaned the leeks and put them in the sun to dry. She peeled all the garlic, crushed and diced them, and put them in half a bowl. There was not much meat oil in the oil tank, so Sui Yu went to the street to buy pig fat. She happened to meet a camel meat seller, and she stopped him to buy 5 kilograms of camel fat. Did you feed all the camels you brought back? The stall owner asked. Sui Yu looked over and saw that the face looked familiar. It should be the person who had harnessed the camels with you before. I fed them. But you didn't? Aren't camels easy to feed? Sui Yu was puzzled. This is a male camel that I brought back. It was wild and difficult to tame. It was returned after it was sold, so I slaughtered it. The man said. Yu felt a little sorry. The skeleton of this camel was not small. It would definitely be a strong helper when pulling and transporting goods. Maybe it's anxious. Give it more time to adapt. Animals are dumb and can't speak, but they know what's good for them. If you treat it well and give it food and drink, it won't be afraid and will naturally stay. Yu handed over the money and said, "What a pity. I didn't know. If I knew, I would have bought it. If you encounter this situation again in the future, I'll have someone tell you," the man asked. Yu waited and decided that she would have to harness camels again in the spring of next year. By then, Hering would be able to make money, and she might have some extra money. She nodded in agreement. "That's right." The man stopped her. The male camel bit off the rope and escaped in the desert before. It was a misunderstanding. No one wanted to hurt you. Lao Chi was hit by a hoof when he tripped the camel, and his arm couldn't use the strength when tying the rope, so it was tied loose. That was my misunderstanding. Yu changed his words quickly. "It's okay. I didn't take it seriously." The man watched her walk away, thinking that he was too happy to have 2 more camels. So why would he hold a grudge? It was just that the uncle and nephew of Lao Wan were too worried. Yu returned to the shop to refine oil. First lard and then camel oil. He divided the peppercorns into 2 halves, and after removing the oil residue, he added the peppercorns to fry until fragrant. Then poured in the leeks and garlic leaves that had been wilted and cut, and fried them until they were burnt. Then sifted them out, and poured the boiling hot oil into the bowl of garlic grains. The garlic grains in the bowl were fried until fragrant, and the spicy taste was scalded by the hot oil. But the color was clear, not yellow or burnt. He mixed 2½ bowls of garlic oil in succession, not to mention the whole yard. Even half of the alley was filled with a fragrant and pungent smell. The old bald man sneezed and poked his head in, asking in a muffled voice, "What are you doing? There is no room for people to stand in the alley." "Uncle, come in. I'll make you a bowl of cold noodles to try, and you give me some advice." Chapter 134. Hearts running to the same direction. Someone happened to pass by the door. He stuck his head in and said loudly, "I can also give you some advice. Boss Sui. Can I help you?" You could only hear the voice, but not see anyone in the room. She also said loudly, "Yes. Come in." The thin tall man walked in. He also knew what was good and bad, worried that someone else would make it difficult for Yu. So he closed the door and dropped the bolt. Zhao Xiaomi brought in half a basin of cold water. She stood in front of the stove and watched Yu's movements. When the noodles were cooked, Yu took a long chopstick and turned it around in the steamer, took out the noodles that were boiling in the water, and threw them into the cold water basin. She said to Zhao Xiaomi, "Go and get 2 more buckets of water. Rinse the hot noodles twice." Taking advantage of this time, pour the bean sprouts into the hot water pot and boil them twice. Pick them up and rinse them with cold water again. Put the cold noodles into a plate and drain the excess water. You cut 2 pieces of cucumber and pickled radish. Put the cucumber and pickled radish on the cold noodles. Put the drained bean sprouts on top, and finally drizzle with garlic oil, vinegar, salt, and mix well. Before serving, Yu picked up a chopstick of noodles from each of the 2 plates. 1 plate of cold noodles was drizzled with garlic oil fried in lard, and the other plate of cold noodles was drizzled with garlic oil fried in camel oil. The garlic oil was hot, and the noodles were a little warm in the mouth. Yu thought the cold oil might taste better. "How does it taste?" she asked the 2 people who were tasting. "Don't just eat it in silence. Give us some suggestions. Look at us. How can we have any suggestions?" The old bald man smiled. "It's pretty good. I tasted the pepper and chives. A little spicy, and a little sour. This cold noodle is much more refreshing to my appetite than the braised soup noodles." The other man nodded. What the old bald man said was what he wanted to say. He had nothing more to say. "Boss Sui, you are going to make money again." The old bald man sighed. "Where do you get so many ideas? You can't spend all the money you make now." Yu said with a huh and said, "I have made a mountain of gold and silver, and I can't spend it all." The old bald man smiled and stopped talking. The taste of meat oil is slightly greasy, which makes the cold noodles look more oily and smooth. The fat of camel oil is thicker. Fortunately, the pepper, leek, garlic leaves, and garlic grains weaken the greasy taste of camel oil, and it tastes not much different from lard. Yu decided to use camel oil to make garlic oil in the future, which can just offset the price of pepper. so there is no need to raise the price of selling cold noodles. Someone knocked on the door. Zhao Xiaomi went to open the door. And outside the door were Sui Liang and a Shui. The smell of frying pepper was strong before. And Sui Liang took a Shui out to play. Why is it closed? Sui Liang asked. Nothing. Zhao Xiaomi flicked Ah Shui's chubby cheeks and said. What are you chewing? Liang. Did you take her to buy food? No. Aunt Erhua at the end of the alley gave me some carrot balls. The two diners in the shop finished their plates of noodles. And the old bald man asked. How much? It's free. I'll treat you. If you come again tomorrow, you'll have to pay. Sui Yu said. Okay. I'll come again tomorrow with your aunt. The old bald man stood up and said. The small caravan is expected to come back soon. And your business will be booming again by then. When the caravan comes back, you will make money. Everyone will make money. Sui Yu said casually. It's not like you. The old bald man stood in the yard and looked at it. Then walked out. Another customer handed Sui Liang 2 plates together. Looked at Sui Yu before leaving. And said vaguely, bald men can't stand people with lots of hair. Your business is too prosperous. Sui Yu looked up. And the tall and thin man had already left. Third sister-in-law. What is he talking about? What he said doesn't make sense. Zhao Xiaomi frowned. The old bald man wants to raise the rent. Sui Yu looked at the yard next door. The old bald man mentioned her making money several times. She didn't understand it once or twice, but she realized what he meant today. The old bald man probably thought her business was too good and thought the rent was too low. So he was worried every day. We don't just pay him rent. When there are many caravans, he makes a lot of money by selling braised eggs. Zhao Xiaomi was upset. She rolled her eyes and said, I think we are at a disadvantage. It's better to give him 10 or 20 cents of rent directly. Without the braised egg business, the old bald man can drive us away at any time. He has this intention, but has never mentioned it. Isn't it because he is worried that we will not rent his house, and no longer give him the braised egg business? Sui Yu explained to her clearly. Although we earn less, we could also have fewer troubles. Sui Liang is in. Listening outside the door. He whispered, Old bald uncle is not like this kind of person. He often comes to eat. I'm not saying he's a bad person. But he's a businessman. Businessmen tend to worry about money. He's not short of money. He just cares about every penny of profit. Whether he makes a profit or a loss. Sui Yu explained. You don't understand if I tell you now. But maybe you will understand when you grow up. I understand. Zhao Xiaomi said. It's like we don't lack the little money we make from selling boiled eggs. But I still think we're losing money by giving this free money business to old bald uncle. Sui Yu nodded in appreciation. That's what I mean. Sui Liang also nodded. He understood now. What if the old bald uncle wants to raise the rent? He asked. Sui Yu pointed to the north and said, We will move there in autumn. After opening the inn, we will not open a food store. It's better to have your own house. Zhao Xiaomi was a little happy. With a house, I don't have to worry about the landlord kicking me out. Nor do I have to worry about him raising the rent. Although I can afford it, I still feel angry. Guests are coming. A Shui shouted in a childish voice. Sister-in-law. Guests are coming. The 3 people in the room fell silent. And Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang ran out quickly. A little kid is so busy. Your shop really doesn't support idle people. The old lady laughed. She walked in and asked, I smell something. What's good to eat tonight? Cold noodles. But not much. At most 10 plates can be sold. And it will be officially sold tomorrow. Sui Yu cut a piece of noodles from the basin and asked, Do you want to taste it first? 10 cents a plate. It's cheaper than the braised soup noodles? Okay. Give me a plate. Sui Yu started rolling, cutting and cooking noodles. The fragrance wafting out in the afternoon was really attractive. Diners who came to eat in the evening asked about it. Especially since only 11 or 12 people tasted it, and the others didn't. Which made everyone more curious about this cold water noodles. The time when people really start to crave for food is at night. When you are lying in bed, and suddenly you smell the overbearing aroma of oil. First it is the smell of refined animal oil, which is already tempting. Before you get greasy, you smell the refreshing aroma of pepper and leeks. And finally the rich aroma of garlic, which is different from the garlic flavor of home-cooked dishes. Gonda noticed someone coming outside the door. He stood up and said, It's time to close the door. There's no food. You made us sleepless. Now you say there's no food? That won't do. The person outside the door came in and shouted, "Boss Sui, hurry up and make us 4 plates of cold noodles." Gonda then realized that there were 4 people standing outside the door before. He wanted to call the male owner out. But after 2 steps, he found that Zhao Shiping had come out. So he squatted by the water tank and continued to wash the dishes with noodle soup. There are no noodles or vegetables. And it will take a while to get cold noodles. Zhao Shiping walked out of the house and said, "Come back tomorrow. Not only you, but I haven't tasted the cold noodles either. Just make something to eat. We won't be able to sleep tonight if we don't have anything to eat. There are steamed buns in the pot. How about you 4 wait a little longer? And when the buns are steamed, you can eat them with garlic oil?" Sui suggested. The 4 people had no objections. The camel fat and pig fat bought this afternoon have been refined into oil and water. The lard is put into the lard tank. And the camel fat is made into garlic oil and put into the tank. After a tank is full, there is still some left. Sui scooped 4 spoonfuls with a small wooden spoon and put them into another bowl, and asked Sui Lian to bring it to them. The buns were steamed. And Zhao Shiping took 12 buns and said, "This is the stuffing fried with oil residue. It was originally eaten by our family. I will give you half a basket." "Still 3 cents each?" a man asked. "Well, I won't charge more. At this time, I don't plan to make money," Zhao Shiping said. "You have always been generous in doing business. I like to eat here. It's comfortable," the old man with gray hair said. Zhao Shiping smiled and said, "Then come more in the future." "I will definitely come. Tomorrow." The second pot of steamed buns was cooked, and the 4 diners who broke in the dark were satisfied. As Sui locked the door, they walked back. Zhao Shiping held a basket of oil residue and pickled cabbage buns and reminded, "Lift your feet high. Don't trip over the dirt and fall." The 7 people in the group walked home with their feet high, because there was another way to make money. The 4 people in the host family were happy. Late at night, Sui gathered beside the oil lamp to keep accounts. He bought a lot of things today, and the income was equal to the expenditure. Today is a day without money. She crossed out the board and said, "I will make more money in the next month." A wooden box suddenly caught her eye. Sui looked up and asked in confusion, "What?" "Open it and see." Sui smiled and asked sweetly, "A gift for me?" Zhao Shiping looked at her expression and realized that he had neglected something for 3 or 4 years. Sui gave him a bow and arrow, a woolen waistcoat and a cowhide waistcoat, made dumplings when she went out, and cooked soup noodles when she came home. He remembered these surprises, but he couldn't remember what surprises he had given her. "Wow! So much money. Where did you get it from?" Sui was surprised. "The money I saved from selling wild animals for 3 consecutive days. 2 fat rabbits, 7 or 8 field mice, a pheasant and 5 birds. A total of 72 coins." Zhao Shiping no longer wanted to be praised, and explained in a flat tone. Sui put down the money box and stood up. She took off her shoes, stood on the chair, hugged the man's neck, kissed him twice, and said with a smile, "Not bad, Captain Zhao. Your head is getting more and more flexible." Zhao Shiping raised his head and kissed the smooth neck. He carried the man to the bed and said, "I learned all this from Boss Sui. My wife. You taught me well." Sui threw himself on the mattress and laughed. When the oil in the lamp burned out and the sky outside turned blue, the hard-working family rushed to make money. The cold noodles were selling well. Not only was the business in the shop good, but the delivery business was also very prosperous. Some people didn't want to go out because it was too hot. Those with servants said servants, and those without servants hired errand boys. The cold noodles had no soup and didn't need to be kept warm. The errand boys carried their loads and ran quickly in the streets and alleys. When they saw people, they didn't forget to attract business. Sui's food shop benefited again. After a busy day in early June, Sui gave the whole family a day off, closed the shop, and the family went to see the inn that had been put up a month ago. This place was still a wasteland overgrown with weeds. At this time, high walls were erected on the ground, and houses were next to each other, connected in a row from east to west, which was more imposing than the government offices in the city. Chapter 135, almost broke up. The west kitchen was finished. Zhao Shiping led Sui to see it. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang also jumped and followed. The walls and roof were finished, but the surrounding soil had not been cleared. The ground outside the wall was bumpy, and people had to walk on it with their legs long and short. The four of them walked around half a circle and turned back, and walked in through the door frame without a door. The courtyard of the west kitchen was not small. When there were many guests, more than 10 sets of tables and chairs could be placed. Similarly, the kitchen for cooking was also built spaciously. Sui Yu walked in and walked around, saying, "Build 2 rows of stoves, with at least 6 stove holes. The 2 stove holes near the chimney are used to cook braised dishes, meat and eggs, borrowing the residual heat from cooking in the front pot. These 2 stove holes do not need to be burned, and the braised eggs and dishes cooked in the pot will not get cold. In this regard, she is an expert, and Zhao Shiping has nothing to say. Can we take the iron pot we are using now to the blacksmith shop to melt it, and then add some iron to make 2 iron pots?" Sui Yu pondered. She thought about it, but couldn't find anything to compare it to. Seeing that there was mud at the base of the wall, she pinched a lump and rubbed it into an oval pot bottom, saying, "When you have time, ask the blacksmith if he can make an iron pot of this shape. This shape is more convenient for cooking." Zhao Shiping took the mud and looked at it, and said, "Okay, I'll ask when I have time." There are warehouses on the left and right of the kitchen, and the firewood room at the corners of the walls on both sides. There are 4 rooms in the north and south rows. On windy, rainy and cold days, guests can sit in them when eating. Coming out of the west kitchen gate, facing the west side door of the first guest house, walking in, you can see a series of empty doors, 12 rooms in a row, and a small courtyard with a total of 24 rooms. The rooms with doors facing south are guest rooms, and the ones facing them are warehouses, which are convenient for merchants to store goods. The west side is close to the west kitchen. I plan to convert the ear room next to the east door into a toilet." When they had looked at it and were about to go out from the east door, Zhao Shiping pointed to the ear room next to it and said, "When the wall is dry, I will have someone drill a hole in the wall to dissipate the smell." Sui Yu subconsciously wanted to cover her nose. There was a lot of smell when there were many people. If possible, she would prefer to build a toilet outside, but it was just inconvenient. The ear room near the west door will be built into a water room. After completion, use the remaining mud to wrap a stove and put a large pottery pot here. After winter, provide hot water every evening to prevent merchants from going to bed without washing their feet and making the house smelly. I went to deliver food to the merchants living in Lao Tu's house before, and the smell gave me a headache as soon as I entered the door. Zhao Shiping continued. "Okay." Sui Yu nodded, and she walked out and went to the livestock pen in the east, saying as she walked, "With the livestock pen, there will be no shortage of manure in the fields in the future. I will sell the human feces to the night incense collectors, and have them come to clean up frequently to avoid disgusting people." Hearing this, Zhao Shiping looked down at her and Sui Liang's expressions. Both the siblings had disgusted expressions on their faces. Then he looked at Xiaomi, who was full of joy and had no feelings for the things that the siblings hated. He snorted secretly, thinking that she was worthy of being a lady and a young master, and she was still so particular. The livestock pen also ran from east to west, with 20 pens in a row. Because camels are big, the size of each pen is not small. One pen can accommodate 6 or 7 camels, which is more spacious than the houses where people live. The gate of the pen faces west, and behind the pen is a dug pit, which is also the main source of soil. Sui Yu walked around and stood at the edge of the pit to look. The bottom of the pit was already 1 person high, and there were shoveled steps on the side. People carrying grass went down from the south, and people carrying mud went down from the north. They each went their own way and did not disturb each other. The June sun was scorching. The cut grass was spread on the ground and dried for 2 days to become hay. The hay was chopped into grass heads 1 palm long and mixed with mud and sand mixed with water. For strong men with bare chests kept stirring and beating with thick wood, stirring the mud and hay into a sticky and hard state. Finally, the hard mud was shoveled into the wooden frame and beaten. After it was formed, it was poured out. This is mud brick. The man who beat the mud raised the wooden axe, and beads of sweat slid down his back. The sun's halo fell on the bronze skin and flesh, making people dizzy. Zhao Xiaomi suddenly felt a little hot in the face. She stood up and walked to the side, seeing Uncle Niu turning the grass. She ran over to help. "You are all here. Where is Ah Shui?" Uncle Niu asked. "I asked Grandma Yin to take her back. My third sister-in-law said that it is too sunny here. If she is not brought here, the child's skin will be sunburned because of her tender skin," Zhao Xiaomi said. Uncle Nyo did not ask more questions after hearing this. Xiaomi, go to the second guest house and have a look. Sui Yu could not stand Xiao Shiping's urging, so she had to give up watching the process of ramming earth and drying bricks. The second guest house was not yet completed. The wall was only calf high, and the wet mud bricks were piled up. The soldiers lifted the wood as thick as their legs and smashed it on the mud bricks, constantly tamping the wall so that the upper and lower mud bricks stuck together and merged into one. Even though it was clear that building a house was a hard job, no matter how much you thought about it in your mind, it was not as real as what you saw with your own eyes. Dust flew in the air, and the sweat on your face and body was mud yellow. The sweat dripped on the mud bricks, and the sweat towel around the waist was also wet with sweat. The people who held the wood to ram the earth even had blisters on their fingertips. Tomorrow I will ask Inpa to kill 2 chickens and stew a pot, and send it to you in the evening. Sui Yu said to several people who were close to him. I'm sorry for making you suffer in order to build this house. The wife of the captain said she would stew 2 chickens for us tonight. The shirtless man shouted loudly. The man who was working with a depressed face suddenly became energetic and had strength in his body. He wanted to perform well in front of the master. Will we continue to build after this one is completed? Someone asked. We'll talk about it later. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. I'm worried that you will be exhausted. Sui Yu looked up at the sky and discussed with Zhao Shiping. Stop the work after the second one is completed. Wait until August or the end of July, when the heat drops a little, and then continue to build? In fact, he had no money. Zhao Shiping nodded and instructed, come half an hour earlier in the morning. Leave half an hour earlier at noon. And at noon, you can lie down in the guest house in front to rest. The people who were tamping the earth looked at each other after hearing this, and the idea of quitting the work in their hearts was shaken. They planned to hold on for a few more days. Working under the sun in the hot summer was too tiring. After tamping the soil for half a day, they lost their appetite. They were worried that if they didn't take a break, their bodies might collapse. It was almost noon, and Gonda and Gon Air went back to pick up the food. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping also took Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang back. On the way, Sui Yu said, go back and tell Inpa to cook an extra pot of millet porridge every morning. Thin it out, let it cool down, and let Gonda and Gon Air bring it in a bucket. The cold porridge can fill the stomach and quench thirst, so that no one will drink too much water and get water poisoning. Water poisoning? Drinking water can still poison you? What kind of water is that? Zhao Xiaomi didn't believe it. When it's too hot and too thirsty, you fill your stomach with water, feel nauseous and can't urinate, so you can only dig your throat to vomit it out. Isn't that like being poisoned? Sui Yu shrugged. Isn't what I said wrong? Yes. Sui Liang immediately spoke up to defend him. Flatterer. Zhao Xiaomi muttered softly. Walking into the city, standing at the fork in the road, the family, who were used to being busy, hesitated and didn't know where to go. When they closed the shop in the morning, they planned to take a day off. But there was nothing to do when they went back now, so they might as well open a shop to do business. At least, they could make some more money. Sui Yu and Zhao Xiaomi looked at each other, and the 2 sisters-in-law smiled and chose to walk west. Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang followed, and halfway through, Sui Liang ran back to pick up Ah Shui. Walking into Minxiang, Sui Yu found that the people in the alley looked at her with a wrong look. She greeted them, and these people were willing to talk, but they didn't look very enthusiastic. Boss Sui, is the new house that is almost completed in the north of the city yours? I heard that it is going to be used as a guest house. Old Baldy asked directly. Sui Yu nodded in acknowledgement, and she asked in confusion, don't you know? I thought you knew it a long time ago. Ah Shui is here, and her father must be helping me with work. The people who delivered the food are Gonda and Gon Air. Haven't you seen them? The old bald man was speechless. One is in the city, and the other is outside the city. Not to mention that they can't hear any noise even if they are demolishing the house, or the wall is falling, let alone building a house outside the city. Not to mention that no one wants to walk in the hot weather. Even if someone walks, they can't go outside the city. So how can they know where to go? I heard someone nearby mention it when I was eating in the shop, but it was vague and no one took it seriously. Until yesterday. The niece of Aunt Erhua, who lives at the end of the alley, gave birth to a child. She went to give gifts and have a banquet. At the banquet, she heard a garrison soldier's wife mention it, and found out that the house in the north of the city belonged to Sui Yu, and it was used for merchants to eat and stay. Isn't this stealing their business? The old bald man followed Sui Yu's family into the shop and said jokingly, "What you did is not authentic. People in our whole alley come to take care of your business from time to time. But you make money from us and then steal our business. If that's the case, people in the whole alley are stealing each other's business. Everyone wants to make money from the merchants. So why can't I be one more?" Sui Yu gestured to Zhao Xiaomi to light the fire and cook. And she took care of it. The smile on her face faded. And she explained kindly, "The food business is too tiring. Busy all day long. I also want to be like you. Busy in spring. Busy in autumn. Busy for half a year. It's wonderful to have a leisurely 6 months and not lack money. We didn't publicize the in-building. Not because we didn't tell you, but because we were afraid of being laughed at if we couldn't build it. There's no such thing as stealing business. If I buy a lot of houses here to build inns, I'm stealing business from you. But my inn is built outside the city. Not as good as yours. When the caravans going west come back, they will definitely choose a familiar place to stay. I plan to attract merchants who live in Human Pass or leave Dunhuang for Jiuquan." A wave of people walked in from outside the door. The resistance on their faces was somewhat weakened. Obviously, they listened to Sui Yu's words. People who do business with merchants know that there are not many houses in the city for merchants and camel caravans to stay. At the end of April and October, most of the merchants who rush into the city later have no place to stay. In this case, they will choose to stay in Human Pass or Jiuquan. If the weather permits, they will even go to Zhangye County and Wuyue County. I went to see it last night. Your guest house is quite nice. The yard by the river is for cooking. There is also a livestock pen. This really puts us in a disadvantageous position." A man spoke up. Sui Yu looked over and said, "I'm not forcing you to improve your conditions. If you think my place is good, you can learn from it. My place is outside the city. If I only provide accommodation but not food, which idiot would live there? I run a guest house to make money, not to save money. Then you move out. I'm going to turn this small courtyard into a livestock pen." The old bald man spoke rashly. He regretted it after he said it, worried that Zhao Shiping would use his power to cause trouble for him. "We will move out before September. There will not be many merchants returning at that time, so it won't delay your business." Zhao Shiping spoke up. The old bald man didn't say anything. In fact, with Sui Yu's food shop attracting customers, his house will never worry about merchants staying in it. In fact, for the convenience of food, many caravans are willing to pay more to stay. Forget it. You think what I said before is bullshit. You can continue to sell food in this small courtyard. He relented. "We will move out before September. We can't take care of both businesses, so we have to stop this business." Sui Yu explained. "If you hadn't mentioned it today, I would have gone to you in a few days to tell you." The old bald man sighed. "Yes, you must attract business for your own guest house." Chapter 136, Huge Profits of the Caravan. That night, there were fewer familiar faces in the food store, even though Sui Yu had expected it and reduced the amount of various foods she prepared. They were still not sold out. When Uncle Nyo came to pick up Shui Yu mixed him a small plate of cold noodles. She asked Zhao Shiping to roll the remaining dough into dough and cut noodles, and took them back to hang them in the yard to dry, so as not to make them sour overnight. "Cat officer! Cat officer!" Sui Yu shouted. "Is the cat officer at home?" A big civet cat jumped out of the back room, meowed twice, and rubbed Sui Yu's ankles with its tail up. "Ouch! You are shedding hair. Rubbing my leg hair." Sui Yu pushed it away, and she held the cat's head and told it, "Don't go out tonight. You lie down under the shelf and watch. Don't let any mice come to steal food." Mother Yin went to close the door of the back room, but the door was closed, so the cat couldn't get in, so it could only stay in the yard. "Have you caught the chickens?" Sui Yu asked. "Yes, I caught 2 roosters, and there are only 5 hens left. I will buy more chicks next year to raise," said Mrs. Yin. "These 7 chickens are already old, 2 or 3 years old. Sui Yu only bought chicks once to raise. After that, she learned to hunt, and the family could eat meat from time to time. In addition, the eggs bought from the shop were more, and the demand for chickens was not high, so she never bought chicks again." Sui Yu suddenly slapped her legs, and the cat official, who was rolling on the ground, was frightened, seeing her running into the house. It quickly followed. "I forgot one thing. You can build a pig pen in the open space to the north of the west kitchen. Or build it next to the camel pen. And share a manure pit with the camels. In the future, swill will definitely be indispensable. We can raise more pigs. When the pigs grow up, we can kill one from time to time. And we don't have to worry about the money for buying meat. Zhao Shiping put down the board and said, Kill the pig you raised? Aren't you afraid that your brother will cry again? The ram in the pen can't be sold or slaughtered. And it won't give birth to piglets. It has to be driven in and out every day to eat grass. When winter comes, we have to prepare hay for the sheep. The more we raise it, the more we lose money. Why not just stop him from raising it? Sui Yu walked over. She put her arms around the man's neck and lay on his back. You are looking at the picture. Do you think there is something wrong with the house? No problem. Zhao Shiping pointed to the camel pen and said, I forgot to tell you. Your little black is pregnant. And it is estimated that it will give birth next month. Ah? Sui Yu jumped up. I thought it was fat again. But it turned out to be pregnant with piglets? Zhao Shiping raised the oil lamp and followed. She went out and said, You plan to raise pigs. So don't sell this litter of piglets. We will raise them ourselves. But when the piglets grow up and need to be slaughtered, you won't be reluctant to part with them. Right? I only have deep feelings for Xiao Hei. You two siblings. One raises pigs and the other raises sheep. You are really weird. Seeing the cat official jumping past his feet, Zhao Shiping muttered again. There is also a cat here. The three of them can enjoy a good life in this family. Piglet Sui Yu called. The big black pig grunted twice, got up, and walked to the door of the pen. Sui Yu took the oil lamp and leaned over to shake it. She saw the black fat pig with a drooping belly. She reached out and touched it, and felt something moving under its belly. The cat official jumped onto the wall to slap the camel's mouth. Zhao Shiping strode over and grabbed it. Bang bang, his two heads burst. And he cursed. What are you doing? Be careful that it will chew you up. Give the camel a name. Sui Yu came over with an oil lamp and said, I heard that other people's camels had names in the desert before. So I thought about naming our camels. But I forgot when I was busy coming back. Zhao Shiping pointed to the largest camel and said, This is the first camel I caught. So I'll call it the eldest. This one is the second. And so on. When it was the turn of the little camel, he said, This one is still young. So it's okay to call it a name. You can give it a name you like. Sui Yu held it in for a long time and spit out the word eggshell. Zhao Shiping. When it came back with us, its fur was the color of eggshell. Sui Yu argued and said, Let's call it eggshell. It's up to you. You're not naming my son anyway. Zhao Shiping didn't care. Sui Yu rolled her eyes at him. She looked at the bellies of the two camels and muttered, Are they pregnant? How long does it take for a camel to show its pregnancy? Zhao Shiping didn't know how many months it would take for a camel to show its pregnancy. But she knew that it would take more than a year for a camel to show its pregnancy. If it was pregnant this year, it would not give birth until April or May next year. After leaving the livestock yard, Zhao Shiping left the cat official in the front yard to guard the new rack. And he and Sui Yu went to wash up and sleep. The next day, Sui Yu and Zhao Xiaomi carried the new rack to the shop. Before leaving, they told Gonda and Gon Air to go to the food shop to pick up cold noodles in the evening. Not many people came to eat in the morning. But fortunately, a group of merchants came at noon. This caravan went out of the customs to Lulan, Ruoqiang and Shanwu in March. After selling the goods they bought another batch of furs and came back. Sui Yu and Zhao Xiaomi served them all the food in the shop and listened to them discussing the matter of entering the customs to sell furs. She asked, If you go to Guangzhou at this time, can you return at the end of the year? Sure. Just in time. The merchant scooped up some cold noodles and asked, Do you have any wine? No. If you want some, I'll go out and call a runner to buy some at Nanshui Street. But you have to pay 10 cents for the runner. Sui Yu said. Okay. Sui Yu asked Zhao Xiaomi to go out for a while. And there was a runner squatting in the alley, who came over as soon as he waved his hand. The merchant took out 3 strings of money from his bag and gave it to the clerk, and handed over the water bag, saying, If you want sorghum wine, don't be so cunning as to add water. Grandpa, my mouth has been soaked in a wine jar, and I can tell if the wine is strong enough by just tasting it. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm doing a legitimate business, and I earn money by running errands, not doing any shady business. The clerk took the money and the water bag and ran out quickly. Sui Yu cut half a bowl of pickled radish and served it on the table. and asked, "What goods do the small countries outside human pass like to buy from us? Cloth? Pottery? What else? What do people here buy for food? Clothing? And daily necessities? They also buy everything. From small things like needles and thread to large things like grain and oil. They can sell everything they take out." The merchant took a bite of pickled radish and looked at Sui and asked, "Why? Does your family also have a man who wants to form a caravan?" "No. My husband is 1,000 households in the army. How can I let him go to do business?" Sui took out Zhao Shiping's official position and used it, and asked curiously, "You can make 10,000 yuan a year by running around inside and outside the pass?" The 12 merchants looked at each other and knew that her husband was an official. It was not good not to answer. So they could only vaguely say, "If we can only make 10,000 yuan, why should we work so hard? 10 brothers share it, and each person has less than 1,000 yuan. It's better to be a peddler at home. I mean 10,000 yuan per person per year." Sui said again, seeing their faces change slightly. He knew that his guess was almost right. Your small caravan can make so much in a year. How much money do those big caravans make in a year? Sui was shocked. The more money you can make, the more risks you have to take. People who make a lot of money may have a life without a life. The merchant next to Sui smacked his head and shook his head, saying, "You can't just watch the thieves eat meat and not see the thieves being beaten." After leaving the customs, there are many people who have opinions about the Han people. Many people died on the way to the west. This trade route is paved with human lives, not to mention merchants. A few years ago, a lieutenant who went to Cheshire State to cultivate land was beaten to death by local people. The guy who bought wine came back, and there were more customers. Sui, he went to cook noodles and didn't talk to the merchants anymore. After noon, Sui sat under the eaves and watched Zhao Xiaomi lead Sui Liang and Ah Shui to play the flower rope. She saw Lao Tu coming in from the corner of her eye. She thought for a moment, raised her smile and asked, "Haven't you eaten yet? We just settled a group of merchants and haven't had time to eat yet. Cook me a plate of cold noodles. But don't add bean sprouts. They get stuck in my teeth." "Okay. Find a place to sit." Sui went into the house to light the fire. Lao Tu didn't mention the dispute yesterday, and neither did Sui. They both looked like they had no grudges. One paid the bill after dinner, and the other walked a few more steps as usual. In the evening, Sui first put the leftover dry noodles from last night into the soup pot and boiled them. When boiling the noodles, she blanched the bean sprouts. The bean sprouts were grown by her own family with soybeans, which were cheap. She boiled a pot at once, and after boiling, she mixed them with the cold noodles and mixed them into 2 large pots. She then cut 2 pickled radishes and 4 cucumbers, poured garlic oil, salt and vinegar on them, and stirred them vigorously. Sui was stirring the room excitedly when she heard a lot of people rushing into the yard. She went out to see, and saw that it was the merchants who had come for lunch, followed by some people from the alley. 12 plates of cold noodles. Cut more pickled radish. The merchant shouted, "Xiaomi, go and mix a plate of noodles for each of us." The people in the alley chose to sit in the yard. They had a conflict yesterday, and if it weren't for their mouths, they wouldn't want to come. After eating the cold noodles here at Sui, they always felt that something was missing when they went to eat at other shops. As if there were not enough noodles, a little less oil, or not clean enough. It was too troublesome to make it by myself. And it was time for dinner, so they could only come with a stiff face. Gonda and Gon Er happened to come over, and Sui and Zhao Xiaomi first carried the basin to pour the cold noodles into the rice bucket, and then went into the house to mix the noodles for the diners. Shopkeeper's wife, "My mother said you don't cook tonight. She left a bowl of chicken soup, and will send it to you later," Gonda said standing outside the door. Sui agreed. Gonda and Gon Er went out with food buckets on their shoulders, and Ah Shui followed them out eagerly. Sui Liang called her. "Where are you going? You are not allowed to go out." "Meat." Ah Shui used her finger, and she smelled the chicken. "Stand at the door and wait for Grandma Yin. She will bring the meat soon," Sui said. She came out with 2 plates of cold noodles and gave them to the merchant first. "Who wants 2 buckets of noodles at once?" the merchant asked. "My servants are delivering food to the people who are helping me build a house," Sui explained. Even though there were people in the alley, she still added, "I built a guest house in the north of the city. There is food, accommodation and livestock pens. If you can't find a place to stay when you go back and forth, you can stay there." Okay. We saw it when we entered the city. We thought it was some high-ranking official who went there to build a big house. The others were in mixed feelings. They ate the cold noodles and left. They didn't sit and chat like they did in the past. After another 5 days, 60% to 70% of the diners in the alley returned. Everyone pretended that nothing had happened. They coveted Sueyu's cooking skills. And Sueyu coveted the copper coins in their pockets. They occasionally looked unhappy when they saw Sueyu's good business. But Sueyu always greeted them with a smile. And these people came again every 1 or 2 days. Time flew to June 11th. And the cash box at home was completely empty. After returning home in the evening, Sueyu poured all the copper coins with oil fragrance on the table. And the 4 people in the family sat at the table to count the copper coins. 2 small caravans came today. And the income was good. A total of more than 180 coins. Sueyu counted the money strings, propped up his chin and said, "These 2 caravans will rest in the city for at least 3 days. Nearly 4 days. So there will be no problem paying the workers who built the house. Today, I sold 37 coins from selling wild animals." Zhao Shiping took out the money from selling wild animals and said, "The wall has been built. And it will be capped in 2 or 3 days. I still have money here." Zhao Xiaomi said, "I still have more than 200 yuan. Don't touch your money. Your third brother and I have a way." Sueyu pressed her shoulders and said to Zhao Shiping, "After the roof is completed, let them spend another 2 days to shovel the soil inside and outside the house. Tamp the soil that can be compacted and shovel away the soil that cannot be compacted. Then ask Uncle Laonyo to see how many people can accept credit for wages. If there are enough people, let them continue to build the 3rd guest house. If there are less than 30 people, forget it. We will continue to build when we have enough money." Zhao Shiping nodded. "The money I earn every day will be used to buy doors and windows. Have carpenters make tables and chairs. Find masons to make stoves and beds." Sueyu counted on his fingers and said, "It's better not to buy a wooden bed. It will cost a lot of money. I have to dig mud to build a bed. And I don't have to worry about replacing it when it breaks. Just a little bit." Zhao Shiping counted out 18 strings of money and put them into the wooden box. "These will be taken away tomorrow." Zhao Xiaomi took off the 4 strings of money on the table and said with a smile, "We are so poor. I feel like we will soon be unable to make ends meet." Sueyu propped up his chin and smiled, saying, "When I was with your third brother, the surplus money at home was more than it is now." Chapter 137. A pile of debt. On the 2nd day of the guest house, Sueyu roughly counted the money in the money box. She earned about 50 coins in the morning. She called Sui Liang and told him, "Dongzi's father will bring the noodles over later. You go to pay the bill after weighing them. Also, pay Sister Lame and Aunt Sun for the noodles, vegetables, and eggs. If there is any surplus, you can buy half a basin of tofu. I'll go to the guest house to take a look. I'll probably be back before noon." Sui Liang nodded. Sueyu took off her apron and walked out, seeing Ashui running around the yard with a shuttlecock. She said, "Ashui, you can't go out." Ashui responded crisply, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll keep an eye on her. She won't get lost." Zhao Xiaomi came in from outside and whispered, "Several families in the alley agreed to go west together. I guess they are going to see our inn." Sueyu also went out and walked west. After leaving the alley, she walked north and walked out of the city. Sure enough, she saw a group of 7 or 8 people she knew. She saw them, and they also found her. The people walking in front slowed down their pace and waited for Sueyu to catch up. The old bald man explained, "I heard that the 2nd guest house on your side is about to be completed. Let's take a look and see what else we need to add to our alley." Sueyu kept walking and said with a smile, "Then let's go together. I haven't been here for a long time. Let's go together and give me some suggestions." The group of people smiled and didn't say anything. After walking for another cup of tea, you can see people squatting on the roof. The garrison soldiers, who were building the house, stepped on the beams and laid straw. One hand pressed the straw and the other hand tied the rope. There was no restraining rope tied to their bodies, but they walked briskly on the beams. It's the ability of Captain Zhao to call so many soldiers, all of whom are strong and nimble. If it were people like us, such a big house would not be completed in 2 months. The old bald man sighed. Sueyu did not respond, and took 2 more steps. She realized the meaning of his words, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to build another guest house?" "No. It will cost a lot of money. Right? The old bald man asked. Sui nodded and said frankly, I ran out of money. The people who were traveling with him didn't believe it. I want to tidy up my house. The courtyard wall is old. And the grass on the roof is dirty and infested with insects. When I built the wall to separate the house, I thought I could make do with it. But now I can't make do with it. The old bald man looked at the new house in front of him. Compared with the guest room in his place, the other one was for people to live in, while his was for livestock to live in. But I'll wait a little longer. If you take our business away, I won't have to bother with it anymore. The old bald man said with a hint of sourness. You think too highly of me. Sui smiled and bowed her head. She didn't say anything to comfort him. She said, You can look around. I'll go see if Xiao Shiping is here. Xiao Shiping came over half an hour ago. He had just finished discussing the credit with Uncle Neo. When he saw Sui, he raised his hand and motioned her to come over. There's a lot of grass and dust from the roof of the shop. Don't go in, he said. Sui stood beside him with her arms folded. She looked around and said, Next spring, we'll go dig some trees from the sand hill and transplant them here. It's too empty here, and it looks a bit desolate. Xiao Shiping nodded. He had a string of money in his hand and said, We can also raise a group of chickens. The land is wide. There are insects in the soil. And there's grass. We don't need to feed them much. Speaking of grass, Sui suddenly realized. She grabbed his hand and said excitedly, Are you stupid? I forgot to sow more golden grass seeds on the wasteland this spring. It's winter, and there's not enough hay. My 20 acres of land are all planted with soybeans this year. You can go and pull the bean stalks in the autumn harvest. Uncle Neo said, Did you plant the land this year? Xiao Shiping was surprised. In previous years, he ate the grain seeds directly as food. I asked the village chief to send someone to help me plow the land, and then sow the bean seeds. He arranged people to harvest in the autumn harvest. Uncle Neo stood up and straightened his slightly hunched back, saying, Now it's not that one person eats enough and the whole family is not hungry. The village chief came to threaten me. If I don't plant the land, I won't get any grain. I have to give in. Seeing his aggrieved face, Sui wanted to laugh. The group of people who came with Sui walked around twice and left. Xiao Shiping shook the money chain and said, Let's go. We'll go right away. Entering the second courtyard, Uncle Neo shouted, It's hot. Come down and rest. The cold porridge is here. Come down and drink a bowl to quench your thirst. The person who handed the grass put down the straw bundle. The person who tamped the earth put down the wooden hammer. And the person who shoveled the mud put down the shovel. When the people on the roof came down, the people holding the wooden ladder also came over. Gonda and Gon carried a pottery pot over. And Een Posey carried a basket of black pottery bowls. The pottery pot fell to the ground. And she took off the shoulder pole. She scooped the cold porridge with a spoon and handed it to the people who came over. Xiao Shiping went with Uncle Neo to pay the wages. After receiving the wages, someone asked, Sir, are you going to build a third guest house? I want to build it, Xiao Shiping said. It's not up to him to build it or not. It depends on whether you are willing to do it, Uncle Neo said. He has used up all his savings to build the house. He told me a few days ago that he would stop the construction after the second guest house was completed and would start again after saving enough money. But I thought that after the autumn harvest, the weather would be cold, and the snow would freeze the soil. We could not start the construction until February or March next year. I thought, why don't we continue to build houses for him? If we are busy for another month or two, we can at least build another 4 guest houses. When autumn comes and merchants move in, he will pay us at the end of the year. Anyway, he has such a big house here. He can't refuse to pay us. If he dares to cheat, I will come with a shovel to demolish the house and smash the wall. When it comes to money, everyone is cautious. Uncle Neo and the dozen people Qin Dashun found are not worried that Xiao Shiping will delay the payment. The military households under Xiao Shiping are worried. After all, he is a superior. If he really doesn't pay, they can't do anything to him. Okay, I'm idle anyway. So why not work for another 2 months? Earn more than 200 yuan at the end of the year. And buy a sheepskin coat for everyone in my family. A man raised his head and drank the cold porridge, saying, Just because Captain Zhao and his wife didn't treat us badly in terms of food, I don't think they are such low-class people. When this was said, many people agreed. Xiao Shiping raised his hand to suppress it, and said loudly, Don't force yourself if you are short of money at home. You work here for money. If you can't get paid here, you can go somewhere else to make money. Don't force yourself for the sake of face and let your family suffer. Let me make it clear first. I won't hate you for not staying. And I won't use my power to bully the bad people later. You can rest assured about this. My mother is sick and relies on medicine soup every day to survive. I come out to do hard work just to earn money for her medicine. A man in his 40s stood up and said, if I can't get paid tomorrow, I won't come tomorrow and will find another job. Zhao Shiping nodded and said, I remember you. Were you brought here by Captain Yi? There was another person with you. It was me. Another man raised his hand. Are you coming tomorrow? If you come, I'll give you his wages tomorrow, and you can take it to him. Zhao Shiping looked at the middle-aged man and said, you can find another job tomorrow. If you can't find a suitable one, come to me again, and I'll help you find one. I'll come tomorrow. Another man said, Uncle N, I'll take your wages back tomorrow. Zhao Shiping gave Uncle Nyo a look, and Uncle Nyo asked, have you thought about it? Those who are willing to come tomorrow raise your hands and I'll click. If there are not enough people, forget it. Hands were raised one after another, and Sui Yu stood aside and watched. She counted silently. There were 32 people. 2 more raised their hands. 34. Okay. 34 people. Come back tomorrow as usual. Uncle Nyo said. The matter was settled. And the sun rose high. Sui Yu did not stay any longer. She and Zhao Shiping went back. And Yin Posey also went with them. The 3 of them separated at the fork in the road. And Yin Posey went back to cook for the helpers. Zhao Shiping helped in the food store. After the busiest time, he ate a plate of cold noodles to fill his stomach, and then went home to get his bow and arrows to go out hunting. 7 days later, there were 10 strings of copper coins in the money box again. Zhao Shiping took 10 strings of money to find a carpenter, and paid a deposit first. He took the carpenter to the guest house to measure the size of the west kitchen courtyard door, the east and west side doors of the guest house, as well as the stove door, warehouse door, and guest house door. He asked the carpenter to find more people to make it for him as soon as possible. At the beginning of July, Sui Yu took the 1,500 yuan she had saved to buy 6 pieces of coarse cloth. 1 piece of cloth could be cut into 20 quilt covers, and 10 interlayer mattresses could be made. She led the camel back to the military settlement, because Dong Xinjiang was hot-tempered and dared to speak and scold. She gave the 6 pieces of cloth to her, and asked her to find someone to make 60 mattresses for her. I will pay 30 cents for each mattress. I will not provide needles and thread. The stitches cannot be too bad. Please help me keep an eye on it. Sui Yu said. I don't want the scraps of cloth either. You can distribute them to the needleworkers. Dong Xinjiang nodded and said, okay, I will take care of it. Is it urgent for you? If not, I will send it to you in 10 days. Then send it to me in 10 days. Sui Yu had no objection. At the same time, the builder stopped building the wall, and a group of people moved to the first guest house to build a mud couch. The couch was as long as the wall and 7 feet wide, and 4 or 5 people could lie horizontally. In mid-July, the carpenter had doors and windows brought in. It took 3 days to install wooden doors in the western kitchen, guest house, and livestock pen. Most of the money saved in the past half-month went to the carpenter, who paid for the doors and windows and used the rest as a deposit. The carpenter continued to make tables, chairs, and benches for him. The mud couch was built, and then the stove was wrapped. Finally, the roof of the 6th guest house was sealed. The soldiers who had been tired for 3 months packed up their tools and left. The baskets for carrying mud and grass were rotten. In the past, Zhao Shiping would have thrown them away long ago. But now he was poor, so he piled them up in the guest house that had not been cleaned up yet, to keep them for carrying manure or mud in the future. 10 days passed in a flash, and the 1,000 coins that had just been warmed up were gone after walking around the street. He bought 6 more pottery pots and 25 copper locks. He saw someone selling reed catkins on the road, but unfortunately, he couldn't take out a penny. Old Baldy is urging us to do business for another half a month at most. We have to move out by the end of the month. Sui Yu said. There are not many things missing. The only things left are the copper locks and the reed fluff in the mattress. Zhao Shiping sighed and said, I will leave the city tomorrow and take Gonda and Gon Air with me to go farther to find reed fluff. The carpenter's wages haven't been paid yet. Right? Sueyu asked. How much do you still need? Not much. More than 70 coins. Sueyu wanted to laugh. Now he doesn't worry about too many debts. And he doesn't mind if he has too many lice. Chapter 138 New Hope. At sunset, Zhao Shiping ran all the way to the training ground for evening training. When he arrived, 8 of the 10 captains had already arrived and were fighting with sticks. The garrison soldiers in military uniforms were practicing their legs and feet around the training ground. Only one idle person was leaning under a tree to avoid the shade. Zhao Shiping strode over. Captain Hu's eyes moved to him. Thinking of the rumors he had heard, he asked first, "You built a 6-entry guest house in the north of the city?" "I am short-sighted. Captain Zhao, you have a rich family background. The family is empty, and we still owe 7,000 to 8,000 yuan in wages." Zhao Shiping sighed heavily and said, "We overestimated ourselves. 7,000 to 8,000 yuan? Captain Hu stood up in shock and laughed suddenly. "Captain Zhao, you are quite courageous. This 6-room guest house has invested tens of thousands of yuan. You are quite brave." Zhao Shiping swallowed hard and said with a wry smile, "Captain, I came to you to ask for 3 days of leave. I plan to go out of the city with 2 servants to pick reed flowers tomorrow." Captain Hu was very happy. This was the first time he met a captain who was so poor that he went to pick reed flowers himself. He waved his hand and said, "Yes." Zhao Shiping bowed and left. He went to teach the garrison archery. Captain Gu walked over a few steps and asked, "What did you say to him?" He laughed like a bird. "I asked for 3 days of leave and went out of the city to pick reed flowers." Zhao Shiping did not hide it. Captain Gu shook his head. "You really never let yourself have a day off. Either hunting or picking reed flowers. Can't you just buy them with money? Where's the money from selling the game?" Zhao Shiping didn't know why he wanted to laugh. So he smiled and said, "It was all spent on the guest house. Lack of money? I'll lend you some?" Zhao Shiping smiled and refused. The next morning, when Captain Gu went out for morning training, Zhao Shiping took Gonda and Gon Air on camels to the west. At this time, the city gate had just opened, and the 3 of them were the first to leave the city. Gonda and Gon Air were official slaves and could not leave the city. But with Zhao Shiping as a guarantor, they registered and led the camel out of the city gate. Zhao Shiping's goal was still the lake in the desert. He rode a camel in front and took Gonda and Gon Air all the way west, and then walked upstream along the river. At this time, the sky was already bright, and Sueyu's food shop was also open. In August, there were caravans entering the pass. These caravans stayed in the city for 1 night or half a day, and immediately left the city and headed east after replenishing food and grass. They would cross Hongqiling and enter the Guangzhou area before the first snow fell, and sell the goods from the western regions to the central plains. "Madam, are the cakes we want ready?" a burly man asked loudly. "They are ready. 200 dry cakes, 200 egg and pickled cabbage buns, 60 kilograms of dried vegetables, and 50 kilograms of pickled radish. Everything is ready." Sueyu pointed to a pile of things against the wall and said, "Please order a few." The man took a quick look, took a bite of a cake, and found it was made of pure flour without bean powder. He nodded with satisfaction, paid the balance of 15 cents, put the things in his bag, put them on his shoulder, and walked out. After him, a group of 15 merchants came in. They walked to the water tank to scoop water to wash their hands, and shouted, "Boss, mix 15 plates of cold noodles and 15 bowls of brine soup noodles. Hurry up. We are in a hurry to leave the city." Sueyu agreed. A pot of cold noodles was already cooked and soaked in a basin of cold water. The cucumber and pickled radish shreds were also cut and mixed quickly. Zhao Xiaomi and Yin Posey worked together. In half a cup of tea, 15 plates of cold noodles were served on the table. "We will move to the guest house in the north of the city at the end of this month. Come back next year. If you want to taste my 3rd sister-in-law's tea and food, you can go to the north of the city," Zhao Xiaomi said in a low voice. Fearing that there were ears on the other side of the wall, the merchant who was eating noodles shook his head and said, "We won't stay for long. Eating is a small matter. The main thing is to buy food and grass for the camels, or buy ready-made clothes. We have heard about the guest house in the north of the city, but it is too far away and inconvenient." "Convenient? Of course. We can sell food and grass there. If you want to buy ready-made clothes, you can send errand boys. You have been running around for a few months. It will be comfortable to lie in the guest house and eat and drink. Xiaomi, come and bring the bowl. Sui Yu interrupted her. Mother Yin took away 2 bowls of braised soup noodles at once. Zhao Xiaomi had no use for them. Sui Yu glanced at her and said, just sit still. What for? Zhao Xiaomi was unhappy. Am I wrong? Just mention it once. Don't rush. It's annoying to say too much. Sui Yu handed her a bowl of braised soup noodles and said, send it over. You are here too? Looks like you are leaving again? Another group of merchants came in dusty. Brother Hong, sit here. The merchant who came first greeted them and said, we entered the city at dusk last night. You are a step behind. A short merchant pretended to want more food. He brought the plate in, turned sideways, and turned his back to the people outside. He took out a coin and threw it on the table, saying, I paid for the meal of the next table. Is it enough? Also braised soup noodles and cold noodles? Enough. Sui Yu nodded. 13 plates of cold noodles were served on the table. When cooking braised soup noodles, Sui Yu put 2 braised eggs in each bowl. 1 string of money was worth 1,000 coins. If only braised soup noodles and cold noodles were served, it would be enough to entertain 45 people. She made a lot of money from these 2 orders. The first merchant left, and the 13 who came later finished their noodles and learned that the meal had been paid. They exchanged pleasantries and prepared to leave. Sui Yu stopped everyone and said, everyone, do you want to get some dry food from me? The caravan that left first bought pancakes, buns, dried vegetables, pickled radish from me, and also bought a jar of braised eggs from the old bald man next door. Then prepare some for us according to the amount they bought. I will come to get it after noon. Okay, but you have to give me 5 cents first. If you don't want it, I won't lose money. Sui Yu said. Sui Liang ran over and said, brother, just give it to me. I'll go out with you guys to see where you live. I'll go and call them when you have all the dry food ready. You're smart, kid. The big man next to him patted him on the shoulder, then handed him the money and said, you're too thin. Practice more. When you grow up, I'll take you to do business instead of running errands in this snack shop. Sui Liang didn't answer. He ran to Sui Yu with the money in his hand, and then ran out to see where they lived. When he came in, Sui Yu raised her hand and pressed his head with her arm, asking, why don't you answer him? I just want to be with you. You have to answer him if you want to stay with me. He just said it casually. He really waited until you grew up and tied you away? Are you stupid? Sui Yu laughed and scolded. Be brave. If someone praises you for being smart and wants to take you to do business, you can say something clever, thank you, brother, for your respect. See if everyone is happy. He can't say it. He is too old-fashioned. Zhao Xiaomi muttered, tilted her head and said, third sister-in-law. This is for me to say. Sui Liang was not convinced and retorted, you are old-fashioned. If you are not old-fashioned, then say something. Zhao Xiaomi challenged. Sui Liang moved his mouth, but he could not learn the brisk tune. He blushed as soon as he missed a note. Zhao Xiaomi chuckled. Sui Yu also laughed. This is not the kind of person who can make jokes. After noon, a group of Han merchants left, and another group of Hu merchants came. The Hu merchants shouted for meat as soon as they entered the door. Eating meat is good. Eating meat makes money. Sui Yu took the copper coins to buy 2 pounds of pork belly, first braised and then stewed. The meat was stewed fat but not greasy. When it was served on the table, she made a net profit of 8 cents. In the evening, Zhao Shiping and Gonda and Gon Air led camels into the city, canceled the registration they made when leaving the city, and the 3 of them went home directly. The master and the servants spent 3 days picking all the reed flowers in the reed marsh in the desert. In the days that followed, after closing the shop every night, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping took the whole family to sit in the yard and pick reed catkins to fill the mattresses. We need to buy more cloth to make a quilt cover to cover the mattress, so that it is convenient to change and wash when it gets dirty. Sui Yu clicked his tongue twice and said, the cloth here is too expensive. It would probably be much cheaper to buy cloth in the Central Plains. Zhao Shiping didn't know. He yawned and said, it's time to go to bed. Let's not do it anymore. The 60 mattresses have not been filled yet, and the end of the month has arrived. Sui Yu moved all the things in the shop as promised, including pottery pots, stoves, tables and chairs, wooden basins, water tanks, bamboo baskets, dried vegetables. All these miscellaneous things were moved to the guest house in the north of the city. I remember that there were not so many things when I first came here. I didn't feel them when they were placed in the shop. But they were quite a lot when I packed them up. Sui muttered. A lot of things have been added in the past 2 years. And the bowls and plates are filled in 2 baskets. Zhao Xiaomi joined in. Sui Liang led a camel in. It was a female camel with a calf. It came out to work, and its calf followed it, jumping and hopping. After 6 months of raising, it had grown a lot, and its 2 humps had grown. Its fur was no longer eggshell white, but the color of boiled eggs. The 2 female camels with calves were already pregnant. They carried some light dried vegetables, and the remaining 6 big camels tied up baskets and carried away the things piled at the foot of the wall. As for the water tank, Gone Da and Gone Air tied it with straw ropes and carried it away. Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang followed the camel team. Sui Yu took Zhao Xiaomi and Yin Posey to stay and clean the house. There was oil on the wall, and they used a rough broom to sweep down a layer of dust, which was now invisible. Lao Tu came to take a look and found nothing wrong. He returned the 2 months' rent that had been withheld. Back then you were arguing with me for 8 cents of rent. But now you don't care about this little money. The old bald man sighed. My small courtyard is a treasure land. It will help you make a fortune. Sui Yu admitted that she could make so much money because of this location. I plan to rent this small courtyard to another food business. The old bald man said. It's more cost-effective than turning it into a livestock yard. Sui Yu said. It's not as good as your place. The old bald man locked the door and said. I can't let you attract all the merchants away. You think this is too easy. Sui Yu shook her head. It would be great if it was really that easy. After that, Sui Yu raised her feet and headed west. From now on, they will make money in another place. Third sister-in-law. Will we live in the city or in the guest house in the future? Zhao Xiaomi asked. We will stay in the guest house this year, and let your third brother ride the camel back and forth. Next year, when this place is stable and we find reliable people to guard it, we will return to live in the city. We can use camels to travel back and forth, so it won't delay us. As soon as we walked out of the city, we saw Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang running with camels. Sui Yu, Zhao Xiaomi and Yin Posey each rode a camel, and the 5 camels turned around and ran towards the guest house in the distance. The wheat fields on the roadside have already turned into the color of harvest, reflecting the sunset and spreading on the ground. Mixed with the sound of rushing water, the guest house built by the river is like a yellowish wheat ear lying on the ground, full of hope. Chapter 139 Thoughtful Service. After the western kitchen was cleaned up, it was already dark, and the wilderness was exceptionally quiet. Apart from the sound of water and wind, there was the sound of piglets grunting in the livestock pen. Sui Yu walked out of the 3rd guest house and stood at the west door to the west. A small group of camels were leisurely strolling around the river, and a big ram was lying on a mound of earth and looking around. People moved out of the city, and the livestock at home also moved here. The land here is wide, and camels and sheep no longer need to be kept in the pen. They can walk around freely. Third sister-in-law. Come and take a look. Zhao Xiaomi shouted loudly. The old hen soup was stewing in the pot. Zhao Xiaomi was in high spirits. She was in charge of cooking tonight, but she hesitated when adding the dry vegetables, worried that the chicken was not stewed enough. Sui Yu walked in and fanned away the white smoke, picked up a piece of chicken to taste, and said, It needs to be stewed for a while longer. The old hen has been raised for a long time, and the meat is tough. Besides, your third brother came back late, and the dried vegetables were put into the pot too early and stewed. Then I'll get some wood and light a small fire, so that the chicken soup will not dry up. Zhao Xiaomi sniffed and said, The old hen stewed soup is delicious. The cat official jumped in and saw Sui Yu's mouth moving, and it immediately meowed for food. It's Ian becoming. I'll go help make the bed. The chicken was thrown to the cat official, and Sui Yu put down her chopsticks and went out. The mattresses, cushions and boxes in the houses in the city were all picked up, and Sui Yu went to clean up her own room. The mud couch was already dry, and the manuscript was spread on the couch, and the mat was spread on the manuscript, and the bed sheet was spread on the mat. Sui Yu sat on it and tried it, and it was okay. Not too hard, and not uncomfortable. However, the mud couch was too long to be covered by the bed sheet, and the exposed half was just right for stacking suitcases and cash boxes. The last sunset glow in the sky faded away, and the guest house was completely dark. Sui Yu opened the door and walked out. calling Sui Liang to go see the piglets. Gonda and Gon Air were driving camels and sheep into the pen. Xiao He heard their voices and stood up to ask for food. A litter of 9 black piglets were sleeping in the grass nest, and their shapes could only be vaguely seen. Let them out tomorrow. Let them out at dawn, and drive them into the pen at night. Sui Yu explained. Gonda agreed and said, there is water and grass here. Gon Air and I don't have to worry about the food for pigs, sheep and camels. We can do other things in the future. We'll talk about other things later. We'll be busy with the autumn harvest next. You two should take care of the work in the fields first. Use camels without piglets to transport grain and grass. And take female camels with piglets. Don't let them work first. Let them learn from them. Sui Yu said. Gonda and Gon Air agreed. Third sister-in-law. I'm going to steam rice. Zhao Xiaomi shouted loudly from the west kitchen. Zhao Shiping was about to come back. And Sui Yu led Sui Liang to the west kitchen. The west kitchen was quite far from the livestock pen. 10 feet away. And it took half a cup of tea to walk there. Not long after Sui Yu and Sui Liang entered the kitchen, they heard the sound of camels running outside. It was Zhao Shiping who came back. I'm here. Come and eat. I'm waiting for you. Sui Yu shouted. It was hot in the kitchen, and the family sat in the dining hall with dishes and meals. Each dining hall had 5 sets of tables and chairs. Yin Posey and her son sat at one table, and Sui Yu's family of 4 sat at another table. This year, let my parents and brother and sister-in-law come here to celebrate the new year. There is food and shelter here. The fire in the kitchen is not extinguished, and the warehouse next to the kitchen is probably warm. Sui Yu drank a mouthful of chicken soup and continued. Do you think you should go back these few days? Or send a message back? These few days are free. When I'm busy here, the family can't do without you. Zhao Shiping spat out the chicken bones and thought. It will take 10 days to go back and forth. It's not worth it. I'd better send a message back. I'll ask them to come over after they finish their farm work. It's just right for them to come and help. Sui Yu looked at Zhao Xiaomi and asked. Are you going back? Zhao Xiaomi shook his head. I'm waiting for my parents to come over. And then I won't go back. My parents will come to help. And I'll pay them. Sui Yu explained. We have never helped my brother and sister-in-law. And we haven't worried about supporting my parents. There is no reason for them to work for me for free. My third sister-in-law is always sensible. Zhao Xiaomi laughed. Sui Yu laughed and praised. My sister-in-law is smart. Zhao Shiping glanced at him with disdain, looked at Sui Liang, and then silently withdrew his gaze. Sui Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would also praise her. After dinner, Yin Posey cleaned up the stove. Gonda and Gon Air cooked for the pigs. And Sui Yu and his men continued to collect reed flowers to fill the mattress. Will there be business tomorrow? Zhao Xiaomi was worried. I plan to stay at Yumen Pass for a few days. Sui Yu said to Zhao Shiping. Not for long. Hire a reliable person to follow the caravans entering the pass at Yumen Pass to spread the word so that the merchants know that a large guest house has been built in Dunhuang. I will go to Huang Anqing tomorrow and ask him to tell the caravans entering the city. Zhao Shiping was worried about her leaving for several days. So he persuaded her, except for those entering the pass from the end of October to mid-November. The caravans will not stay in Yumen Pass for a long time before that. They will go east if they can. If they go a little further this year, they can return to Guangzhou earlier in the spring of next year. Then I will go to Yumen Pass again at the end of October. Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping did not stop them this time. When it snowed, the morning and evening training at the school field would probably stop. The next day, when the morning training was over, Zhao Shiping found Huang Anqing. As soon as he opened his mouth, Huang Anqing agreed without saying a word. My eldest brother and his family are coming over this year. My house can't accommodate them. When the time comes, let them and their children live at your place. Huang Anqing said. Okay. When will you come? I'll let Sui Yu keep a quiet room. It's probably the end of the year. I don't know. I received a letter last month saying that grain production has decreased this year. Once the grain tax is paid, the remaining grain will not be enough to make a living. The implication is that I want to come and take a look. I think I also want to move to Dunhuang. Huang Anqing sighed. It's good to come. My parents died a long time ago. I lived with my eldest brother and his wife for 5 or 6 years. Now that I have established myself here, they move here, and we brothers can have someone to take care of us. That's true. Although you can't make money by farming here, It's hard to starve to death, Zhao Shiping said. The imperial decree is still good, always taking care of the northwest. Huang Anqing smiled. And when he saw that it was getting late, he said, no more chatting. I have to go on duty. Don't forget what I asked you to do. I can't forget it. Leave it to me. Zhao Shiping rode the camel back. And on the way, he met Dongzi's father leading a camel to deliver noodles. He looked at the camel and asked, Did you buy it this year? Dongzi's father scratched his head and said happily, Thanks to you. I made some money in the past 2 years. And I bought a camel back. How is it? My camel is good. Right? Not bad. Feed it well. It can grow longer. It has been fed well. Do you have anything else to do? You go first. Zhao Shiping had nothing urgent to do. But there were still a lot of trivial matters at the guest house. He couldn't walk slowly. He patted the camel's back, and the camel ran away. Sui Yu was preparing to enter the city. After filling the 60 reed mattresses, she planned to buy 6 more pieces of coarse cloth. In addition to cutting the sheets to the right size, she also had to hire someone to sew the quilt cover. At the west gate, a group of merchants entered the city. Huang Anqing led a person to the city wall and pointed to the large guest house in the wilderness and said, That guest house is newly built. There is a warehouse for inventory, a livestock pen, and 3 meals a day. You go and have a look. The conditions are much better than those in Ningxiang. The merchants were worried that the location was too remote. But the city guard spoke again. He couldn't refuse. So he could only agree. After entering the city, he went north along the city wall. Brother, I went to inquire. That guest house belongs to Zhao Qianhu in the army. A man ran over and said, There must be someone behind this guest house who can make the city guard speak. Forget it. Let's go and take a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll rest for 1 night and leave the city tomorrow. Sui Yu saw a caravan heading north halfway. She gave up the idea of buying cloth and rode her camel back the same way. When the caravan came, the first 12 rooms in the guest house had been covered with mattresses. The doors were wide open, and bright sunlight shone in, falling on the soft mattresses. The room was clean and comfortable. Sui Yu led a group of merchants in and said, 1 room can sleep 5 people. Of course, if you want to sleep on a long couch by yourself, that's fine. Booking a room can get you a warehouse. Come in and take a look. The warehouse is bigger than the guest house and can accommodate the goods of 5 people. The guest house and the warehouse are in the same yard, which makes the merchant satisfied. They can keep an eye on their own goods and sleep more peacefully. In addition to the guest house and the warehouse, there is a livestock pen outside the east gate. Camels run in the wilderness during the day and are locked in the pen at night. There are people guarding at night, so you don't have to worry about someone stealing the camels. Sui Yu continued to add, The city guards are not fooling people. The conditions here are better than those in the city. The merchant walking in front nodded. It's just that the place is a bit remote. But it's not a big problem. There are errand boys in the city. If you want to buy something but are too lazy to move, you can hire them to buy it and send it over. Sui Yu continued. The merchant didn't know how to describe it. So he could only say, You are very thoughtful. Better than other counties. Sui Yu smiled and said, It will develop in the future. There are 37 of us in total. We have booked this guest house. How much is the room fee? A merchant with an abacus hanging on his waist asked. 1 room is 100 coins per night. 100 coins. Shopkeeper, you are asking too much. The room I mentioned includes the guest room, warehouse and livestock pen. Sui Yu explained. If you don't want the warehouse and livestock pen, you can also charge according to the number of people. The big bunk bed is 8 coins per person, and a guest room is 50 coins. I misunderstood. If it includes the warehouse and livestock pen, 100 coins per night is also fine. We will stay for 3 nights. The man with the abacus said. Sui Yu handed over a bunch of 14 keys and said, The 2 big keys are for the east and west side doors, and the 12 small keys are for the warehouse door. There are marks on the locks and keys. Just check them when you open the locks. The Western kitchen cooks 3 meals a day, and the meal fee is paid separately. We haven't prepared the camel fodder yet. You should have a familiar fodder merchant who can arrange someone to deliver it here. After explaining everything clearly, Sui Yu led the man with the abacus to the 3rd guest house. 3 nights stay cost 36 coins. After collecting the money, she took out 2 wooden signs, wrote 2 words on each, hung one on the wall, and gave the other to the merchant. Can you write? The merchant looked at her. I can write a few words, but not many. Sueyu smiled and said, return the key on the day you leave. During this period, we will not go in unless you let us in. Please keep your belongings safe and remember to lock the door when you go in and out. The merchant nodded, and he left holding the wooden sign. And Sueyu followed him out. The merchant and the escort were busy unloading the goods. The unladen camels went to the river to drink water, one after another, and finally lined up in a row. The sun gradually moved towards the top of the head, and smoke rose from the west kitchen. No buns were prepared today, only soup, cakes, and flatbreads. Sueyu went in and took over the job of frying the stuffing. Where is my third brother? He should be the one to knead the dough. He is strong, Zhao Xiaomi said. I asked him to go to the city to buy cloth. Today, I asked Dongzi's mother to find someone to rush the work and sew 12 quilt covers for me before dark. Sueyu heard footsteps outside the door. She put down the shovel and walked out. It was two merchants standing in the yard looking around. What is there for lunch? The tall man asked. There are flatbreads and braised soup noodles. You can also eat cold noodles for lunch. No meat? The merchant asked. Yes. If you want to eat, I will ask someone to buy it. What kind of meat do you want? Pork or chicken? Sueyu asked. Tonight, stew 2 chickens. Stew tofu in the chicken. And a pot of white rice. Sueyu agreed without hesitation. Once she had meat, she would make money. 37 people came to eat at noon. They had a big appetite. Each person could eat a plate of cold noodles, a bowl of braised soup noodles, and a plate of steamed dumplings. The food that Sueyu prepared in a hurry was sold out in an instant, and she charged another 15 coins. On the first day of opening, Sueyu was quite satisfied with this income. Chapter 140 Servants and Helpers. In the evening, Zhao Shiping brought back 24 bedspreads and 24 sheets, and there were 2 pieces of cloth left. Dongzi's mother would deliver them in 2 days. Knocked on the door of the guest house, because there were many men living inside. Zhao Shiping took in Posy and her son to spread the sheets and quilt covers. The side room next to the east door is the toilet. You can't pee and poop all over the yard. When Zhao Shiping left, he said, I contacted the night incense collector. He will come tomorrow morning and clean up once a day. There is no smell in the yard. Seeing his steps and figure, and hearing Gonda and Gon Air call him sir, these merchants guessed Zhao Shiping's identity, and they naturally listened to what he said. It was dark, and the meal was ready. Sui Liang came to call people, and the people in the yard went out one after another. The merchant who was in charge of the key walked last. Even if they were eating opposite, they would carefully lock the door. In addition to this large caravan, 2 more travelers came in the afternoon. These 2 people came with a small caravan. The small caravan planned to deal with a batch of defective goods in the city. They felt that this place was a bit remote, so they turned around and went back to the city. The food was served on the table. 37 merchants and 2 travelers had their meals in the dining hall. Sueyu and his family squatted under the eaves with their bowls in their hands, looking at the stars in the night sky while eating. After dinner, Sueyu and Zhao Shiping went to the livestock pen for a walk. The camels were all in the pen, and the pigs and sheep were lying down. For hen squatted on the rough wood across the sheep pen and heard the movement and cooed twice. Gonda and Gon Air take turns to keep watch? Sueyu asked. Zhao Shiping said him. I went to see Uncle Lao Niu again today. He will bring 4 people here in 2 days to build a small house here in the livestock pen for the people who keep watch when it gets cold. Buy another dog, Sueyu added. Okay. After walking around and returning to the house, Sueyu took out a wooden board to record the accounts. Today, the room fee and meal fee totaled 113 coins, and the purchase of cloth cost 1,500 coins, and another 8 coins for labor. How much money is left in the cash box? Zhao Shiping asked. Not much left. More than 300 coins. Sueyu supported her chin and said, if the money is enough, it would be great. I can buy everything at once, and I don't have to hammer and hammer here and there every day, like patching holes. Busy every day. Zhao Shiping also thought, I still have to hire a few assistants. This money can't be saved. Let the cooks, the women who beat the clothes, and the assistants who do the shopping do these trivial things, so that you don't have to run around everywhere without touching the ground. Sueyu also wanted to take a break. She didn't want to run an inn like a food store, where she had such a big family. And she couldn't be busy like a donkey pulling a millstone. Grandma Yin's cooking skills are not bad. And we can hire another cook. Together with Xiaomi, there will be 3 people to take care of the kitchen. Gonda and Gon Air will be busy with farm work next. And we can hire another helper to clean the livestock pen. 2 people will be hired to clean the guest house, and hang quilts and wash clothes. Sui calculated one by one and said, a total of 4 people will be hired. You go out and hire them. Hearing Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang coming in, Sui reacted and asked, is it appropriate to arrange Xiaomi in the kitchen? She used to work with me. But now I am the shopkeeper, and she is the cook. I am afraid she will feel uncomfortable. Zhao Shiping opened the door and went out to ask, Xiaomi, the family needs to hire a helper. Do you want to be a cook for wages? Or do you plan to take a break and live here like Sui Liang to do odd jobs without wages? Where is my 3rd sister-in-law? Zhao Xiaomi asked. She is the shopkeeper. She won't go into the kitchen unless there are too many customers. Well, then, I have enough money saved. Zhao Xiaomi hesitated and said, I will do the same as Sui Liang. Have you decided? Zhao Shiping asked. And then said, okay. You can play with me for a few months and go back with your parents next year. I won't. Zhao Xiaomi was reluctant. Next year, you will be 18 years old. Zhao Shiping reminded him. It was only at this time that he realized that his sister was not young anymore. Zhao Xiaomi was unhappy and rushed into the house. Zhao Shiping ignored her. He went into the house and said, hire 2 more cooks. Sui Yu nodded. She heard everything. Zhao Shiping took off his coat, sat on the couch and leaned against the wooden box, and said, there are too few servants at home. It would be nice to have a few more. I will go to Captain Chu tomorrow to ask if I can get 2 more. I will buy servants when I save enough money next year. Sui Yu opened the door and went out to fetch water. When he walked out of the west door and found someone bathing in the river, Sui Yu retreated and asked Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang to go to the kitchen to fetch water. 2 days later, the caravan left after a good rest. And Zhao Shiping also brought back 2 official slaves and 3 helpers. He specially picked 2 official slaves who were good at cooking and brought them back to the kitchen to arrange them, so that he didn't have to worry about the cook learning the recipes and going out to start a new stove. The merchants in the 2nd guest house hadn't left yet, and the 2 helper women went to the 1st guest house to take apart and wash the quilts and covers, and took out the smelly mattresses and hung them in the yard to dry. Amid the sound of pounding clothes, Dongzi's mother brought in 20 quilts, and Uncle Lan Yo and Ah Shui came with them. How is business? Dongzi's mother asked. Your investment is not small. It's not my money, so I feel bad. Sui Yu smiled and said, it's not hot. Just barely okay. It's not the time for merchants to come to the city in large numbers. In another month, the merchants who come to the city will stay for a long time. Uncle Nyo spoke. Sui Yu nodded. It's like this. I found the masons that Zhao Shiping wanted. 4 people. But they asked to be paid after the house is built. Uncle Nyo said, that's no problem. Ask them to come tomorrow. Sui Yu counted out 600 coins to Dongzi's mother, which was the wages for sewing the quilt cover. Dongzi's mother took the money and chatted for a few more words before leaving. Uncle Nyo did not leave with them. He hesitated for a while and said, Sui Yu, are you still looking for people to work here? Do you think I can do it? I'll come here to watch the night, and you can go back to the city if you want. Sui Yu was surprised. Is he addicted to making money? I want to take Ah Shui to live in another place. The gossipers in the village say nothing good when they see Ah Shui. The family living to the west of me instigates their children to bully Ah Shui every day, making her cry all the time and asking me for her mother every day. Uncle Nyo was angry and anxious. He scolded them in person, but they continued to bully her behind her back. He went to the door and forced the adults to beat the children. After that, these children stopped playing with Ah Shui. Ah Shui became more and more timid as he grew older. He dared not go out without him. Sui Yu thought about it and said, I don't need anyone to watch the night for the time being, but I can find you a job. You go out of the city to Human Pass and help me promote the guest house. Is business still not good? Uncle Nyo asked. Not as good as I thought. Sui Yu smiled and said, I want to pay off my debts and save some money by the end of the year. Okay. Uncle Nyo agreed. Make room for me and find 2 people to help me move. Ah Shui will stay with you. I will lead the camels to Human Pass tomorrow. Sui Yu asked Zhao Shiping to take Li Mutu and 2 camels to help him move. Li Mutu was a helper hired to clean the livestock pen. After Uncle No left, the autumn harvest began. Zhao Shiping took Gonda and Gon Air to harvest wheat. Sui Yu entertained merchants in the guest house. When she was free, she rode a camel with Ah Shui to the east gate to recruit merchants who came to the city to stay overnight in the guest house in the north of the city. After harvesting wheat, they harvested millet. After harvesting millet, they also harvested soybeans and sorghum. Zhao Shiping said hello to the village head, and his family's 5 mu of soybean stalks were all pulled back, and the sorghum stalks were also pulled back. After that, he asked Gonda and Gon Air to help harvest Uncle Lanyo's 20 acres of soybeans, exchanging their labor for bean stalks. Halfway through the autumn harvest, the summer heat subsided. As September came to an end, the nights were cold everywhere, and more merchants entered the pass. Old man, has a new guest house been built in Dunhuang? The merchants outside the city stopped the old farmer, who was carrying grain into the city, and asked, "How is this guest house?" The old farmer pointed to the north, and the end of the city wall had khaki bricks exposed. "It's in this direction. You will see it when you enter the city." The merchant went into the city with the old farmer and paid the entrance fee. The merchant asked, "Sir, how is the guest house in the north of the city? We met an old man at Human Pass, and he pestered us to stay in Dunhuang." Huan Lanqing nodded and said, "You have come to the right place. This guest house is good. Many caravans live there, especially the big caravans. The whole caravan lives in the same yard, just like their own home." Hearing this, the caravan went north after entering the city. They didn't need anyone to lead them. They had trampled a path to the north. There were children carrying baskets on the roadside, staring at the camels' butts and preparing to pick up feces. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, another caravan is coming." Shui ran back with a puppy. She felt that the basket was in the way, so she threw the basket away. "Sister-in-law, another caravan is coming. There is no room for them." Shui shouted while running. Sui Yu heard the sound and came out. There were only 3 rooms left in the second guest house. She looked at the caravan coming this way and thought about vacating the 3rd guest house. Sui Yu did what she said. She asked Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang to move out. She went to entertain the new merchants. After introducing them, she led them to the second guest house and said, "You unload the goods first. Give me half a day. I will go to the city to buy 30 or 40 mattresses. I guarantee you will have a place to sleep at night." "Okay. Then we will stay in the guest house at the back." Looking south, the snow-capped mountains in the south are already snowing. If we continue to go east at this time, the wind and snow on Hongqialing Mountain can freeze people to death. The people in the caravan discussed for a long time and felt that it would be better to spend the winter here and rent a yard instead of staying in Wuwei for another half a month. They and their brothers will spend the new year in Dunhuang. Sui Yu brought her camel back from buying mattresses, and the merchant came to her to negotiate the room price. "We will stay until February next year. Please give us a lower rent." "The rent cannot be lowered, because in October, I will arrange for someone to boil hot water for you, so you can wash your face in the morning and soak your feet in the evening." Sui Yu pointed to the side room against the west wall and said, "You can see. The stove and pottery pot are ready, and you can get at least 4 pots of boiling water a day. This aspect is indeed unmatched elsewhere." The merchant thought about it and gave up the idea of bargaining. He directly paid Sui Yu a month's rent. "Oh, by the way, there is an old man guarding the gate of Human Pass, pestering the caravan to stay in Dunhuang, saying that the Chungbei guest house is good. Is he your man?" Before leaving, the merchant asked. "It's my father," Shui shouted proudly while holding the puppy. Sui Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "The guest house was newly built this year and has no reputation. I can only use this stupid method to attract business. Your place is pretty good. It will probably be full next year." The merchant said, "Don't raise the price. We will come to stay again when we pass by Dunhuang in the future. I hope there will be vacancies by then." Sui Yu smiled. She liked to hear this. Chapter 141, Learning Martial Arts. 3rd sister-in-law. "Where are we staying tonight?" Zhao Xiaomi stood in the open space, holding her mattress. The 4th guest house not only had no doors or windows, but also no mud couch, so people couldn't sleep there at all. "Go back to the city to sleep at night, and leave your 3rd brother here to watch the night." Sui Yu called Gonda to lead the camel over and said, "You and Liang Gur pack up and pull the things back now. And let Gonda accompany you. Eat here tonight. And we'll go back together after dinner. Zhao Xiaomi wailed. We've only moved here for 2 months. And we have to move back again. It's so troublesome. That can't be helped. We don't have enough money now. In order to make more money, we can only make do with our own family. Sui Yu comforted her and said, wait until next year to build a house. I asked the mason to build a master courtyard on the vacant land north of the west kitchen. If you find this place interesting, you can live here in the future. Zhao Xiaomi squatted down listlessly. She picked up a piece of grass and drew a circle on the ground. She said sadly, my third brother drove me away. My parents will take me back next year. I can't come even if I want to. Sui Yu remained silent and didn't respond. In this dynasty, most women got married at the age of 18 or 19. And some were even earlier. She could let Xiaomi live here all the time. But she was afraid of delaying her. Zhao Xiaomi waited for a while. Seeing that Sui Yu didn't respond, she sighed and went to find a basket with a mattress to pack things. For camels were tied to the basket. And the basket was filled with mattresses and suitcases. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang followed the camels back. Sui Yu stayed at the guest house and took on air and 2 female helpers to the third guest house to spread the straw mattress and put the quilt cover on the mattress they bought. Merchants were sorting goods in the warehouse, going in and out, making a lot of noise. And the noise here continued until dark. It was dark, and the evening training on the parade ground was over. The camels, which had eaten their fill, had been waiting under the tree. When Zhao Xiping came over, they knelt down. Zhao Xiping rode on the camel and said to his colleagues, you guys go slowly. I'll go ahead. Okay. You go first. You live far away. Zhao Xiping pulled the reins, and the camel got up and ran towards the city. Every day, 1 trip early and 1 trip late. The camel was already familiar with the road, and did not need anyone to command it. It was familiar with the road and went north. Halfway through the journey, Zhao Xiping met Zhao Xiaomi, Sui Liang, and Gonda. He tightened the reins and slowed down, asking, it's already dark. Why are you still running outside? Moving. Sui Liang explained. Another caravan came at noon, and my sister vacated the third guest house. So we moved back to the city. This is a big order, and we won't leave until February next year, Zhao Xiaomi said. Zhao Xiping was delighted. It was indeed good news. He smiled and said, your third sister-in-law will definitely be happy. The further north you go, the heavier the oil smoke in the wind. The dark wilderness. The riverside reflecting the moonlight, lit up with stars. The torches lit in the guest house. Sui Yu led Shui to wait by the roadside. When she heard the hoofbeats approaching, she warned him, keep your eyes open. Don't step on me. Zhao Xiping jumped off the camel and joked, Boss Sui, I heard there's another big business. Sui Yu smiled. Zhao Xiping strode over, picked up Shui in the middle of the camel's hump, and sent him away. You go back first. After that, he whistled, and the camel, which had slowed down, started running again and headed straight for the livestock pen in the east. Zhao Xiaomi looked back while sitting on the camel. She vaguely saw her third sister-in-law being picked up. She felt a little jealous and yearned for marriage. You stay here to keep watch at night. Sui Yu hugged the man's neck. She leaned forward and put her face against his mouth, smiling and asked, is it okay? If there was a problem. Zhao Xiping wanted to speak, but his mouth was blocked by his smooth face, so he couldn't speak. It seems you don't mind. Sui Yu pressed his neck and nodded firmly, muttering to herself. Well, you agreed? Zhao Xiping held her thighs with both hands, and with a strong effort. Sui Yu suddenly rose into the air like a fish diving into the water. She stretched out her hands, looked at the night sky, and then looked down at the man lying on his back in the cool night breeze. You are really strong, she praised. You knew it on the first day? Zhao Xiping was not satisfied. He shook the person in his hand and put her down. He walked back with her in his arms and said, I can only see you at night. But now I am not even given this opportunity. Sui Yu was amused and felt sweet in her heart. It's a pity that Gonda and Gone Air are too dull. Uncle Lao Nyo will probably be back soon. When he comes back, let him stay here. Zhao Xiping looked at the house in the dark night. It was probably because the meal was ready. The merchants in the house came out one after another and rushed into the west kitchen. I'm not at home. If you go back to live, take Inpa back, he instructed. You have to take Inpa back. She will go back and sleep with Ashui. If we leave, Ashui will definitely not want to stay here, Suiyu said. During this period, Ashui slept with Inpa. Inpa had given birth to a child, so she could take care of the child and was patient. After the guests finished their meal and left the western kitchen, Suiyu and Zhao Shiping helped to clean up the dishes on the table, then counted the money collected today, recorded the bill, and Zhao Shiping sent Suiyu and others back to the city. 5 camels were ridden away at once, and in less than a cup of tea, Suiyu arrived home, and Zhao Shiping followed him in, wanting to sit in the house like a guest. Just as he took off his clothes, there was a knock on the door outside. Suiyu kicked him and said, "Go out and take a look." Zhao Shiping took a deep breath, put on his clothes and pants at random, opened the door and went out. Ashui was standing in the yard, and In Posey went to open the door. "Sir, it's the servant of Captain Gu's family." Mrs. In came in and said, "Captain Gu heard some noise here and sent a servant to take a look. Go over and thank Captain Gu. Then go over." Suiyu came out with her clothes gathered. "I'll go over to take over your shift tomorrow morning." "Okay." Zhao Shiping lost interest after this interruption. He went out to explain a few words to the next door, then took the camel outside the door and quickly went out of the city to the north. However, before dawn, a brisk hoof sound came into the captain's residence. Mrs. In woke up when she heard the sound. When she heard the knock on the door, she had some guesses in her mind, tucked in the mattress, and got dressed and walked out of the wing room. When Zhao Shiping heard footsteps coming, he said, "It's me." Mrs. In pulled the bolt, and the man walked in with a mist on his body. "My wife is still sleeping," Mrs. In said. "Yeah." Zhao Shiping was prepared. He took out a thin wooden board and inserted it into the crack of the door to pry open the bolt, and slipped it effortlessly. As soon as the man walked to the bed, Suiyu suddenly opened her eyes. The room was still dark at this time. She only saw a figure rushing towards her. She was so startled that she turned over and was then hugged. "Are you going to die?" Suiyu hit him hard. "Did you recognize me?" Zhao Shiping quickly took off his clothes and said, "Sleep a little longer. It's not dawn yet." What a sleep. The wooden bed creaked until dawn. The sky was slightly light, and the man went out refreshed. Suiyu turned over weakly, pulled the mattress over his head, and dozed off for a while. When it was bright, Suiyu, Zhao Xiaomi, Sui Liang and Inpa took Ashui to the guest house in the north of the city on camels again, and happened to catch up with the caravan leaving. Last night, they had already told him that the dry food was ready, including 6 steamed buns with residual heat, 2 jars of brine-cooked eggs, and 50 kilograms of dried vegetables. After the merchants counted and paid, they put all these things on the baskets on the camels' backs and took them away to eat on the way. "Will you come again next year?" Suiyu saw him off for a few steps. "I probably won't come next year, but I will pass through Dunhuang with my goods the year after. I wish you a safe journey." Suiyu stopped and said, "I'll stay here next time I pass by." "Okay. I'll definitely come." The caravan walked towards the rising sun, the camel bells jingling, mixed with the sound of hooves kicking and clattering, gradually moving away. The 2 female helpers went to clean the guest house and wash the bedding. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang took Ashui to the warehouse excitedly. When merchants disassembled and moved goods, there were always things discarded or left behind. A piece of dirty leather, a small bell buried in the soil, or dry and smelly medicinal herbs. These were the treasures they were looking for. "Where is this caravan going?" the new merchant who came yesterday asked. "It's also going back to the Central Plains, but they don't pass through Hongqiling, but go from the North Road." "I don't know the specific route," Suiyu said. "Have you ever walked along the Northern Road?" "We walked along it once, but turned back halfway. The mountain road is difficult to walk on, so we didn't dare to go there." The merchant looked into the distance, went back to the house and called the master, who came out and said, "Let's go to the city for a walk, shopkeeper. Please keep an eye on our camels." "Okay. I've arranged someone to take care of them. Don't worry." Suiyu agreed. In the afternoon, Zhao Shiping came back on a camel. He waved to Suiyu and said, "Do you want to go hunting?" Suiyu stood up and asked Sui Liang and Zhao Xiaomi to stay. She said, "I will stew meat for you after I come back from hunting." Before Zhao Shiping came, he went home to get a bow and arrow. Suiyu led the camel and followed him. The couple rode the camel to the west, bypassing the city to the harvested crops. There were not only people picking crops in the fields, but also field mice and rabbits preparing to store food. Winter has not yet come, but birds and pheasants are already preparing for winter. Eat more to supplement autumn fat. Riding a camel to chase the pheasant that flew away. The camel rushed, and the feather arrows followed closely. One arrow missed, and the second arrow caught up, and the pheasant with colorful feathers fell in midair. Swayu grinned. She got off the camel and ran to pick up the pheasant and the feather arrows that fell on the road, saying, "It seems that I need to practice archery more. My accuracy is not good enough." Zhao Shiping looked around and saw that the wild animals nearby were scared away by the noise. He jumped off the camel and walked over, pinched Swayu's arm, and said, "You need to practice. But you don't have enough strength. Before, you had strong strength because you kneaded and rolled dough every day. How about I pick up the job of kneading dough again?" Swayu raised her arm and stared at him thoughtfully for a few seconds, then moved her eyes to the strong man and said flatteringly, "Master Chinhu, can you teach me a few moves? You train every day in the training ground. What are you practicing?" Zhao Shiping coughed a few times in a pretentious manner and looked at her with ambiguous eyes. Swayu kicked him and urged, "If you have something to say, just say it. Leave the door open for me in the morning." Swayu glared at him sideways. She was always thinking about this matter every day. She muttered, "You came in even though I didn't leave the door open for you." The man covered his mouth and cleared his cough. He smiled and hugged Swayu and said, "Let's go back to eat. We'll change places in the afternoon. When will you start teaching me?" Swayu was still thinking about this. "Tonight. Practice your legs and feet first. I'll run back with you in the evening. If you can persist, we can talk about other things." "Running?" Swayu nodded. "Okay. I'll listen to you." Chapter 142. My in-laws are here. Just as I was about to leave in the afternoon, I happened to meet Auntie's son delivering eggs. This time, she delivered 30 salted duck eggs and said, "I'll give you the eggs. Don't ask me for money. I've made a lot of money this year, so I don't need money for these eggs. This year's harvest is good, and you've harvested a lot of crops, right?" Zhao Shiping asked. Auntie's son smiled and said, "I came here for this matter. Most of the wheat has been sold to Dongzi's father, and there are also soybeans and millet. Swayu, when are you free? Go and help me calculate the accounts. I want to take the grains to the grain store to sell." Swayu looked at Sui Liang and saw that he was interested. She said, "Let Liang go. I've taught him how to calculate accounts." "Can you calculate accounts without using an abacus?" Auntie's son asked. Sui Liang nodded confidently and said, "I am like my sister. I don't use an abacus to calculate. I just do it in my mind." Xiao Xiaomi testified, "They are indeed siblings. They are both very good at calculating. I learned from them. But I am not as good as Sui Liang." Swayu smiled. It was probably because of their blood relationship. Just look at Sui Jiushan and Sui Hu. Sui Wenan and Sui Liang's generation have good physical fitness and learning ability. Zhao Xiaomi is not as good as Sui Liang in learning algorithms. "Let Liang Ger go with you," Swayu said. "Don't worry. He won't make mistakes. He will know the weight." With her guarantee, Aunt Sun took Sui Liang away. "Can you guard this place alone?" Swayu asked Zhao Xiaomi. Zhao Xiaomi was a little nervous. It's not that she hasn't greeted merchants before, but she was afraid of making mistakes. What if she said something wrong and drove the customers away? I can do it." Zhao Shiping pulled Swayu away, forcing Zhao Xiaomi to bite the bullet and take over. As they walked, he said, "She has been with you for 2 or 3 years. You have seen it all. She is not a stupid girl." Zhao Xiaomi heard it. She snorted twice, and secretly made 2 fist gestures from behind. Watching her brother and sister-in-law riding away on camels, she turned her attention to the guest house. Gonda and Gon Air went to the fields to cut hemp. The helper Li Muda was cleaning the livestock pen, and the helpers and Qing and Aunt Chio were beating the mattresses that were drying. The open space of the guest house was full of sheets and quilts, and the green and brown cloth fluttered in the autumn wind. Zhao Xiaomi walked around the guest house and went to check on the camels grazing. Suddenly, she heard the melodious sound of camel bells. She turned back nervously. Ah Shui was running back with the dog from the distant path. "Miss Xiaomi, guests are coming." Woof woof woof. The puppy also barked. Zhao Xiaomi ran back in big strides. When she ran back panting, the caravan had already arrived. The merchant looked at the wet sheets and quilt covers and said, It's very clean. And it's quiet here. Yes, it's clean. We wash the mattresses when the guests leave. If they stay for a long time, we change the sheets and quilt covers every half a month. Zhao Xiaomi explained. She led people to the guest house and introduced. One room can accommodate 5 people. There are 12 guest rooms and 12 warehouses in a guest house. If you book a guest room, you will get a warehouse and a livestock pen. One pen can hold 6 camels. There are 23 of you. If you don't live alone, 5 rooms will be enough. How much is the room per night? 100 coins. The merchants looked around and nodded to each other. This place is spacious and has a warehouse. People don't have to squeeze with goods. It's just a little off. Outside is the kitchen stove. 3 meals a day are cooked. Usually there are steamed buns, flatbreads, braised soup noodles, vegetable rice and millet porridge. There is no problem filling your stomach. If you want to eat meat, you can tell us half a day in advance and we will arrange people to buy meat in the city. Zhao Xiaomi added. Okay. We will stay here for 3 nights. Zhao Xiaomi clenched her hands. She was happy that she didn't mess up. She arranged 5 guest rooms for them. After collecting the room fee, she handed them the locks and keys. Before the caravan finished unloading the goods, the errand boys and people selling food and grass in the city came over. They understood the rules here. The 3 of them stood outside the guest house and waited for the merchants to come out before they approached to talk. Sister Xiaomi? Sister Xiaomi. Ashui ran back excitedly. Her face flushed with excitement. Another caravan is coming. Zhao Xiaomi wanted to laugh out loud. Business was so good when she was alone. This time it was a small caravan, who originally wanted to stay for a long time. When they entered the guest house, they learned that another caravan would leave in 3 days. So they changed their minds and planned to go together in 3 days. Zhao Xiaomi was a little disappointed. She waited for Sui Liang to come back and recited again after Sui Yu and Zhao Xiping came back. At the same time, she was worried that the 3rd merchant who stayed in the guest house would also leave. Sui Yu went to ask specifically, and the merchant who stayed in the 3rd guest house did not plan to leave, saying that he wanted to stop and rest. After dinner, Zhao Xiping took Sui Yu, Sui Liang and Zhao Xiaomi to walk around the guest house to digest the food, and also exercise their hands and feet. He taught them the movements and pointed out where to use force when running so as not to be tired. The escort who was digesting his food outside heard it and walked over to ask, Captain Zhao, can we have a fight? The night is too long. Find something to kill time. Zhao Xiping was tempted. According to his understanding, most of the escorts who escorted the caravans had inherited martial arts from their ancestors. And they were all very good. How about this? You invite the escorts from other caravans to come out and fight. I will send my family back first. And if you are still here when I come back, we will have a fight. He said. Okay. Zhao Xiping called Gonda and Gon Air and asked them to go to the kitchen to light a few torches and choose a place that is sheltered from the wind to illuminate. We will go back now so as not to delay you. Sui Yu suggested. No delay. Zhao Xiping was calm. He patiently accompanied them around a circle to make sure that the 3 of them remembered the moves. He brought a torch and a camel. Yin Pozi carried Ashui on the camel, and he took the lead to run in front to illuminate. In the whistling night wind, the sound of rapid panting came and went. He ran and stopped all the way. When he couldn't run anymore, he walked slowly. After taking a breath, he continued to run. Before he died of exhaustion, he arrived at the Qinhusua. Zhao Xiping didn't go in tonight. He led the camel and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell him, remember to leave the door open. Sui Yu ignored him. She was exhausted. She was sweating all over. It felt like a fire was burning in her chest. It wasn't until Mrs. Yin boiled the bath water that she recovered. In the open space of the guest house in the north of the city, the escorts were fighting. The noise was not small. Merchants came out to watch, and even bet on it. The cheers and cheers attracted the patrolling garrison. At this time, Zhao Xiping came. With him, the garrison left without saying a word. It's enough to make a few gestures for fun, but it's not a good idea to make a bet. Zhao Xiping told everyone. I don't gamble or whore here. It's just a place to stay overnight. At most, I can show you my boxing skills and be your guarantor. The merchants put away their bets and said, listen to the adults. If we practice kung fu here tomorrow morning, won't the garrison come to cause trouble? The escort asked. No knives. Zhao Xiping stated. We understand this. We definitely can't show off our knives and axes. We won't cause trouble for you. If knives and axes were used, there would be too many people, and the local garrison would mistake it for a sneak attack and shoot him to death with arrows. Someone invited Zhao Shiping to come down and fight a few moves. Zhao Shiping rolled up his sleeves and went over. He had been practicing for half a year, and it was a good opportunity to test the results of the past 6 months. Without using swords or sticks, the two fought with the strength of their legs and their strong bodies. Their legs were steady and could not be tripped, and their bodies were tall and strong and could not be moved. Zhao Shiping and the escorts were equally strong. After finding out each other's strength, they let go. The torches were about to burn out, and the night was about to swallow the weak flames. The escorts asked Zhao Shiping to take the sticks and practice moves after dawn. But Zhao Shiping refused, saying that he had to go to the training in the morning. However, before dawn, before the moon retreated, he led the camel back to the city. This kind of day like an affair. Zhao Qianhu never tired of it. Every day before dawn, he would rush to visit his wife's bed. The days passed quickly and entered November. The cold air from the west poured into the gate of Dunhuang. There were fewer caravans entering the city. At this time, the caravans entering the city were all planning to stay for a long time. At noon that day, Zhao Shiping went to the west city gate to call Huang Anqing to come over for dinner. He and Sui Yu had gone out of the city to hunt in the morning and had hunted a yellow sheep. When they came back, they told Huang Anqing about it, but they were worried that Huang Anqing would be embarrassed to go over. Zhao Shiping and others came to call him again after the mutton was stewed. Seeing him, the old bald man walked up to him and asked, "Is your guest house full?" Zhao Shiping shook his head and said, "There are 5 or 6 rooms left. Half of our alley is empty." The old bald man complained. Zhao Shiping was too lazy to pay attention to him. In previous years, there were not many caravans staying in Minxiang in winter. In March and April and August and September, Minxiang had the most temporary merchants. Leave. Huang Anqing made the handover and came over with a bag of fish. Zhao Shiping glanced at him. "I can't go to your house for dinner empty-handed." Huang Anqing smiled and explained, "I just happened to meet a fishmonger who came to the city to sell fish, so I bought a few." Zhao Shiping punched him. "You are too polite." Huang Anqing smiled bitterly. In the past, he could call it a gathering of friends, and it didn't matter if he came empty-handed. But now Zhao Shiping's official position was higher than his, and it would be rude to come empty-handed. He couldn't help but think of Captain Hu, who had stolen his military merits. If he had a superior who could appreciate him, he wouldn't have been a city guard all the time. Suddenly, people were heard outside the city. Zhao Shiping heard Uncle Nio's voice. He turned around and saw Uncle Nio leading a group of people into the city. Lao Tu and others rushed over to recruit tenants. Uncle Nio pushed them away rudely and shouted, "Don't come to rob. We are going to the guest house in the north of the city." Lao Tu and the others turned their heads and stared at Zhao Shiping in anger. Zhao Shiping remained silent. Uncle Nio also saw Zhao Shiping. He rubbed his frozen face and asked first, "It's so cold. Did Ashui get cold?" "No. She's waiting to eat mutton at the guest house." Zhao Shiping pinched Uncle Nio's clothes. It was probably stuffed with grass. He sighed and said, "You should come back earlier." "Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Go ahead. There's mutton to eat today." After saying that, he looked at the others. Most of them were independent merchants and lone travelers. It was unknown how Uncle Nio persuaded them. "Come with me. You came at the right time. Today we have mutton soup to warm you up," Zhao Shiping said. "This is the Captain Chow I told you about. You can stay at his guest house. I guarantee no one will dare to bully you." Uncle Nio spoke. Zhao Shiping nodded. These people looked away from Lao Tu and the others and chose to follow Zhao Shiping. Back at the guest house, Zhao Xiaomi led people to settle them. She saw Uncle Nio in the crowd and turned back to shout, "Ashui, your father is back." Ashui ran out happily, and the mutton in his hand fell off. The little black dog took advantage of it, swallowed the meat in one gulp, and ran out with his tongue wagging. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," Ashui shouted excitedly. The child didn't cry, but Uncle Nio, an old man, cried a line of old tears. After 2 months away from home, the person he missed the most was Ashui. Just as they were eating the mutton hot pot, Qin Dashun brought Zhao Shiping's parents, brother and sister-in-law to the house. Chapter 143 Choking. A total of 11 people from the Zhao family, young and old, set off half a month ago. They borrowed 2 camels to pull a wooden cart with a mattress on it. The 2 old people took the 5 children to sit on the wooden cart. They were afraid that the borrowed camels would be tired. The couples Zhao De and Zhao Er walked all the way. After entering the city, Zhao Er led his family to the military settlement. The house in his memory had changed its owner. Qin Dashun heard the noise and led people to the north of the city. Zhao's father and mother looked at the large house in front of them, thinking that the third son was really rich. This is what it means to have 10 sons without worrying about having no house to live in. Zhao's mother muttered. Zhao's father felt very proud, and his face was flushed. He thought that he should let the old family come to see. Dad, Mom. Zhao Shiping came out to greet them, and called each of his brothers and sisters-in-law one by one. He stopped Qin Dashun, who was about to leave, and said, "Don't go. There's mutton stewing in the house. Let's go in and have a meal together." Qin Dashun hesitated for a moment, and was pushed in by Zhao Shiping. "Brother Qin, sit in the house. Uncle Lanyo, please help me greet them." Sui Yu gave instructions, and she followed behind and greeted them warmly with a smile on her face. "Dad, Mom, big brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, I invited you to come here to celebrate the new year this year. You've worked hard on the road." The Zhao family members looked at her belly at the same time. She was wearing thick clothes in winter, but her waist could still be seen. This means she is not pregnant yet. "Come in and eat first." Zhao Shiping was a little unhappy. He stood in front of Sui Yu and said, "Don't unload the luggage yet. Take it back to the city after dinner. We're staying in the city at night. The camel needs to be fed. This is a camel borrowed from my cousin's house. Take good care of it." Zhao Urge said, "Someone will come to feed you. You go inside first." Zhao Shiping said. The western kitchen was bustling at the moment. As merchants were having dinner, the 4 dining halls were full, and 3 official slaves were busy adding food everywhere, with the money boxes tied to their waists rattling. The Zhao family, young and old, came in, looking carefully. When someone looked over, they straightened up and quickly retracted their gazes, with a tense face, afraid of being looked down upon. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu, and he asked helplessly, "Do you regret being a filial daughter-in-law?" Sui Yu rolled her eyes at him. "You don't want to be a filial son. But you're stopping me. I just want to show off." Zhao Shiping couldn't help laughing. Sui Yu also smiled. "Don't be angry if my parents make things difficult for you. They can't interfere in our affairs. I'm on the same side with you." He meant something. Sui Yu nodded. She reached out and pushed him gently, saying, "Let's go. Everyone has gone in." A room was vacated in the warehouse. After the weather turned cold, Sui Yu's family sat in it to chat and ate in it at mealtime. Today, in order to eat mutton pot, a stove was moved in. A ceramic basin was placed on the stove, and mutton was cooked in the basin. The mutton soup inside was bubbling. Dad, Mom, big brother and big sister-in-law, second brother and second sister-in-law, I was just getting you bowls and chopsticks. Don't blame me for not going out to greet you. Zhao Xiaomi said. Sister has grown taller and prettier. Zhao's big sister-in-law glanced at her and said, "She looks like your third sister-in-law. Not like the girls in our village." Zhao Xiaomi touched her face happily. She looked at Sui Yu and asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhao's second sister-in-law nodded secretly. Zhao Xiaomi has indeed changed a lot. She didn't know how to say it, but she looked like a man in the family, giving her a feeling that he could make decisions and take charge. "Come sit here. Let me take a look." Mother Zhao waved. Zhao Xiaomi smiled and squeezed over. But before he sat down, his ear was twisted. "You're wild. You don't even go home." Mother Zhao exerted a little force and scolded, "If we don't come this year, you don't plan to go back?" "How can I? I will definitely go back." Zhao Xiaomi took back his ear, lifted his butt and ran away quickly. Zhao Shiping and Sui Yusheng handed the mutton soup to the table. When the meat in the basin was empty, he went to the kitchen to get another basin. The whole yellow sheep was stewed. Most of it was stewed with radish. And 2 pots of mutton soup were stewed to sell to merchants. And a small part was kept for the family. Originally, they planned to eat 2 meals, and use the mutton soup to cook a few bowls of noodles tomorrow morning. Now it seems that it is probably not enough for 1 meal. The yellow sheep was still alive when it was carried back, and the mutton was fresh. After peeling and cutting into pieces, it was directly stewed in the pot. except for salt and onions. No other seasonings were added. The mutton soup was thick and white, and the radish oil was translucent. A piece of brown pancake was broken and thrown into the soup. When the pancake was chewed in the mouth, the freshness of the mutton soup and the fragrance of the wheat flour made people salivate. No one spoke anymore. The words of the merchants outside the house were clearly audible. The escorts discussed going out of the city to hunt yellow sheep. When the pot of mutton was empty, the people in the warehouse put down their bowls and chopsticks one after another. After eating this meal, everyone was sweating. Ah Shui was sleepy, and she dozed off on Uncle Nio's legs. Uncle Nio picked up the child, walked to Zhao Shiping and asked, "Should I go back? Or should I arrange something for me to do? You stay here and keep watch for me." Zhao Shiping opened the door and went out, calling Yinpa, who was cleaning the table, and said, "Take Ah Shui's father to the guest room where I sleep, and you will take Ah Shui to live there from now on." The latter words were said to Uncle Nio. Uncle Nio looked back and walked away with Ah Shui in his arms. "I should go on duty." Wang Anqing walked out. Xin Dasan followed him out the door, patted his belly and said, "I had a good meal. I'm going back too. If you have anything, come to me." Zhao Shiping saw them out and hurried back in. As soon as he stepped into the door, he heard his mother scolding Sui Yu for not having a baby yet. "I'm not anxious." "Why are you anxious?" Zhao Shiping said anxiously. "If you think you don't have enough grandchildren, let my elder and second brothers have more. They all have children. Why don't you?" Zhao's mother asked. "Why don't I give birth?" Zhao Shiping was almost out of patience. He said irritably, "Are you annoying? You came all the way here, and you're just looking for trouble. Isn't it worth your mentioning that I was promoted to 1,000 households? Isn't it worth your asking about Sui Yu's huge family business? Even the yellow sheep you just ate, you didn't praise it for being delicious? You're looking for trouble as soon as you come." The room was silent. Sui Yu looked at him like a warrior. "It was my third sister-in-law who suggested that you come here to celebrate the new year." Xiao Xiaomi muttered, "We've been so busy this year. My third brother and sister-in-law are carrying a debt of 7 or 8,000 coins. And they're still thinking about letting you come here to eat and dress well. Mother, you're looking for trouble as soon as you come. It's really difficult for mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I don't want to get married anymore. 7 or 8,000 coins of debt?" Zhao's father was so shocked that he almost fell down. 7 or 8,000 coins. You're right? You owe 7 or 8,000 coins. Why did you borrow so much money? Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. It seemed to be true. Father Zhao was so angry that he had a headache. He angrily scolded, "Are you crazy? You have no money. But you still set up such a big business? I didn't ask you to help me pay off the debt. Why are you yelling?" Zhao Shiping was furious. "The debt will be paid off in another month. So don't worry about it." Sui Yu tried to comfort him, saying, "Just come and look around. You don't need to do any work in the guest house. So you can relax and take a break. Dad, my third brother and his wife are more knowledgeable than us. They know what they are doing. Don't interfere," Zhao said. He was really worried that if they made more trouble, the third brother would never want them to come again. "Let's go out and look around. I haven't seen such a big house before." "Is it bigger than the post station?" Zhao asked. "No, it's not as big as the post station." Zhao Shiping looked at Zhao Xiaomi and said, "Take your parents, brother and sister-in-law out for a walk." Zhao De and Zhao Er forced their parents out. When they walked out of the west kitchen and saw that Zhao Shiping didn't follow, Zhao De said helplessly, "Dad, do you think you are my third son? If you are not happy, you will yell loudly. And after that, we will call you Dad in a nice voice. The third brother is a donkey that goes with the flow. He can talk to you for a while if you stroke him. If you glare at him, he will become stubborn and will go against you. He didn't listen to you when he was 10 years old. He could even climb over the wall and leave home to fight in the middle of the night. What's the big deal about borrowing money to build a house now?" Father Zhao was not convinced and shouted in a rough voice, "No matter how stubborn he is still my son." Mrs. Zhao rolled her eyes and thought, "Let alone your son. With the temper of the third brother, even your grandson would not do. If you poke his heart, he will jump up and down and listen to you." It was the second brother Zhao who could grasp the temperament of his parents and said, "The third brother is now 1,000 households, managing thousands of people. Now he and his wife have opened a guest house. There are people everywhere here. Everyone knows that the parents of the 1,000 households Zhao are here. You guys should make a noise. The louder the better, so that people can see the joke." These words suppressed Zhao's father and mother. Zhao's father cursed a few more times and asked Zhao Xiaomi to lead the way to see the guest house, since he could pay off the debt this year. He was not in a hurry. There were people living in the first 3 rooms, but Zhao Xiaomi did not take them in. She led her family into the 4th room and said, "My third brother and his wife have no money. The doors and windows of the 3 rooms behind have not been installed, and the couches have not been built. These can only be done after saving money. And there are several acres of land in the back. And it is estimated that we will have to build a house in the future. How many years will it take to save money?" Mother Zhao was worried. Zhao Xiaomi came over, grinning, and asked, "How much money have you saved? Don't you want to help?" The couples of Zhao De and Zhao Er looked over. Mother Zhao stretched out her hand to hit this silly girl. How could she say such a thing? She was biased towards the third brother, and she was not afraid that her eldest and second brothers would resent her. "We have a little money in our hands. Giving it to your third brother is like throwing a stone into a river. It is useless, and can only make a noise." Father Zhao opened his mouth and said, "Your eldest brother will take care of me and your mother in the future. Most of the money we save will be left to your eldest brother." He said this to his 2 sons. Zhao Xiaomi curled his lips. After visiting the guest house, he went to the livestock pen. He happened to meet Gonda and Gonair, who were picky about food. Feeding the pigs. The earthenware pot that had cooked mutton soup was also cooked with radish and millet, with lard. 10 pigs ate loudly. "Is this the black pig bought from our village?" Mother Zhao asked. Zhao Xiaomi nodded. Mother Zhao was about to boast about her good taste when she heard Xiaomi say, "I have raised it for more than 3 years. And this is the first time it has given birth." Mother Zhao closed her mouth again. After walking around and returning to the west kitchen, she saw Zhao Shiping chopping wood in the yard with an axe. "I'll take you back. The bed I bought a few days ago hasn't been cleaned or made yet." Zhao Shiping seemed to be fine now, and his tone of voice was normal. Zhao's father seemed to have forgotten about his previous quarrel. When Zhao Shiping asked him to leave, he followed him. Mrs. Zhao saw that Sui Yu didn't show up, and she couldn't help but feel envious. If her man was like the third brother, she would suffer less injustice. Back in the city, Zhao Shiping met Captain Gu when he walked into the Qianhu office. He greeted him and said, "Are you going out?" "Captain Hu called me for something. Probably to arrange training." "But didn't he call you?" Captain Gu asked. Zhao Shiping waved his hand. "I didn't meet anyone. Maybe I got lost? Then I'll go first." Captain Gu nodded and greeted the old couple of the Zhao family, and asked with a smile, "Are these Captain Zhao's parents?" The 2 old people raised a capable son, and they will enjoy the happiness in the future. Father and Mother Zhao loved to hear this, and the old couple were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Although the third son was annoying, it made their family look good outside. At the guest house, the errand boy found Sui Yu and learned that Captain Zhao had returned to the 1,000 household office. He ran into the city again with his legs lifted. Sui Yu found Gonda and gave him 2 instructions. Gonda rode the first camel and led the first camel to chase the soldier, and the 2 entered the city together. "Uncle Lanyo, you have been away for 2 months, and I still haven't paid you." Sui Yu came to the door and said, "For the 2 months you have been away, I will pay you the same salary as before, which is 300 coins in total. From now on, when you are on night watch, since you and Ashui will eat and live with me, I will pay you 20 coins a month. Don't think it's too little. My sister-in-law works for me, and I only pay her 20 coins a month. It's not too little." "How can it be too little?" Uncle Neo was happy. He accepted 300 coins, thought about it, and returned another 100 coins, saying, "You have been taking care of Ashui for nearly half of this year. I didn't pay for her food and drink. This is her meal money." Sui Yu refused. "How much can a child eat? It's not even as much as a puppy." Uncle Neo insisted on giving it to her. She refused, so he stuffed it into the suitcase left by Zhao Shiping. He, Neo, was a bit muddle-headed, and sometimes liked to take advantage of a little. But he knew the difference when it came to Ashui. It didn't matter if others looked down on him, but he couldn't let people look down on Ashui. Ashui was not a begging puppy. Ashui's family was not clean, but she ate, drank, and wore clean food and clothes, and could walk out with dignity. Chapter 144 The West Wind Overwhelms the East Wind. I just told Captain Gu that he will take you on patrol this year. After you get familiar with the situation, you will lead the troops out of the city for patrol next year. Captain Hu ordered. Zhao Shiping obeyed the order. And he asked one more question. Which places are you going to patrol? Inside and outside the city. I remember that 3 years ago, a village outside Dunhuang was massacred by the wandering Huns. The patrol is to prevent this situation, Captain Hu said. Zhao Shiping understood. When the Huns massacred the village that year, he was sent out to chase the Huns. He was stabbed in the chest and almost died afterwards. When he came out of the captain's mansion, it was already half dark. Zhao Shiping went back to the Qinhu office and asked the gateman of Captain Gu's house to report that he would visit him tomorrow morning. The door of his own house was already locked. Zhao Shiping went straight to the guest house in the north of the city, jogging all the way. When he arrived, it was already dark. Dinner was being cooked in the kitchen. The eldest and second wives of Zhao rolled up their sleeves to help in front of the stove. Father and Mother Zhao were warming themselves by the fire in the warehouse next door. The 5 children of the Zhao family were lying on the table playing with the treasures that Sui Liang and Zhao Xiaomi had found in the guest house. Zhao Shiping looked over and asked, "Where are the others? You want to ask about your wife?" Mother Zhao said something ambiguous. Zhao Shiping admitted frankly, "Yes. Where is Sui Yu?" Mother Zhao choked. "My third aunt went to get the cloth measure. She said she would take my grandparents to the street to buy cloth for clothes tomorrow," Zhao Daon said. Zhao Shiping looked at the 2 elders. Mother Zhao looked a little uncomfortable. She muttered, "You are in debt, but you still spend money lavishly. I won't buy it." Zhao Shiping's face fell. "I find that you don't remember any kindness. Wasn't the clothes you are wearing bought by Sui Yu 2 years ago? If you don't like her, don't accept her when she is filial to you. I say 1 sentence, and you have 10 sentences waiting for me." Mother Zhao was angry. "Am I your mother, or is she your mother? Then what do you want to do?" Zhao Shiping walked in. He sat down on a stool and said, "Come on. Tell me. What do you mean? Do you want to find fault and don't want to live happily? What's the point of saying these? What's your purpose?" Mother Zhao was stunned by this question. She looked at her son in front of her, and her heart was actually weak. It was not because she was weak and guilty, but because she found that this son had changed. He was like an official, with momentum, which shocked people. "Don't show off in front of your parents," Mother Zhao shouted. Zhao Shiping looked calm, and he continued to ask, "What's your purpose in saying these?" The children playing nearby became quiet, and everyone stared at each other, and did not dare to speak loudly. Outside the door, Zhao Erseo listened carefully by the door. Seeing that no one was talking in the room, she quietly walked into the kitchen and said with some gloating, "Our 2 parents-in-law are going to be defeated now." "Did the 3rd brother go in?" Zhao Deseo asked. Zhao Erseo nodded, put down the shovel, and said, "I'll go check again. Sui Yu and I are very busy. I will lead the troops out of the city for inspection in the next 2 days. All the things at home are on Sui Yu. She is also worried about the debt repayment. Don't make trouble for her. We asked you to come here for the new year because we wanted you to change your place and play. See the family business we have built, and want you to be happy for us, not to gossip about trivial matters." Zhao Shiping made it clear. "I bought cloth for you to make clothes. If you like it, you should be happy to accept it. If you don't like it, don't let her worry. If you accept her kindness and gossip about her behind her back, you can't stand it even if you are my own mother." "I just said something. I just feel sorry for the money." Mother Zhao was stubborn. "You are used to being nagging. You are my mother, and I am your son. We don't know each other." Zhao Shiping sneered and said bluntly, "You want to show off your power as a mother-in-law and find faults with your daughter-in-law." Mother Zhao hit him with a punch. "Get out. Is it your turn to teach me a lesson?" Zhao Shiping got up and said in the end, "Just eat, drink and walk around here peacefully. Don't make trouble. If you make trouble this year, I won't let you come here in the future. I will go back to my hometown for a few days every year." Father Zhao and Mother Zhao believed that he was someone who could do such a thing. After Zhao Shiping opened the door and looked in the direction of the kitchen, he walked out of the yard quickly and saw Sui Yu and Zhao Xiaomi standing by the river. "Isn't it cold?" Still standing by the river, he walked over. Zhao Xiaomi left tactfully. "Did Mr. Zhao teach your parents a lesson?" Sui Yu teased. Zhao Shiping touched the tip of his nose and said, "Did you hear it too?" "No. I went in with a measuring tape and saw my second sister-in-law sticking to the door. I heard your voice and came out. Sui held him tightly and hugged him tightly. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him. It really saves me a lot of trouble. I reward you. Zhao Shiping smiled like a donkey with bared teeth. He stretched out his hand to rub the top of her head and said, You know it's for you without hearing it? I know. I can imagine that my parents were not satisfied with me from the beginning and have a deep prejudice against me. However, Sui did not ask what Zhao's father and mother said. With Zhao Shiping's support, she could not bear the grievance. Zhao Shiping did not elaborate. Just said, If the two elders are not willing to enjoy their lives in peace, I will not let them run around next winter. I will go back to pay New Year's greetings. Is dinner ready? The people in the guest house asked loudly. Sui turned her head and took a look. Let's go in too. It's cold outside. Zhao Shiping held her hand. When they were about to enter the house, they heard footsteps running in the yard. Sui and Zhao Shiping took a step back. Mrs. Yin ran out of the door and said loudly, Dinner is ready. Before the merchants came in, Sui and Zhao Shiping walked in quickly. They saw Zhao Deseo and Zhao Erseo carrying porridge out. She smiled and said, Two sisters-in-law. Please help me. I will make 2 new clothes for you when the new year comes. You have to work at home. Zhao Deseo was afraid of her brother-in-law and refused vaguely. Then thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Erseo smiled and spoke with a warm tone. The merchants came in, and the 3 sisters-in-law stopped talking. Sui went into the warehouse to stand for a while, and then went to the kitchen to help. For dinner, there were porridge, steamed buns, flatbread and braised soup noodles. The price was the same as before. The merchants could buy whatever they wanted. Sui took a basket of steamed buns and vegetables to the warehouse and said, Go wash your hands and serve your own food. Sui Liang put away the things on the table and told Ah Shui to wash his hands. Now Ah Shui has someone to play with, Sui said. Uncle Niu nodded and said in a low voice, Don't tell your in-laws about Ah Shui's mother. I know, but no one told me. Uncle Niu looked at Zhao Xiaomi and Sui understood and said, I'll tell her. Halfway through a bowl of porridge, someone called out from outside. Sui handed the steamed bun in her hand to Zhao Shiping, and she wiped her mouth and walked out. Shopkeeper Yu, we plan to go out of town to hunt tomorrow. If we hunt yellow sheep, can you help stew it? The escort asked. You have to pay me for the firewood. Sui thought for a moment and said, I'll set a price. We will help kill and cook pheasants, hares, wild birds, and field mice. The furs belong to me, and you pay me another 50 to 100 coins. The specific amount depends on the quantity. If the furs of yellow sheep or wild wolves are given to me, I won't charge you. I will keep the meat for you. I will stew it for you if you want to eat it. If the furs are not given to me, you can pay me 200 coins for a pot of meat. Okay. The price is reasonable. The escort thought it was a good deal and said, I will leave the city tomorrow. Living in the guest house in the north of this city, there will be no ruffians coming to cause trouble or steal goods. They, the escorts, don't have to watch all the time. They are idle anyway, so they might as well go out of the city for a walk. When Sui went back into the house, the porridge in the bowl was no longer hot. Zhao Shiping took it out to feed the dog, and then took half a bowl of boiling hot porridge from the pot, and also brought a steamed bun stuffed with pickled cabbage and eggs. I can't finish it. Sui took the bowl and said, Just break half for me. As soon as the bun was broken open, the filling leaked out. Zhao Shiping said, I might as well eat half and give it to you. Sui didn't say anything, with a look of disgust on his face. Zhao's mother curled her lips, thinking that he would only show off in front of his parents. After dinner, the family walked back in the cold wind, talking about this year's harvest in the fields, mixed with the chirping and laughter of the children, which gave rise to some warmth. We got hot all the way back, and after boiling water and washing, we lay down in bed and went to sleep. Sui took down his restless hand, covered the mattress tightly, and said, Not tonight. Be honest. Why not? Zhao Shiping reached over and asked, Are you having your period? It's coming soon. My waist is not feeling well. Sui took his hand and put it on her lower back, saying, Rub it for me. Be gentle. Hearing that she was uncomfortable, Zhao Shiping immediately lost interest, and he told her, Don't touch cold water these days. If it's inconvenient to go out, let Xiaomi and Sui Liang watch the guest house. And you lie down at home and rest. Sui Yu laughed. What are you laughing at? Itchy. Zhao Shiping didn't believe it. That? He thought about it, and decided to talk about it. Don't feel burdened by the child's matter. There must be a fate between parents and children. And our fate with the child has not yet arrived. Do you have any conflicts with your parents? Sui Yu took the opportunity to ask. No. Why do you ask such a question? Zhao Shiping was puzzled. I feel that you are emotionally unstable in front of your parents. You are a pile of hay. And your parents are sparks that will catch fire at the first sign of trouble. Sui Yu leaned over, pinched his chin and said, when we have a child, you can't be impatient. Zhao Shiping felt a little guilty. He reflected silently and said, of course I can't do that. I'm not like my parents. My child will definitely not bother me. Sui Yu said. TSK. Zhao Shiping laughed, propped up one leg, and put his hand on the pillow, explaining, I have wanted to go against my parents since I was a child. When I was young, I didn't understand that adults valued face. So I thought they loved to pretending to be dead, being very reasonable outside, and scolding and beating people at home, and being unreasonable. I remember one time a cousin of mine stole eggs from a neighbor's house. And when they came to the door, he said that I stole it. The family came. But my father didn't believe me, beat me up, and compensated me with 2 eggs. He sneered angrily. It has been a long time. But he still disdains it, as if asking for justice, and asked, do you think I can convince them? That can't be done. Sui Yu said. Right. There are many such things. Zhao Shiping changed his sleeping position and said, it's because I left home early. Otherwise, I would definitely expose my parents' false faces. Hypocritical masks. Sui Yu corrected. Yes. Hypocritical masks. Zhao Shiping laughed. I can't figure out what they are thinking. It's annoying. They gossip about other people all day long, laugh at others, and are afraid that others will laugh at them. Zhao Shiping concluded. He thought of his mother saying behind Sui Yu's back that she spent money lavishly tonight. He asked her what her purpose was in saying this. But she couldn't tell him. She just wanted to talk, and was used to picking on others. The hand that was rubbing the waist touched the belly. Zhao Shiping patted it, and said, don't feel burdened. It's a good thing that we don't have children now. We are too busy. Sui Yu took his hand away, and said firmly, what burden do I have? I don't have any burden. I went to see a doctor. I'm fine. The man was hoarse, and couldn't speak for a long time. Sui Yu laughed. I have a problem? He asked with difficulty. He found the problem and said, it must be that I killed too many people. Sui Yu lay on him and laughed. Are you stupid? You still believe that fate has not arrived yet. As for the reason, Sui Yu probably knew that she was too nervous and Zhao Shiping was under a lot of pressure. The family owed debts, and he was more anxious to pay it off than she was. Zhao Shiping said, sleep. Don't mention it. I'll get angry if anyone mentions it. Sui Yu wanted to laugh again, but Zhao Shiping held her down and kissed her. The kiss made her feel good, and the couple lay down restlessly to prepare for sleep. After waking up, the family washed up and went out neatly, except for the old couple. Everyone else ran towards the north of the city. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhao Er took Sui Liang and their 5 children to chop grass and feed the livestock. Sister Zhao and Sister Zhao followed Xiaomi and Sui Yu into the kitchen to knead and roll noodles. With so many people, buns, flatbreads, soup, cakes and porridge were quickly prepared. Brother Gon and Uncle Nyo were responsible for a guest house each. They boiled water and fetched cold water before the merchants got up. When it was bright, the sound of doors opening one after another rang in the guest house. The merchants stretched their waists and walked out, exhaling a white mist. They gathered in front of the boiler room to get hot water to wash. The escorts, who woke up first, had been practicing for a while. After the kitchen started eating, they put away their sticks and took the money and walked over. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao also came over at this time. The 2 elders were carrying a bundle of firewood. They picked up not only firewood, but also manure as they walked. The merchants all had their meals, and the host family and the helpers and servants also brought bowls. The unsold porridge and dry food were free for everyone to eat. Zhao's father and mother saw that the servants and helpers ate more, and they rubbed their teeth in pain. But they were worried that their thief's son was a stubborn person, and their daughter-in-law ignored their words. The old couple could not say anything, but could only eat more. The more their family members ate, the less they would lose. Chapter 145 Business comes to the door. Zhao Shiping led a camel back to the city. After he left, Sui Yu took the money box. She drove away the noisy children in the warehouse, closed the door, and counted the copper coins alone in the room, and kept accounts. Zhao's mother was full, so she sat for a while to digest the food. She walked around the guest house, and came in to see that the door of the warehouse was open. She leaned in and took a look, but there was no one. "Where is the third son's wife?" she asked the old man. Zhao's father didn't know. He just came back. "Did she buy cloth for us to make clothes?" Zhao's mother was worried. "I don't know if the third son told her." Zhao's father patted the dust on his body and said, "This set of clothes is not worn out. Why buy it? Paying the debt is more important." Zhao's mother didn't say a word. Gonda came in, with a shoulder pole to carry slops. She asked, "Have you seen Sui Yu? The shopkeeper's wife is practicing archery in the east." Mother Zhao looked for him on foot, and saw a feather arrow hit a bird flying in the sky. The black bird fell to the ground, and the black dog and 3 or 5 children ran to grab it. "Shopkeeper Yu, let's go out of the city to hunt together." The escort leading the camel shouted. "Yes, let's go together." "Where did you and Captain Zhao kill the yellow sheep before?" someone else asked. Sui Yu caught the bird brought by the little black dog, pulled out the arrow from the bird, and said, "The yellow sheep found it in the south of the city, near the sand hill. You go over and take a look." "I won't go." The escorts left in groups of 3 or 5. Sui Yu handed the rattan bow to Sui Liang and told him, "You could only practice with wooden arrows. When practicing archery, walk far away and don't aim at people." Sui Liang nodded. He walked north with the bow. Shui wanted to follow. He drove her away. "Go ask your father if he will buy you new clothes, and then you can go to the street with us." Sui Yu waved at Shui, and she turned to look at the people standing by the livestock pen and said, "Mom," called Dad, "I will take you to the street to buy clothes and shoes." Mother Zhao was immediately happy. Shui also ran back to find her father, and soon came running with 10 copper coins, saying in a childish voice, "Sister-in-law, my father said he would not buy clothes. He gave me money to buy candy." "Okay, you come with me." Sui Yu held her hand, and looked at the other 5 nephews and nieces, and asked, "Do you want candy?" The 5 children, led by Zhao Daoang, nodded repeatedly. "You ate the mutton I hunted yesterday, and you want to eat my candy today, but I haven't heard you call me third aunt, third aunt, third aunt, third aunt, third aunt." The voices were louder and louder, and the camel eating grass was startled to look back. Sui Yu rubbed his ears and said, "Let's go. Call your mother, and we'll go into the city together." There were too many people, and there were not enough camels, so the group walked into the city again. Sui Yu led the group straight to the cloth shop she was familiar with. The previous 12 pieces of cloth were all bought from this cloth shop, and she had become familiar with the shop owner. "Shopkeeper Yu, how many pieces of cloth are you buying this time?" The shopkeeper's wife came out. "Make a jacket for my father and mother, and bring out a few suitable colors," Sui Yu said. The shopkeeper's wife took a look, and she went in to get the cloth. A voice came from the compartment. "You're Zhao Qianhu's father and mother?" "Yes." Sui Yu looked down and said, "Do they look alike?" "The third son looks like me." Mother Zhao narrowed her eyes and said, "Actually, he looks more like his uncle." Sui Yu didn't know whether it was true or not. She had never seen this uncle. She carefully observed her mother-in-law. The mother and son didn't look much alike. Zhao Shiping had a fierce aura, which made him look a little fierce. Fortunately, he was well-proportioned and had a majestic appearance, not a gloomy look. The shopkeeper took out 3 layers of cloth and said, "Black doesn't look good when you are old. Here are gray-green, indigo and malachite. Take a look and see which color you like." "The pants are black," Sui Yu said. "Then I will cut 5 or 6 feet for you later." Sui Yu asked Zhao's father and mother to choose the color. Zhao's mother liked the malachite, but felt that this color was not stable. In the end, she chose gray-green and chose indigo for Zhao's father. After buying the cloth, also known as 3 caddies of reed flowers, and walking out of the cloth shop, Sui Yu led the 6 children to buy maltose. 2 pieces cost 5 cents, and she bought 100 cents directly. "And me?" Shui stood on tiptoe. "Uncle, I'll give you the money. I'll buy. Sister-in-law, how many can I buy?" "I'll buy for you." Yu handed her a candy. Shui didn't want it. Her father told her to only eat what she bought. The waiter took it and handed her 4 candies. Shui looked at Yu, who nodded. That was the number. And she happily took the candy. Yu gave 2 candies to each of her 5 nephews and nieces, and took them out to share with her 2 sisters-in-law and her parents-in-law. The 4 people didn't eat them, and she ate 2 more. That old man has lost all his teeth. How can he give birth to such a spirited girl? Mother Zhao stared at Shui and asked, "Where is her mother?" She went back to her parents' home. Something happened there. Yu handed over the candy again and said, "Take 1 each to sweeten your mouth. You can't taste it many times a year. I ate it once when I was a girl." Second sister-in-law Zhao couldn't help it. She pinched a piece of candy and put it in her mouth, saying, "It's probably diluted with water. It's not as sweet as what I ate before." Mrs. Zhao also pinched a piece, but she bit half of it and fed the other half to her little daughter. Father and Mother Zhao refused to eat it no matter what. Yu stopped forcing them. Even if the 2 old people took it, they would probably give it to their grandchildren. Walking back to the guest house, Yu handed the remaining maltose to Zhao Xiaomi and asked her to share it. After a while, it was almost noon again. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, and Mrs. Yin was frying stuffing. Some escorts sat in the leeward place to bask in the sun. Some brushed the camel's fur, and more were drying goods. The fur brought back from the western regions was spread out to dry to prevent insects from eating it. Zhao's mother took her eldest and second daughters-in-law to sit in the kitchen yard to cut cloth and sew clothes. Yu took out dried chicken feathers and tan rat and rabbit skins from the warehouse and said, "Mother, take these. Use the rabbit and rat skins to sew 2 vests. Put the cut leather scraps in the shoes. Cut the hard roots of chicken and bird feathers and fill the jacket with reed catkins." Zhao's mother took a bag of things and looked through it, muttering, "They are all good leathers. Your father and I will waste them. We don't run around outside, so we won't be cold with coats." After that, she stuffed them into the other 2 daughters-in-law and said, "Sew vests for the eldest and second. They can't sit still and run around every day. Don't let them freeze." Zhao's eldest sister-in-law blushed and refused, saying, "This is for my 3rd brother's wife to show filial piety to you and my father. How can they wear it?" Zhao's second sister-in-law had a sullen smile on her face, but she was reluctant to throw away the cloth bag. Yu turned and walked towards the woodshed, saying, "Anyway, we have done our best. Mother can give it to whoever she wants. Just don't blame me and Sheeping if she gets cold." She dragged a bloody sheepskin from the woodshed, took a basin, and sat in the sun to scrape the meat off the sheepskin. "How much can this sheepskin sell for?" Zhao's mother asked. "No money. Your youngest son has to go out of town for patrol. I will make him a pair of sheepskin pants." Yu thought that Zhao Sheeping was not liked by his parents, so she liked him. His parents didn't care about him, but she cared about him. Zhao's mother always felt that Yu had something to say, and before she could figure it out, a guest came to the door. "Oh, Mr. Sui, your shop has moved away, and it's hard for us to eat braised soup noodles." 3 men walked in, and the leader said, "We don't live here. Can we come over to eat?" "Yes, you're more than welcome." Yu smiled and stood up, saying, "How did you get here? Is it cold? Sit in the warehouse, next to the kitchen stove. The warehouse is warm. I walk here. It's not cold. Cook us 3 bowls of braised soup noodles. We're all hungry." Yu led the people to the canteen. She remembered these 3 people. They probably lived in Minxiang, but they were not doing business. They had a lot of land at home, and they sold a lot of grain every year. "You sit down. I'll go over and cook for you," she said. "Okay. Do you have buns?" "Have a few to fill your stomach first." Yu asked Inpa to bring a plate of buns over. After washing her hands, she pulled the noodles and cooked them, then poured the brine and a lot of braised vegetables on them, and added a braised egg to each bowl. "It's hard for you to come so far. I'm glad you can find me here. I'll give you 3 extra braised eggs." She took the bowl in. "That's great. Winter is a good time. We'll come again tomorrow." Sanin took a bite of the noodles and said, "Your noodles are still the best. The new food store next to Lao Tu's is not good. The braised soup is black. It's obvious that too much soybean paste was added. It tastes too salty. How is the business over there?" Yu sat down and asked, "Imitating you. For convenience. There are still many people going there to eat. Sanan dipped the buns in the stew and said, "When we came here, we saw a lot of people. Are they all living in your area?" Suiyu nodded. "Is there more merchants this year, or what?" "The merchants in Minxiang are not much less than in previous years." Suiyu didn't say much. She was about to go out to do her work, but was stopped by Sanan again. "Boss Sui, I want to talk business with you." Sanan wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "The land is idle in winter. After the wheat harvest, I planted 5 acres of winter radishes. The seedlings grew well after the autumn harvest. It would have been great if I was willing to sell the seedlings at that time." Sanan sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't want to pull them out at that time. There was frost last month, and the radish seedlings turned yellow. After another month, the radishes were not even as big as a fist. Seeing that it was going to snow again, I pulled them all back. I couldn't sell them on the street, and they were wasted by feeding pigs. I thought you needed a lot of radishes here, so I came to ask if you could buy them for me. 3 pounds for 1 penny, and I will give you all the radish seedlings. Do you have any radishes? I want to taste them." Suiyu said. Sanan didn't bring any. He took the bowl and drank the noodle soup, saying, "I'll go back and get it. I'm not lying to you. My radishes are ugly and small, but they taste really good." Suiyu didn't make any promises without seeing the real thing. She smiled and said, "Send me a few when you have time." "Okay." Sanan took out a handful of copper coins to pay, saying, "Still 12 cents? By the way, Boss Sui, my 2 brothers also planted 3 acres of radishes. Take a look." Suiyu smiled and said, "How can I eat so many radishes? I'll give you all the radish vines. You have many caravans and camels here, so you can sell them to them." Another person said, "Before winter, each caravan had stockpiled enough food and grass. At this time, there was not much demand for wet grass. However, Suiyu had pigs, and she needed not only radish vines but also radishes. She wanted them all. The bigger the pigs, the more they ate. You guys take them first. I'll taste them." Suiyu said. "Okay. We'll come back in the afternoon." Sanan took the lead and walked out, saying, "Don't bother me." Slowly, Suiyu saw them out. In the afternoon, Sanan and the other 2 came again. The 3 of them carried a basket of radishes, each of which was like a stone egg. The big one was as big as a fist, and the small one was like an egg. Suiyu peeled one and tasted it. The radish was sweet and refreshing. The radishes that had been frosted and frozen did not have a spicy taste. This kind of radish was delicious when stewed or stewed, unlike the radishes in summer, which had a pungent smell when cooked. "How is it? Am I not lying? My radish can be eaten raw," Sanan said. Suiyu nodded. "It tastes good, without the raw taste of radish." Sanan was happy that she could be honest. Instead of saying his radish was not delicious in order to lower the price, he was happy even if she didn't buy it. "How many radishes do you have left?" Suiyu asked. 1 acre of land yields about 600 caddies, Han Dynasty caddies, of radishes. After selling more than 100 caddies, I estimate that there are still 6,000 caddies. Sanan sighed. "If the radishes can grow up, 11 acres of land will probably yield more than 10,000 caddies of radishes. I will pay you 2,000 coins, and you send me all the radishes and seedlings." Suiyu did not hesitate. The 3 men agreed in succession. They left a basket of radishes and left happily, thinking that the 11 acres of radishes would rot in their hands. That evening, the escorts came back from hunting. Some hunted rabbits, some hunted voles, and some caught pheasants. They regretted that the mountains here were poor, and they could not raise wild boars and deer. Otherwise they could go into the mountains to catch wild boars. Zhao Deseo and Zhao Erseo squatted by the river with their prey to clean up. Suiyu took the money and said, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, you should clean these furs and skins, and use them to make winter clothes for the children. That's taking advantage of you again. Zhao Deseo said. We are a family, so we don't talk nonsense. Suiyu didn't care about these things. On the other hand, she couldn't let her brother dress warmly, and watch her nephews and nieces shrink their necks and hands in the cold. After dinner, Zhao Shiping also came back. He jumped off the horse with a cold body, and the wolf skin he wore was covered with frost. Suiyu stuffed him with a bowl of soup and asked, Are you going out of town for patrol today? Yes. Zhao Shiping sat in front of the stove and warmed himself by the fire, saying, Make me another pair of gloves. The previous ones are not warm enough. Okay. I'll take the sheepskin to the leatherworker to tan it. I'll make you a pair of pants when I get it back. I'll make 2 pairs of gloves with the cut ones. Sui poured him another bowl of soup. 5 days later, Sanan and his men brought all the radishes and radish vines over. Gonda, Gon Air, and the 2 brothers of the Zhao family also dug a pit in the open space north of the west kitchen and transported sand. More than 6,000 kilograms of radishes were buried in the sand pit. To prevent freezing, they also covered the sand pit with bean stalks. At this time, Sui Yu also brought back the sheepskin. She measured the size and cut it, then drilled holes with an awl, strung it together with a rope, and then sewed the cloth to cover the edges. It took a day to make a pair of woolen trousers, with thick wool inside and soft leather facing outward. It was a bit ugly, but it was first class in keeping out the wind and keeping warm. Zhao Shiping wore it outside, and when the sun came out it was so hot that he wanted to take off his pants. Chapter 146, Paying the Debt. There were extra radishes, and someone who could pickle sauerkraut. Sui Yu bought 3 large water jars, and asked her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to help her pickle 3 jars of sauerkraut. The newly bought radishes were sweet, and would not taste bitter after pickling, which was just right for mixing with cold noodles next summer. It's going to snow, so I can't pickle sauerkraut. Zhao's mother was very good at her old profession. She said firmly, it's best to pickle sauerkraut in autumn. It's not good at this time. It won't taste sour and will freeze first. Put the jar of sauerkraut in the warehouse. It won't freeze. Sui Yu insisted on doing it. If it doesn't work, I'll put it in the boiler room of the guest house. Boil the pot every morning and evening, and close the door when the temperature rises. It will definitely not freeze. Zhao's mother had nothing to say, and could only do as she wished. Use hot water when washing radishes. But the radishes will be cold as soon as you take them out of the water. If you touch them with your hands, they will turn red and stiff in a short time. It's so hard to eat a little bit of your food. It's a waste of time. Zhao's mother was angry. Sui Yu was not angry, because she got the benefit anyway. You can watch and pickle it yourself next year, Mother Zhao said. You don't look stupid. How many times have I brought you pickled cabbage? Have you never thought about it? Why didn't you think about it? If you throw some radishes and vegetable leaves into the pickled cabbage after eating all the pickled cabbage, it will either make the pickled soup smelly or make it tasteless. Sui Yu also spent a lot of time thinking about it. I have pickled it before, but your son thinks that my pickled ones are not delicious and not as tasty as yours, Sui Yu said. Mother Zhao was a little unconvinced and asked doubtfully, how dare he say that? He is like a good grandson in front of you. Sui Yu almost choked to death on his saliva. He coughed repeatedly, and his face turned red. We have bought pickled cabbage from many other places, and he really thinks that they are not as delicious as the ones you make, Sui Yu explained. Each family's pickled cabbage has its own flavor, and he is used to the ones you make. You should have listened to me. You should have brought those 2 jars of pickled cabbage when you came. Mother Zhao looked at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, you said that the 3rd brother doesn't need that pickled cabbage to eat. Listen. He likes the ones I make. Mrs. Zhao was a little embarrassed, and nodded and said, yes, 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 I should listen to you. I can't bring the pickled cabbage at home, so you can pickle a few more jars for my 3rd brother. Mother Zhao had no complaints now. When she was free every day, she would call her 2 daughters-in-law to wash, cut, and pickle radishes. She was afraid that the radishes would freeze, so she had to check several times a day. Once there was no heat in the boiler room. She would call Gonda and Gon Air to light the fire. The snow fell in large flakes, and the weather became colder. The merchants stayed in the house all day long and did not go out. The escorts occasionally went out hunting. Zhao Shiping couldn't hide even if he wanted to. He rode outside the city from morning till night, patrolling one village after another. For him, Sui Yu would cook a pot of ginger soup every day, and specially bought cold-proof and healthy herbs from merchants. Zhao Shiping could drink 2 bowls of sweat-inducing soup after patrolling, soak his legs and feet, and sit in front of the stove to warm himself up after recovering. Thanks to him, the guests living in the guest house could also ask for a bowl of ginger soup to warm themselves up when they felt cold. The escorts who went hunting must drink a bowl of spicy and hot scallion and wild ginger water before and after going out. The days when it snowed passed quickly. The sky and the earth were all white, and the day and night were the same color. When you wake up in the morning, you can't tell whether it is morning or noon. After eating, you take a nap. Before you know it, it's time for dinner again. In a moment of distraction, the 12th lunar month is coming to an end, and the new year is about to begin. Zhao Shiping finally had some free time. He no longer had to patrol outside the city. He stayed in the guest house in the north of the city all day. His parents, brother and sister-in-law sometimes didn't want to go out because it was too cold. They lived in the Qianhu household office in the city. Only Sui Liang, and he were in the guest house. That evening, before it got dark, the guest house had dinner early. After eating, Zhao Shiping took Sui and Sui Liang back and found a frozen gray rabbit on the way. I will get rich next year. Sui took the rabbit and shook it, saying, "It's quite heavy. It's a good omen. We'll go to get paid tomorrow." Zhao Shiping was still thinking about it. Sui looked at Sui Liang and said, "Brother Liang, you will come with us tomorrow. You will hold a money box. Each person will be given an extra 50 coins. You will be responsible for this." "Why?" Zhao Shiping was puzzled. "You didn't mention it before. Why do you suddenly want to give 50 coins more? It's not a good thing to delay wages. People will talk about you behind your back. Your prestige will be affected to some extent. It happens that the Chinese New Year is the day after tomorrow. I think giving 50 coins more is also a token of your kindness. It is half an apology and half a reward. The recipients will be happy and others will not find fault with it." Sui looked at him and asked, "What do you think? Even if other 1,000 households know about it, they will not think too much. After all, you have a reasonable reason." Zhao Shiping has never considered these things. His vision is limited, and he can't think of this aspect. "You are more suitable for the officialdom than me," he said with some regret. "If you were a man, you would definitely be better than me." Sui laughed. She really didn't have that ability. Not to mention her limited background in this life. Even in her previous life, she was just an ordinary person. She went to school and went to work step by step after graduation. "I'll listen to you." Zhao Shiping put his arm around her shoulders, and with his other hand, he held Sui Liang, saying, "You two are siblings. Your sister is smart, so your brother can't be stupid. Learn more from your sister." Sui Liang nodded and said confidently, "I'm also practicing archery. If there is a war in the future, I will also go to the battlefield to kill the enemy." Zhao Shiping. He looked at Sui, who didn't react. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. In this dynasty, you couldn't become an official by studying and taking the imperial examination. Sui Liang would probably follow her or his path in the future, doing business or joining the army. When they got home, night had fallen. After entering the house, Sui found that the atmosphere at home was not right. She motioned Zhao Shiping to go over and take a look. She took Sui Liang to the kitchen to boil water and peel the rabbit's skin. After the rabbit head was chopped off, Sui was about to call the cat official. And then she remembered that the cat official lived in the guest house. "Give it to the cat official tomorrow." Sui Liang took the rabbit head and said, "I'll take it tomorrow." "What to take?" Zhao Shiping came over. "What happened?" Sui asked. "Xiaomi's matter. Today they talked about her marriage at home. Xiaomi didn't want to, so they quarreled." Zhao Shiping took over the work of skinning the rabbit and said, "The water in the pottery pot is smoking. You should get some water to wash your face first." As soon as the words fell, hurried footsteps sounded, and then a person rushed in. The three people in the room looked at her. "Someone is chasing you?" Zhao Shiping asked. Xiaomi choked. She closed the stove door and said, "I have something to ask my third sister-in-law." "Then you should ask me. She doesn't dare to make the decision on your matter." Zhao Shiping would not let Sui intervene in this matter, lest his parents blame her again. Xiaomi gritted her teeth in hatred. She leaned against the door and said, "I've made up my mind. I don't want to go back. I want to marry a man who lives in Dunhuang County. I don't ask him to be very capable, as long as he is diligent and willing to work." After that, she carefully looked at her brother and sister-in-law and whispered, "I want to do food and grass business. Store food and grass and sell it to merchants living in the guest house." Sui thought it was feasible. As long as Xiaomi had an idea, everything would be fine. Zhao Shiping did not express his opinion. He asked, "Do you have any favorites?" Xiaomi shook her head quickly. She blushed and said, "I also need you to help me choose a reliable person. After the new year, I told my parents that you should stop quarreling for the next 2 days and have a good new year." Zhao Shiping agreed. Xiaomi jumped up with joy. He looked depressed when he came, and his face was full of joy when he left. Zhao Shiping hung the rabbit's skin on the wall and marinated the rabbit meat. He grabbed a handful of grass ash and rubbed his hands, and followed Sui Yu into the house. The couple talked about Zhao Xiaomi for a few more words and then rested. The next day, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping led out the camel after breakfast, tied 4 boxes of money on the camel's back, and the couple took Sui Liang to the city through the snow. The aroma of fried meat and steamed buns wafted through the military settlement. Zhao Shiping didn't know where those people lived, so he first found a few centurions and asked them to knock on the door. "Tomorrow is the last day of the year. Didn't you say that Captain Zhao would come to settle the wages at the end of the year? Where are the people?" "In a small courtyard deep in the military settlement." The woman looked worried. "He doesn't want to default on his debt, does he? He doesn't look like that kind of person." The man sat in front of the stove with his head down and said in a depressed tone, "If you go to him to ask for it, your family will have trouble making ends meet." The woman said. The man sat still, as if he didn't hear. The woman dropped the shovel in her hand and cursed. "I have never seen such a shameless person." Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, and the couple was stunned for a moment, unable to tell whether it was their own door or the neighbor's door. "Wang Xuanzi, come and open the door. Captain Zhao is here to deliver your wages." The sad-looking couple immediately opened the door and went out happily. Wang Xuanzi lived next door to them. When they opened the door, they saw 2 strong camels. The camels threw their necks down, and the copper coins in the wooden box clattered. "This is Song Chuanxi." The captain responsible for knocking on the door introduced him. Zhao Shiping recognized him. He carried a string of copper coins and said, 56 days. 4 coins a day. This is 224 coins. Please count them." "No need to count. You won't fool us." Song Chuanxi handed the string of money to his wife and said, "Captain, come in and sit down. There are steamed buns on the stove. Eat 2 while they are hot. I came here after breakfast. I'm not hungry." Zhao Shiping glanced inside the door and explained, "It took 2 days to collect the money. I'm sorry for delaying your New Year's celebration." No. Song Chuanxi looked very uncomfortable, afraid that the previous voice would be heard. "Uncle, please accept these 50 coins." Sui Liang handed the copper coins to Wang Xuanzi, and then came over to give Song Chuanxi a handful, saying, "You worked hard to build a house for us, and you also understood our difficulties and allowed us to pay you on credit. It's the end of the year, so I'll use these 50 coins to buy some candies for my brothers and sisters." This. Song Chuanxi was holding a handful of copper coins, as if he was holding a handful of hot potatoes, and he didn't know what to do. "Take it." Zhao Shiping brought the camel and said, "You guys are busy. We're going to the next house. It's for the children to buy candy." Sui Yu followed behind and said. Song Chuanxi's wife was ashamed. She ran into the house with the money string, grabbed 3 steamed buns and chased out, stuffed them all into Sui Yu, and stammered, Eat a steamed bun. It's still hot." Sui Yu took it, but didn't eat it. She followed to deliver money to the next family. Although 50 coins were not much, everyone who received the money was smiling, and some were even quite surprised. From morning to noon, the wages of 34 people were all delivered. The copper coins in the cash box were gone, but it was filled with steamed buns, or fried noodles. There are more than 300 coins left. Sui Yu patted the cash box. This was all the family assets. Although the money was not much, she felt relieved after the debt was paid. "Go buy a fat sheep." Zhao Shiping suddenly got excited and said, "Go buy a fat sheep, and roast the lamb tomorrow night. Have a good year this year." Sui Yu had no objection, and didn't spoil the fun at all. She walked to the East Market with her hands behind her back and said, "Spend the money. I can still make money. Manager Yu is generous." Zhao Shiping laughed and teased. Chapter 147. The dead tree sprouts again. A black ram with a strong body and big horns was led back to the guest house by Zhao Shiping. It happened that the merchants were finishing their meal. Seeing this, they followed and asked, "Captain Zhao, are you preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner?" "Roasting mutton tomorrow night." Zhao Shiping saw their purpose and said directly, "We plan to eat it with our family, not sell it." "How much is this ram?" a merchant in wolf skin asked. Zhao Shiping gestured and said, "More than 280 yuan. It's expensive. The price of mutton has increased this year, but my ram is heavier. Look at these big curved horns. They have grown for 2 years. Zhao Shiping stretched out his hand to hold the horns of the ram. The irritable ram bleated and pushed forward vigorously. Gonda opened the sheepfold, walked over, grabbed the hind legs of the ram, and dragged the ram in. There was already a ram in the pen. When the two sheep met, sparks flew everywhere. The 4 horns collided with each other and made a bang. Others gathered to watch the sheep fight. Slaughter both sheep? Someone asked. Zhao Shiping showed an indescribable expression, waved his hand and said, I dare not. This sheep is my brother-in-law's treasure. I can't kill it. Everyone laughed. Brother-in-law? It's time to eat. Sui Liang stood outside the west kitchen door and shouted loudly. Watch it. Don't beat it to bleed. Zhao Shiping instructed Gonda, saying, if these 2 sheep don't keep quiet, take out the one you bought and tie it up somewhere. After that, he strode west. Today, I stewed pork and radish rice. The rice grains at the bottom of the pot were burnt and fragrant, and the radish was changed color. Sui, you like to eat this kind of rice the most. After eating 2 bowls of rice and drinking a bowl of rice soup, his stomach was bloated. Is this the radish I bought last month? Zhao Shiping asked. It's delicious, isn't it? I plan to plant a few acres of wheat next year. Sui Yu walked around the kitchen yard and said, buy another jar of wine tomorrow. You don't need to prepare anything else. Tomorrow night we will go to the Taoist temple near the West City Gate to light torches, and come back to roast lamb after the New Year's Eve. Zhao Shiping drank the rice soup in the bowl. He walked to the middle of the yard with the bowl and said, dig a pit here and burn a fire here tomorrow. Once the door is closed, there will be no wind coming in, and you won't feel cold while roasting by the fire. Can we add one more? Someone came in from outside, and the leading merchant said, your yard is not small. Roast 2 more lambs, and we will come to celebrate the new year with you. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping looked at each other. We will buy the lamb and the wine ourselves, and you can help with the cleaning. We will also give you the lamb's skin, the merchant said again. Sui Yu agreed without hesitation and said, buy the sheep today. Slaughter it tonight. Marinate the mutton before going to bed. Marinate it for a day. And start a fire before dark tomorrow. Okay. Several merchants left again. Sui Yu agreed, and they went to collect money. There were about 150 people living in the 3 goose houses. Each person could buy 2 fat sheep with 4 cents. Sui Yu began to prepare the marinade. She fried the pepper and black beans together until crispy and fragrant. After cooling, she crushed them, smashed the garlic, cut the scallions, and put the scallions, garlic and ginger into a stone trough and mashed them into a sticky paste. She prepared a large pot for use. These were prepared, and there was also a big sauce. She scooped half a pot of the big sauce and stewed it. After boiling off the water vapor, she poured 2 bowls of fragrant pepper and black bean crumbs and mixed them evenly. Then she covered the lid and let it cool slowly. At this time, sheep cried outside. After 3 short calls, there was no movement at all. Sui Yu went out to take a look. They were bleeding. She went back into the house. It was getting dark, and the wind outside was too cold. The 3 sheep were cleaned up. Inpa and the others took away the sheep's internal organs and blood in a basin. These sheep's internal organs were washed and boiled with radishes in 2 pots. It was another very rich meal. The mutton has been rinsed clean. Zhao Shiping and his 2 brothers, as well as Gonda and Gonair, carried the sheep in. Sui Yu pointed to the sticky onion, ginger and garlic juice and said, spread this on the mutton, inside and outside. Okay. We'll do it. Don't move, Zhao Shiping said. Marinate the first dish first. Eat a meal in the middle. Settle the account after the meal, and record the income and expenditure. Sui Yu then instructed them to wipe off the scallion, ginger and garlic on the mutton. It doesn't matter if it's inside the sheep's cavity, but the onion leaves and garlic on the outside must be wiped clean. Otherwise it will be bitter when roasted. Sui Yu said. Have you eaten it? Zhao Shiping asked. Without waiting for her answer, he realized. Yes, you must have eaten it. As a young lady from an official family, how could you not have eaten roasted lamb? Sui Yu teased herself. Sui Liang couldn't remember clearly. Only the past 4 years remained in his memory. Even the faces of his aunt and aunt were blurred. After wiping off the onion, ginger and garlic juice, the whole lamb was smeared with warm soybean paste. At this time, the soybean paste was made of pure soybeans. and it would become more and more fragrant after being roasted. A cat's cry sounded in the yard. It was the cat official who came back. Sui Liang ran out quickly, muttering, "Where have you been? Come with me quickly. I left you rabbit heads, sheep blood and minced lamb." "Will the cat come to steal food at night?" Brother Zhao asked. "No," Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping said in unison. They looked at each other with a smile. Sui Yu said, "The cat official is greedy, but he doesn't steal. When we came back from hunting, there were rabbits, pheasants and voles hanging on the wall, but he didn't touch them." "That's good," said Brother Zhao. The meat on the sheep's buttocks was thick, so Zhao Shiping cut it a few times with a knife and smeared the remaining sauce into it. Sui Yu fetched hot water and said, "Put the 3 sheep in the barn. Wash your hands, and we'll go back now." Before leaving, Sui Yu told Mrs. Yin that she and Zhao Shiping would not come over during the day tomorrow. After all, their home was not here, and they still had to be busy at home on New Year's Day. "If there is anything at the guest house, you can ask Gonda or Gon Air to go back and notify them," Sui Yu instructed. "Okay. Don't worry, my lady." Mrs. Yin sent her out. Zhao Shiping asked for a torch from the guest house, and he held the torch to illuminate the way, jogging back with his wife and brothers. There was hot water at home, and the 5 people fetched water and washed their faces before going to bed. Early in the morning of New Year's Eve, Captain Chu arranged for someone to deliver a piece of New Year's meat to each of the 10,000 households. Zhao Shiping packed everything up and went to the captain's mansion with Captain Gu to express his gratitude. When he came back, Sui Yu had already put the meat in the pot and said, "Make a braised pork, stew a tofu fish soup, stew a pot of air-dried chicken, and stir-fry a plate of bean sprouts. Just make 4 dishes to fill your stomach and save some for mutton at night." "Okay. Where are the others?" Zhao Shiping asked. "They went to the street to buy peach charms." Sui Yu approached and asked, "You went to the Due mansion after leaving the captain's mansion?" Zhao Shiping nodded. "Did Captain Hu show any New Year's gifts?" "No. I heard from Captain Gu that Captain Hu has always been generous to himself and stingy to his subordinates." Sui Yu laughed twice. White smoke came out of the pot. She walked over to lift the lid and scooped up the meat with chopsticks. "Third sister-in-law. There are guests." Zhao Xiaomi ran in and shouted. Sui Yu was puzzled. In the few steps, she thought it was the neighbor who lived in the military settlement before, and also thought it was the wife of Captain Gu, but she never thought it would be Sui Hui. This year, she rarely thought of people and things related to the Sui family. "Would you like me to come in and sit down?" Sui Hui asked. Sui Yu led the person in silently, but did not take the person in. Instead, he walked into the not-so-bright gatehouse. It was obvious that he did not intend to have a long conversation at all. Sui Hui saw it, and the expression on her face turned gloomy. "I can only come out during the Chinese New Year. I want to ask, do you have any news about my eldest brother?" Sui Hui asked nervously. Like Sui Yu, she also guessed that Sui Ling's death was mostly related to the clan members. For this reason, she was more worried about her eldest brother who had disappeared. Sui Yu told her what he saw and knew, saying, "We have confirmed that the man is him. He is still alive. He left with the monk, and his whereabouts are unknown. As for whether he will come back, I don't know. I can only wait for him to contact you again. I don't know other news." Sui Hui was happy and sad. Her heart was relieved. At least she had hope again. She thanked Sui Yu and left quietly. "Who is the person who came?" Zhao's mother asked when she saw Sui Yu. "Someone I know," Sui Yu said perfunctorily. Zhao's mother curled her lips, saying that it was the same as saying nothing. The woman cooked and the man made torches. When the meal was ready, the 15 torches were also ready. On the New Year's Day, the family had a meal in the middle of the morning, and the next meal was in the afternoon. The family sat around the table and ate and drank slowly, talked while eating, and heated up the dishes when they were cold. They didn't go out until it was dark. Torches lit up half the sky, and there were dancing flames in the sky. The wind pulled the blazing flames to fly freely, and the flames dispelled the cold air in the wind, and the nose was filled with smoke and the aroma of oil. When approaching the chanting Nuo people, Sui Yu smelled the fresh scent of grass and wood again. The patterns on the faces of these Nuo people were probably drawn with the juice of grass and would mix with something. The drum sound replaced the chanting, and powerful footsteps rushed out of the city. Sui Yu led Zhao Shiping, and Sui Liang fell behind. and the three of them ran quickly to the city gate. Follow me, Zhao Xiaomi shouted, encouraging her 5 nephews and nieces to run fast, and tease the other 2 pairs of brothers and sisters-in-law, saying, someone is setting an example in front. You should follow suit. Go, go, go. Zhao's eldest sister-in-law was not a clingy person. She pushed her younger sister-in-law away and said, we will follow behind to look after the children. You run first. Run faster. And find a son-in-law like your third brother this year. Zhao Xiaomi's heart was moved. Then I will run away. Hurry up. Zhao's second sister-in-law laughed. This girl is really shameless. Xiao's mother also laughed, throwing away the torches for the New Year's Eve. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping stood by the fire pit and looked at it, waiting for others to come. Thinking of Dunhuang killing Sui Ling outside the city on New Year's Eve last year, Zhao Shiping asked Sui Yu and Sui Liang to stand aside and wait. He picked up a stick to patrol, and met the garrison who were also patrolling halfway. After showing his identity and saying hello, Zhao Shiping returned to find Sui Yu. Everyone is here. Let's go over now. The mutton should be roasted and fragrant, Sui Yu said. The 5 children were full of energy when they heard about mutton. They shouted and ran. They didn't make a sound when they fell down, but got up quickly. Before they got close to the guest house, they smelled the aroma of roasted meat. Sui Yu quickened his pace. The closer he got, the stronger the aroma became. I'm drooling before I eat, Zhao Xiaomi muttered. The kitchen was full of people. The escorts and merchants sat separately. The escorts were busy adding firewood to roast the sheep. The merchants sat together and drank wine, bragging about the battles they encountered on the way to and from the east and west. Sui Yu walked around the crowd and took over the job of roasting the sheep. The escorts traveled all over the country, so roasting sheep was a piece of cake. But Mrs. Yin had never roasted it before and had never been able to do it. The family sat down, and a nearby merchant poked his head over and said, Shopkeeper Yu, the mutton is well marinated. The aroma is overwhelming when it is roasted over the fire. When will the marinade be sold? Can we take 2 or 3 jars with us when we leave? This is another business, Sui Yu said loudly. Okay. If you are willing to buy it, I will prepare it. How long can it be kept without going bad? Someone asked. Sui Yu didn't know about this either. She thought, I'll make a jar tomorrow and put it in February to see if it's bad. Brother Chi, come on. Have a drink. A Hu merchant interrupted and the topic was dropped. The mutton was roasting and oozing with oil. The mutton oil dripped onto the firewood, causing the flames to soar. The orange-red flames licked the mutton, illuminating the roasted red and shiny mutton. Someone was swallowing saliva, and someone was laughing. The outermost layer of mutton was roasted. Zhao Shiping took out a knife to cut it, cut 2 pieces and handed them to his parents first, saying, It's a little hot. Eat slowly. Mother Zhao felt relieved. This life was really a blessing. Shui took the mutton and gave it to her father first. Uncle Nyo couldn't chew it, so he let her eat it herself. Dad, I'll chew it and feed it to you, Shui said loudly. Sui Yu looked over with a smile and said, Uncle Nyo, don't let your child down. Uncle Nyo laughed. He chewed a piece of mutton slowly and sent Shui to play with other children. Would you like a drink? Zhao Shiping handed over the wine bowl. Sui Yu lowered her head and took a sip. This was sorghum wine. She gasped because it was spicy and quickly stuffed her mouth with mutton. Zhao Shiping smiled at her and took a sip himself. After taking another bite of mutton, Sui Yu leaned over and said, Let me have another sip. Zhao Shiping handed over the bowl and said, Aren't you afraid of spiciness in your throat? Wine and mutton are the best. Good. With a cheer, everyone's eyes moved over. It was the energetic escorts wrestling. Several children stood up to watch. Zhao Shiping pushed them down and said, Sit down and don't block others. People in the yard ate mutton and drank wine, admiring the escorts' wrestling movements. Amid the cheers, the wealthy merchants drank too much and some began to pay out of their pockets. Stimulated by money, the atmosphere in the kitchen became more and more lively. Captain Zhao, come on stage and compete. Someone shouted. Yes, Captain Zhao. You also come on stage and see who is better. The merchant started to make a noise. Zhao Shiping waved his hands. And just when he was worried about not having an excuse, someone fell into his arms. My wife is drunk. You guys play. I'll take care of her, Zhao Shiping said loudly. Sui Liang, go get your sister's sheepskin coat. No one started to make a noise, and everyone's attention returned to the escort. Sui Yu also sat up at this time. You're not drunk? Zhao's wife asked in a low voice. Sui Yu smiled and said nothing. Can't you beat them? Zhao's mother asked Zhao Shiping. You should try too. I think they can get a lot of money for a fight. That won't work. I'll lose face if I lose. And it's meaningless if I win. And it's even more cheap to take the reward money. Zhao Shiping ate a bite of mutton and said, I'm usually better than 2 moves. But I can't get involved in this kind of situation. Mother Zhao didn't understand and thought it was a military rule. So she didn't ask. The noise here attracted the patrolling garrison. Gonda came to report. Zhao Shiping got up and went out. The firelight reflected his figure. His movements were neat, and his body was strong. When he spoke to the garrison, he stood straight and looked calm. Neither humble nor arrogant. Sui Yu took a sip of wine from the bowl, thinking that power is the most powerful weapon for men. The third child has really changed. Brother Zhao muttered. He was really imposing. It didn't seem like they could raise him. Mother Zhao agreed in her heart, and couldn't help but think of the past. This son was the most disobedient of the 4 children. He had been rebellious since he was a child, and often made his father angry. But he was not annoying. Unfortunately, war destroys people. When the war just stopped, the third brother returned home, and she found that he had changed. He was quiet, not energetic, had a strange temper, and was annoying. Fortunately, he has changed again now. A dead tree has sprouted again. Zhao Shiping led the garrison troops in and said, It's cold. Drink some wine, and eat some meat before going on patrol. Chapter 148. The caravan leaves. A team of 10 garrison soldiers came in. The escorts and merchants were a little scared at first, but their reason could not resist the temptation of the alcohol. Under the smoke of the flames, they started to play again. There was also an escort who was eager to try and came with a wine jar to toast. And he provoked the garrison soldiers to compete with him. The 10 garrison soldiers looked at Zhao Shiping. Seeing that he did not say anything, they continued to eat meat calmly. After eating half full, they drank another bowl of muddy wine to warm themselves from head to toe. Then, they walked into the cold wind again, and held torches to patrol the city. At 3 o'clock in the night, cocks crowed everywhere, and the firewood pile in the kitchen yard was added again and again. The roasted mutton was slowly reduced to only the skeleton. The merchants who were drunk supported each other, and returned to the guest house to sleep with the smell of alcohol all over their bodies. The escorts, who were still clear-headed, stayed to help clean the kitchen. Zhao Shiping lit 2 torches and said, Someone is cleaning up here. You guys come with me to the guest house, to make sure no one gets drunk without a mattress or sleeps on the floor. When they wake up, they are half frozen to death. The escorts followed him and said, Captain Zhao, you are so responsible. You can have fun and take care of the aftermath. Next year? No. It's already this year. This year, your business will definitely be good. These merchants will definitely stay here when they come again in the future. That's good. I'll make some money this year and build a guest house on the few acres of land in the north. The new year will be more lively in the future, Zhao Shiping said. When they walked into the guest house, Gonda was delivering hot water to the merchants in the guest house. When he saw Zhao Shiping, he was helplessly holding the reward money given by the merchants. Zhao Shiping pretended not to see it and said, Be careful. Don't let anyone get into trouble. And watch out for anyone who comes to visit you. You can't go into their house unless they ask you to. This is to prevent the merchant's property from being stolen, and also to protect their own servants. If something goes wrong, the dirty water will not be splashed on them. Gondashu responded carefully, and he went back to the boiler room to continue boiling water. He checked each room one by one, and asked those who were still sober to stay awake and take care of the drunk people. If everyone in the room was drunk, it was Uncle Myo who had to pay more attention and get up often to go around at night. After settling the merchant's affairs, it was almost dawn, and Zhao Shiping returned to the west kitchen. The smell of alcohol in the kitchen yard had dissipated, and there was a strong smell of barbecue. The fire pit had been filled, and the fire was lit in the kitchen again. There was still a lot of meat left on the sheep's skeleton. The brothers Zhao De and Zhao Er used an axe to split the sheep bones, washed them twice with hot water, and stewed them in a pottery pot. The sheep skeletons of 3 sheep could stew 3 pots of mutton soup. Several children were drowsy. There was no bed or mattress here, so they fell directly on the haystack in front of the stove and dozed off by the fire. I'll cook a pot of soup noodles with mutton soup later, We'll eat and go back. There are no guests today. So we'll close the door and sleep all day, Suiyu said, yawning. Second sister Zhao rubbed her stomach. She had been eating all night. She wasn't hungry, but she felt dry. It would be good to drink some mutton soup to warm her up. It's more lively here, Sister Zhao said. We live in the village, far from the city. It's not worth it to go to the city in the middle of the night. In previous years, during the New Year, each family would gather a few people to roast a pot of fire and sleep when the fire went out. Suiyu didn't respond. She yawned again and acted listless. Zhao Shiping didn't respond either. He didn't talk about New Year's Eve on the first day of the new year. He would talk about whether to let people from his hometown come over for the new year next year. No, this year. He would talk about it at the end of the year. My wife, do you want to drink porridge? I'll cook another pot of millet porridge, Mrs. Yin asked. Mutton is hot, and it's been roasted overnight. Drinking mutton soup may cause internal heat. Suiyu cheered up and said, Okay, I'm not very hungry, and I don't want to go back with an empty stomach, so I want to drink something hot. Mrs. Yin went to the warehouse to scoop rice, and said while washing it, I'll cook it thinner. Okay. The noodles were rolled and cut, and the millet porridge was cooked. Suiyu took a bowl to serve the porridge and said, Drink it yourself, and wait a little longer if you want to eat mutton soup. People who rarely eat meat all year round will not find meat greasy. The Zhao family, young and old, are all short of oil and water in their stomachs. They will not drink the bland porridge at all if there is mutton soup. Only Suiyu, Sui Liang and Zhao Shiping, brother and sister, served porridge. After the mutton noodle soup was cooked, Zhao Deseo and Zhao Erseo woke up the 5 children. Daong and Erlang were fine, as they were older and more sensible. But the 3 younger ones didn't sleep well and were uncomfortable after being woken up. They cried with their mouths open and had no appetite. Forget it. I'll ask Yinpa to leave half a basin of mutton soup for you to eat in the evening, Suiyu said. Stand up. You are not allowed to sleep. Mrs. Zhao pushed her little daughter up and said to Suiyu, It's not that we are short of food. We will go out later, and it is easy to catch a cold if we fall asleep. Wake them up. Drink some soup. Walk back awake, and go back to sleep. Suiyu's head hurt from the crying. She squatted down with the bowl and said, Raising a child is quite troublesome. Mrs. Zhao smiled and said, It's good to raise one. The eldest will take care of the second, and the second will take care of the third. Don't let them go hungry. They have a place to sleep at night. As long as they don't get sick, they will grow up in the blink of an eye. Suiyu bit her chopsticks and didn't say anything. Seeing that the little girl was still crying, she tempted her, Don't cry. I will buy you candy when I return to the city later. Zhao Xiaonan didn't listen, so the candy was useless now. In the end, it was Brother Zhao who carried the little girl into the city, and the little girl slept all the way with tears on her eyes. Just as she took off her clothes that smelled of wood smoke, Zhao Shiping came in to fetch water. Suiyu stretched and washed her face with water. Zhao Shiping also took off his clothes and shoes. He came over to wash and said, Your face is dry after being roasted by the fire all night. Suiyu squeaked. She took off her shoes and soaked her feet. When the water temperature cooled, she wiped her feet and jumped onto the bed, got into the cold quilt, and urged with a hoarse breath, Come up and cover the quilt quickly. But Zhao Shiping was not honest once he got into the quilt. Mutton is dry, and he was anxious in his heart. I'm so sleepy. Suiyu picked up his hand and took a bite, closed his eyes and said, Don't move me. I'll bite you to death. As he said that, his thoughts were already confused. The man took a deep breath, fiddled with it himself, and moved to the bed to brew sleep. When she woke up again, the room was dimly lit, and it was quiet outside. She couldn't tell whether it was day or night. Suiyu turned over and moved. The person behind her came up. The memory before going to bed came back. The person was already lying on the bed. Cold, she shouted in a thin voice. Zhao Shiping pulled down the mattress and put it on her. But he didn't care about the upper part. The 2 long white legs hung and exposed the underwear. The pole had entered the alley. Suiyu forgot whether it was cold or not. She held the bedpost with one hand and asked sideways, You didn't sleep? I slept, Zhao Shiping said briefly. He leaned down and kissed her, and then went down. I don't know the day or night. I don't know how long it lasts. Like the sound of cicadas ringing through the whole summer. The sound stopped. and the numb feeling came over her. Sui Yu hugged his sweaty waist and fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was really dark. Is my third sister-in-law still sleeping? Zhao Shiping pushed the door open and saw that there was no movement on the bed. He closed the door again and said, "When she wakes up, I will heat up her meal. Go back to the backyard and don't hang around here." "Mom." Zhao Xiaomi hesitated. "I know." Zhao Xiaomi left. Zhao Shiping then pushed the door open again. He went out and came back with the oil lamp. The small candlelight gradually became longer and illuminated half of the room. "Are you still pretending to sleep? Are you hungry? I brought back 2 buns and a bowl of thick porridge." Sui Yu laughed. She opened her eyes and said, "How did you know?" "Breathing. People breathe differently when they are asleep and awake." Zhao Shiping went out again. Sui Yu lay down for a while, but he didn't come back. She got up and put on her jacket. "It's dark now. You don't have to get out of bed." Zhao Shiping brought a basin of hot water and said, "Wash yourself. I'll go heat up your meal." Sui Yu put on his sheepskin pants, ran to the toilet, went back to the room to wash. And just as he sat on the bed, steaming porridge and buns were brought in. Sui Yu sat on the bed to eat. Zhao Shiping chatted with him. And when Sui Yu was full, the couple lay on the bed again. "I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and tossed and turned. And when I woke up, it was already bright." Sui Yu's face was rosy, and she was in a good mood. She packed up and hummed a tuneless little song with Zhao Shiping to the guest house. "Oh, third. Today is a good day. Let's go to your field for a walk," Zhao's father said. Zhao Shiping thought for a while and said, "I don't know when I will have business again. Today is a free day. Let's talk about Xiaomi." The family gathered in the warehouse. Sui Liang took the children away and closed the door considerately. "Xiaomi told me that she plans to stay here and get married, and asked me to find her a good in-law." Zhao Shiping got straight to the point and asked directly, "My parents are still alive, and I have my elder and second elder brothers. It is not my turn to worry about this matter. But Xiaomi asked me, so I asked your opinions on her behalf." The room was quiet. Everyone looked at Xiao's father and mother, and the 2 elders looked at Zhao Xiaomi and Zhao Shiping. "That's fine. The eldest and the second can take care of each other in their hometown. And you 2 brothers staying here can also take care of each other," Zhao's father said. "Xiaomi has been with you for 2 or 3 years, and her heart is wild. She doesn't want to go back with us, so let her stay here." Zhao Xiaomi lowered her head and said nothing. She felt a little ashamed and angry. These words came from her own father's mouth, and he almost said that she was too picky and looked down on people in her hometown. So even if she got what she wanted, she couldn't be happy. "Do you have any requests?" Zhao Shiping asked. Zhao's father waved his hand and said angrily, "Don't ask us. Ask her. She has the right ideas." Zhao Shiping frowned and was too lazy to talk to him. He looked at Zhao's mother and said, "Mom, what do you think? Find an ordinary family. Except for you, who is promising. We are all farmers. Find a family with similar financial resources. Xiaomi will not be looked down upon when she marries. With you as her brother here, she will not be bullied." Zhao's mother looked at Zhao Xiaomi and said, "You have to listen to me on this matter. You can't let your temper do whatever you want." Zhao Xiaomi nodded and said, "As long as the man is hardworking and willing to work, it doesn't matter whether the family is rich or poor. But I also have a request. The man's parents can't be sickly. At least they can help me take care of the child. These requirements are not harsh." Zhao Shiping nodded and agreed, saying, "Then I will keep an eye out. And if I find a suitable one, if Xiaomi is willing, I will take him back." Zhao's mother and father had no objection. Zhao Erseo saw that the matter was settled. She rubbed her hands, smiled, looked at Sui Yu and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you need help here? What do you think of me?" Before Sui Yu could speak, Zhao Urge had already interrupted her and said, "If you don't go back, who will take care of the child? You have to be busy with farm work in the spring. How can you stay here to help?" Zhao Erseo glared at him and said, "Let your parents worry more. You and I can come here to earn some money during the slack season. Then I and your eldest brother will come too." Mrs. Zhao refused to suffer a loss. Farmers have no idle time. They need to water the seeds after planting, weed the seeds after germination, protect the crops from birds, and fertilize the land after harvest. In the few days of idle time, they either tidy up the vegetable garden or collect firewood and manure. The second son and his wife ran away, Leaving them at home to take care of the old and the young? I dare to think about it. Go back. Father Zhao frowned and scolded. You have gone wild. You have eaten me for a few days, and forgot the taste of food? You have abandoned the land. And you are all starving to death. Mrs. Zhao was still afraid of her father-in-law. She hated him to death in her heart. But she didn't dare to refute him. From beginning to end, Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu didn't say a word. When will these caravans leave? Father Zhao asked. Maybe at the end of the month. Or at the beginning of February. Anyway, it will be those days. Zhao Shiping figured it out and asked, Are you planning to go with them? Father Zhao said I'm still thinking about home. Your uncle's camel is also needed. So you should send it back to him as soon as possible. By the way, I see you have a lot of camels here. I'll take one with me, so I don't have to borrow from others. Zhao Shiping was silent and looked at Sui Yu. The camel is already well fed. If I go back with you halfway, I'm afraid it won't obey my orders. Sui Yu spoke, leaning forward, and said, How about this? I'll give you 300 coins. And you can buy a little camel from the local area when you go back, and raise it from a young age. When it grows up, it will only listen to you. Zhao's mother didn't know her plan, but she thought she had raised a lot of camels, so there was no need to spend more money. So she said, Don't you have a little camel here? We can just take this one. Sui Yu shook her head. I promised not to let them suffer with me. Who? Who did you promise? Zhao's mother had a complicated look on her face. Are you referring to the camel? Sui Yu nodded. Zhao's mother looked at her like a madman. An animal. But she acted like a human. She felt uncomfortable listening to this. As if there was a hornet's nest in her chest. She went out to chop some firewood to feel better. On the 20th of the first lunar month, Zhao Shiping received this year's salary, and he took back 1,000 coins. During these 20 days, the income from food in the guest house was more than 1,100 coins. After deducting the cost of buying rice, noodles, oil and salt, Sui Yu earned more than 700 coins. With the accommodation fee and his salary, she had 2,470 coins in her hand. When the 11 members of the Zhao family left with the caravan, Sui Yu took out 300 coins and gave them to Zhao Shiping, who then gave them to his father. Uncle San, can we still come over for the new year this year? Zhao Daong asked. Let's talk about it at the end of the year. Zhao Shiping's meaning was unclear. Chapter 149 Test. Han merchants returned east. Hu merchants went west. And individual merchants and travelers also followed the caravans they met. In just a few days, all the people in the guest house left. And the guest house in the north of the city became deserted. 3 official slaves plus 2 female helpers. 5 people worked together to dismantle and wash the mattresses. The doors and windows that had been closed for a winter were opened, and the cold sunlight leaked in between the doors and windows, dispelling the stench in the room. The people who live in this room are really unrefined. The bedspread is covered with a stinky smell, as if they have never washed their feet. Mrs. Een was disgusted. Men are all this stinky. Very lazy. The female helper took off her headscarf and covered her face. At least it could cover the smell. By the way, can I use hot water to wash the mattress? Another female helper asked. The river water is so cold now. And the riverside was frozen this morning. Mrs. Een took the job and said, I'll ask the master later. Sui Yu certainly had no objection. She had suffered from frostbite before, so how could she harm her former self again? Sui Yu was frying peppercorns and black beans. The jar of soybean paste she made before was spoiled. She thought it was probably because it was boiled and the bacteria in the soybean paste were boiled away, so it would go bad if it was put into the jar again. This time she planned to use raw soybean paste, add fried peppercorns and black bean powder to it, to see if it would go bad again. After working for a long time, half a jar of raw soybean paste was put into the jar. Sui Yu tasted it and found that it had a richer taste. But because a lot of peppercorns were added, the selling price would definitely not be cheap. In this way, more people would tend to buy the soybean paste brewed by farmers, which was cheaper. The jar of sauce was moved to the foot of the wall. When Sui Yu stood up, she suddenly thought that after the sauce was ready, she could use it to mix with cold noodles in the summer. The pepper powder and black bean powder tasted better than the oil used for frying. Why are you laughing so foolishly? Zhao Shiping came in. Sui Yu was startled by him and complained, Why are you walking without making any noise? I almost crushed the ground. You were daydreaming. Xiao Shiping lifted the lid of the pot and asked, "No more food? Are you hungry?" "Yeah." "Then I'll cook now. There's no leftovers. There are no guests in the guest house. So I didn't steam more buns this morning." Sui Yu took a basin to scoop rice. Sister. Sui Liang ran in excitedly. Brother-in-law. Where's my sister? I shot a hare. This was the first time he had killed prey. Sui Yu came out of the barn and said, You've made a lot of progress. Practice for another 2 months. And when it's time to plant in spring, you can take a bow and arrow and go hunting in the fields. Xiao Shiping took a knife and went out to peel the rabbit's skin, saying, Stew the rabbit meat at noon. The rice was cooked in the pot, and Sui Yu grabbed a few handfuls of dried vegetables and soaked them in hot water. She stuffed 2 thick firewood into the stove, patted the ashes on her hands and walked out. Pole was buried in the open space outside the yard and ropes were tied. Black, green, and gray mattresses were hung on the ropes. Take down the hay on the mud couch and spread it in the sun to dry. After 2 or 3 days, put it on again. Sui Yu said, Grandma Yin, keep it in mind. When the wheat is harvested in autumn, ask Gonda and Gon Air to bring back more wheat straw. Soak it in water to wash off the ashes. Dry it and spread it on the couch. And replace the hay. Grandma Yin nodded in agreement, hearing voices coming from the 4th guest house. Sui Yu walked over and saw several people sitting in the yard scrubbing sheets and bedspreads. Zhao Xiaomi and Ah Shui were also there. The 2 girls took off their shoes and stood in the warm water basin to wash the sheets. Third sister-in-law. Are there any guests coming today? Zhao Xiaomi asked. No. It's estimated that merchants will not come to Dunhuang until mid-March. Sui Yu answered. And she told the 2 female helpers, by then, the merchants who come here will stay for a short time. The mattresses that have been used once or twice don't need to be taken apart and washed. Just take them out and dry them in the sun. The helpers were happy. If the mattresses were washed every time they slept, they would have their hands rubbed raw. Sui Yu found a place to sit down, and she supported her chin and thought about how to arrange the next free day. Go to the desert to catch camels? Or hire someone to build the mud couch in the back 3 guest houses? Manager Yu, don't you care about the rice in the pot? Xiao Shiping shouted loudly. Sui Yu heard the voice and ran to the west kitchen quickly. I forgot. I haven't cooked properly for a long time. And I forgot that the firewood would fall and the fire would go out. Xiao Shiping sneered at her, and she sneered back. Since you are here, why don't you just add more firewood? Why are you shouting? Sui Yu muttered. Xiao Shiping didn't say anything. He chopped a rabbit in 3 or 5 strokes. He took a chair and sat against the wall, asking, Do you want to go hunting in the afternoon? I'll go hunting with you out of town. Hunting is a small matter. Sui Yu told him her idea and asked, Can you take a leave to accompany me to catch a camel? Buy a camel and bring it back. Trekking in the desert is too painful. Xiao Shiping didn't want Sui Yu to suffer that. That's fine. Use the money you have to build a couch first, and then save money to build a house when the caravan enters the city. Sui Yu sighed and said helplessly, If we build another 4-story guest house and a master courtyard this year, plus buy camels, I'm afraid we will have to owe wages again, and we can't pay them until the end of the year. How can I make a lot of money? She said to herself. You're greedy. The money you earn in a year is enough for others to earn for a lifetime. Xiao Shiping grabbed her hand and said, Take your time. It won't delay anything if you make money 2 years later. Sui Yu glanced at him twice, smiling and saying nothing. Xiao Shiping always felt that she was going to say something bad. He got up to get some rice, and prepared to wash the pot and fry the meat. Hey, don't talk to me. What for? Sui Yu walked over, grabbed his sleeve and said, Why don't I go with the caravan to do business? With a little back and forth, we can have money to build a house. Xiao Shiping looked at her deeply, turned his head, and continued his hand movements. Sui Yu looked at him motionlessly, following his movements, until the pot was clean. She took the shovel to dig oil and cook. The rabbit meat was put into the oil pan, and the oil splashed in the pan. Sui Yu made small talk. You forgot to ask about the iron pan. Right? Can the blacksmith flatten the iron pan? No. Xiao Shiping asked. Are you willing to talk? Sui Yu smiled at him. I thought you suddenly became mute. Sui Yu, don't joke. It's very dangerous to be a traitor. Don't believe the boasting of those merchants. Xiao Shiping lowered his eyes to look at the fire. hearing the sound of spatulas colliding. He continued, "You heard them say that it's easy to make money. It seems that there are treasures everywhere after leaving the border. Are the people outside the border all fools? You can also see that most of the people in the caravan are uncles and brothers of the same clan. They are not at ease with the company of their clan members, and they have to hire an escort team at a high price. Are you willing to spend money to hire an escort? Who will you team up with? What will you sell after leaving the border?" "You are right." Suiyu nodded. "I just said it casually. It was just a sudden thought. I heard those merchants say that Dunhuang seems to be a very rich place. No matter how rich it is. Can it compare to our Han Empire?" Zhao Shiping sneered. "Then I can go to the interior of the country? I can ship the goods from the interior of the country to Dunhuang, and then resell them to the caravans going to the western regions." Suiyu clapped his hands, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The man was speechless, and he suspected that she was setting a trap for him. "No, you can't leave. I can't bear to leave you," he confessed. "Can you leave me? If you leave, who will take care of this guest house?" Suiyu looked at him and said truthfully, "That's true. It would be great if I could pack you up and take you away." Zhao Shiping raised the corner of his mouth and continued to ask, "You and I are both leaving. So you don't want the guest house anymore? Why bother about material things? Leave them behind and don't want them anymore." Suiyu made up a lie, speaking boldly and unrestrainedly. She winked at the man and said delicately in a pinched voice, "I just want to wander around the world with you, even if I have to eat coarse food." Zhao Shiping couldn't stand her. She was ridiculous and funny. He was so happy that he didn't even remember the sadness of the previous moment. "Come on." Suiyu hooked her finger with one hand. "Let's kiss to seal the love." Zhao Shiping didn't move, and watched her bend over. "Ah!" Zhao Xiaomi covered Ah Shui's eyes, and ran away quickly. The two separated quickly, seeing that there was no one outside the door. Suiyu raised a shovel to hit someone. "Did you hear footsteps? I thought you heard it too." Zhao Shiping smirked. "Ah! I'll beat you to death." Suiyu was so angry that she clenched her fist and hit him. But the man easily caught his fist. Zhao Shiping held her back of the head, lowered his head, and kissed her hard, then jumped and ran away, laughing out of the door. Suiyu wiped her mouth, smiled, squeezed the dried vegetables to dry the water, and threw them into the pot. Stir-fried them for a few times, and scooped 2 bowls of hot water into the pot to stew. She ran out and shouted, "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." When Ah Shui saw Suiyu again, she looked out curiously. "What are you looking at your sister-in-law doing?" "Eat." Uncle Lao Nyo gave her a piece of rabbit meat. Suiyu smiled and glared at her, while Ah Shui smiled and ate some millet rice. She didn't see clearly. She only saw it back. But she noticed something wrong from the reactions of others, and found it fun and novel. After dinner, Suiyu and Zhao Shiping took their bows and arrows and went out of the city to hunt, and then went back to the city in the evening, following the guards, who were changing duty to go to the parade ground. When Zhao Shiping was training, Suiyu went to the east gate to observe the people coming in and out, and when it was dark, she walked back to the parade ground and stood with the camel to wait for him. After the evening training, Zhao Shiping quickly put down his martial arts stick, and ignoring his colleagues who were laughing behind him, he strode out of the parade ground to lead his camel and his wife. Huang Anqing chased after them and asked, "Where are you two going?" "Back to the Qianhusua." Zhao Shiping turned around and asked, "What do you want?" "I want to invite you two to my house for dinner. It's rare to meet you. Let's go to my house to get to know each other." Huang Anqing walked up and said to Suiyu, "Your sister-in-law has only heard of you, but hasn't met you yet. Let's go over and sit together." "Okay. But you have to wait. Let's go back and tell them. Someone is waiting at home," Suiyu said. The three agreed to meet at the end of Nanshui Street later. Huang Anqing also lived in Zhenten before he got married. Later, he married a local girl and moved into his father-in-law's house, which was equivalent to marrying into his wife's family. The house in Zhenten was sold to the neighbors. Suiyu went back with Zhao Shiping and let Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang solve their own dinner. She took 30 eggs from home and put them in a basket, and then went to Nanshui Street with Zhao Shiping. Walking into Dinghu Lane, Suiyu was surprised and said, "Real people don't show their faces. Are all the people living in this lane rich? This is the ancestral house left by the previous generation. It was prosperous, but has declined." Huang Anqing smiled. By the way, you said last year that your eldest brother and his family would come over. Have they come? Zhao Shiping asked. They are here, staying at home. Zhao Shiping knew that there must be a lot of right and wrong in this, so he didn't ask. Walking into the Song family, Sui Yu saw Huang Anqing's wife, who had a shrewd look and smiled before she spoke. She looked like a smart and capable woman. Sister Yu. Can you call me that? Song Xian held Sui Yu's hand and said, let's not care about the men's tricks. I am a few years older than you, so I call you sister to make us feel closer. Sui Yu accepted it happily. She handed over the egg basket and said, I came in a hurry and prepared simple gifts. Don't be surprised. Sister Song. Don't blame me. I also prepared the banquet in a hurry. Song Xian scolded Huang Anqing and said, he has eaten at your house several times. If I hadn't urged him, he wouldn't have invited you and your wife to his house. Only twice. Not several times. Sui Yu understood that this banquet tonight was prepared in advance. She was not sure about the purpose of Song Xian and Huang Anqing. They invited guests in a hurry, as if they were impulsive. But it seemed that it was not the case during the conversation. After sitting down, Sui Yu took a quick look around. The furnishings in the room seemed a little old. The bronze oil cup had heavy burn marks, which were traces of age. It should be an old item from his ancestors. The blanket on the floor had a very obvious fuzzy feel. It seemed that just as Huang Anqing said, Song Xian's ancestors had been rich, but now they were down and out. Someone walked in from outside the door, and Song Xian introduced, this is my sister-in-law. The slightly old woman was very reserved. She smiled at Sui Yu and said, my wife is really beautiful. Sister-in-law. Come and sit down. Sui Yu stood up and made way for her. You sit down. You sit down. You are the guest. After a few words, Sui Yu was a little tired. She hadn't dealt with such a situation where half of the words were said, and half of the words were left unsaid for a long time. She was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the meal was served soon. When they were at the table, there was food and drink, and their mouths were blocked, so the number of times they talked was significantly reduced. Song Xian saw that Sui Yu was not interested. She thought for a while and said directly, Sister Yu, I wonder if you are interested in cooperating in business. Sui Yu paused. She put down her chopsticks and asked, what business? Chapter 150 Camel Business. The Song family made their fortune in the generation of Song Xian's grandfather. During the war, they traded horses and traveled between the Xiongnu and the Han. In her father's generation, the Xiongnu were driven away, and the court raised military horses in the northwest grasslands. The Song family's horse trading business plummeted. The horses they raised could not be sold. Later, the grasslands had problems, and the horses they raised became sick or died. By the time of Song Xian's generation, the business had completely declined. After Song Xian took over the family, she sold almost all the horses she raised, sold the horses to buy camels, and hired a man to support the family. After that, she kept a low profile year after year. I am a woman. I am not as strong as a man. And Encheng can't help me with business. So I have to give up the idea of going to the desert to catch camels. 10 years ago, I bought 50 camels. Over the years, the female camels gave birth to calves, and the baby camels grew up, and slowly there was a large group. Song Xian said slowly, 10 years is too long. The acquaintances my father made died or were old. I can't talk to them or help. The merchants in the East Market have been replaced by new people. Now I want to do camel business, but I can't get involved. Sui Yu probably understood in her heart. She nodded, motioning her to continue. So I want to borrow Sister Yu's help. The inns in the north of the city are not short of business. Merchants travel east and west and cannot do without camels. I want to get in touch with these people and sell my domesticated camels to them. Song Xian leaned forward and said sincerely, I am a woman, and the reputation of my ancestors has long been unknown. If I rashly contact merchants, they will not dare to believe me. How about Sister Yu be a middleman for me, and I will give you 10% of the profit for every successful business. Sui Yu was thinking a lot. She thought that Song Xian asked her to be the middleman just to let her come forward as a guarantor. Song Xian had no reputation in the camel trade, and the merchants did not dare to trust her. But the inn was located in the north of the city. If the camels they bought had problems, the merchants could come to the inn to seek an explanation. Song Xian did not urge her. She picked up the kettle to pour a glass of water for Sui Yu. And she also took a sip of the water from the cup to moisten her throat. If I agree, I will offend people for you. Sui Yu twisted the slightly hot cup and said, to snatch customers from the camel dealers. Even if Xiao Shiping is 1,000 households, it can't stop people from making trouble openly or secretly. I'll give you 50 coins for selling a camel. Song Xian was ruthless and gave up the profit. Do you know Lao Wan? He has a younger uncle named Wan Xingshan? Sui Yu looked at Xiao Shiping and asked, is that his name? Yes, I know them, Song Xian said. Does sister you know him? We've dealt with each other. Sui Yu was a little afraid of trouble, so she asked hesitantly, how many camels do you have? I can help you sell the camels to them. Song Xian shook her head without hesitation and said, I'm looking for Sister Yu to cooperate in business. Not to sell camels for money, but mainly to gain a foothold and make a name for myself. And to keep customers for long-term business. As she said that, she pointed to her son sitting beside her and said, in another 5 or 6 years, Song Sungzu will be able to go out and take over my family's business. I will pave a way for him first. Sui Yu understood that Song Xian wanted to revive the reputation of her ancestors. How many camels do you have? She asked. There are 327 adult camels and 70 camels of all sizes. In 2 or 3 months, the female camels will give birth again, Song Xian explained. Sui Yu was shocked. You have a big family and a big business. Song Xian smiled proudly. Sui Yu wanted to agree. On the one hand, she wanted to make friends with this person. Song Xian was ambitious and stable. She thought long-term and had plans. It would be more beneficial than harmful to make friends with such a capable woman. On the other hand, she wanted to make money. After selling dozens or hundreds of camels, she would buy back 10 or so camels. In this way, her camel team would also have a prototype. Can I give you an answer tomorrow? I'll come over tomorrow, and you can take me to see your camel group, Sui Yu said. Song Xian agreed happily. The meal was almost over, and it was late at night. Sui Yu and Xiao Shiping left Song's house. Did Huang Lunching say anything to you? Sui Yu asked. No. I think he seems quite shocked. Probably not knowing his wife's plan. Xiao Shiping sighed and said, it seems that life as a son-in-law is not easy. You don't know his situation? Sui Yu was surprised. Xiao Shiping shook his head. He really didn't know. He and Huang Lunching had only dealt with each other on the battlefield. After the war, the two had almost no contact. They only met when he was out of the city. If you hadn't set up a stall to sell buns at the West Gate, I would hardly say a word to him for a year, Xiao Shiping said. There was no one on the street. The sound of the two people walking and talking attracted the barking of dogs. Sui Yu and Xiao Shiping suppressed their words and walked back quickly. They rang the doorbell, and Sui Liang ran to open the door. Have you had dinner? Sui Yu asked. Yes. We cooked 2 bowls of soup noodles. Sui Liang followed him in and asked, where have you been? Someone invited me to dinner. Sui Yu pushed the door open and said, we are going to sleep. You should go back to sleep too. There is hot water in the pottery pot. It is still hot, Sui Liang explained. Xiao Shiping took a basin to get water and found that there were still sparks in the stove hole. He brought water in and said, Sui Liang has not slept all the time. I guess he went to boil water every once in a while. And the fire in the stove is still not extinguished. My brother has always been considerate. He is a careful child. Sui Yu was happy. Xiao Shiping agreed. Sui Liang had no selfish intentions towards Sui Yu. What do you think of what happened tonight? Sui Yu knew in his heart that if he cooperated with Song Xian, he would eventually have to rely on Xiao Shiping to support him in the future when he got involved in the competition between camel dealers such as Wan Qingshan. Xiao Shiping snorted and laughed. He didn't know her yet. The fact that she didn't refuse tonight showed that she was moved. What did he think mattered? Water was poured in the yard, and the wooden basin was leaning against the wall. Xiao Shiping went into the house, closed the door, sat on the bed and said, I think this money is not easy to make. The merchants are all old customers of camel dealers. When the camels are similar in appearance and price, they are more willing to buy camels from acquaintances. According to what you said, I am not worried. I was worried that the merchants would buy camels from us, which would offend all the camel dealers in the city. Sui Yu smiled. I am also worried that they will cause trouble for the guest house. If it affects our guest house business, it will be more trouble than gain. Do you think buying camels is buying eggs? Camel dealers need to have a good reputation. If it is as easy as selling buns, Can she still find you for help? Zhao Shiping knocked her and said, You can try it. It's a business that won't lose money anyway. The next day, Sui Yu went to the Song family in Dinghu Lane alone. Huang Anchen was on duty, and Song Xian was alone at home. The two exchanged a few words when they met, and Song Xian took Sui Yu out. The two rode camels, went out from the west gate, and headed southwest. Near Yangwan, Sui Yu saw a group of camels walking in the desert. When merchants go west and enter the desert, camels look for food and water in the desert. I raised them in the desert. Although I have never traveled far, I have seen them. Merchants will not buy a burden if they buy them. Song Xian took Sui Yu into the camel group and said, Don't worry. The male camels in heat are tied up and will not come out to hurt people. Sui Yu noticed that there were many people guarding the camels. It must be very difficult to guard 300 or 400 camels. After a circle in the desert and seeing these strong and docile camels that were not without vigilance, Sui Yu put aside his worries and agreed to cooperate with Song Xian. We have no advantages over other camel dealers except for our guest house and the reputation of Captain Zhao. Sui Yu began to plan for future business. She climbed a sand dune, looked at the moving camels, and asked, If the camels are sick, do you have a veterinarian to treat them? Song Xian nodded. How about this? We promise the merchants that if they buy our camels and pass through Dunhuang every year, we will treat these camels for free. Sui Yu looked at Song Xian and said, My family also raises camels. If they are well cared for, camels rarely get sick. If they get sick, they are only minor illnesses, such as rotten hoofs, rotten eyes, or sores on the skin. These minor illnesses should not cost much. Song Xian agreed. After coming down from the sand dunes, the two rode camels back to the city. After returning to the city, they finalized some words, and Sui Yu returned to the guest house in the north of the city. In the afternoon, Sui Yu went back to the city to find Song Xian, borrowed a servant who could castrate eggs from her, and castrated all 5 little boars born by Xiao He. 2 days later, the 5 little boars were still alive and kicking. Sui Yu was relieved and put this matter aside. She asked Zhao Shiping to hire people to build mud couches. 20 soldiers came to dig soil and mud on the 2nd day of February, mixing the mud with broken grass residues under the haystack. When the mud was formed, they began to build the couch. The weather in February was still cold, and it would even freeze at night. In order to prevent the built mud couch from freezing and cracking, Sui Yu asked Gonda, Gon Air, and Lan Yoshu to light the brazier after dark. When the temperature in the house rose, they closed the doors and windows, added firewood in the middle of the night, and removed the brazier when the sun came out. 10 days later, the mud couch of the 3-story guest house was built. Sui Yu paid 800 coins to the 20 soldiers, and she used the remaining money to buy 5 pieces of coarse cloth from the cloth shop. Now she had little money left, while Yinpa took 2 female assistants and 2 official slaves to cut cloth and sew bedspreads. Sui Yu took Sui Liang and Zhao Xiaomi out of the city to hunt. Occasionally, when Zhao Shiping was free, he would go out of the city with him. Every time the 4 of them brought back prey, they would go to the street to exchange it for reed fluff and cattail fluff. After working for half a month, the newly made mattress swelled up and was placed in the sun to dry before being spread on the mud couch. In early March, the jingling of camel bells rang out in Dunhuang City again. Sui Yu was refreshed, and business came. Chapter 151 Word of Mouth. The first to enter the city were small caravans. They had few goods, so in order to make more money, they would often set out early and sell goods before the big caravans. Uncle, are we still living in Minxiang this year? A young man with untidy beard led a camel towards the city and said, Or should we go to the North City Guest House? Come to the North City Guest House. Sui Liang jumped over and said, The North City Guest House was newly built last year. It is clean and spacious. There is also a warehouse for storing goods in the guest house. There is hot water every morning and evening, so you can eat when you go out. The leading man looked at him and asked, Is it yours? Sui Liang nodded. Uncle, trust me, I will never cheat you. Seeing that he was still a literate child, Hong Chan looked at him and said, Lead the way. Let's go over and take a look. A Shui. Sui Liang turned around and waved, calling a Shui to lead the way. Uncle, how do you know about the North City Guest House? Sui Liang asked. Did you stay here last fall? No. We met a caravan heading east on the road. And the people in the caravan asked us to pass through Dunhuang and stay at the North City guest house. Hong Chong rubbed his chin and said, "Did they receive any benefits? What benefits did you give them?" Sui Liang shook his head. And Ah Shui also shook her head, with her braids flying. No benefits were given. What benefits could we give? Maybe the caravans who stayed in this guest house thought we were comfortable, Sui Liang said. Halfway through the journey, we turned north and walked out of the alley where houses were gathered. We walked another half-mile north and saw the guest house standing in the wilderness. The merchants were all amazed at what a spectacular house it was. "Uncle, you go over there. Someone will be in charge of receiving you." Sui Liang stopped and said, "I still have to go back to the city gate to solicit customers." The merchant nodded, and Sui Liang ran away with Ah Shui. "A caravan is coming." The children waiting halfway stood up quickly when they heard the sound of hooves. A dozen children carrying baskets ran over, and some ran along the road where the camels had walked, snatching the fresh camel dung on the roadside. There were also 3 or 5 boys running with the caravan, paying attention to the camel's buttocks, and asking, "Uncle, do you want to shave? I'll go and call someone for you." "Uncle, do you want to find someone? I'll help you call." Hong Daming pointed at a boy and said, "Go and call the person who shaves over. I'll give you 10 cents when he comes." "Okay." The boy with a hat responded briskly and ran into the city with a basket. Sui Yu heard the noise and came out. She stood outside the west kitchen door waiting. When people approached, she vaguely recognized a few familiar faces. "Nansher?" Hong Daming was surprised. "You moved here to open a food store again?" "Last year, when I stayed at Lao Tu's place. I asked him about you, and he said you didn't do food business anymore. This guest house is mine," Sui Yu said with a smile. Hong Daming laughed. "No wonder Lao Tu has a sour face when he mentions you. You stole his business." Sui Yu didn't admit it, saying, "We all make money together, each relying on our own ability. There are so many caravans coming and going. Do you think others have taken your business?" "That's true." Hong Daming jumped off the camel and followed Sui Yu into the guest house. The north row of rooms is the guest room, and the south row of rooms is the warehouse. Booking a guest room comes with a warehouse and a livestock pen. 100 coins per night, and one room can sleep 5 people. Sui Yu explained the price. The doors of the unoccupied guest rooms were all open. The merchant stood outside and took a look. The room was plain and bright, without any peculiar smell. The mattresses were all made so clean that people didn't want to dirty them. When he looked at the door, he found a wooden basin against the wall. Then he looked at the warehouse. The warehouse was larger than the guest room and could store the goods of 5 people. "Okay, we'll book 5 rooms for 2 nights," Hong Chong said. Sui Yu brought 5 locks and told them to remember to lock them when they went out. At the same time, the helper Li Muda brought 2 buckets of river water. Sui Yu pointed and said, "The water is hot. You can wash and rest. The west kitchen is outside. If you are hungry, go there to eat. First, cook 2 pots of braised soup noodles for us, and 2 baskets of buns. We will go there after the goods are unloaded," Hong Chong said. Sui Yu agreed, and she went to the west kitchen to ask Yin to prepare. The merchants who checked in earlier were woken up. They opened the door and came out, greeted each other, and went to the west kitchen to eat together. 2 pots of braised noodles and 2 baskets of steamed buns cost 540 coins. Another caravan had fewer people, and each ordered a bowl of braised noodles. Sui Yu charged another 300 coins. The sound of camel bells came again, and Sui Yu went out to greet them. This was a group of Hu merchants, introduced by Huang Anqing. "Shopkeeper Yu, a caravan asked me to shave their beards before. Please ask where they live for me." The barber came forward with a wooden box on his shoulder and said, "It's us. Come in." Hong Daming shouted in the guest house. The barber went in and happened to meet the Hu merchants unloading goods. He took the opportunity to solicit business. "Gentlemen, do you want to shave? Shopkeeper Yu has hot water here. I will shave you cleanly." A child was peeking out of the door. Hong Daming saw him and waved him over. "Here are 20 coins. Go to the East Market and find me someone. Lao one who sells camels." Sui Yu happened to hear this when she entered the house. She asked, "Do you want to buy camels?" "Yes. I plan to buy 5 more camels. Add more camels to make more money," Sui Yu said. And she sent the lock and key to the Hu merchant. Before leaving, she said, "This courtyard is full. I will not arrange for anyone to live in it. Only your 3 caravans will come in and out. The barber brought in a basin of hot water and said, Manager, you is strictly guarding. Outsiders cannot enter the guest house without your permission. After that, he took out the tools to clean the faces and shave the beards of these untidy merchants. At noon, Zhao Shiping drove the cow back. He borrowed the cow to plow the land. This year, he planned to plant more golden flowers and wait until autumn to dry them and sell them to merchants. After a while, Sui Lian led Shui back and had a quick meal. The two went back to the city to solicit customers. My wife, I'm going to deliver food to Gonda and Gon Air, Mother Yin informed. Sui Yu nodded. Boss Sui, give me a bowl of rice. Lao Wan strode in. Come on. I'm starving. Just give me something to eat. Sui Yu brought him a plate of buns and said, Eat first. The noodles are cooking in the pot. Okay. You didn't go to catch camels this year? Sui Yu asked. Just as I was about to go, my uncle received a letter that a group of wild camels had entered the Gobi Desert. Lao Wan swallowed the food in his mouth and said, Prepare 4 baskets of buns for me to take with me when I leave. The braised soup noodles were brought out, and Sui Yu found an open space to sit down and said, Are you planning to enter the Gobi Desert? That's risky. As long as we have enough food and water, we can always get out. Lao Wan slurped the noodles and asked, Where are the guests who came to see me staying? First entrance, counting from west to east. The 6th room. They are shaving. Before she finished speaking, Sui Yu saw the barber walking out with a wooden box, followed by Hong Daming. When she waved, he strode over and asked, What's going on? It's Lao Wan. Then, the two sat in the dining hall and talked. Sui Yu sat outside and heard it clearly. Hong Daming wanted to buy a castrated male camel, and it had to be an adult wild camel, which would be used to carry goods. But Lao Wan didn't have a suitable one, so he wanted to sell him a female camel. Once a female camel is pregnant, it will be more than a year after the baby is born. She needs to feed the baby. How can she carry goods? Hong Daming knocked on the table impatiently and said, I bought it to carry goods, not to breed. If it is not allowed to contact with male camels, how can it bear babies? Lao Wan said calmly, You also know that male camels are difficult to catch. Where can I get so many male camels? I do have 5 male camels that are 2 or 3 years old. They have been castrated. Do you want them? Forget it. I'll go ask others. Hong Daming stood up. The situation is similar to mine elsewhere. There are fewer and fewer camels in the desert. We have started raising camels in recent years, but we can't supply more and more caravans. Small caravans need to grow bigger. Big caravans need to replace camels. And new caravans also need camels. How can we have so many? Lao Wan put down his chopsticks and followed him out, saying, We are leaving for the Gobi Desert tomorrow. Please think about it. I don't plan to buy today. When you come back from the western regions, I will have fewer camels. I'll discuss it with my second uncle. Okay. Lao Wan wiped his mouth and motioned Sui Yu to pack the buns for him. A total of 387 won. Just give me 381. Sui Yu said. Lao Wan nodded, but did not pay. When Hong Daming came out again, he asked Sui Yu, How much was it? 381. Put it in our account and pay you in the evening. Hong Daming spoke up and said, Please make a trip. My second uncle means to ask around. If you can't buy a suitable camel in Dunhuang, maybe you can get a chance after you leave the customs. Lao Wan didn't force it. He took the basket of buns and left. As for the basket, he would bring it next time. Seeing Lao Wan walking away, Sui Yu called Hong Daming and said, I'll introduce you to a camel dealer who has 300 or 400 camels. 300 or 400 camels? Hong Daming was shocked. Who is he? Such a big family business. The dealer's surname is Song. The camels are raised in the desert near Yangwan. You decide whether to go there tomorrow or this afternoon. Sui Yu thought that she was not trying to steal the business. She was picking up the bargain. Hong Daming went into the house and called his uncle. The merchants living in the same courtyard came out when they heard the voice, whether they wanted to buy or not. They all planned to go and take a look. Sui Yu asked Uncle Lan Yo to help her guard the guest house. She rode a camel to Song's house. Not long after, Song Xian came with her son and a middle-aged man. Hong Chong looked at the middle-aged man and greeted him, Mr. Song. I heard that you have 300 or 400 camels. Why didn't I hear your name in previous years? Are they newly moved? I'm the one in charge. Song Xian stepped forward and said, I have been training camels for 10 years. At first, it was just a whim. In recent years, the number of camels has increased. So I plan to sell them. Song is the wife of the officer guarding the west gate. Her ancestors were horse dealers. She has been keeping a low profile in the past years. That's why you haven't heard of her name. Sui Yu said. You can go with her. I have to guard the store here, so I won't accompany you. The merchants talked for a while, and then led their camels to follow Song Xian away. As soon as they left, another large caravan came northward. The old bald man followed behind and tried to persuade them to stay, but they insisted on going to the North City Inn. The old bald man was so angry that his face turned black. Sui Liang took Shui and took a detour quietly. He went into the alley and prepared to go to the West City Gate. He didn't need to guard the East City Gate. The caravans entering the city heard that the caravans in Guangzhou praised the North City Inn. In the evening, the merchants who went to see the camels came back. Sui Yu looked around carefully and found that they didn't buy camels. While eating, she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with seeing the camels today? No. We just want to ask. We haven't heard of this vendor before, so we don't know if her camels are good. You've seen it with your own eyes, and you're still worried that there's something wrong with the camels? Sui Yu was puzzled. The camels used by merchants need to have good endurance, not only to endure hardship, but also to endure hunger and starvation. Hong Chong said. Her camels do look good, but no one has used them. So who knows if they're just for show? Besides, she's a woman, and if something happens to the camels, we come back to find her. And she's crying again. It's hard to deal with. No wonder wild camels are more popular with merchants. Sui Yu narrowed her eyes and didn't dare to say much, lest she be too eager and offend others. In the middle of the night, Song Xian and Huang Anqing visited the Qinhu office. Sui Yu told her the news she had found out. She understood Lao Wan's mentality and said, Don't worry. Get ready. If you can't make this deal, there will be another one. If you have the goods, you don't have to worry about no one buying them. Song Xian sighed. Although her camels were raised in the desert, they had to be fed every few days in order to grow meat and bones. In terms of endurance, they were indeed no match for wild camels. Chapter 152 Making Friends. At dawn, Sui Yu took Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang out. After the weather warmed up, the three resumed their daily running routine. They ran all the way to the guest house, sweating, and their joints that had been sleeping all night were loose, and they felt refreshed. The three had just arrived and had not finished a bowl of porridge when the wind brought the sound of camel bells. Mrs. Yin, boil water and prepare noodles. Sui Yu said. The water is boiling, and the noodles are rolled. Mrs. Yin wiped her hands and came out, looking at the sky, and said, A caravan is here so early? Did they stay outside the city last night? Sui Yu finished the porridge in a few mouthfuls, wiped her mouth and walked out the door, just in time to meet the merchants getting off their camels. But the guest house in the north of the city? That's right. Sui Yu went to open the door of the third guest house and asked with concern, You stayed outside the city last night. Haven't you had breakfast yet? There's still a fire on the stove. How about eating something hot to fill your stomach first? When I arrived last night, the city gate was closed. I can only enter the city at dawn. The merchant stamped the dust on his feet, walked into the guest house and looked around, saying, The conditions are not bad. It's worth our overnight journey. We have booked this courtyard and will leave tomorrow. Okay. A total of 1,200 coins. Sui Yu took out a bunch of locks from the boiler room and said, The room keys? Remember to lock the door when you go out. I'll call someone to boil water. Uncle Lao Niu heard the noise and came over with water. When he met Sui Yu, he whispered, How many days will you stay? Tomorrow. The people living in the first two goose houses were awakened. Those who had slept all night got dressed and went out to eat. Just as they sat down, the new caravan also came in. Bring up any food you have. A stout escort shouted in a hoarse voice. Sui Yu liked such straightforward guests the most. She served steamed buns, steamed dumplings, and braised soup noodles one by one. She said to the merchants who stayed yesterday, I have dried vegetables and braised eggs here, and I can also make pancakes and fried noodles. If you want to replenish dry food when you leave, tell us half a day in advance, and we will prepare it for you. Is it this kind of braised egg? The new guest used chopsticks to pierce the egg and said, Send us another 60. When we leave tomorrow, we will take 2 jars. How many are there in a jar? A jar can hold 200. It's not hot now. If you put brine in a jar, it can be kept for 10 days without going bad. Sueyu said. Then we need 2 jars. 400 pancakes. Pure flour. No bean powder. 50 kilograms of dried vegetables and fried noodles. It was a big deal. Sueyu happily wrote it down and asked the other 4 caravans if they needed to replenish dry food. After writing it down one by one, she went back to the house to give money to ask Xiao Xiaomi to go to the military settlement and asked Dongzi's father to hurry up and send another 100 kilograms of gray flour. Second uncle, what do you think of the camels we saw yesterday? Can we buy them? Hong Daming asked. I'll go and have a look today. You go to the city and ask around. Shopkeeper, you said that Shopkeeper Song's ancestors were big horse dealers. Ask some old people. It shouldn't be difficult to find out. Hong Chong ordered. The skeletons of those camels are not bad, and they can bear weights. As for endurance, it can be trained, but it takes more effort. The old man at the next table said, there are always good and bad camels among the 300 or 400 camels. If you really want to buy them, you can take this opportunity to buy them. What do you mean by 300 or 400 camels? Whose? The new big merchant heard the voice and asked. The owner's surname is Song. She is a woman. She raises 300 or 400 camels in the desert near Yangwan. The old man kindly told him, but was just wondering, how come I have never heard of so many camels before? After dinner, Hong Daming went to the city to inquire. He first went to the East Market and asked the horse meat vendors a few words, and then went to the foot of the city wall to spend a handful of copper coins to ask the old guys who were scratching lice. Uncle, what shopkeeper you said is true. 20 or 30 years ago, the Song family was indeed one of the best horse dealers in the Northwest. However, the imperial court later enclosed grasslands in the Northwest to raise military horses. The Song family was not tactful and actually confronted the government. Later, they handed over most of the horses to save their lives. By the time of shopkeeper Song, she was the only heir left. She sold the few horses she had left and changed to domesticating camels. Hong Daming repeated the news he had inquired about. But there was not much news about shopkeeper Song later. It was probably because the desert near Yangwan was too far away from Dunhuang, and few people went there. So no one discovered that her camel herd had 300 or 400 heads. Hong Chong had a guess in his heart. It is difficult to start a business, but it is easy to collapse. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. The Song family has fallen, but a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. How can other competitors easily make her family rise again? Especially since shopkeeper Song is a woman. It is not easy for her to go out and make friends. The merchants with opposite interests suppress her from time to time. She is already very capable to raise 300 or 400 camels. Shopkeeper Yu. Hong Chong walked into the west kitchen and said, I want to discuss business with shopkeeper Song. Please send someone to notify him again. We will meet at the west city gate. Sueyu was delighted. She waved Xiao Xiaomi over and said, help me guard this side. I will go over there. Gonda and Gon Er went to plow the fields. Li Mudu was cleaning the livestock pen, and Lao Nyoshu was boiling water. No one could spare time. Third sister-in-law. I'll go find someone. You stay at home. Xiao Xiaomi smiled and said, I haven't seen 300 or 400 camels. Nor have I been to the desert. I want to go and see. Okay. The Song family lives in Dinghu Lane. There are stone steps and 2 jujube trees in front of the door. Sueyu explained, then looked at Hong Chong and said, Boss, you guys go over now. Hong Chong nodded and followed Xiao Xiaomi out. Sueyu wrote down the last account, and when he went out, he saw a large group of camels carrying people leaving. It seemed that there were more than one caravan. The new merchant heard the noise and walked out of the door. He looked south and met Sueyu's sight. He nodded gently and turned back to the house. Near noon, Dongzi's father drove the camel to deliver noodles. The camel carried 2 large jars, and he picked up 2 more jars. Seeing Sueyu entertaining the merchants, he indicated that he was not in a hurry and stood aside to take a breath. After settling the 2 caravans, Sueyu came over with 2 strings of copper coins and greeted with a smile. You came quite quickly. There is flour in the house. I ground a lot last winter. Dongzi's father picked up the flour jar and followed into the west kitchen, saying, your business is good here. Can I send another 100 kilograms of flour tomorrow? Okay. I'll send it over at this time tomorrow. The flour jar was weighed, and Sui Yu settled the bill for him. The kitchen was steaming buns, and she gave 2 to Dongzi's father to eat on the way. I'm back. There's still work to do in the fields. Dongzi's father walked out and met Zhao Shiping driving the cattle back. He greeted him and said casually, "Did you dig trees on the mountain?" "Yes. After plowing the land, I went around the mountain and dug a dozen trees back." Zhao Shiping threw a bundle of saplings at the foot of the wall. The cattle went to the river to drink water, and he also went into the house with an empty water bag. "Are you hungry? The meal is almost ready," Sui Yu said. "It's time for dinner. Why is no one here to eat? The merchants who came yesterday went to the desert to pick camels, and those who came today are either sleeping or busy unloading." Sui Yu went into the kitchen, brought out a plate of stewed fish and 2 bowls of dry rice, and said, "Let's eat first." Just as the couple had eaten, Sui Liang and Ashui came back. Ashui went to find her father, and the 3 of them shared the rice and dishes to eat together. When merchants came in to eat, Sui Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks to entertain them, quote prices, collect money, and serve rice and dishes. If a merchant wanted to eat meat, Sui Yu wrote it down and arranged for someone to buy meat on the street in the afternoon. "Has the person who bought the camel not come back yet?" the big merchant who came this morning asked. Sui Yu shook his head. "Not yet. Are you interested too?" The big merchant shook his head and said, "We have a familiar camel dealer." Sui Yu understood and stopped asking. In the afternoon, the merchant who bought camels came back, and the others heard the noise and went to see. All 5 are male camels. Their skeletons are no smaller than those of wild camels. We bought them because they have good skeletons. There is no other way. Several camels died when we crossed the snow mountain last year, and Laowan didn't have any suitable ones. We have to buy camels this year. Hong Chong patted the belly of the camel and said, "I rode it in the desert for a while, and it felt good. I will take it out of the border tomorrow to go with the camel team. After going back and forth, it has been trained enough." "When will you return?" someone asked. "Probably in July or August." Hong Chong heard something and said, "I will come to the North City guest house to rest after entering the border. I will tell you how these 5 camels are then." A big merchant came over and asked, "The merchant Song you mentioned, are all his camels like this?" "There are 100 or 200 strong young camels," Hong Chong said. "Are you interested in buying some too? I'll have someone take you there to have a look." "No. Let's talk about it when we return to the border in winter." Sui Yu left the crowd. She asked Zhao Xiaomi to guard the guest house while she led the camels back to the city. She first went to Song Xian's house, and then went to the butcher's shop to buy 10 pounds of meat. In the evening, Song Xian led people to drive 50 camels into the city. She called Huang Lanqing and went to the guest house in the north of the city together. When they arrived, the merchants were out for dinner. When they saw a group of strong camels, they all went over to watch. Sui Yu collected the sauce from the stewed meat in the pot and told Yin Pa to watch the fire. She followed him out. "Thick legs, big hooves, and good teeth. These camels are good. Aren't they wild camels? Their ancestors were probably wild camels. They are not very vigilant." Song Xian saw that the merchants kept commenting, but no one was willing to buy. She made up her mind and said, "Everyone, I know your concerns. If this goes on, my camels will not be sold, and you will be short of camels for travel, which is not good for both of us. How about this? If someone wants to buy but dares not to, you can rent a camel from me. You can take the camel out of the customs and return it to me when you come back in winter. If you are satisfied with the camel, you can pay for it. How do you rent it?" The big merchants became interested. "The rental fee for a camel is 500 coins for half a year. If it dies on the road, you have to compensate me according to the price of the dead camel. If it gets sick, I will be responsible for it myself." Song Xian made up her mind. As Sui Yu said, this is a business opportunity worth taking risks. In terms of selling camels, she can't compete with the long-established camel dealers. She can only use camels to open up another way that others can't interfere. In this way, she would offend fewer people, but she would take a greater risk. "Aren't you worried that we won't return the camels?" someone asked with a smile. Song Xian also smiled. She pointed at Huang Lanqing and said, "My husband is the city guard of the West Gate. What am I afraid of? If you are willing to rent camels, we will go to the government to sign a contract. When we return to the city, we will go to the government to write another contract. You could only leave the city smoothly if you return the camels. The merchants whispered to each other. Hong Chong heard that the big merchants nearby seemed to be interested in renting camels. He secretly tasted the pros and cons. The rent for 5 camels for half a year was 2,500 coins. If he changed from buying to renting, he would have to pay an extra 2,500 coins to buy again in the future, which was not cost-effective. Can I only rent camels when I leave the customs? Can I rent them when I return to Guangzhou? Someone asked. No. You will definitely come back after you go out of the customs to do business. How can I be sure that you will come back after you go back to the customs? Song Xian said. Okay. I'll rent 10 to try it out. The big merchant who came this morning walked into the camel herd and quickly picked out 10 camels, saying, if these 10 camels can return intact with the caravan, I'll buy them. Song Xian winked at Huang Anqing, and Huang Anqing stepped forward and tied a knot on the reins of the 10 camels as a mark. I'll take the camels back tonight and mark them on their buttocks. Tomorrow morning at noon, we'll go to the government to write a contract. You give me the rent, and I'll give you the camels. Song Xian said. The big merchant nodded in agreement. I'll rent 10 too. The merchant who lived in the first guest house said, I can't afford to buy 10 camels, but I can afford to rent them. I can make more money by taking 10 more camels out of the customs. But I won't choose from this group of camels. We will go to the desert tomorrow to choose from the camel group. Song Xian readily agreed. It was dark, and Song Xian didn't stay long. She said hello to Sui Yu and took 50 camels back to the city. The next day, the dozen merchants living in the 3-story guest house went out early. When the sun rose, the remaining merchants packed their goods and the camel team was ready to go. At noon, the people who rented the camels came back. They tied the food and grass to the rented camels, had a full meal with Sui Yu, took dry food, and left the guest house one after another. This group of merchants left, and new merchants moved in soon after. The beddings in the first and second goose houses were taken out to dry. Sui Yu arranged the later merchants to live in the third guest house at the back. In the evening, Song Xian sent money over. These 250 coins are the commission for selling camels, and these 800 coins are the commission for renting camels. You gave me the idea, and I will give you 50 cents interest. Today, I rented out 40 camels. I will give you 20 cents for each camel. When the camels are returned, I will give you another 30 cents commission. Sui Yu had no objection. She took a box of copper coins and said, This is more profitable than running a guest house. You deserve it. Song Xian smiled and asked, How did you come up with this idea? Later, I thought that as long as the camels don't get seriously ill, I won't lose money with this rental method. This is our business method. I'll give it to you, Xiao Shiping said, opening a guest house and raising camels for rent. This is our previous plan. Song Xian was shocked. She held Sui Yu's hand and said, Sister Yu, you have made me feel so grateful. I have too little money. It's hard to build a guest house. If I raise camels, it will take 5 or 6 years to reach your scale. Sui Yu explained. If you don't use your ideas, they are useless. Who knows what will happen in 5 or 6 years? It's better to use them to help you, so that we can make our acquaintance worthwhile. Song Xian was touched. Since her father died, no one was willing to help her. The next day, she sent another 1,200 yuan. If Sui Yu was sincere to her, she should be less calculating and defensive. Chapter 153. Give me another 10 years. With the business on the right track, Sui Yu had fewer things to worry about. She stayed in the guest house every day to receive the caravans and help Song Xian to attract business. When she had nothing to do, she would plant trees and even choose a vacant lot to dig the soil to make a vegetable garden. Planning to plant some garlic sprouts, onions and ginger. She was just waiting to collect money. Half a month passed in a flash. More and more caravans passed by. When entering the city, most of the streets were filled with merchants. The sound of camel bells overwhelmed the sound of the wind and floated over the city all day long. Zhao Shiping led the garrison to patrol the city. There were more merchants in the city, and disputes and fights happened from time to time. Some quarreled because of a disagreement, and then there was another quarrel because of camels blocking the road. At the end of the day, Zhao Shiping was overwhelmed. He felt his head buzzing when he lay on the bed to sleep. The jingling camel bells seemed to be stuck in his ears and could not be pulled out. Have you chosen someone for Xiaomi's marriage? Sui Yu asked. No. Zhao Shiping closed his eyes and spoke lazily. I found a few in the garrison. Those who are good-looking have bad tempers. Those with mild tempers like to drink and stuff their salary into their mouths. Such people don't worry about anything. Xiaomi will suffer if she marries them. Sui Yu snorted coldly. The man opened his eyes and looked at her in confusion. Look at how thoughtful you are. Sui Yu patted his face and pinched it. Think about yourself. How much money did you save when I entered your house? Didn't you stuff it all into your mouth? No. I'm different from him. I don't like to drink. I only like to eat meat. Zhao Shiping defended himself. And he muttered, are my requirements too high? Sui Yu grabbed his face, spat softly, and complained, you had a sullen face at first. As if I took advantage of you. And now you think that a man who can't save money won't worry. Ha ha. Can I bear it? Zhao Shiping denied stubbornly. I didn't make you suffer. Sui Yu said nothing. You are ambitious, and you are too busy to rest every day. Zhao Shiping smiled and praised her. Manager Yu is so capable. You have clever tricks and schemes. You turned a shabby stall into a big guest house. There is no other person like you in the whole Dunhuang city. Sui Yu felt relieved and said modestly, you are exaggerating. Song Xian is not inferior to me. She has a family business accumulated by her ancestors. And you have nothing. I have Lian Gur. Yes. Yes. You have a brother. After a long-winded nonsense, the couple lay down. Zhao Shiping looked at the moonlight coming in through the crack of the door, and calculated that Sui Yu's period was coming again. He stretched out his hand to rub her waist and asked, is your waist sore? No. My lower abdomen is a little bloated. The chest is also a little bloated. But Sui Yu didn't say. You should ask Xiaomi to run more errands these days. If you feel uncomfortable, just take a rest. Speaking of Xiaomi, Zhao Shiping was worried and said, it's hard to find a good husband. Do you have a suitable candidate? I think you can ask Xiaomi. I think something is wrong with her. Maybe she has met someone she likes. Sui Yu brought up the topic just to talk about this matter. She saw Xiaomi laughing for no reason several times. That expression could not deceive people. Most of the time, the girl was moved. However, before Zhao Shiping found a chance to ask, Song Xian brought her eldest sister-in-law to the door, saying that she was entrusted by her eldest nephew to come to the door to propose marriage. My eldest nephew is already 19 years old. He is about the same height as Huang Lanqing and looks handsome. He doesn't talk much, but he is hardworking and willing to work, Song Xian said. The two children have already known each other. Before, Xiaomi was reclaiming land and planting golden flowers at the foot of the Sand Mountain. And Lianzheng met him when he went to the mountain to collect firewood. I haven't heard Xiaomi tell me about it. I'll ask her third brother to ask him some other day. Sui Yu didn't respond directly, but asked, where does my eldest sister-in-law live now? In the settlement near the West City Gate. My second brother used his connections, and the government allocated 80 acres of land to us. My second son is also 14 or 15 years old. The three of them borrowed cattle to plow the land and plowed it quite quickly. It is estimated that they can sow in 10 days. Sun Lihua smiled and explained the situation at home. More people can work faster. Sui Yu said, I only have one son and one daughter. When they grow up, they will definitely need help from their brothers. Lianzheng and Lianqing can't expect to make a living from the land. Song Xian chimed in. I'll ask later. As long as my younger sister is willing. We won't talk about anything else. But my younger sister has never suffered. She is the youngest in the family, and has never worked in the fields in her hometown. She has suffered more here. Sui Yu followed up and praised Zhao Xiaomi. Song Xian glanced at Sun Lihua, who said, if Xiaomi is willing to marry into my family, I will definitely not let her suffer any grievances. It's false to say that I treat her as my own daughter. You don't believe it. Anyway, his father and I will not interfere in the affairs of the next generation. This promise is not bad. Of course, if she can live without her parents-in-law, Sui Yu thinks it's better. But this is not something she should worry about. After seeing off Song Xian and her sister-in-law, Sui Yu waited for Zhao Shiping to come back and told him directly. The Huang family's financial resources are a little thin, but they have a lot of land, so they won't starve even without Huang Lanqing's help. Mrs. Sun doesn't look like a slick person. Her hand joints are thick, and she is willing to endure hardships. She can help the young couple take care of the children. Go ask Xiaomi again. She is a person with her own ideas. If she is willing, there is no need to choose. Zhao Shiping vaguely remembered Huang Lianzhen. He was not ugly and spoke little. As for the others, he had no impression. He found Zhao Xiaomi and asked directly, "Do you know Huang Lianzheng?" Zhao Xiaomi was shocked. This man said that he would ask his mother to come to the house to ask for marriage. Why did he come so soon? It seems that he knows him. His mother and his aunt came to the house to propose marriage. Your third sister-in-law asked me to ask you what you think. Before she nodded, Zhao Shiping emphasized, his family is poor, and he just moved here this year. In the future, he will definitely rely on Huang Anqin's family. Think about it carefully. Think it through. My own conditions are also average. I rely on you and the third sister-in-law. And he relies on his second uncle and second aunt. We are evenly matched. Zhao Xiaomi confessed calmly. I like him. He's quiet but opinionated. He's hardworking and not afraid of hardship. If I follow him, as long as we're not afraid of tiredness, we won't be poor. You've never been tired at home. Zhao Shiping felt a little complicated. Even cows and horses are afraid of tiredness. But how can people not be afraid of tiredness? Zhao Xiaomi tilted her head to look at him, and said happily, Third brother, I thought you hated me. But you're really considerate of me. Zhao Shiping didn't bother to pay attention to her. Let's go with him. Zhao Xiaomi made a decision. When the spring planting is over, you go back with him, and let our parents see you. Zhao Shiping walked out and said, I'll tell your third sister-in-law. I'll go too. The brother and sister found Suiyu, who pointed at Xiaomi and joked, When did you meet? You've kept it a secret. Half a month has passed. I went to Dinghu Lane to pass on a message to Manager Song. I met him on the way, and he led me there. Zhao Xiaomi picked up a stone and threw it into the river, and continued, later. I was reclaiming land at the foot of the mountain to plant golden flowers. I met him again when he went up the mountain to collect firewood. I asked him to help me keep an eye on the saplings I planted. Then he carried trees down for me every day and moved 2 jujube saplings from his second aunt's house. Zhao Xiaomi trusted Suiyu and was willing to tell her everything. Suiyu thought of a jujube sapling planted beside the vegetable field and asked, What about the other one? Planted in his yard? Zhao Xiaomi laughed. Zhao Shiping's rejection in his heart was reduced by half. He had a good relationship with Suiyu, and naturally understood that if a couple liked each other, it could outweigh thousands of injustices. Huang Lianjing's second aunt is a smart and capable person. At first, she will treat you well for my sake. But you should be careful and be polite to her. Don't push your luck. Since we are 2 families, we should treat each other as 2 families. Don't lose your sense of propriety and be annoying. Suiyu warned her. I know. I have a sister-in-law. Why should I try to please others? Zhao Xiaomi muttered. I am definitely the best with you. Well, I'm not worried. I'm good at fooling people. Suiyu smiled. Zhao Xiaomi also smiled. I didn't fool you. I was telling the truth. Don't worry. Third sister-in-law. I understand. 3 days later, Suiyu followed the caravan to meet Song Xian. When the caravan was selecting camels in the desert, she stood with Song Xian and said, Zhao Shiping has no objection. But he can't make Xiaomi's decision. He means that after the crops in the field are planted, Lianjin will go back to his hometown with him. If the 2 elders are satisfied, the marriage will be settled. Song Xian nodded. Now we are relatives. Real relatives. When Xiaomi gets married, I will ask her to help me. Suiyu refused on behalf of Zhao Xiaomi, saying, My sister-in-law is a girl with her own ideas. She plans to do grain and grass business. Song Xian looked at Zhao Xiaomi straight in the eye. She admired women who had their own ideas and dared to think and do. Okay. You should make trouble when you are young. The more you dare to make trouble, the more you will have a chance to survive. She looked at the camels moving in the desert and said, I will be her biggest customer in the future. That's not necessarily true. Suiyu smiled confidently. There are many caravans coming and going in my place. But they are not as good as you? Song Xian laughed loudly. She waved her hands wantonly and said, Give me another 10 years, and I will raise camels in this desert. Give me another 10 years, and I will let my goose houses be built in the 4 northwestern counties. Suiyu was not to be outdone. In another 10 years, Xiaomi will become the largest grain and grass merchant in the northwest. And the 3 of us will take care of the food, accommodation and transportation for all the merchants. Song Xian was more imaginative. Song, the shopkeeper. Come here. We rent 7 camels. The merchant shouted. We will go back to the city now. Write a contract at the government office, and we will take the camels away. Sui Yu rode on the camel and followed the caravan back to the city. When entering the city, he met Lao Wan and his group. They had dark circles under their eyes and looked very embarrassed. But they could not hide their joy. Master Wan, you have made a great harvest this time. The merchant was eager to talk and asked loudly, can you leave me 5 camels from this batch? Old Wan saw Song Xian, and then looked at the camels led by the merchant. He slowed down and said, isn't Master Song's camels enough for you to buy? We have rented 8 camels, and haven't decided to buy them yet. Rent? Old Wan looked at Song Xian, and saw Huang Lancheng walking out of the city. He bowed and said, then congratulations to Master Song for making a fortune. I made a small fortune. Not as much as Master Wan. Song Xian spoke kindly. She didn't want to make enemies with others. So she took the initiative to say, if Master Wan is interested, I will host a banquet to invite you another day. Okay. Old Wan was really interested and said, tomorrow I will host and invite Master Song to Master Yu's guest house for a gathering. Sui Yu didn't miss a business opportunity and asked, do you want meat dishes? I will prepare to buy meat in advance. Do you want wine? Old Wan. Chapter 154, Delayed Menstruation. After entering the city, Sui Yu went directly back to the Qianhu office. She went into the house and took out the menstrual belt from the wooden box to go to the toilet. From the initial discomfort, she has now accepted this thing. When she had no money, the menstrual belt was filled with grass ash, which was heavy and uncomfortable. Later, it was replaced with steamed and dried reed flowers, which made it much more convenient to get up, lie down and walk. While cooking, Sui Yu couldn't help but sigh at people's strong adaptability. The pickled cabbage and egg dumpling soup had just been cooked, and Song Xian sent money over. She rented out 8 camels, and sent Sui Yu 400 coins. Haven't you eaten yet? Have a bowl of dumpling soup at my house? Sui Yu said casually. I'm alone, so cooking is simple. Is there more cooked? Song Xian followed her into the kitchen. Sui Yu served her a bowl, and the two moved a chair to sit in the yard and eat in the sun. How are you going to deal with Lao Wan? Sui Yu asked. Just tell the truth. Although I share their profits, it does not affect their ability to make money. When he has camels, merchants will not choose to buy my camels at all. So although he will be afraid of me, he will not suppress me. Song Xian wiped her mouth and said, you know that I am now a mouse shrinking in the cracks. I can only do business with a low profile. In this situation, I can only make friends with these big vendors. Besides Lao Wan and his family, who are the other vendors in the city? Sui Yu asked. The big vendors are the He family, the Wan family, and the Duan family. There are many small vendors. It is similar to the situation Sui Yu has. The He, Wan, and Duan families have all the merchants who live with her. If it is not the camel harnessing season this time, Song Xian's camels cannot be rented out, dozens of them. After the meal, Song Xian left the Qianhu office. Sui Yu cleaned up the stove and went into the house to count the accounts. She earned more than 3,700 yuan from Song Xian. This was a business with no capital, pure profit. For more than half a month, the income from the guest house's food and accommodation and the dry food taken away by the merchants totaled more than 3,600 yuan. And the profit was about 2,000 yuan. From this, 270 yuan of tax money was selected and stored separately in a box. No matter how tight the money was, this part of the money could not be touched. After counting the accounts and money, Sui Yu felt a little sleepy. She boiled water to wash her face and soak her feet, and went to bed for a nap. When Zhao Shiping came back, he found that the door was bolted from the inside. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He simply stepped on the camel to climb over the wall and jumped off the roof. The house was quiet, and there was a puddle of water in the yard. He approached the main room and looked in through the crack of the door, and saw the bulging arc under the mattress. Sleeping so deeply? Zhao Shiping muttered. He went to the toilet to pee. He didn't disturb Sui Yu and stepped on the chair to climb over the wall. Sui Yu woke up when the sky was full of red clouds. She was startled when she saw the sky clearly. She hurriedly put on her clothes and shoes, and went out without noticing the extra chairs against the wall. The guest house was bustling. Merchants selling grain and grass were transporting grain and grass. 4 or 5 barbers were soliciting business. There were also farmers' wives carrying chickens and ducks to sell. There were also many errand boys squatting. All 6 goose houses were occupied. and there were unusually many people coming in and out. Sui Yu seemed to see a familiar face. She pushed through the crowd and walked over. It was indeed the old boss in Minxiang. Shopkeeper Yu. The old bald man said Yin and Yang. You're welcome. Sui Yu lowered his eyes and smiled, saying, according to my calculations, not all the caravans in Dunhuang City live here. Why do you come here if you don't entertain merchants at home? I'm just free. The old bald man looked at the wilderness in the distance and said, how about we buy a piece of land south of you and build a guest house? The smile on Sui Yu's face fell, and her voice became cold. She put on a fake smile and said, then you will lose the last advantage. Merchants who choose to live in Minxiang are all for the convenience of that location. Will you not be affected? The old bald man turned back. Uncle, you have to believe that the merchants who choose to stay here are not willing to come here just because the conditions of the guest house are good. And I don't just expect to make money from staying. Sui Yu looked at these people and asked sincerely, isn't business for making money? Instead, you plan to go bankrupt and fight with me? Not to mention that you can't kill me. Even if you kill me, do you think there will be no next person to replace me? What good will you get? The old bald man gritted his teeth and said bitterly, if you hadn't come up with this thing, would our business be affected? If it continues like this, go. The money we made this year is not even half of what we made last year. You are too old-fashioned. Sui Yu shook his head. If it weren't for our past friendship, I wouldn't tell you this again. Money is always earned by those who have the ability. According to what you said, your house should not be rented out. And there should not even be merchants. Everyone should just farm honestly, and no one should try to make money from anyone else. Can you give us some advice? Erwa's husband asked. I see the ditch dug on the ground. Are you planning to build another house? Sui Yu nodded. The old bald man was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. He shouted, are you planning to take away all our business? I can build 4 more rooms here at most. And the 10-room guest house can accommodate up to 600 people. Sui Yu explained. I have made a name for myself here. And merchants from other places will come here to stay overnight. If you plan your place well, most of your old customers will choose to live in Minxiang. How to improve it? Erwa's husband asked directly. He now understood that it was impossible to ask Sui Yu to stop building houses. Only if they follow her can they retain customers. The problem is that they are in a mess and don't know where to start. Sui Yu smiled and said, you hate me so much that you may scold me behind my back. And you still want me to give you advice? Am I stupid or crazy? Then we will buy land and build houses next to you to compete with you for business. The old bald man threatened her. Erwa's husband made an impatient TSK sound. He suppressed the old bald man's words and said, with Zhao Qianhu by your side, we can't do anything to you. We can only stare anxiously. If we don't do evil, you can't do anything to us. You can only watch us make trouble for you. It's not good for anyone to be hostile to each other. Why don't you give me a trick to prevent the business in Minxiang from declining day by day? And we won't come to bother you in the future. Sui Yu pointed to his guest house and said, follow the tiger and draw the cat. You have what I have. Even if you are not as good as me, you will not decline day by day because of the convenient location. Erwa's husband sighed. That's what he said. But there are so many people with mixed hearts. They are all old neighbors, who are competing for each other's business. Who obeys who? And they are unwilling to listen to orders. But you have to accept one fact. You will definitely not make as much money as before in the future. Sui Yu said. Accept. Why not? We are just angry. Someone else said with a thorn in his heart. Snorting, forget it. Let it be. At least it can support a family. Sui Yu looked at him critically. People's hearts were not united. And it was indeed difficult for Minxiang to change greatly. Unless someone jumped out to make a big move, so that others could see the benefits of repairs and changes. They would not be able to sit still and change. Otherwise, the business in Minxiang was declining day by day. And finally someone came to rent the alley for a long time, made drastic changes, and then used it to attract merchants. Thinking of this, Sui Yu was a little tempted, but felt it was too troublesome. With this energy, it would be better to go to other cities to buy land and build goose houses. It's getting dark. Do you want to come in for dinner? I'll treat you all, Sui Yu asked, with the idea of not eating for nothing. Lao Tu and his group of 6 walked into the west kitchen. Third sister-in-law. Where have you been all day? Xiao Xiaomi jumped out. I'll go talk to your in-laws. Xiao Xiaomi choked, looking a little uncomfortable. Sui Yu laughed twice and asked, "Is there braised meat today? Give each of my uncle and the others a bowl of braised meat soup noodles." Zhao Xiaomi agreed and walked into the kitchen. Most of the food in the kitchen was ready. When merchants came in to buy food, Inpa and others served the food. Sui Liang, Shui, and the female helpers gathered here. When the food was served, they went to collect the money. Sui Yu looked around and went out. She walked around the guest house, reminding the merchants to remember to lock the door and telling the outside vendors not to rush into the guest house. When it was completely dark, Zhao Shiping came back on a camel. Seeing Sui Yu standing outside the livestock pen, he asked, "Are you looking at the camels again?" "Well, these 2 camels are about to give birth." Sui Yu walked to the pig pen and said, "It's spring now. Xiao He can have another litter of puppies." Her leg was rubbed, and Sui Yu turned around. It was the dog wagging its tail. The puppy had grown into a big dog after being raised for half a year. It had enough food every day, and its black fur was smooth and shiny. "Why didn't you tie it up?" Zhao Shiping pulled the rope around the dog's neck and led it into the dog pen, persuading it, "There are many people in the guest house. Don't run around. Be careful that someone will steal your dog meat and eat it." With Zhao Shiping patted the dog's head and held Sui Yu's hand. "Let's go. We'll go over to eat too." At night, when she returned to the Qinhu office, Sui Yu held the oil lamp and went to the toilet. The menstrual belt was clean, so she changed into a new one. When she came out and saw Zhao Shiping holding a chair, she asked casually, "What are you doing?" "I climbed over the wall in the afternoon." "Didn't you know?" Zhao Shiping held her and said, "I didn't go to bed late last night. Why are you still so sleepy?" "I slept very deeply." Sui Yu stopped suddenly. "What's wrong?" Zhao Shiping turned around. Sui Yu shook her head. She planned to wait a few more days to see what happened. The next morning, when Sui Yu got up, the first thing she did was to check the menstrual belt. It was still clean. She was surprised, happy, and worried, fearing that it was all in vain. Third sister-in-law. "It's time to go." Zhao Xiaomi knocked on the door. "You and Liang Ger go first." "I just got up." Sui Yu decided not to run with them for the time being. "Why did you get up late this morning? Are you having your period?" Zhao Xiaomi reacted. "Then you stay at home. Sui Liang and I will go to the guest house to watch." Hearing the footsteps go out, Sui Yu slowly opened the door, packed up, and went out briskly. First went to the street to buy 5 pounds of pork, and then bought a small jar of wine, carrying them together and walking towards the north of the city. On the way, they met a caravan leaving, and the 2 parties said hello and continued on their own. The sun was high in the sky, and Sui Yu walked into the west kitchen, handed the meat and wine to Inpa, and she took 2 buns and sat outside to eat. Not long after, Song Xian came over first. Sui Yu said a few words to her and went into the kitchen to clean up the pork. In order to make Lao Wan satisfied, she planned to steam some dried vegetables and braise pork, cook a bowl of meatball soup, and stir-fry the remaining meat with radish. When the aroma of steamed meat wafted out of the kitchen, Lao Wan came over. He came here not only to eat with Song Xian, but also to discuss business with merchants. At noon, merchants followed the smell into the western kitchen, and from time to time someone asked, "Did you stew meat today? What did you use? It smells so good. How much?" Mrs. Yin came out with a large plate of braised pork with dried vegetables, and Sui Yu followed behind with an apron, saying, "Today, we only steamed 1 portion of braised pork, which was ordered by Mr. Wan. If anyone wants to eat, tell me after dinner. I will go to the city to buy meat in the afternoon." The braised pork with dried vegetables was served on the table, and Mr. Wan also came in. He motioned for Song Xian to sit over and asked, "Where's the wine?" Sui Yu served the wine and said, "You 2 can eat and drink well and have a good discussion. I won't disturb you." She didn't know what happened afterwards, but Mr. Wan didn't look bad when he left, and he quickly paid the bill and said, "Prepare a table for me in 2 days, and I want the 3 dishes today. You decide what else to add." Sui Yu responded crisply, "Boss Wan, is the braised pork delicious?" a merchant asked, and without waiting for Lao Wan to answer, he said, "Boss Yu, I want to order 3 plates of braised pork tonight." "Give me 2 plates. Someone else asked. "How much is 1 plate?" 20 coins. Sui Yu replied, "Does anyone else want to order dishes? In addition to braised pork with dried vegetables, there is also meatball soup." And I can also make steamed chicken. Give me a steamed chicken. 5 plates of braised pork. And a pot of meatball soup. Sui wrote down everything one by one. And after lunch was over, she asked Zhao Xiaomi to run errands to buy meat and chicken. Sister, I'm going to water the trees. Are you going with me? Sui Liang asked. Sui waved her hand. She was sleepy again. She found a clean guest room to sleep in, and told Shui to wake her up when the sun went down. Chapter 155, The Much-Anticipated Child. People were coming and going in the guest house. Escorts speaking in a hoarse voice. Merchants loading and unloading goods. Sui did not sleep well. Half asleep and half awake for an hour. She lifted the quilt and sat up. Opened the door and walked out of the guest house. Stood by the river and blew the wind. Then she felt much better. Sister-in-law. The sun has not set yet. Shui poked her head and ran over. I woke up after sleeping enough. Sui patted her and asked, What are you busy with? You are sweating all over. Shui took out a handful of copper coins from her arms. And she went to help the merchants run errands and call people. Sui did not want her to run around. So she led the child into the west kitchen and said, Tomorrow, let Inpa take you to buy 100 chicks. In the future, you can help me catch insects and feed the chickens. I will give you 20 cents a day. Do you want to do it? Shui nodded heavily. Have you bought the meat? Sui asked. You bought it. And you're going to cook it now? Grandma Yin answered. Cook it now. And then fry it. You don't need to cook the rooster. Just put it in the oil pan and fry it. Sui said. Call me when the meat is fried. I'll be checking the accounts in the warehouse next door. Sui took Shui away and asked the girl to help her string copper coins. When the sun set, the smell of meat and oil wafted out of the kitchen. Sui suddenly had a strong appetite. She didn't understand why she thought the fried meat was too greasy at noon. Less than half a day later, she was craving this taste again? Without waiting for Grandma Yin to call, Sui walked quickly into the kitchen. She took over the work on the stove, and Shui followed in, sitting in front of the stove and adding firewood to the fire. The meat was fried in the pan, and the rooster was thrown into the oil pan. Sui took a spoon to scoop oil and poured it on the chicken skin. The chicken skin changed color and gradually turned golden yellow. It smells so good. Shui leaned over the stove and looked into the pot. Sui smiled and said, Steam an extra bowl of meat later, and we'll share it. You won't give it to others? No. Shui hesitated, twisted her hands, and said in a childish voice, Sister-in-law, you forgot about your brother. This brother refers to Sui Liang. Sui glanced at her and said, Then give Liang brother 2 bites. And the rest are for us. Shui was entangled and muttered in a low voice, Also leave 2 bites for my father. Sui made a tisk sound. And she knew that Sui Liang was just a cover. And this girl had been thinking about Uncle Nyo from the beginning. Seeing that Sui didn't say anything, Shui made a face behind her, and was seen by Inpa. And she immediately looked well behaved. The meat was cut into pieces and placed in a large ceramic bowl. The chicken was chopped into small pieces and fried in the oil pan again. Finally, only the bottom oil was left to fry the dried vegetables mixed with the marinade until dry. The dried vegetables were placed in the meat bowl and steamed in the steamer. After the meal, Sui was covered with the aroma of oil. She raised her arm and took a deep breath. She felt refreshed and happy. When the sunset was about to dissipate, the merchants came to eat. Zhao Xiaomi and Sui Liang helped to serve the dishes. Sui took away a plate of braised pork and led Shui to sit under the eaves. A piece of meat was eaten with a pancake. The skin was soft and glutinous, and the lean meat was not dry. The pure flour pancake was sandwiched. And the more you eat, the more delicious it is. Feed me a bite. Zhao Xiaomi leaned over. Sui Liang followed closely behind. He took the chopsticks handed by Sui and ate a finger-long piece of meat in big mouthfuls. Sister, why didn't you make this dish before? He asked. I just remembered it. Do you want to eat? Sui held out her hand. If you don't want to eat, give me the chopsticks. Sui Liang took another bite of meat before returning the chopsticks. A customer was calling out, so he ran over. Zhao Xiaomi went into the house and broke off half a pancake and dipped it in the gravy. The merchant saw it and waved, saying, Girl, give us 40 pancakes on this table. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhao Xiaomi answered loudly. Shui stretched her head to look outside, but her father hadn't come yet. She was so anxious that she didn't want to eat the meat. Sui Yu looked at her quietly. But she didn't stop picking up the meat. She deliberately urged her. Shui, eat quickly. Are you full? The rest will be mine. Not full yet. Sister-in-law. Leave me 2 pieces. No. The meat should be hot. It will upset your stomach if it gets cold. Shui stared at the meat on the plate and looked out anxiously. She wanted to go out to find someone. But she was afraid that the meat would be gone when she came back. She could only pretend to coax her. Sister-in-law. Eat slowly. You can't eat the meat too fast. If you eat it too fast, it will be wasted. Sui Yu didn't say a word. Oh! She sighed like a child. And said calmly, you really don't listen to advice. Sui Yu restrained her laughter. She put down her chopsticks and said, I'm full. Leave the rest for your elder brother to eat when he comes back. Shui hurriedly put 2 pieces of meat on the pancake. She smiled slyly at Sui Yu. And ran out with the meat and pancake. You are so naughty. Sui Yu suddenly realized the joy of raising a child. A person strode in from the door. It was Zhao Shiping who came back from the evening training. We ate first and didn't wait for you. Sui Yu said. If you don't want to wait, then don't wait. Zhao Shiping walked over and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable? Sui Yu shook her head. She made way for him to sit down and eat. Do you want to eat pancakes or soup noodles? Soup noodles. I'll eat them with meat soup. Zhao Shiping took the meat plate away and went into the house to ask Yinpa to cook him a plate of soup noodles. It was gradually getting dark, and the merchants were leaving after eating. The merchants who were going to leave tomorrow morning came to confirm with Sui Yu the dry food they were going to take away, so that she wouldn't forget. Can we still make braised pork tomorrow morning? Some people saw Zhao Shiping mixing noodles with gravy, and they were greedy again after just eating. No. Come and eat when you return. The 3 servants in charge of the kitchen were busy all day long, and Sui Yu didn't plan to exploit their sleep time anymore. Make us 5 pounds of braised pork at noon tomorrow. Another merchant said. We are the caravan staying in the 4th guest house. Sui Yu had an impression. She took a closer look and said, okay, I remember it. When the merchants in the dining hall were empty, Sui Yu went over to help clean up the tables, collect the bowls and plates, so that the other servants and helpers who had been busy all day could sit down and have a meal. Zhao Shiping also put down his bowl and chopsticks after he had eaten his fill and went to help. There was a lot of oil and water tonight, so he used the swill with meat oil to cook radishes with bran. When Gonda and Gonair went to feed the pigs, he followed them to see that the 10 pigs were eating loudly. Sir, we will clean up the rest. You can go back first. Gonda spoke. How is the farm work going? We are planting wheat. Okay. I will go there after the morning training tomorrow. Although he did not expect to eat from the harvest in the fields, Zhao Shiping still could not let go of the crops in the fields. Brother-in-law, we should go back. Sui Liang ran over and said, my sister asked me to lead the camels. She wants to ride a camel back. I will only lead one, and she will ride the camel. We should run back. Sui Yu rode on the camel holding a torch to illuminate, followed by 3 people jogging slowly. After running back and forth for half a year, the whole family has practiced it. Now they can jog all the way back from the guest house without any disorder in their breath. After arriving home, Sui Yu boiled water to take a bath and wash her hair. After washing, she sat at the table and let the man wipe her hair. Why don't you say anything? Zhao Shiping felt strange. Sui Yu chuckled a few times. What are you laughing at? Sui Yu felt a kind of joy and pride that only she knew about the treasure. After drying her hair, she turned around and hugged the man, burying her head of black hair in his chest. What happened? Zhao Shiping always felt something was strange, so he picked her up and carried her horizontally. They both covered themselves with a mattress and lay down. He kissed her and said, You made money again? Look how happy you are. Sui Yu pulled his hand and pressed it against her belly, saying mysteriously, I didn't have my period this month. Zhao Shiping didn't understand what she meant. He even calculated the days and asked in confusion, What's going on? Shouldn't it have come yesterday? I might be pregnant. Sui Yu couldn't help it and finally broke the news. I thought about it, and I'm about 80% sure. Zhao Shiping was stunned, and his hand stroking his belly froze. He asked in disbelief. Really? Sui Yu responded with a laugh. Zhao Shiping fell backwards. He laughed loudly, patted the bed and said proudly, What did I say? Seeds can only sprout in spring. And now it's here. Vulgar. Sui Yu scolded him. She looked at the dark roof and said in disbelief, I'm going to have a child. He was brought into this world by me. Zhao Shiping turned sideways and hugged her. He and she were going to have a child? After being married for 4 or 5 years. He suddenly felt it was magical that two strangers could produce a child who was related to both of them. In the future, he and Sui Yu would not only be husband and wife, but also the child's parents. There was only the sound of breathing in the room. Listening to the heartbeat beside her ear, Sui Yu fell asleep. The waves in her heart slowly subsided. She thought that she could stand firm in this dynasty, and she could naturally let the child in her belly live a stable and comfortable life. Zhao Shiping sat up only after she fell asleep. He walked down the bed and blew out the dim candlelight. In the dark, he leaned his ear against Sui Yu's lower abdomen. The abdomen was still flat, and there was no movement inside. Hey, you are in there, right? He asked in a low voice, but felt stupid when he said it. He pulled down the mattress and lay down flat, closing his eyes and opening them again. Hey! He couldn't sleep. When the cock crowed 3 times, Zhao Shiping lifted the mattress and got off the ground. He took his clothes and quietly opened the door to go out. It was still early for morning training. He went to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water and took a stick from the firewood pile to practice kung fu in the yard. Sui Liang heard the noise and opened the door. He was still asleep, squatting on the doorstep, holding his face and watching people in the yard practicing martial arts. His eyes were fixed on them, but his mind was already wandering. Did I disturb you? Zhao Shiping asked in a low voice. Come here. I have something to tell you. Brother-in-law, you have been training every morning and evening. Haven't you practiced enough? Sui Liang walked over. What do you want to talk about? You are going to be an uncle. Zhao Shiping looked very pleased. He put his arm around Sui Liang's shoulders and said, You will stay with your sister in the guest house in the future. If she is not convenient, you can take care of the accounts, buy food, and entertain customers. My sister is pregnant? Sui Liang was surprised. Yes. Zhao Xiaomi came from the backyard at this time and asked, What are you two so happy about so early in the morning? I am going to be an uncle. Sui Liang said with a boastful tone. My third sister-in-law is pregnant? Zhao Xiaomi was surprised. Good news. Good news. The baby is finally here. Sui Yu heard the sound in bed, and when she opened her eyes, she heard the good news about herself. She was full of joy and refreshed early in the morning. I'm not sure yet. Don't tell anyone about this news. I'll go to the doctor to check my pulse in another month. Sui Yu shouted at the top of her voice. After she finished speaking, the door opened and the 3 people outside came in. Sui Yu saw their excitement. She smiled and touched her belly. This child was so lucky, and was deeply expected and loved by everyone while still in her belly. Third sister-in-law, you can rest at home. Sui Liang and I will take care of the guest house together, Zhao Xiaomi said. That won't work. Sui Yu shook her head. With a child, you have to make more money. I'm not uncomfortable. I don't need to rest. Zhao Shiping heard the door next door open. He was going to the training ground. He also had to practice martial arts well, strive to make merit and get promoted, and be a backer for Sui Yu and the child. Chapter 156 Pregnancy is already evident. After the stick was lifted, Gu Qianhu clenched his hand. He rubbed his knuckles and cursed. What kind of tonic pills did you take this morning? You are full of bull energy. Zhao Shiping laughed, picked up the stick and performed a few tricks. Seeing that the time was almost up, he threw the stick down and said, I will leave first this morning. After saying that, he had already run out of the training ground. Zhao Shiping went straight to the guest house in the north of the city. He ran all the way and passed one vendor carrying hay bales after another. When they greeted him, he raised his hand in response. Sui Liang took over the work of counting the accounts, and Sui Yu went out for a walk. She went to the livestock pen to lead out the big black dog and let Xiao Hei out. The big ram tied to the tree bleated. She went over to untie the sheep rope. The pig skillfully pushed the sheep to where there was more grass, and Sui Yu followed them. The big belly camel snorted. Sui Yu whistled in response, and the big black dog raised one ear and tilted its head to look at her. Sui Yu whistled at the dog again, and the big black dog wagged its tail happily. Go! Sui Yu picked up a stick and threw it out, and the big black dog chased after it quickly. Zhao Shiping saw this scene when he came over, and Sui Yu also saw him, and she threw the stick that the dog brought back to him. Daddy, you're back a little early. Zhao Shiping was happy. He walked around the dog that was shaking its head and tail, walked over to sit next to her, and said, "Call again, Daddy." "Hey, fool!" Sui Yu punched him, and she sat in the spring breeze, smiling like a blooming winter jasmine. The couple was immersed in joy, just sitting quietly, without saying anything. The joy in their hearts continued to flow out, and occasionally looking at each other, the smile on their faces would widen. The big black dog was tired from running, so it ran to Sui Yu's feet and lay down, gnawing on the stick covered with saliva and grinding its teeth. A merchant in the distance was brushing the camel's hair, and the camel snorted. The ram nibbling grass looked in the direction of the sound, looked for a moment, and then lowered its head to nibble on the newly sprouted green grass. White clouds floated in the sky, and birds flew through the air, flew towards the clouds, and greeted the dazzling golden light. They chirped a few times, and a few more bird shadows appeared on the branches of the trees in the wasteland. When the chimney on the roof emitted smoke, the jingling camel bells came from the south to the north, and the hoofbeats were loud. This was another big caravan. "Guests are coming! Guests are coming!" a Shui shouted. Zhao Xiaomi came out and asked, "Have you bought the chicks?" "Yes, I bought 200 chicks, and gave them 3 as a gift." Paying carried 2 baskets of chicks and asked, "Where is my wife? Where are these 200 chickens? Isn't there an empty pigsty?" "You can lock the chicks in the pigsty and let them out to look for food after they are well fed," Zhao Xiaomi said. "If you have anything in the future, come to me first. If I'm not sure, I'll ask my third sister-in-law. By the way, aren't there 4 old hens? You can kill one tonight. Put the chicken meat in a clay pot and put it in the stove hole, and take it out tomorrow morning for my third sister-in-law to drink." Piyin's heart moved. She guessed that Sui Yu was pregnant, but she wouldn't ask unless the master said it. The caravan approached. Zhao Xiaomi went over to greet them. Shui looked at them, and she chose to go with Piyin to see the chicks. The sun rose higher and higher. Sui Yu was slightly hot from the sun, and she was still a little sleepy, leaning her head against the man's arms. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "I'm not thinking about anything." Zhao Shiping raised his arm to hold her and said, "The weather is really nice today." Yes. It was noon, and the pig was thinking about returning to the pen to wait for food. It took the initiative to drive the ram back. The ram refused and tried to push it with its horns. The big black dog lying on the grass jumped up and barked softly. The big ram was hit from both sides and immediately became obedient. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping watched silently. When the pig, sheep and dog walked away, the couple also got up and walked back. "You don't need to accompany me. You should do what you should do," Sui Yu said lightly. "I should eat and sleep. I have something to do here, and I am not tired. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not worried about you. I just want to stick to you." After saying this, Zhao Shiping said, "I will go to work in the fields in the afternoon." Sui Yu smiled at him, stretched out her arm to hold him, and when she approached the guest house, she let go of his arm again. Uncle Nyo came out of the 5th guest house. He took Shui's thick clothes out to dry. When he saw Sui Yu, he said with some dissatisfaction, "Look at what your cat has done. It sleeps in Shui's suitcase. The clothes are covered with its cat hair. You can't wash it off. Just don't let it in." Uncle Nyo choked. He could keep the cat out of the house, but he couldn't prevent Shui from secretly bringing it in. "Get ready. It's time to eat," Zhao Shiping called. "Okay. You go first." Uncle Nyo shook his clothes again, walking into the west kitchen. It happened that the newly arrived merchants also went to eat. The kitchen was too busy, so Sui Yu went to help cook noodles and serve rice, while Zhao Shiping was responsible for serving rice and dishes. "What kind of meat is that? Give us a pot." "This is braised pork. You have to buy fresh meat and boil it first. Then fry it and steam it. If you want to eat it, I can only make it for you at night," Zhao Shiping explained. "This pot is 5 caddies of meat. 50 coins. What do you think?" "Okay. Prepare a pot for us in the evening, and cook a pot of dog meat." Zhao Shiping waved his hand to refuse. "We raise dogs, so we don't eat dog meat. Nor do we sell dog meat. You also raise pigs? Why don't you eat pork?" The merchant who was eating noodles asked with a smile. Zhao Shiping smiled. "I can't help it. My wife eats pork but not dog meat." Turning around, he said to the big merchant, "There are chickens and ducks, which can be stewed in soup or steamed. How about changing one? His wife is the chef. and she cooks delicious dishes, such as fish soup, fried chicken, stewed meat, and braised meat. It's amazing. The merchant who had known Sui Yu for a long time chimed in. Then bring 2 ducks. Zhao Shiping made a note that when he went to work in the fields, he would go back to Juntan and find Aunt Sun in Shisantan, asking her to buy 2 ducks and send them to the guest house. Captain Zhao. Wait a minute. Aunt Du, the neighbor next door to Uncle Lanyo, called the resident and asked. Lanyo lives in the north of the city. Right? Is he here today? I want to rent his house to raise chickens, but I don't know if he's willing. He's in the guest house. Go find him with Aunt Sunday. Zhao Shiping then realized that there were many chickens and ducks raised in the military settlement, and every household had chickens and ducks crowing. By the way, Aunt Sun, buy an old hen every other day and send it to the guest house. Zhao Shiping explained. 1 every 2 days? Aunt Sun asked. Old hens are not cheap. Well, I know. Zhao Shiping planned to take a bow and arrow to the fields tomorrow to see if he could hunt some wild animals for money. It would be great if he could make up for the money to buy chickens. Nothing troubles. Smooth days always pass quickly, when the weeds in the wild are buried above the ankles. The first wheat planted quietly sprouts. Time flies, and April is already halfway through. The menstruation still hasn't come this month. Sui Yu touched her flat belly and felt completely relieved. Finding a sunny day, she and Zhao Shiping walked into the clinic after lunch. Congratulations. Although the pulse is shallow, the pregnancy pulse is obvious, the doctor said. Sui Yu lowered her hand and smiled, saying, It looks like the baby will be born in the 12th month of this year. The doctor nodded and said, You are in good health, and there is nothing wrong with the pulse. Go out and don't delay my consultation. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping left. The two stood on the side of the road. Sui Yu planned to go to the fields with him. This year, half of Sui Liang's 20 acres of land was used to grow soybeans, and the other half to grow sesame. The soil in the field has been cultivated for 2 years, especially last winter. When manure was applied, the soil was fertile and worms were infested. Shui didn't know how she knew it, and she came to catch worms in the field every day to feed the chickens. Not long after Sui Yu arrived, Shui was brought here by her father. Uncle Nyo saw that Sui Yu was there too, so he left Shui behind and went back to work. Uncle Nyo, I have good news for you. After holding back for a month, Zhao Shiping could no longer hold back, and he said proudly, I will be a father too, and I will have a baby by the end of this year. My daughter is over 4 years old, and you haven't had a baby yet. You're really slow. Uncle Nyo continued to walk with his hands behind his back, not forgetting to say, Congratulations to you. It's not easy for you too. Sister-in-law, are you going to have a baby? Shui asked. Can you give me a sister? If I can't have a sister, I can have a niece. Sui Yu flicked her and said, Go dig out your worms. Don't dig out the bean sprouts. While Shui was digging for worms in the field, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping walked along the ridge. The soybeans had sprouted, and the sesame had just sprouted. The whole field looked green. This ridge is planted with broad beans. I heard that broad beans are delicious when cooked into porridge. I asked the agricultural official for 2 kilograms of seeds. When the autumn harvest comes, we will keep the broad beans for ourselves. If you like, you can plant 2 acres next here, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu had seen broad bean seeds. She bought a bag from a broad bean merchant 2 years ago. She didn't know where it fell when she moved, and she forgot about it later. Broad beans are broad beans. She remembered that they bear fruit in summer. When the beans are tender, they can be fried and eaten, and when they are old, they can be cooked into porridge. In another half a month, there will be fewer merchants passing by. When I have free time, I plan to hire someone to build the back 4-entry guest house, Sui Yu said. Okay, I'll go find someone when the farming season is over. After a stroll, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping went to help Shui dig worms, and pulled out the weeds that were growing vigorously in the field. The 3 of them were busy until the evening before they went back. Chickens grow fast by eating worms. The chicks bought in mid-March grew a circle after a month. They grew wings and flew out of the pigsty every day to dig the soil for food. When the chickens shed their young feathers, and the little roosters began to crow, 2 female camels with cubs gave birth to 2 camel cubs one after another in the middle of the night. Sui Yu's camels increased to 11. And next year, the 3 female camels brought back from the desert will also give birth. Eggshell will be weaned this year. And when winter comes, Her mother will be in heat and bear cubs. The third and fourth cubs will be 5 years old next year. And we will have 3 more camel cubs the year after. Swayu calculated and said, there will be 14 camels in the spring of next year. And 17 camels in the spring of the year after. And we can form a camel team. Zhao Shiping came out of the camel pen and said, I have found someone to build the house. I will send someone over the day after tomorrow. Okay. Swayu nodded. On April 20th, the construction of the guest house started again. When Lao Tu and his men heard the news, they came to see with sad faces. The lust they piled up seemed to bury their necks. And they were suffocated, and their faces turned blue and black. Swayu went over to greet them calmly and said, only build 4 entrances. This winter, the big caravans will probably stay here. Lao Tu snorted. Then you can accept the small caravans. Swayu shrugged. The others didn't say anything. On the way back, Lao Tu said, then let's do as we discussed before. If the others don't want to, forget it. We will tear down the house and build it again. And make it like the guest house on Swayu's side. With people living there and camels living there. Chapter 157. A Rare Leisure Time. On the second day after the groundbreaking ceremony, Huang Lianjun brought his father and second brother to help silently with shovels. When it was almost time for lunch, Uncle Nyo discovered these 3 unfamiliar faces. What are you doing? Uncle Nyo was puzzled. Which village are you from? Who is the captain? Huang Anqing is my uncle. We are here to help. Huang Lianjun opened his mouth. The marriage between the 2 families had not been settled yet, so he did not dare to publicize it for fear of damaging Zhao Xiaomi's reputation. Uncle Nyo went to find Swayu and happened to meet Zhao Shiping coming back. When Zhao Shiping found out, he hurried to invite people to his house for dinner. Huang Lianjun and his 2 sons came in. Huang's father was also a man of few words. He only managed to say one sentence after sitting at the table. We can just sit outside with others to eat. You don't have to worry about us. That won't work. We may be relatives in the future. How can you let relatives sit outside to eat? Swayu brought the food in and asked with a smile, have you finished the work in the field? I'm done. Huang Lianjun stood up and walked out, saying, third sister-in-law, you sit down. I'll serve the food. Swayu didn't stop him. In the kitchen, Zhao Xiaomi was looking out the door. When she saw the person coming over, she quickly looked away. Well, I'll help third sister-in-law serve the food. Huang Lianjun smiled at Zhao Xiaomi. He first explained, yesterday I heard that you were digging soil and building a house here. It happened that we were free at home, so we came to help. I didn't see you all morning, so I didn't have time to say hello to you. Mother Yin passed by and took a look. Zhao Xiaomi felt a little uncomfortable. She handed over a dish and said, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. Digging is not tiring. The 2 of them went out one after the other. Zhao Xiaomi went into the dining hall to greet Huang's father. She sat down next to Swayu and listened to the people at the table laughing and talking throughout the meal. She was quiet and didn't interrupt. After the meal, the Huang family continued to dig the foundation and pick up soil. Zhao Xiaomi cleaned up the dishes and Swayu walked in and asked, what do you think? What do you mean? Zhao Xiaomi didn't quite understand. The Huang family came to us to ask for help. Swayu smiled and joked. The 3 of them came to help us build a house. If they don't want money, then they want people. If you regret it now, it's not too late. After the house is built, it won't be possible to regret it. Zhao Xiaomi smiled. There was no one else in the room. She said boldly, they are a very considerate family. I am very satisfied and don't regret it. It's a good family. Swayu nodded. During the meal, she noticed that Huang Lian was taking the opportunity to pick up food and kept looking at Xiaomi. This kid is not the kind of person who is dazzled. Xiaomi has a good eye. When the house is completed, the Huang family will come to urge the marriage. When the time comes, let your third brother take you back. Swayu said. When do you plan to get married? This year or next year? I'll ask your third brother to go back to play a supporting role. July or August this year. Before the merchants return. The golden flowers I planted in the spring can be sold this year. And I need to find a helper. Zhao Xiaomi was not shy when talking about her marriage. Swayu knew what she was going to do. She went to the city in her free afternoon and returned in the evening with a stack of red cloth in her hands. Third sister-in-law. We are going back. Huang Lianjun came over to say hello. We will come again tomorrow. Don't leave in a hurry. Stay and have dinner together. Swayu looked at Huang's father and said, Uncle, if you don't want wages, then eat at my place. If you want to help, you should also let us do our best and not lose courtesy. Huang's father saw the red cloth in her hand, and his dusty old face showed a smile, saying, "Your aunt has prepared our dinner. We will come to eat tomorrow." "That's fine. Come to eat tomorrow morning. I'll make breakfast here," Sui Yu said. Huang's father nodded, picked up the shovel, and left with his two sons. Sui Yu watched them go away, then turned and went into the house. "Xiaomi, come here. I'll give you something good." Sui Yu put her hands behind her back. When someone came closer, she handed over the red cloth she had bought and said, "This few feet of red cloth is for you. You can make a new wedding dress and marry from your third sister-in-law's house one day." Zhao Xiaomi took the red cloth. It felt soft and was obviously expensive fine cloth. This should have been prepared by her parents. But her mother probably couldn't bear to buy fine cloth. After all, the wedding dress was only worn once. "Thank you, third sister-in-law." "You're welcome." Sui Yu took her arm and said, "Third sister-in-law should thank you. You have been helping me since you were 15 years old. I can open a big guest house today, and people call me shopkeeper Yu. All thanks to your contribution." Said here, Sui Yu simply told her about the dowry in advance. "When you get married, your third brother and I will prepare a dowry for you, including a suitcase, a toilet, a wooden basin, a mattress, and furs. Regardless of whether your parents agree or not, we will prepare a set for you. You can keep the money in your hand and use it to raise children or do business in the future." "Thank you, third sister-in-law." Zhao Xiaomi was touched. She leaned her head on Sui Yu's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Thanks to my meeting sister-in-law. Otherwise I would still be washing clothes, cooking, and washing children's butts at home. It's a good thing for me to come and help you." Ahem. Zhao Shiping walked in from outside the door, and he coughed fakely. "You're in my eyes." "What a spoilsport." Zhao Xiaomi curled her lips. "You're back." Sui Yu turned around and said, "I'm discussing dowry with my sister. I bought a few feet of red cloth today and asked her to make a red wedding dress. By the way, Xiaomi, remember to make a dress, not pants. Pants are not as beautiful as a skirt. You're starting to prepare now?" Zhao Shiping was surprised. "May is neither cold nor hot. Just convenient for sewing," Sui Yu explained. Zhao Xiaomi suddenly realized that this was the case. She hadn't thought of this aspect. When the house is completed, the Huang family comes to ask for people. You take the Huang family back to your hometown. Sui Yu explained to Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping knew what to do, and he pushed the two into the house to eat. It was dark, and the soldiers who were building the house were full and carrying shovels and walking back. Sui Yu's family of 4 followed closely behind, and everyone chatted leisurely. Insects chirped in the grass, and the night wind blew, and the smell of earth mixed with the fragrance of grass rushed into the mouth and nose, and the chirping of insects mixed with human voices, and rolled into the boundless night. After entering the city, the two groups went their separate ways. Even though this road home was already familiar, Zhao Shiping still carefully supported Sui Yu, fearing that she would fall. When he got home, Zhao Shiping first went into the house to get the oil lamp. Sui Yu stood in the open space in the yard and watched him stride towards the kitchen. In a moment, a fire was lit in a half-open door. The man walked towards Sui Yu with the oil lamp in his hand. With the light, she walked into the house. "Brother-in-law, wait." Sui Liang ran over with the oil lamp and said, "Borrow a light. Come back tomorrow and light a torch to illuminate." Zhao Shiping said, "I will come back before dark in the future. I won't walk at night." Sui Yu stood by the door, thought for a moment, and said, "Now the guest house has no business. We might as well come back and take a look every now and then. No need to watch every day." "I'll watch. Sister, you stay at home," Sui Liang said. "I have nothing to do at home. I can go to the north of the city to ride a camel to go hunting." "Don't run too far," Zhao Shiping said. "Don't get close to the Great Wall, let alone the little slaves who are opening up wasteland in the north. Be careful that they will team up to beat you up." Sui Liang nodded obediently. He was exiled when he was young and had a lot of experience. He never dared to underestimate human nature. The wick lit up, and Sui Liang returned to the house holding the oil lamp. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping also walked into the house. The fire illuminated half of the house. The two sat and squatted tacitly, pulling up the hem of their clothes to observe their bellies under their clothes. The pregnancy was still young, and she couldn't see the signs of pregnancy at all when she was wearing clothes. Only when she pulled up the hem of her clothes could she see the slight rise and fall. Sui Yu was not sure whether it was because she ate too much or because there was too much amniotic fluid in her stomach. But Zhao Shiping was sure that his cub had grown up. A little bigger. Zhao Shiping looked satisfied. He pulled down the hem of his clothes and said, "You sit down. I'll go boil water for a bath." Sui Yu touched her belly. She opened the money box to count the money. And now her greatest pleasure was to look at the money box full of copper coins. The fire core crackled a few times, and 1,000 copper coins were strung together. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Sui Yu tied a knot, took out a change of clothes, and went out. The couple washed and lay on the bed. And Sui Liang and Zhao Xiaomi took basins to fetch water one after another, without having to worry about going to the guest house for breakfast. Sui Yu slept until dawn. When she woke up, the bedside had already lost its temperature, and the yard was quiet. She dressed and opened the door, and called twice, but no one answered. The other 3 people in the house had gone out, and the door was locked from the outside. 2 boiled eggs were warming in the pot, and there was a bowl of dumpling soup. The water in the pottery pot was also hot. Sui Yu washed up and sat under the eaves to eat alone, eating, washing dishes, fetching water to wash clothes. And just as the wet clothes were hung on the clothesline, footsteps were heard outside the door. And then the man who came back from morning training unlocked the door and came in. "Are you awake? Have you eaten?" Zhao Shiping took over the job of hanging clothes and said, "Don't do these things. Leave the clothes for me to wash when I come back. I'm not unable to move, and washing clothes won't cause any trouble." Sui Yu stood under the eaves with her hands on her hips and said, "You're back just in time. I want to wash my hair. You wash it for me." 3 benches were put together, and a mattress was laid on the benches. Zhao Shiping scooped up hot water, and Sui Yu lay down, enjoying the man's service happily. "Third brother, you're back?" Zhao Xiaomi ran in like a gust of wind. Seeing the 2 people in the yard, she was quite jealous. She tooted her tongue with disdain on her face. But she was planning to let her man wash her hair in the future. "Is there something wrong?" Zhao Shiping asked. "Nothing. I'm just thinking about opening the door for my 3rd sister-in-law." Zhao Xiaomi walked out again and said, "Since you're back, I'll go back to work." "What are you busy with?" Sui Yu asked. "Watering the golden flower grass." Before she finished speaking, she had already run away. Sui Yu sat by the wall to dry her hair. Zhao Shiping went out for a while, and brought back a live hen near noon. "We'll stew the chicken for lunch," he said. "Okay. Do you want me to help?" Sui Yu said that, but he didn't move at all. "I still know how to stew chicken even if you don't need my help." Zhao Shiping took out a knife and killed the chicken. He turned his back to Sui Yu and said, "I'll practice first. When you give birth, I'll take care of you during the confinement period." Sui Yu was happy, looking at the clear sky. The smile on her face fell into her heart. When the chicken soup was fragrant, Sui Liang came back on a camel. He came back just to say that he would not eat at home. After saying that, he ran away again. Except for Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping. Everyone else seemed to be very busy. Sui Liang and Uncle Niu were watching over the house building, and Gonda and Gon Air were busy with farm work in the fields. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping didn't worry about anything. The couple prepared 3 meals a day in a small courtyard every day. When they had nothing to do, they would go to the city for a stroll. They had lived in the city for nearly 5 years, and it was only at this time that they had a complete tour. The 2 walked through the streets and alleys, and gradually prepared Zhao Xiaomi's dowry. At the end of May, the guest house was completed. The last 4 rooms were built, and the mud couches were built. Sui Yu went to settle all the wages. "Third nephew, do you think my eldest son can be your brother-in-law?" Father Huang couldn't wait to find Zhao Shiping. Huang Lian was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Zhao Shiping looked at him critically and said, "Choose a good day, and I will take you back to my hometown to meet my parents." Chapter 158, Few Guests. No people. After getting the promise, Huang's father prepared 4 gifts and took Huang Lianjun to the Zhao family the next day. The 2 families agreed on a date for the trip. Zhao Shiping called Huang Anqing and his wife to host the meal. The 3 families gathered together for a meal. When Song Xian entered the house, she noticed Sui Yu's belly. Her thin summer clothes could no longer cover her bulging belly. She asked in surprise, "How many months? Why haven't I heard any news?" I met you on the street last month, and I thought you had gained some weight, but I didn't expect you to be pregnant. About 4 months. And I only showed my pregnancy recently. Yu took the things she brought and said, "You can sit anywhere. We are old acquaintances. I won't greet you. No need to greet you. I come to your house just like I go home." Song Xian asked her daughter to sit next to her and said, "Call someone." "Aunt." The little girl was changing her teeth. She thought her gap teeth were ugly, so she didn't dare to open her mouth and stammered. Yu smiled at her and said, "Our relationship is messy. Xiaomi calls me sister-in-law. Luya calls her sister, and also calls me aunt. You can't call me aunt." Song Xian covered her mouth and laughed. "It's okay. It doesn't affect us. We call each other Luya. Go to the backyard to play with Xiaomi. I'll talk to your mother." Yu said. Luya left, and Song Xian talked to Yu about the business of the guest house. "We have too few people here." After the caravan left, the city became deserted. Every family has a house to live in, and few people spend money to stay in the guest house. Yu nodded, but she thought it was good this way. She was busy for 2 seasons a year, made money, and had free time. "How many camels did you add this year?" Yu asked. Talking about this, Song Xian smiled. She gestured and said, "More than 130 camels." Yu indeed. "Your family business is getting bigger and bigger. If I save enough money by the end of this year, I will buy more camels." "Why do you raise so many camels?" Song Xian's heart moved. Yu glanced at the main room and whispered, "I want to go to business, but my family doesn't agree." Song Xian clapped her legs excitedly. She held Yu's hand and said in a low voice, "My dear sister, we are so alike. When I was young, I also wanted to go to business to make money. Unfortunately, my father is an old-fashioned person and doesn't agree with me going far away. That's why I changed to raising camels." Yu raised an eyebrow at her. Song Xian was moved, but she didn't dare to make a decision. She has many burdens now. Not only are there a group of camels, but there are also children and daughters. The idea of going to business has long been abandoned. "I was just kidding. I have a baby in my belly now. I can't leave even if I want to." Yu saw what she meant and didn't try to force her. He changed his words and said, "I'm not ready either. It's okay to go inside the pass. Once I go out, I can't speak the language and there's no one to guide me. I'm not sure if I'll lose my money or my life." "That's right. My father also said that the outside of the pass was too chaotic. There were many small countries, and there were often wars. If the caravan traveled between countries, it would be like a sheep among wolves." Song Xian twisted her fingers and said with a lonely look, "It's a pity that I'm a girl. I have great ambitions, but I can't realize them." There were footsteps approaching, and Yu and Song Xian tacitly shut up and stopped talking. "The meal is ready. Come in and eat." Zhao Shiping came out to call for people. Song Xian stood up and reached out to help Yu. "Not really. My belly is not big enough to affect my walking." Yu smiled. "I don't know if you mind or not, but my family still has the clothes that Songzu and Luya wore when they were young. At that time, our family was still rich, and their clothes and swaddling clothes were made of good materials. Most of them became too small after being worn once or twice, but they still looked new, so I can't bear to throw them away. I wanted to keep them for the 3rd child, but Luya is already 8 years old, and my belly is still not moving." Song Xian turned around and said, "If you don't mind, I'll have someone wash and dry them and bring them to you when I go back." "I don't mind." "How could I mind? Just bring them to me." Yu accepted it without hesitation. The child's flesh is tender, and she was worried that the new clothes would rub against her flesh. Walking into the house and seeing Zhao Xiaomi, Yu thought that she would give the clothes to Xiaomi when she got pregnant. The 3 families sat down and had a lively meal together. The next day, Zhao Shiping took Zhao Xiaomi and the Huang family father and son out of the city on camels. After Zhao Shiping left, Yinpa moved back to Qianhusul from the guest house. She was entrusted by Zhao Shiping to come back to take care of Yu's daily life. Song Xian was probably worried, so she often came over. Whenever she went out, she would come over to sit, talk for a while, drink some water, or go shopping with Yu. "I brought you the clothes. Come and take a look." This day, Song Xian brought her son and 2 big bundles over, saying, "They are all washed and dried. They have been stored for a long time. There is a fox for swaddling cloth that has been damaged. It's a pity. Sui shook out a small piece of clothing to take a look. She put it in her hand to compare, and said in surprise, "It's so small." "It looks small. But it must have been very hard when it was born." Song Xian took a small red coat and said, "This coat is filled with wool, which is light and soft. And the child is comfortable to wear. I also cut the hair of my big goat. I soaked it in grassish water. But the smell still couldn't be washed off." "Sister Song, what did you use to wash it?" Sui asked. She had chicken and bird feathers before, and they all had a smell. No matter how you washed them, they were fishy. You need to soak them in wine, and then in floral dew. "I'll go back and get you some floral dew later," Song Xian said. "Then I'll trouble you again." "Sister," Sui shook the bag and said, "with these clothes, I can save a lot of trouble and a lot of money. We don't say polite words to each other." Song Xian was happy that others also cherished the things she was reluctant to throw away. The two talked for a while, and Song Xian left because she had something to do. After she left, Sui took out the small clothes one by one and put them on the bed from small to large, separating the thin and thick ones. After careful comparison, she decided to make 2 sets of one-piece woolen coats for the baby in her belly. Born in the cold winter, it is not enough to just wrap the baby in swaddling clothes. After Song Xian sent the flour dew, Sui asked Inpa to buy a pound of wine from the wine shop. The wine and water were mixed together, and 2 pieces of gray wool were pressed into it. After pressing the wooden board for a while, the grease on the wool and the grass ash that had been stuck to the wool floated up. After the wool was soaked for a stick of incense, Sui took a shovel to skim off the floating ash and oil on the water, and then twisted the wool and soaked it in clear water. "My wife, let me do it," Inpa said. "No. Just help me carry the water and pour it." Sui opened the jar of flour dew and muttered, "It smells pretty good. I'll buy a jar when I have a chance. By the way, Inpa, you should go out and ask around when you have time to see where wool is sold. Buy as much as you can." "Okay." While the wool was soaking and drying, Sui cut the red cloth she bought according to the size of the small clothes. Cut out the collar, sleeves, trouser legs and crotch, and then sewed the 2 pieces of cloth together. This simple needlework, in the hands of others, would take less than half a day to sew. But Sui was not good at needlework and neglected to practice. It took her a day and a half to sew a jumpsuit that was less than the length of her arm, and another half a day to stuff the wool with a faint floral scent into the jacket. "My wife, I'm back." Pain pushed the door open and said, "I met the camel driver one on the road. He said he wanted to invite people to dinner at the guest house, and asked if we were open for business. Go back and ask him when the dinner will be held and what dishes he wants." Sui raised his head and stretched his neck, and continued, "If someone asks you about it in the future, just say you can host the banquet." "Okay." Pain put down a bag of wool and said, "Then I'll go out and find him now." "Go to the East Market to find he," Sui reminded. "If he is not here, just wait a little longer." After Inpa left, Sui packed up the sewing basket. She folded the bright red jumpsuit neatly and put it in the suitcase. She touched her belly and said to herself, "I will sew you a change of jumpsuit in 2 days. And I will also prepare shoes and socks. I will wear them for you when you are born. Be happy." Sui was surprised when her belly moved slightly. She lifted her thin shirt, and there was no bulge on her belly. But she could feel the movement in her belly, like a small fish swimming. She poked it gently with her finger, and the gurgling sound in her belly stopped. After a few breaths, there was the movement of a small fish swimming in her lower left abdomen. Sui urgently needed to share with Zhao Shiping at this time, but he was not at home. She touched her belly and said a few more words, carefully feeling the movement of the baby in her belly. Before they knew it, it was almost dusk. Inpa came back, and Sui went out. "Inpa, the baby in my belly is moving." Sui showed off happily. "It's time to have movement. I started to have movement when I was pregnant with my 2 boys, and it was also about 4 months." Inpa said, "If the adults knew, I don't know how happy they would be. Tell him when he comes back." Sui went into the kitchen to help cook, and asked, "When will the Wan family invite us to dinner?" "The day after tomorrow. He wants to eat steamed meat and steamed chicken. So let's prepare 2 or 3 refreshing dishes, and prepare 10 dishes in total." "Okay." You buy a chicken and bring it over the day after tomorrow morning. And I'll buy meat and bring it over around noon. Sui Yu thought for a while and said, steamed chicken, braised pork, stir-fried bean sprouts, cold noodles, garlic moss and shredded pork, pickled cabbage and pork soup. And what else? Bitter vegetables, scrambled eggs, stir-fried vegetables, braised meat. Inpa reminded. Sui Yu nodded. She remembered that the broad beans planted in the field might be edible. The next morning, Sui Yu took Inpa to the field where broad beans were planted. A row of broad beans had indeed borne fruit. The beans in the pods were tender and tasted sweet when eaten raw. They would be good for cooking or stewing soup. Sui Yu and Inpa picked a bag full of broad beans together. The two walked back under the scorching sun. Sui Yu was afraid of heat and sweated a lot after pregnancy. So she went straight home and asked Inpa to send half a bag to Song Xian. When stewing chicken in the evening, Inpa peeled half a bowl of broad beans and poured them into the earthenware pot to stew together. When the chicken came out of the pot, Sui Yu scooped up all the broad beans at the bottom of the earthenware pot and ate them without touching the chicken at all. Don't stew chicken in the future. I'm tired of it, Sui Yu said. After a moment of hesitation, Inpa said, okay then. She was actually tired of eating chicken. What a rich person. The remaining chicken was divided into 2 halves. Inpa ate 1 bowl and left the rest for Sui Liang to eat when he came back. Sui Liang waited until it was completely dark before coming back. He was young, and Sui Yu was worried about him walking alone at night. So every day Gonda or Gone Air would take him back. Brother Liang, there is still chicken left for you. Gonda, come in and have a bowl of soup too, Sui Yu called. Gonda hurriedly turned in, bowed his head and said hesitantly, thank you, shopkeeper. Inpa walked briskly into the kitchen and brought out the chicken. She was reluctant to finish the bowl of chicken Sui Yu gave her, so she brought it out again. She smiled at Sui Yu shyly and whispered to her eldest son, eat a few pieces of meat, and leave a few for the second son. Sui Liang gave him 3 more pieces of meat and said, eat a few more bites. Gonda said awkwardly, and when the chicken was fed into his mouth, he actually wiped away his tears quietly. Life was too good now. Chapter 159 Happy New Year. Before the summer heat came, Sui Yu went to the street to buy 5 pounds of pork, and walked to the guest house in the north of the city alone. There were no trees or houses in the wilderness, and it was exposed to the sun. If the wind stopped for a while, people walking in the wilderness would feel like living in an endless steamer. Walking all the way to the guest house, Sui Yu was sweating all over. As soon as she entered the house, she scooped water to wash her hands and face. My wife, we are here to prepare the banquet. You sit outside to get some fresh air. The kitchen is stuffy and hot. It's uncomfortable for you to come in. Grandma Yin walked over to carry the meat. Sui Yu was tolerant and kind to the 3 of them, mother and son, and she treated this mistress with care. Sui Yu nodded and said, okay, come and ask me if you are unsure. Grandma Yin went into the kitchen to work. After a while, she brought out a plate of cooked broad beans soaked in cold water for Sui Yu to eat. Sister-in-law, Shui ran in like a little madman. You haven't been here for a long time. Shui missed you. Sui Yu fed her a broad bean and asked with a smile, who taught you? Why are you so sweet? Shui is speaking the truth. Shui smiled. She gently touched Sui Yu's belly, and then exaggeratedly moved her hand away. Your belly is big. Sui Yu nodded slightly. What are you busy with all day? Catching insects and feeding chickens with my brother. Shui stared at Sui Yu's belly seriously. She gnawed her fingers. Her eyes turned around, and when Sui Yu was not paying attention, she gently touched it again, as if she was bitten, and quickly retracted her hand. Sui Yu let her watch. She leaned back in the chair and picked up broad beans to eat. Looking out the door, the figure of the cat official suddenly appeared. It stretched out its long legs to scratch its head, turned around, saw the person sitting under the eaves, and immediately stopped scratching, meowed loudly, and ran to the kitchen. Cat official, you miss me too, don't you? Sui Yu leaned over and touched the cat, touching a handful of cat fur. She flicked the cat's head in disdain and said, go find Liang Gur and ask him to brush your fur with the brush he uses for camels. The cat official didn't understand what she said. He raised his tail and rubbed it around Sui Yu's legs, making the cat's fur fly. He left after being slapped. He lay on the wet mud ground next to the water tank to cool off and licked his fur. The smell of meat wafted from the kitchen. Shui sniffed. She ran to the kitchen and took a walk. When she came out, her mouth was full. What did you eat? Sui asked. Braised meat. Shui giggled. Grandma Yin fed me. Go get a comb. I'll comb your hair and braid it into 2 small braids. Shui ran away. She had the same skin color as Dunhuang. Fair. But she couldn't stand running in the sun every day and was tanned like a donkey dung egg. Sister. Sui Liang strode in. He put down the bow and arrow. Holding 3 birds in his hands, he walked proudly to Sui Yu and asked, Do you want to eat bird meat? Sui Yu was very flattering, saying, Yes. I crave bird meat. But it's a pity that your brother-in-law is not at home. I'm at home. Wait. I'll go to boil water to scald the bird feathers. Sui Liang strode into the kitchen. Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang. Boil a bucket of water for me. I want to scald the bird feathers. Shui came over with a red hairband and a wooden comb. She walked to Sui Yu's legs and sat down. Leaned over to ask her to help comb her hair. Who usually braids your hair? Your father? I braid it myself. And sometimes my aunts braid it for me. There was a 3-strand braid on each side. Sui Yu tied the ends of her hair with a red hairband and combed her hair, saying, Okay. It's fresh now. Shui took the comb, but didn't leave. She turned her head and gently held Sui Yu's belly and asked with clear eyes, Do babies grow in the belly? Yes. When I grow up, will there be a baby in my belly? Shui patted her belly and muttered, My belly is big too, I know. I have a baby in my belly too. When I grow up, he will grow up too. Sui Yu laughed and explained, You don't have a baby in your belly. Children's belly is big. When you grow up, your belly will be big. It's just small. You will get pregnant after you get married. Shui nodded half understandingly. She asked cautiously, Am I also born from my mother's belly? Of course. Just like a camel giving birth to a baby. People are also born from the womb. Sui Liang interrupted. He waved to Shui. Don't talk too much. Come and help me pluck the bird feathers. Shui forgot the previous sentence after being interrupted. She dropped the wooden comb and ran over to crush the feathers, muttering endless childish words. My wife. How can I mix cold noodles without garlic cloves? Inpa came out wiping her sweat. Sui Yu thought of her soybean paste. She asked Inpa to move the jar out. It was hot, and she didn't know if the soybean paste was spoiled. Grandma Yin picked up a handful of it with chopsticks and twisted it in her hand to taste it, saying, It should be fine. Sui Yu also tasted it. After brewing, the aroma of pepper and fermented black beans became stronger, especially the pepper, which changed from the original pungent smell to a rich fragrance. But it did not cover the bean fragrance of the soybean paste at all. Use this to mix with cold noodles. Drain the water from the cold noodles and mix them with pickled radish and bean sprouts. Finally, pour this sauce on it and mix well, Sui Yu said. When it's done, bring out a plate first. And I'll try it first. Okay. Sui Yu savored the aftertaste of soybean paste, thinking that if the cold noodles tasted good, she would have work to do next. She could continue to brew soybean paste and sell it to returning merchants in autumn. Moreover, she didn't need animal oil, and didn't have to worry about the lard solidifying and turning white in the cold weather. So the cold noodles could be sold for a longer time. The cold noodles are ready. Inpa brought out a plate of noodles and said, You eat first. If the sour radish shreds are not enough, I'll cut more for you. Sui Yu took a bite, and Sui Liang and Shui came over to take a bite. The sour radish diluted the sticky taste of soybean paste. If you chewed it carefully, you could also chew the crushed black beans, which melted in a sip. The sour radish shreds and bean sprouts made a crackling sound in the mouth, and the stomach felt sour and cold after swallowing, which was really comfortable. Inpa, mix a plate for me too. Sui Liang rushed into the kitchen. And me. And me. Shui followed closely. When Lao Wan brought 8 guests in, he saw them sitting side by side under the eaves and eating first. He joked, It's still comfortable to be a shopkeeper. You can eat whatever you want. I made new dishes and let you taste them first. Sui Yu stood up and said, There is water in the jar. You can wash your hands with water. I will ask Inpa to serve 9 plates of cold noodles first. You can fill your stomachs and cool down. Okay. Lao Wan pointed outside the door and said, We will come here on camels. Please ask someone to keep an eye on them. Sui Liang immediately ran out to guard. Seeing that Lao Wan and his friends seemed to want to talk about something, Sui Yu took Ah Shui away, and they went into the guest house to find a cool place to stay. After eating and drinking, the weather was hot. Lao Wan and his group of 9 people didn't want to go back to the city under the scorching sun. They said hello to Sui Yu, and found a few rooms to sleep directly on the mud couch. It was not until sunset that Lao Wan and his friends left the guest house, and asked Inpa to cook another bowl of cold noodles. They were full before they were ready to leave. Manager Yu, I will send someone to pick up the cold noodles tomorrow. Are you still doing food business here? Lao Wan asked. Are you alone? Sui Yu was embarrassed. I am not close to the city, so I don't plan to do scattered food business. If you want to reserve a table, it's okay. A few dozen people. 30 people. 2 plates per person. Lao Wan said. Or you can sell us the sauce for noodles. The man standing next to Lao Wan said. Okay. I'll sell you the sauce. Sui Yu stood up and said. I sell a palm high can of noodle sauce for 7 cents. How many cans do you want? 9 cans. 1 can per person. Lao Wan said. Then I'll have someone deliver it to the East Market tomorrow. I don't have enough jars here. Sui Yu said. You pay me after you get the sauce. Okay. Lao Wan whistled. And they rode away on camels. Sui Yu and Sui Liang also went into the house to eat. The brother and sister both had cold noodles, and the braised bird meat from lunch. It had been simmered over a low fire for a long time, and the bones and meat had already been softened. My wife. This is 120 coins given by Manager Wan. Inpa brought the money over. You carry it, and take it back later. Sui Yu suddenly had an idea to make money. In the days that followed, Sui Yu went to the guest house in the north of the city every day. Lao Wan bought half a jar of soybean paste. She had to continue frying pepper and fermented black beans, crushing them and pouring them into the soybean paste jar to mix and continue fermenting. These soybean pastes were bought back. This year, she could harvest soybeans from her own fields. And Sui Yu thought it would be better to brew 3 or 4 jars herself. On June 20th, Lao Wan sent someone to buy noodle sauce again, and specifically asked for her pickled radish. The next day, Sui Yu took Sui Liang and Inpa to the city with 10 jars of soybean paste. Thanks to her previous experience in the city, she knew which lanes and streets had food shops and rice stalls. And she went to promote her noodle sauce. Where are you? Why are you still going to the guest house in such a hot day? Zhao Shiping came back on a camel, and saw that the door was locked. He threw the bag over the wall, and rode the camel to the guest house again. Although he came up empty-handed, he also got accurate information. After leaving the camel at the guest house, Zhao Shiping walked back on foot. When he entered the city, he happened to meet the master and servants with brisk steps. He quietly approached, past Inpa, and gently tapped Sui Yu's shoulder. Sui Yu looked back and saw Inpa holding back a smile. She felt something was wrong, and turned around to see the man with a smile on his face. Who's back? Sui Yu pretended not to know him. Who are you talking about? Zhao Shiping quickly looked at her. She looked pretty good, with a flushed face and bright eyes. He was familiar with this look. She made money again. Sui Yu flicked her fingers and said, You smell so sweaty. Stay away from me. Zhao Shiping. Go back. He took 2 steps back and said, You guys go ahead. I don't want to stink up the wind. The 4 of them went home. Zhao Shiping went to the kitchen to get water, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He washed his hair and came out. Where's Xiaomi? Sui Yu asked. She's at home. She didn't come. The wedding date is set for the 2nd day of August. Mother asked her to stay at home for a while. When the wedding date is approaching, the eldest and second brothers will send her over. Zhao Shiping scooped water to rinse his mouth. How do you feel these days when I'm not at home? The bed is spacious. It's very cool for me to sleep alone. It feels very good. Zhao Shiping paused and his face darkened. But, seeing his expression change, Sui Yu smirked and said, But when you're not here, the food we cook is often not finished. Don't you have pigs and dogs? Are you still worried about leftovers? Zhao Shiping sneered. Sui Yu smiled at him and said, Pigs and dogs can't sit next to you. And there are meat and vegetables. It's so painful to pour them out to feed pigs and dogs. Zhao Shiping stopped laughing completely. Sui Yu laughed wildly. I'll tell you something in secret. Sui Yu pointed to her belly and said, Our little cub will move. Zhao Shiping was stunned for a moment. Then ecstatic. Really? Let me touch it. Sui Yu followed him into the house. She asked him to talk to her belly. When there was movement in her belly, the man pressed against her belly and carefully felt the gurgling sound inside. This was the first time Zhao Shiping felt the presence of a child. He was so excited that he was at a loss. He looked up at Sui Yu, pointed at his belly, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm a father." Chapter 160 Harmony Brings Wealth. After a short nap, I woke up. The sky outside was already full of red clouds. It was almost dusk. The heat gradually subsided, and the breeze was blowing. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Shiping went to open it. Song Xian saw him outside and asked, "Is Sui Yu awake too?" "Yes, Sister Song." "Come in." Sui Yu neatly tied up her hair and walked out and asked, "Did you receive the noodle sauce?" "Yes. I ate it at noon. It tasted pretty good." Song Xian walked in and said, "I didn't come here for anything. I just wanted to tell you about the noodle sauce. My eldest brother and sister-in-law told us about Lian Zheng and Xiaomi's wedding date. I thought they were all back and Captain Zhao should be home. So I came to see them. When you were not at home, Sister Song often came to accompany me and brought us a lot of clothes for the children." Sui Yu said to Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping thanked Song Xian. Song Xian waved her hand and said, "Come to my house for dinner tonight." "Why?" Sui Yu was puzzled. "Why are you inviting guests? It's a good time. We'll be officially relatives from now on." Song Xian didn't bother to talk too much with her. She walked out and said, "The family is already preparing the food. You two pack up and take Sui Liang with you." Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu looked at each other and said, "Shall I go to the street to buy some things and bring them over?" "Okay." When Sui Liang came back, the three of them went out to visit Song's house for dinner. When they came back in the evening, Inpa heard the noise and came to open the door, saying, "Madam, the water is already boiled on the stove. Did you eat dinner tonight?" Sui Yu asked. "Yes. I heated up the leftovers from lunch." Sui Liang handed her the 3 boiled eggs in his hand and said, "Here, I brought you 3 eggs. Hey! Hey!" Pain was speechless. She took the eggs and didn't know what to say for a moment. Sui Yu had already walked around her and went straight into the house. Zhao Shiping went to the kitchen to fetch water and came out and said, "You stay at the guest house in the future. I'm at home, so you don't have to run back and forth." "Thank you, sir." Pain felt that she didn't know what to say except thank you. With Zhao Shiping as a laborer. In the following days, after his morning training, he would go to the guest house to pick up the noodle sauce and come back. While it was cool, Sui Yu went with him to various food shops and rice stalls in the city to sell the sauce. The couple wandered around the city for half a month, and finally went to Minxiang. The Minxiang in their impression had changed a lot. Half of it was ruins, and half was a newly built lush wall. The laborers were bare-chested and carrying wooden hammers to tamp the earth hard. Lao Tu and other people in Minxiang were cleaning up the waste soil and worm-eaten beams. "Hey, shopkeeper, you is here," Aunt Erhua said in a sarcastic tone. Others looked over. Sui Yu smiled and greeted them, saying, "I'll come over to take a look. Thanks to you, I've spent a lot of money in vain." The old bald man spoke. "Sooner or later, you have to spend this money. If the house is old, you should replace it with a new one. Only by spending money can you make money." Sui Yu walked over and asked, "Is this used as a guest room or a warehouse?" "It's the same as yours. The warehouse and guest room are in the same yard." The old bald man pointed to his house and said, "My land is wide, so I use it as a kitchen." Sui Yu patted the jar that Zhao Shiping was holding and said, "The soybean paste used for cold noodles is sold like crazy in the food stores in the city. I remember our friendship, and I don't want you to miss the opportunity. So I specially sent it to you. Do you want to buy it? Seeing that the caravan will come back in the next few days, don't you make cold noodles to sell?" The old bald man was angry and aggrieved. He wanted to be tough and said, "You found the wrong person. I am not a cook. You are not a cook. But your son and daughter-in-law are cooks." Sui Yu had heard the news a long time ago. The old bald man asked his daughter-in-law to become a merchant and open a restaurant in the future. The old bald man was speechless. "Is this the sauce used for the cold noodles sold at the food stall on Chengxia?" Someone asked. "I remember that you didn't make it like this before. The garlic oil fried in meat oil is not as good as this. When the weather is cold, the meat oil will solidify and turn white. And the cold noodles can't be sold. This can be used all year round. In winter, you can't sell cold noodles. And the sauce can be mixed with hot noodles." Sui Yu explained. She looked at the old bald man and asked, "Do you want to buy it?" The old bald man thought about it and said, "Do you plan to sell this sauce all the time?" Sui nodded. "This is a business that can be done all year round." "Okay. I'll buy it." The old bald man suddenly came to his senses. He wanted to avoid making enemies in business. He wanted to learn not only Sui's skills, but also her thick skin. After all, it was all for the sake of making money and not being embarrassed. "For the sake of our past friendship, you should sell it to me at a lower price," the old bald man said. Sui looked at him in surprise. "Has he figured it out?" she said jokingly. "I can sell it to others at a lower price, but I can't sell it to you at a lower price. You have scolded me behind my back for more than a year." The old bald man felt guilty. He didn't say anything and went straight back to ask his youngest son to take out the money. "How much?" He turned around and asked. 30 cents. This jar can hold 4 jars of sauce. How much do you sell it to others?" 7 cents a jar, Sui said with a smile. The old bald man was out of breath and shouted loudly into the house, "Take out 30 cents. Sui took the money with a smile, handed it to Zhao Shiping, and said, "Then you guys are busy. We'll go back first. Uncle, if there's anything good in the future, I'll think of you first. Are you really not afraid that we'll take away your business?" Aunt Erhua's husband was puzzled. They built the house according to Sui's guest house layout, almost copying her business methods. But she was not angry or looking for trouble. "There are many caravans passing by, and I can't take all the merchants." Sui shook her head and said, "It's just making money based on your ability. If you can take away my business, it means I still have some shortcomings to improve." In her time, there were so many hotels and hostels. As long as you run them carefully, there is no one that doesn't make money. Even in the future, a city can't have only one inn. Sui didn't dare to squeeze out the business of Minxiang and let her guest house dominate. If it really came to that, she and Zhao Shiping would be in real trouble. The business that makes a lot of money every day would make everyone jealous. "When the noodle sauce runs out, go buy some more. I won't deliver it here," Sui said to Lao Tu. Aunt Erhua's husband suddenly understood that those who rely on renting houses to make money to support their families will worry about the guests running away. Like Sui, she has many ways to make money. Even if the business of the guest house is affected, it will not affect her food and drink. Making more or less is still making money. Of course, she is open-minded. "What are you looking at?" Aunt Erhua punched him, and she pointed at Sui's back and asked, "Who are you looking at?" "Look at Sui. We are not as good as her." He sighed and said, "When the house is built, you stay at home and I have to find another way to make a living." At this time, a group of merchants in a bad state led camels carrying goods into Dunhuang. Huang Anqing was about to approach to talk to him when a sour smell filled his throat with the hot wind. He vomited, covered his mouth and nose and cursed, "How long have you not taken a shower? There is no water for showering in the desert. We just planned to go into the city to have a good rest." The leading merchant smiled bitterly. "Go to the guest house in the north of the city. The guest house is by the river. You can take a shower however you want." Huang Anqing pointed to the north. "Have you been there?" The merchants shook their heads. They wanted to go to Minxiang. They had lived in Minxiang when traveling back and forth for many years. They felt more at ease living in a familiar place. However, when they arrived at Minxiang, the caravan was introduced by Aunt Erhua's husband to the North City guest house. "We are building a house here. The road is piled with mud and it is difficult to walk. The ramming of the earth will not allow you to rest well. The owner of the North City guest house is the woman who opened a restaurant here 2 years ago. You know her. Just go there. You are pushing away the business that comes to your door?" the merchants explained. And they were puzzled. "Didn't you still compete for customers at the city gate this spring?" "You will compete again next year." Aunt Erhua's husband smiled. "Come again next year. Our house will be built. The guest rooms and warehouses are in the same yard. And there is also a yard for camels. It can not only keep camels, but also store food and grass, so that you can live comfortably." The caravan had to leave. They went to the North City guest house, and found that the guest house here was the same as what the people in Minxiang said. The guest rooms and warehouses were in the same yard. There was a livestock pen, and there was a restaurant selling meals. "Did you know that they are building a house in Minxiang?" the merchant asked Sui. "Are the 2 goose houses under the same management?" "That's not the case. We are competing for each other's business." Sui took the room fee. "That's rare." The merchant shook his head. "After you wash up, Go directly to the west kitchen. I'll ask the cook to prepare meals for you. Sui walked out. She waved to Shui. They went into the kitchen together. She said, if there are merchants bathing in the river in the future, you should hide in the house, and don't look at them. Shui nodded. My father told me. The pepper and black beans were being fried in the kitchen. Sui didn't go in. She went to the warehouse to stir the soybean paste. The soybean paste fermented quickly in hot weather. The pepper and black beans were stewed for 4 or 5 days, and the flavor came out. When the merchant walked in with wet hair, Sui lifted the wooden board to cover the sauce jar and went out to ask, are there many caravans returning? Quite a few. Most of the small caravans come back this month. The merchant walked into the dining hall, saw the noodle plates on the table, and asked, is this our meal? Yes. Cold noodles with sauce. You can try it, Sui said. If you are used to it, you can also take a can with you when you travel east. This mixed noodles are delicious, especially when there are pickled radish shreds. The merchant nodded, and Sui walked away without disturbing them to eat. That night, Sui and Sui Lianggang were just picked up by Zhao Shiping, and a caravan returning late turned at the city gate and headed straight for the guest house in the north of the city. The servants and helpers lying on the couch got up again when they heard the camel bells. Uncle Nyo led people into the house and collected the room fee. Gone Air and Li Muda helped the caravan unload the goods, and Inpa and 3 other servants started cooking again. Everything was ready, and the merchant had dinner. After having enough water and eating, when it was time to pay the bill, the merchant threw a bag of copper coins to Inpa and said, except for the meal money, you can share the rest. You have been busy all night. Everyone present was delighted. After the merchant went back to the guest house to sleep, Inpa and the others cleaned up the pots and bowls and counted the copper coins together by candlelight. Old Uncle Nyo looked at him and left. Gonda looked at him and turned to ask, how much money can we share? The meal money is 4 cents. And the 6 of us can share 3 cents equally. Inpa divided the copper coins skillfully. 50 cents per person. There were still 38 copper coins in the cloth bag, and each person got 6. The extra 2 copper coins belonged to Gonda and Gone Air. The 3 of them, mother and son, went to the host's house first, so they could eat more and take more. Sui and Zhao Shiping always pretended not to see the money that merchants gave to servants and helpers, and did not ask or stop them. The 5 official slaves, led by Inpa, were nervous when they received the reward money at first, because slaves belonged to their master, and their property naturally belonged to their master as well. But when they found out that their master did not pursue them for hoarding the reward money, they became more concerned about the business of the guest house, serving the guests wholeheartedly in order to get more reward money.